Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry escaped Dumbledore and mastered forbidden magic. Here is short summary. After escaping Albus Dumbledore's control, Harry Potter and Dudley flee Vernon Dursley to Severus Snape, where forbidden magic and dragon allies help them hunt Horcruxes and forge a new destiny. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. When Harry was 8, someone had called Child Protective Services. She had actually been relived, hoping that Harry would escape, and the Dursleys could go back to being a perfect family. But then Dumbledore had appeared, and the people had wandered off, looking confused. She thought that the old headmaster was just taking Harry away, himself. Petunia shook her head. She had always thought of him as kindly, from Lily's description. But Albus hadn't even spoken to her. Albus had struck a deal with Vernon, instead. Vernon got a monthly payment of a substantial amount, and they kept Harry. Albus had sternly told Vernon that, he understood that children needed discipline, but please don't get carried away, again. Vernon had been careful, for a while after that, but lately it had become bad, again. She heard a door open, and close. To her shock, Dudley and Harry appeared, together. "Mum, we need to talk." Dudley looked determined. Worse, he looked angry. Something sank in the pit of her stomach, and she abruptly sank into a chair at the kitchen table. To her shock, Dudley sat as well, after he had pulled a chair out for Harry. He gave her a level look when he did that, and she suddenly understood, all in an instant. Dudley had woken up to what was happening around him, and he was now firmly in Harry's corner. She had never been as proud of Dudley as she was right now. Perhaps he could make things right. "We need to start treating Harry better, Mum. He's a member of the family, my cousin. The only cousin I'll ever have, and we've been treating him like trash. It isn't right and it's going to stop," Dudley said. Harry had to give Dudley credit, he knew how to cut to the heart of the matter. Unsubtle, but effective. To Harry's astonishment, Aunt Petunia's eyes filled with tears. "I'm so glad you said that, Dudley. I've wanted to do something for so long, but Vernon," Petunia actually paled at having to mention him. "You're afraid of Dad." Dudley seemed astounded at the thought. "I know he's scary at times, but he's never been mad at you, Dudley." Harry felt that was explanation enough. It seemed to be enough. Dudley sat, mulling that over for a time. If you present reasons for him to treat Harry better, he might accept it. Or he might turn on you, too. Petunia wept a bit more at that thought. Dudley thought that over as well. "We'll give it a try, Mum. If he turns on me as well," he looked at Petunia sternly, "we either throw him out or leave, whichever one you think is best. If it comes to throwing him out, we would have to involve the authorities, and Albus would be called, and it would all just go away again." Petunia looked frustrated. "I'll have to think of an escape plan, just in case. How can this Albus person have so much influence, and if he does, why does he bother with a kid like me?" Harry was quite frustrated. Apparently this Albus had condemned him to a life of misery. "Why? I'm going to have to explain a bit about your past, and your parents, Harry. It will have to be a secret between the three of us, do you agree?" The pair was thrilled to be trusted with an adult secret. "I'll need to get a box from the attic. If the two of you would fix some sandwiches for lunch for the three of us, and we'll have the cake for dessert." The boys perked up, plotting had stirred their appetite. Petunia climbed to the attic slowly. Albus had visited one other time, the day after he had dropped Harry off. He had brought a box of Lily's things, and some instructions. They were not to divulge knowledge of the wizarding world to Harry, and they were not to coddle him. He would be a warrior when he grew up, and Albus didn't need a wimp. Albus had dropped a lump of cash into Vernon's hands that had kept him happy for years. Now she would be breaking at least one of those instructions. Petunia clutched the box to her thin chest, feeling another bout of weeping coming on. She had loved Lily, still did, really. But she had felt Lily leaving her behind, first with that Snape boy, then the school, then marriage to a wizard took her away completely, it seemed. The abandonment she'd felt when Lily had drifted away where Petunia couldn't follow was still there whenever she thought of Lily, and when she looked at Harry. She'd known she was losing Lily when the Snape boy had said Hogwarts was only for magical children. Petunia stilled. The Snape boy, he would be a man, now, and she remembered all too well how very obsessively he had loved Lily. If necessary, he might be one they could turn to. She grimaced, at least Harry could. She slowly walked back into the kitchen. She smiled, feeling a bit weepy, again, watching her son and nephew together. The boys were bent over the meal, working and chattering. It should have been this way from the first. Petunia sorted through the box, pulling out the tattered photo album. The boys were boisterously eating, and slurping at the soda. She interrupted before they could start a belching contest. They were herded into the living room after the cake was done, and sat on either side of her on the sofa. I know what I'm about to tell you will seem unbelievable, but I'm telling the truth, so hear me out. The boys looked at her warily, and nodded. She opened the album to the middle, where she knew wizarding photos were, and sure enough there were the photos of a Quidditch match, and some of Lily doing spells. The boys gasped and looked at her wide-eyed. Your mom and dad were magical, a wizard and witch, Harry. Lily got her letter from the school for magic when she was 11. She went there until she was 17, and met your father there. There was a war with a dark wizard, and they were killed. Albus left you with us, he said, because being with your mother's family protected you, somehow. Petunia stopped. Her knowledge of the wizarding world was sketchy, but she hoped to be able to answer his question, somehow. The pair gawked at her for an uncomfortable few minutes, and then Dudley burst out. Is that why Dad calls him a freak? Petunia nodded glumly. Well, that's just stupid. Having magic would be a gift, not something to be mad about. Wish I was. You do have magic, or did. When Albus brought Harry to us, he said you had magic. Vernon insisted that he bind your magic, so you wouldn't be a freak, as well. Vernon actually wasn't very bad toward Harry, until he started doing accidental magic, all those things you can't explain, Harry. Petunia looked tearful, again. Dudley was speechless with rage for a full 5 minutes while Harry looked at the album. He finally found his voice and howled. I was robbed of my magic. I want it back. Find a way for me to get it back. If Albus bound your magic, I'm sure there must be a way to unbind it. Harry offered. Dudley was looking a bit purple. This morning Harry would have cheered if Dudley had a stroke, now he was getting fond of his cousin. Petunia thought hard. Give me a few days to contact an old acquaintance, hopefully he can and will help. The Snape boy was about to get a visit. She glanced at the clock. Vernon would be home in an hour or so. Dudley, would you let Harry have your second bedroom? He looked surprised, then thoughtful, and nodded. Why don't you help him move in, and I'll plot a strategy while fixing dinner. Come back down to the kitchen in an hour, and we'll plan what to say. The pair raced, or lumbered up the stairs, and they were soon tossing broken toys into bags and boxes, and carting them to the trash. Soon the room was presentable, and Harry's things moved upstairs. Petunia got dinner fixed on autopilot. She knew any win today was likely to be temporary. She needed a long-term escape, not only from Vernon but from Albus as well. She sighed. Snape was not only the only wizard she really knew, but also, luckily, the only one likely to risk it all for Lily's child. The pair appeared as directed in 1 hour, and she told them what to say, or at least what she hoped to say to convince Vernon while the boys set the table, for 4. She sighed. She may as well throw down the gauntlet now. Vernon arrived as they placed the food, and stood next to the chairs. Vernon entered cheerfully, then stopped abruptly and frowned. Why is the freak at the table? Petunia charged into battle. Did you know that the neighbors are on the verge of calling in authorities, again? Their children confronted Dudley, and let him know the jig was up. Dudley was quite appalled at how they view us, as abusers, Vernon. This stopped Vernon in his tracks. He had thought his neighbors looked up to him. But he wasn't at all sure what to say. That Albus fellow could. Wizards aren't allowed to get rid of people's memories every whipstitch, Vernon. And this would be the entire neighborhood. Remember he said to not let this happen again, Vernon. Petunia watched him blanch with fear with a certain amount of satisfaction. We need to treat Harry differently. It's only for another year. He turns 10 next month, and he'll get his letter and go to the school when he's 11. Petunia, they're not supposed to know, Vernon protested. He was furious. He didn't want the freak to go to a magic school, and get even more freaky. They know, Vernon, and Albus will just have to deal with it. if we don't attract attention, he'll never find out. Now, we've fixed your favorite meal, let's eat, we can talk later, if you still need to. Petunia took her seat, between Vernon and Harry, with Dudley across from her looking grimly approving. Vernon ate automatically, feeling that the world had ended. Petunia defying him, Harry not only eating their food, but at the table with them. And Dudley, his son, was looking at him with angry distaste. He finally threw down his napkin and announced he was going out with the boys for a drink. He just growled when they all looked relieved. The trio cut the remaining cake up into 3 huge slabs, and took it to the living room. Harry was almost groggy from more food in one day than he ever remembered receiving. Petunia brought the box out again, as well as a pad of paper. I'm afraid Vernon may not give me time to set up an escape, if he gets angry. She quickly told the boys about Severus Snape, writing down the old address she remembered from childhood. He was best friends with Lily as a child, and was in love with her at school. The boys chortled and blushed at this. I know he would do anything for Lily, he will help you, Harry. She gave them directions to the leaky cauldron, as well, they will help you there, as well, if you can't find Snape. She gave Dudley her ATM card, and the PIN number, just in case, not to buy goodies with. The boys asked more questions, and she went through the album, page by page. She remembered more than she thought she would. She told them all the stories Lily had ever told her, hoping that they would help. She was terribly afraid that Vernon was not going to bow to the ultimatum they had given. Sure enough, just before midnight, in the middle of explaining that unicorns did exist, he returned. Petunia had never seen him so drunk or angry. The boys cringed tighter to her, and she gathered her courage. Vernon peered blearily through the whiskey-induced haze at the 3 figures huddled on the sofa. They already looked cowed, he thought with satisfaction. It didn't last long, as Petunia stood and looked at him with sudden confidence. Go on up the stairs to your rooms, young men, Petunia said firmly. The boys hustled past Vernon and ran up. They stopped at the top to listen. What they would do next depended on Vernon and Petunia. Would she be able to stand firm? Now you're letting the freak sleep upstairs. Who knows what he'll do to us while we sleep? Vernon roared, aghast. He'll do nothing, Vernon. He's no idea how to use his magic. His accidental magic only kicks in when he's in extreme distress. Petunia answered calmly. So why doesn't he do any when he's being disciplined? Vernon sneered. Perhaps he's tougher than you believe. The Evans family never had a member that couldn't take what life threw at them. I forgot that for a time, myself, but I assure you that to keep Harry and Dudley safe I won't forget it again. The glint in her eye actually gave even the alcohol-soaked mind of Vernon pause. You hit me, although you say you don't remember it, the last time I objected. If you hit any of us again, I'll involve whomever I must to be rid of you. I prefer not to. You are a good man when you don't drink, and when you aren't after Harry. If the only way you can behave is to pretend he doesn't exist, then do so. With that she turned and followed the boys upstairs. The boys were grinning and giving her 2 thumbs up and high fives when she reached the top. She smiled and shooed them into their beds. Dudley cheerfully hopped into his bed, with the knowledge that somewhere, sometime he would have magic. He had always felt cut off from something. He buried himself in video games, particularly the ones with magic and sorcery in them, something in them calling to him. Now, he felt, he knew why, he belonged in that world. No more having to pretend. Harry wriggled down into the bed, blissfully, truly able to stretch out for sleep, for the first time. So much had changed in less than a day. He now had a room, lots of food, and his aunt and cousin no longer hated him. He hoped that if it was a dream, he never woke up. He had thought that his only escape would be to leave as soon as he was of age, and just strike out on his own. Now, it seemed that there was someone who was paying the Dursleys to take care of him. Harry wasn't stupid, the only reason someone would be paying was if there was money that belonged to him for his upbringing. If they were simply rich, concerned relatives they wouldn't have left him here after that disaster when he turned 8, and all that freaky stuff started happening that was now clearly his magic kicking in. Harry drifted to sleep, dreaming of a castle and flying, like in the pictures in the album. His mum was very pretty, and his dad had looked like he was a lot of fun. He hoped to hear more stories tomorrow, if Uncle Vernon didn't kill them all over breakfast. Vernon stood for a time, as if turned to stone. Dimly he could hear Petunia and the boys going to bed. He had come home intending to put everything right back the way it had been. Instead, the changes had been cemented even further into place. He staggered over to the sofa and fell heavily onto it. The sofa creaked and groaned alarmingly. Blasted thing, it obviously must have been poorly made. He didn't feel like doing anything about the lot of them at the moment. It must have been because he was so tired. He worked hard, damn it. They should respect him more. He had been surprised that Dudley would be in on this. Surely he didn't want to have to share things with the freak. When he realized that he would have to share, he would come around. He almost grinned. Yes, that was the ticket, and Petunia would never put Harry over Dudley. He would have it out with them in the morning. He just needed to rest. Soon he was snoring peacefully on the sofa. Petunia had fallen into a fitful sleep, waking with a start at any noise. She had peeked into the living room at one point, to see with relief that Vernon was asleep. She had managed a couple hours after that. She still woke earlier than usual, and set about fixing a large breakfast. Harry wandered in soon after, obviously puzzled as to why she was doing his job. He had been starting breakfast for years, now. Harry had already showered and dressed, tiptoeing by the still snoring Vernon. Petunia grimaced, eyeing his baggy hand. Down clothing. Vernon had refused to let her buy him anything new after he turned 7. That first lump sum Albus had given him had run out at that time, not that he had spent any of it on Harry. He had carefully made extra payments on the house and cars, slowly paying them off, so as not to alert the tax people. He had made a few investments and bought better furniture, and they had had more lavish vacations. It must have been a very large amount, she thought. But it had finally been gone. He had gotten more stingy with any money spent on Harry, and started insisting he earn his keep. The hitting had begun with the accidental magic. Luckily Albus had started those monthly payments, or Harry might never have survived. One would have thought Vernon would have gotten happier with Harry after that, but he took Albus' admonition about boys needing discipline to heart, not remembering the part about not getting carried away. Harry fidgeted a bit while setting the table. Aunt Petunia, if that man is giving money for Vernon to keep me, would he give it to you, if we had to leave, or if Vernon was made to leave? Is it enough to take care of us all? Petunia stared at him in astonishment. Of course. Yes, it is £1,000 a month that is sent. We couldn't be lavish, but we would be okay. Petunia frowned then, scrambling the eggs even harder. But I'm not sure I trust to anything sent by Albus Dumbledore. I don't really know what his agenda is, but I'm not sure it's in your best interest, or ours. Harry nodded, frowning as well. He squeezed the oranges extra viciously to get the juice. This Dumbledore certainly hadn't endeared himself to Harry. Aunt Petunia and Dudley might be better, now, but Vernon was still a bully. Aunt Petunia was fond of washing even Dudley's mouth out if foul language was used. Petunia woke Dudley quickly. Shower and dress, you'll want to be at the table when your father wakes. Dudley nodded and ran to the bathroom. Petunia grabbed some meds and a large glass of juice, and walked over to Vernon. She'd left it until the last minute, but he would be livid if he was late to work. She shook him awake, and he looked around, confused. Here's some aspirin, and a pain pill, and something for nausea. Be sure to drink all the juice. Breakfast is waiting. Petunia waited while he nodded, and took the medication. Vernon hurried through a washing up and got a fresh set of clothing. Everything had seemed so clear last night, now it was all a bit hazy. He sat at the breakfast table, and served himself a large plate. Dudley was only taking a small plate. Yes, he needed to get Dudley back on his side. Well, I intended to get you a bunch of new clothing this month and perhaps some new toys for your birthday, Dudley, but I suppose you'll have to share the shopping spree with Harry. Vernon sighed in mock regret. But the expected eruption of temper never arrived. Forget new clothing for me, I've gotten too fat. Dudley said airily. I'm going to lose some weight, so maybe I'll just fit back in some of the clothes I've outgrown. Dudley looked over at the bemused Harry. I'm going to start going to the pool every day. It's a bit of a walk, but that will probably help. Would you mind coming with me, Harry? I'll teach you to swim. Harry nodded agreeably. He'd always wanted to learn to swim. Dudley's parents were stunned, Petunia with delight. Vernon, however, was horrified. Not only was Dudley cheerfully giving up things to Harry, but he intended to starve himself and become some health nut. Excellent, I'll get summer passes for all three of us. I may just join you some days. We'll all get new suits and swim gear." Petunia was thrilled. "Perhaps we'll stop by a sports and exercise center. There may be other things you would like for your birthdays." "It's a bit early to shop for your birthday, Harry, but you can show me what you would like." Harry nodded, eyeing Vernon's purpling face with caution. This was intolerable. The world had gone mad. Vernon tossed down his napkin and headed for work. He would have to figure some other strategy to get his world back. The remaining trio listened to the slamming doors with trepidation. "I'm not sure that went well, Mum," Dudley finally said. The other two nodded, and the meal was finished in silence. Washing up was being done when Petunia finally spoke. "You realize that your father will never accept a son that is a wizard. You'll likely have to make a choice about that, soon. We'll have to have your magic unbound, within the next year, for you to attend the wizard school, Hogwarts." Petunia wasn't happy to have to make Dudley do this, but it was his choice to make. "I think I realized that when I found out that Dad had that done to me. But I know I have to have my magic back. I can't not be what I was really meant to be." Dudley answered a bit fiercely. He still found it difficult to accept that it had been done. They finished the clearing away and went to the living room, sitting once more on the sofa. Petunia pulled out the box and a different photo album and opened it. "This is Lily's pictures of before Hogwarts, and the earlier years there." She pointed to a picture of her and Lily and a dark-haired grim-looking boy. "Severus Snape lived in the same town as we did, but on the other side. We met at a park and he recognized Lily as having magic, just like he did. They became friends, and I'm ashamed to say I was quite jealous of it. They shared something that I didn't have, you see." Dudley and Harry patted her arms comfortingly. Dudley understood very well. He imagined that if he didn't get his magic back he would be very jealous of Harry, indeed. They flipped slowly through the pictures. The Snape boy was almost smiling in a few of them, although as the children got older he seemed more and more angry. "I think, looking back, that Severus' father was quite abusive. Lily said he had no magic and he didn't like it that Severus was a wizard. His mother died when he was only 12, and I believe his father got even worse." The boys nodded. They were familiar, now with abusive male authority figures. Harry could imagine being very angry, himself. Lily said they had been arguing much of their 5th year, and he finally did something, insulted her, I believe, and they never really regained their friendship. "I know it was more complicated than that. Your father, James, and he were rivals. I'm sure he didn't want Lily to make it up with him. Perhaps Severus can explain it, when we meet." Petunia sighed. She had to find a way to track him down. Petunia put the album back and pulled out a book. Lily always said anything you wished to know of Hogwarts was in this book. She handed the boys the large, beautifully embossed book to them. "Hogwarts, a history, cool." Harry read the front eagerly. Petunia got up and they started reading, eagerly. "I need to look at a few things. You go ahead and read for a while, we'll leave in an hour." Petunia watched the boys huddling over the book with a sad smile. She and Lily had done the same for a time with that very book. Soon after they had met Severus he had lugged Hogwarts, a history, to the playground, and proudly presented Lily with the book. It was inscribed to an Eileen prince. Severus had said it had belonged to his mother. He had always seemed very proud of his mother, and yet angry with her at the same time. That had made no sense to her and Lily back then. Now, she realized, Severus had likely been angry that Eileen was still married to her abusive husband, and was unable to defend her, or himself, from the abuse. Petunia had been tearing apart the bookcase, trying to find a map of the Lancashire area. She had known the area quite well, of course as a child. She had tried to forget the little town of Hale, outside of Liverpool on the Mersey River where she had grown up with Lily. She had never actually visited Severus' house. He had not even wanted Lily to visit, but Lily was stubborn and had managed to go there once. Lily had never spoken of the visit, and had not gone back again. Petunia slipped into Vernon's home office nervously. Although she knew he would not come home for several hours, the office was Vernon's territory, and he wouldn't like her being in there. She rang the phone directory. No Severus Snape anywhere in the UK, it seemed. Well, she knew wizards had other means of communication, but she had hoped he had kept a phone. She tried the Hale post office. Yes, there was a S. Snape lived on Spinners End Street. They didn't know what the initial stood for. Petunia was relieved, that was likely him. She had been afraid that Severus would move, once his father had died and he had left Hogwarts. Petunia moved on to the next project. There was a computer, and she knew a lot of Vernon's financial information was on it, but she did not know how to access it, and Vernon would likely realize she had been in it. A quick search of the file cabinet unearthed the bank records. There was a recent one from that very month. She choked a bit at the amount. Vernon's investments were certainly paying off well, she thought with a sneer. Vernon's pay was going straight into the account, untouched. Likely this was because Harry was paying all the bills, she thought with a touch of shame. The household's monthly bills were all paid with cash, likely from Albus' £1,000 a month stipend. She opened a money bag that was in the bottom drawer. There was a fat wad of large bills in it. Leftover cash from Albus, monthly payments, she was sure. Petunia smiled. Perfect. Readily available money when needed. Petunia had acquired a list made by a women's shelter, what to take with you when you leave. She grimaced at the memory. After the first time Vernon had hit her, she had gone to a charity that ran one of them, to make a donation, and she had picked up some literature. She had carefully hidden it away. She looked at it each time Vernon hit her, or beat Harry. She once again mentally thanked Dudley for having pushed her to a decision. She quickly found the birth certificates and her guardianship papers for Harry. They were in the bottom of a lockbox. Vernon wouldn't realize they were gone unless he dug to the bottom, and he would likely have no reason to do that. Petunia had found a zippered clutch. She stuffed it full of all her jewelry that had any value. She sat on the bed and thought carefully. She knew she was clinging to a faint hope that Vernon would change, but she knew that was a very slim hope. If it was only Harry, she could probably hold him off until he started Hogwarts. But Dudley wanted his magic back and to also attend the magic school, and Vernon would never allow that to happen. They would eventually have to leave. She just hoped they could all leave alive. They might manage to get Severus to undo the binding, and keep that hidden, but when the time came for the Hogwarts letters to arrive, Petunia shuddered at the thought of the scene that would occur. She wasn't sure how deep his violent streak might really go. Certainly his disciplining of Harry had been getting worse again lately, but it was only in the past year that he had started hitting her when drunk. She suspected he would become very violent when faced with losing his son to the freaks. The bottom line was that she would need to decide whether to leave, or to make him leave. She wasn't sure she would be able to make him leave. Worse, she wasn't sure that he would let her leave, especially leave with Dudley, and the thought of Vernon hunting her was terrifying. Vernon's sister was formidable, and the two of them had so many friends. Once she thought about them, she realized that they were Marge and Vernon's friends, not hers. She just happened to be married to Vernon, so they had tolerated her. She would likely have to run, and find somewhere to hide the three of them until the boys left for Hogwarts. Once in the wizarding world, she knew that there were those who would help the boys stay there, no matter what Marge and Vernon said. She rubbed her head tiredly. Of course they may or may not help keep Albus away from Harry. She sighed. Some small part of her hoped that she could escape with the boys. The rest of her said that while they could disappear into the magical world, she was likely stuck here. The idea made her feel deserted, like she had when Lily had slowly slipped into her wizarding world, leaving behind a lonely sister. Petunia straightened and told herself sternly to stop moping. Dudley and Harry could be made safe, and she would have to see to herself as best she could. She was no coward, and she was definitely smarter than Vernon or Marge. Harry and Dudley stopped reading the book long enough to fetch a pad of paper and pen to write down questions and topics for further research. The history of Hogwarts was quite interesting, as well as the stories of the original founders and the 4 houses that took their names from them. The top of their list was, of course, to learn more about the houses, so they could pick the best one. They were greatly disappointed to read about the Sorting Hat. It picks for us. Dudley griped. What if it puts us in different places? It sounds like we would still see a lot of each other, maybe we can ask it to put us together. Harry frowned and added that question to the list. They were barely halfway through the first chapter when Petunia came out of Vernon's study with a stack of papers and a duffel bag. There are both of your birth certificates and my guardianship papers for you, Harry. She explained while putting the papers in a section of the duffel, and zipping it up. There are also papers giving guardianship of each of you to Severus. He can protect you the best, I think, and I think he's one of the few that can outwit Albus Dumbledore." The boys nodded solemnly. Petunia pulled out the zippered clutch. "This has all my valuable jewelry in it. There is a list of all of them, and what we paid for them, so you'll have an idea of what they are worth." Petunia stashed the purse in the duffel bag. There is also a money bag in the back of the bottom drawer of the file cabinet in Vernon's study. It has a large amount of money in it. If you must leave quickly, and I can't go with you, take this duffel bag and the money with you. Petunia put the pad of paper with Severus' address on it in the duffel. "You'll have to take a bus to Birmingham, and then another to Liverpool, from there take a taxi to Hale. You may need to ask directions to Spinner's End when you get there." Petunia sighed unhappily. She didn't like to imagine two 10-year-olds needing to take this journey alone. "You'll need to try to disguise yourself a bit, and pay for the tickets with cash, so they can't trace you with the ATM card." "What's the point of the card if we can't use it?" Dudley grumbled. "For really bad emergencies, when we don't care if they trace us." Harry guessed. "We'd just have to change locations, again after we're safe, right?" "Yes, and use it before you leave London. Don't use it after you leave London unless you are in danger. Vernon doesn't have any limits on daily withdrawal. So make several withdrawals at different machines. Take about £500 each time, that shouldn't set off any alarms. Do it until it won't allow it anymore. Hopefully that will give you enough money to keep you very comfortably until Hogwarts." Petunia looked at them seriously. "I don't know how well off Severus is, he may need a bit of help feeding and clothing two growing boys." The boys looked more resolute and determined. "Now, we'll each get a duffel like this one, and I want you to have some changes of clothing and whatever you will need if we have to leave here quickly. Keep the bags in a safe place, where you can grab it easily." Petunia forced a smile onto her face. She was uncomfortably aware that the boys very well might be making this trip alone. "Hopefully we'll be able to keep things going smoothly here for a time. The longer the better, of course. Once Vernon knows we intend to get your magic back, or even if we get it back and hide it, when the Hogwarts letter arrives for you as well as Harry, the jig will be up. So, at best we have a year. But, most likely we have much less. I actually doubt this will last the summer." Petunia looked at the boys, they were nodding in agreement. "I'll bet Dad contacts Aunt Marge right away, and she'll arrive to help bash us back into place." Dudley said this quite matter-of-factly. Petunia and Harry both winced. Yes, a visit from Marge was likely to occur, just as soon as Vernon thought of it. The week that followed the Dursley shake-up went fairly smoothly. Vernon awakened every morning, having thought of new reasons that the freak should go back in his cupboard and try to persuade Dudley that he didn't want to share with freaks, and urge him to, "Eat up boy, you're wasting away." After a week of healthy eating and daily laps at the pool for Dudley and Harry, and the pair had been giving each other high fives, Dudley had lost 5 pounds and Harry had gained 2. After Vernon would stomp off to work in frustration, Petunia and the boys would sort through Lily's box. There had been more books, some were clearly over the boys' heads, but some were first-year books, according to the inscription on the inside covers. The boys always took a couple of the books to the pool with them. The pad of paper had a lot of questions on it after a few days. Petunia spent mornings shopping for new clothing and healthy food. For the two boys, at least that was the excuse she gave Vernon. She was slowly taking chunks of money from the account, under the cover of buying presents for Dudley's birthday that was in the first week of July, next week. She had found an ad with a home gym for sale, new, cheap. Indeed, it was still in the box and the man still had the receipt. She paid only 1/4 what it was worth and the man delivered it. She pocketed the difference and split the money between the boys' duffel bags. They now had several £100s with each of them, for an emergency. The boys were thrilled with the equipment, and set it up immediately. Even Vernon looked at it with mixed feelings, pleasure that Dudley was doing something manly, and displeasure that Harry got to share it. Harry now had a new wardrobe of clothing. She was careful to buy Dudley things as well, and had done it slowly, over several days. The boys had come with her the first day, so she could size them, and to get new swimsuits. She had winced at Harry's thinness and Dudley's clear need to tone down. Once she had their measurements, she had dropped them at the pool with money to buy the summer passes for all 3 of them. She had hit as many sales as the clothing was half, Vernon only turned slightly purple at new clothing for Harry. Her best deal had been finding a store with expensive trainers that were buy one, get one free. Harry's eyes had lit up at the sight of them. His delight had made her a bit tearful. Afternoons for the boys had been spent going through Dudley's room and closets. Dudley had found several boxes worth of clothing that had never been worn, mostly gifts from Marge, who seemed to think he was still 5 years old. Better still, they still had tags on them. They had handed these to Petunia with glee, and she had returned them to the various stores with a grin. Getting a good-sized packet of money from Marge without Marge knowing it made her day. Dudley had gone through the rest of the clothing ruthlessly, discarding anything that was too small for him to ever get back into and things that he simply would never want to wear, usually bought by Marge. This left just clothing he could and would wear, and some clothes he hoped to be able to wear again soon. This had taken 3 afternoons to accomplish. Then they tackled the belongings. There were soon boxes of toys that were broken to discard, and boxes of toys to donate that he no longer played with. His room was so organized that he and Harry found it a bit creepy. "It just doesn't look like my room, Harry," Dudley whispered. "Don't worry, we'll get out a board game with a lot of pieces, later, and it'll look messy enough again," Harry consoled him. Dudley looked oddly relieved at the thought. Harry sat in his room quietly just before turning out the light. The past week had been amazing. The new clothes and plenty of food were great, but the real upside had been knowing that his aunt and cousin liked him and no longer thought him a freak. Hearing about his parents had been wonderful. Sometimes he had wondered if he and Aunt Petunia were really related, the way he was treated. The pictures had made it all real. Aunt Petunia had smiled as she gave the two of them the trainers. "I'll try to have a nice party this year for you, Harry. I hope to find you both good presents tomorrow. I have a surprise for you. I finally found the leaky cauldron, in London. But how will we do that? It's Saturday, Dad will expect us to be home." Dudley was excited at the thought of visiting the magical world, but didn't see how they could get away with it. "I knew we would want to make this trip for this weekend. I bought overnight guest tickets to that golf resort in Bristol Vernon likes. I got them under someone else's name, and said they were for a fundraiser. I'll tell Vernon I won them at a bazaar. He's sure to take that Jensen fellow from work he wants to impress." Petunia explained all this with a smug smile. She was enjoying outwitting Vernon. She had sold a necklace to fund this, but it was worth it, and she sensed time was running out. Harry had looked at her shrewdly. He knew a desperate move when he saw one. As he sat there on the bed, he wondered what was prompting such a ploy. He knew that the dark cloud of, "What will Vernon do when he finds out?" was hanging over all their heads. But he found comfort in the fact that it was now the 3 of them together, instead of him feeling alone against difficult odds. Harry settled down and shut off the light. He would worm it out of Aunt Petunia tomorrow. Petunia was sitting in the almost dark kitchen staring at a letter, later that night. She had never written anything half as difficult as this. She had not spared herself in the writing of it. She had wept a bit at times. Thank God Vernon had trotted off to bed after jabbering on the phone to Jensen about the tickets. They would be off before dawn so they could golf all day. She could not have borne questions from anyone at this point. The letter was to Severus and she had ruthlessly told him everything that had occurred since Harry's arrival on her doorstep. She had excused nothing, and revealed every slap, every neglect and most of all everything Albus had not done when he became aware of it. She had then begged, literally, for his help for Harry and Dudley. She had told him that Albus had bound her son's magic. She knew that would appall any wizard. In the end she had even invoked Lily's memory, told him that Harry was not nearly as much James's son as he was Lily's and pleaded for him to take guardianship of them both. She knew that with Vernon and Marge's huge network of friends she could never hide from Vernon, but the boys wouldn't be found in the wizarding world by them. She explained the abuse she also faced, knowing he likely would wince at the reminder of what his mother had endured. She had finally closed the letter with a last plea for help. Writing all this down had made her relive it all, and she felt drained, but strangely free. She knew that Lily's Severus would not fail to help. Petunia had been too wound up to sleep well, and she had awakened even before Vernon. Vernon had been almost pleasant with only a token sneer that she would have all day to coddle her freaky nephew. That had given her pause. Harry was now her nephew. She expected he would soon totally turn on her, as well. Marge would not be far behind. Petunia guessed Marge would suggest throwing both her and Harry out, and he would comply. He would likely boast about when Marge would be arriving, that would be when they would need to leave. Hopefully Severus would have received her letter before then. Vernon had said he would not be back until very late on Sunday night. She made a breakfast for the boys and called them down. They ate quickly and got ready, and then they loaded up some of Lily's books and got in the car. They had their pad of questions and topics. Petunia had said there was a bookstore in Diagon Alley, and they intended to find a few books to answer some of their questions, particularly books on the founders and the four houses. Petunia drove as fast as she dared into London, and parked near the Lakey Cauldron. She got out a big scarf, and large tinted glasses. She covered her hair, disguising herself as best she could without making it too obvious. She got out a floppy hat for Harry to wear that would cover most of the messy hair, and cover the scar. This gave him enough of a different appearance that anyone that had known James Potter wouldn't immediately know who he was. They entered the ancient pub and conversation immediately ceased. She strode as confidently as she could to the bar where Tom stood, eyeing them. Petunia greeted him and smiled as warmly as she could. "Good day. My son and nephew will be attending Hogwarts when they turn 11. We were hoping to do some shopping in Diagon Alley today for books and things, to prepare of course. I have no magic, myself, would you be so kind as to open the door for us?" Petunia was relieved when Tom immediately agreed with a kindly smile. She was even more relieved when he barely glanced at the boys. Tom led them out the back door into an alley hidden from the London street. He tapped on the stones and the boys gaped in odd astonishment at the arched opening to Wizarding World. Tom smiled and said, "Have one of the boys say, 'Open,' when you need to leave. The door will respond to anyone with magic from the other side." Petunia nodded her thanks and they entered Diagon Alley. The trio entered Diagon Alley, happily looking around at the shops. The shops weren't terribly busy, shopping for Hogwarts wouldn't start until next month. Early Saturday morning was well before any business rushes would begin in Diagon Alley. Petunia had made a list of places to visit. They would need wizarding money first, and luckily she remembered Gringotts clearly. She had come with Lily and her parents to Diagon Alley before each Hogwarts year until Lily's 5th year, and their estrangement had really begun. Petunia couldn't remember what they had really argued about, but it had led to a lot of huffiness, and Petunia had decided she had better things to do than drag around after Lily. She reminded the boys about the goblins, but they just looked eager instead of frightened, so in they went. Petunia hid her wince at the sight of the rather frightening creatures, and walked with the boys up to the counter. She had brought a fair amount of money to be exchanged. The boys could still keep what they didn't spend for another time. The goblin did the exchange, and she had to just hope the rate wasn't too bad. Luckily the goblin gave her a featherlight money bag for free, as a new customer. She managed to thank them with some sincerity, and the boys took turns carrying the weightless bag and exclaiming, "Cool." Petunia had decided that the robe shop would be next. They would fit in better, and the boys would need the robes later. So they stopped in Madame Malkin's to be outfitted. The boys wrinkled their noses a bit, but they had read of the wizarding robes and were determined to find something that was at least a little masculine. One of the shop girls came over, smiling, and Petunia requested, "Some everyday, but nice robes for the boys." Petunia hesitated then asked to see, "Whatever robes you have already made that would fit her." The boys were trying on robes that weren't too girly, and looking at capes. Petunia found a nice robe in a dark blue that wouldn't look too out of place if she wore it home. She got a bag for her muggle clothes, and the boys, of course, wore their robes over their clothes, and they went out into the street feeling much more confident. Petunia needed to find the wizarding equivalent of the post office to send Severus the letter by owl. If she sent it the muggle way, he might never get it, or he might never bother opening it. If she sent it by owl, she would be sure he at least got it, and he likely would open it out of sheer curiosity of what could panic her into using anything magical. The bookstore was right next to Malkin's, and they would likely be able to direct her. She and the boys walked over to Flourish and Blots, and the boys went straight to an assistant and started going down the list of topics. Petunia went to the counter and asked about the postal owls. She was sure that was what Lily had called them. The clerk gave the directions, and Petunia thanked her. "Boys, will you stay here, pick out some books, don't go overboard though." Petunia leaned down and whispered to Harry. Be sure to not mention your name, like we discussed. She repeated the admonition to Dudley, as well. They went back to deciding which books about the founders were the most interesting, and most likely to be truthful. Petunia followed the directions down the street, and found the postal owls. A bored-looking clerk helped her pick out a fast owl, and for a fee spelled her to only give the letter to Severus Snape. The clerk looked surprised at the name, Severus Snape. The potions master teaching at Hogwarts. You know him? Petunia asked in surprise. Not personally, but anyone attending Hogwarts for the last 8 years does. He answered with a smile. The owl was freed and sped off to the northwest. She sighed and hoped all this worked out. She turned and walked back to the bookstore, and stared in dismay. The boys already had quite a stack of books piled up. She looked at their sheepish grins. Pick out 5 for each of you, and we'll go, she said firmly. It took a few minutes, but they narrowed their choices down and the books were paid for and bagged. They got lunch at one of the sidewalk cafes. The boys spent more time watching the fascinating people walking by than they did eating. She let the boys lead the way as they wandered down the street. The magical menagerie was eagerly explored. She had to tell them, another time, regarding acquiring a familiar. Aesop's Owl Emporium was also explored. They were eager to learn how the owl letter system worked, and a book on owls was bought while they were there. The Quidditch store she refused to let them enter, save it for the next trip. She knew they would never be able to stop talking about the sport if she turned them loose in there. With their luck Vernon would overhear it. On their way out, they ate supper in the Leaky Cauldron. The patrons there were as interesting as the ones inside Diagon Alley. They boys were finally exhausted and half asleep as they walked by the time they returned to Charing Cross Road and found the car. Harry and Dudley tried to read a bit of the new books, but they soon drifted off and slept all the way home. Petunia spent the drive praying that the letter was enough to sway Severus. She well knew that it was nearly impossible to turn him from a path once he was set on it. The news that Severus was working at Hogwarts was not good. But, she kept telling herself, his devotion to Lily would supersede any hold Dumbledore had on him, she hoped. Severus was enjoying his very quiet and student-free home on Spinner's End. Lucius always looked appalled when he visited, but that was half the fun of inviting him. He had ensured the quiet by buying, one by one, all the tiny houses attached to either side, and the row in back as well. He always intended to knock them down and expand, or level the ones in back to make a garden. He had never gotten around to it. During the summers he kept drifting off in a book he had put off reading the entire school year. Or doing the research he couldn't complete while teaching morons. Or visiting Lucius to help him in annoying Narcissa, and teach Draco how to sneer properly. The list of things to do other than renovate was endless. He had finally taken Lucius up on the offer to sell him a house elf. He didn't want to bother cleaning or cooking. Perhaps during the school year he could have the elf do the renovations. He would have to be very specific in what he wanted done, though. Elves could get very odd ideas about what was interesting architecture. Tinker. Severus summoned the elf. I know it's late, but just a simple supper would be good. The little elf beamed. I has a stew and fresh bread ready, Master Snape. Excellent, you're an amazing cook. Severus managed a smile for the enthused elf. It was kept quite happy with the few chores he had for it, and remembering an occasional compliment. He couldn't understand why Lucius had such a problem with them. But Lucius had always insisted on ruling with an iron fist. Severus finished the delicious stew and bread, and told Tinker it had been the very best. The elf retired sniffling in joy. There was a tapping on the back window, where owls were to arrive. He groaned. It was either Lucius or Albus. Either of them contacting him at this time of night was bad news. He opened the window and to his surprise a very expensively fast-looking postal owl hopped in and held a leg out to him. He eyed it suspiciously and waved his wand over the letter, checking for curses and jinxes. The owl had the nerve to roll her eyes and hoot impatiently. Severus took the letter and gave the owl a few treats before sending her off. Severus looked the letter over, and straightened in shock at the return address. Petunia. And she had used a magical owl to contact him. Unbelievable, and likely to contain bad news. Damn it. He acchioed the bottle of fire whiskey and a glass after sitting with the letter in his hand. He drained half a glass remembering Petunia and Lily as the girls he had first met, which led inevitably to remembering the bitterly resentful Petunia he had last seen. Of course that meant he had to relive Lily's rejection, and his own betrayal. He sighed and opened the letter. Nothing inside it could be worse than his own memories. He was wrong. Severus read through the letter with increasing horror and incredulity. Then he read it again, more slowly. This couldn't be right. Lily's son was being abused and neglected, and Albus knew of it. Vernon was battering his wife. Albus had bound a child's magic, even with one parent's consent. He took a big gulp of fire whiskey. He knew that Albus had discovered that the Dark Lord had made Horcruxes. Albus had said many times that Harry was their only hope. Severus was glad now that he always let Albus yak his head off whenever he wanted to discuss plans for when the Dark Lord returned. He knew now what Albus meant by toughening Harry up. Severus had thought Albus had meant after Hogwarts. Apparently Albus meant it to begin before Harry could talk in complete sentences. Don't coddle the boy, I need a warrior, and boys need discipline. Severus dropped the letter and finished the drink. Yes, he would help Petunia. The question was, to find the right way. Albus was not a wizard to be easily outwitted. He smiled slowly. He did love a challenge, and this one would help clear part of his debt to Lily. Severus had spent part of the night deciding where to start with solving the problem Petunia had presented him with. He had decided it was a multiple-layer problem. First, they needed to be away from Surrey, and therefore needed somewhere else to live. Second, they needed to be out from under Albus and Vernon's control. That one needed to be taken care of with divorce and/or guardianships. Third, keeping Harry out of Albus' control, and possibly out of his sphere of influence. Severus wasn't sure how that would be accomplished. Severus finally got some sleep, dreaming of dragons and phoenixes. Weird. Meanwhile Petunia had hustled 2 bundles of Sleepy Boy up to their respective beds. Now that her letter was off, she was almost sick with anxiety that Severus either would ignore her letter, or worse give it to Albus. Her certainty in Severus was shaky, now that she was waiting for his answer. So much depended on him. Petunia slept very fitfully, and awakened to Harry and Dudley standing at her bedside already scrubbed and dressed with her breakfast of waffles and fruit on a tray. This perked up her spirits better than anything else could. Whatever Severus decided and whatever happened, her boys would be okay. She was a bit later than usual into the shower and into her clothing after the excellent breakfast, but it felt good to laze a bit. The boys were deep in the heart of Lily's books and their new books, spread over Dudley's floor. They had never been so studious. She went downstairs to get a strong cup of tea. Severus awakened with a groan, and opened one eye at a squeak at the side of the bed. Tinker stood at the bedside with a beaming smile and a hangover potion held out to him. Severus thanked him profusely and downed the vial. Tinker popped away to start breakfast while Severus waited for the potion to work. Severus had thought long and hard about a good place to locate Potter and his Dursleys. After breakfast he apparated to a recent student's home. Rigel Blackpool had graduated 2 years ago. He was an assistant healer to the Welsh Dragon Reserve. He owed his job to Severus, tireless tutoring to pass all the testing with the highest marks in decades, leapfrogging over applicants that had been trying for years to get into that position. Rigel greeted Severus with surprise, and looked at him in inquiry. "I will need your assistance and discretion, but I can promise it will be worth your while," Severus said, with a serious look. "I owe you a great deal, what can I help you with?" Rigel answered just as seriously. "I need to purchase a home. A very private anonymous home for friends that are escaping an intolerable situation. No one can know they are here, and your silence may very well be tested," Severus cautiously explained. "There are several empty houses in the outlying areas, not many people want to actually live here next to dragons. A lot of people flow into their jobs. You likely can take your pick." Rigel was curious about these friends' identities, but he was determined to show his mentor that he knew how to display discretion. "The person handling the dispersal of the houses lives here." Severus thought quickly, the fewer people who knew he was involved, at this stage the better. "If you can show me the houses now and quickly it would be best. I can pick out an appropriate one and then I will need you to be an intermediary in buying it. I'd rather no one know that I am buying the house." "No one at all," Severus repeated himself in flat tones that let Rigel know how imperative this was. Rigel nodded slowly. Professor Snape was very serious about this, indeed. "Yes, I know where all of them are." The pair of them scuttled around to the houses, avoiding all the other occupants of the reserve. Severus had chosen the Dragon Reserve because Wales, like Scotland, was still under the British Wizarding Ministry, but the reserve itself was overseen by the International Federation of Wizards, which Albus was no longer the head of. The heads only stayed in power for 10 years. The present head was not a fan of Dumbledore, and this may, at some point, be important. The people of the Dragon Reserves were very private, and this also factored into his decision, as well. If Rigel told them an abused family on the run was hiding, they would close ranks around them. Since Albus would be looking for a Muggle woman and 2 boys, he would likely only look in the Muggle world. He hoped that Albus would not even think to look here on the Dragon Reserve. He quickly looked at the houses. Several were too small, and one was too run down. 2 were a good size. He chose the one furthest out that was fairly big. It also had a big walled garden, which the boys could roam in. For a while they might have to stay hidden, and having the garden to run in would be a lifesaver for the boys, in that case. This is the one, Rigel. I will send a vault draft to you, it will be to you, and then you will pay the owner. Have them send the final papers through you. I know the reserve director will want to know who the occupants are. Tell him that it is a woman, and her children who are fleeing her husband who was abusing them. Severus told the horrified Rigel. Rigel immediately nodded in eager agreement. Severus smiled. He was sure he could count on Rigel's help in this. He left Rigel to seal the deal, and flowed back home. Petunia spent most of Sunday taking headache medication while she paced nervously in the kitchen, thinking up arguments to convince Severus to help them. She would occasionally look in to watch the boys scour the books for information on the 4 houses and the founders. They now had a large chart, divided into 4 quarters labeled with each house name and the pros and cons for being in each. Upon peering closely at the wizarding pictures, they had been able to see that Harry's parents had been in Gryffindor, and Severus had been in Slytherin. Those 2 houses now were at the top of the list of their favorites. They had a new pad of paper with questions specifically for Severus when he arrived. Now that they knew he was teaching at Hogwarts in potions, they had looked up potions and potions masters in their books, and Harry had found it fascinating. Dudley thought it sounded too much like cooking, but Harry found cooking quite enjoyable, especially now that he could eat what he made. Petunia had told them she had sent the letter, and that she had told Severus that any time after 9 a.m. on a weekday would be good. The boys were eager to meet Severus, sure that he would agree to help. Dudley and Harry, at least, were staunch in their faith that Lily's friend would not leave them to sink. Late in the evening Petunia sent them to bed with instructions to put the books and charts away safely. The boys had found that the money bag had something called wizard space, and would hold all the magic books, even Lily's old ones and the albums, so they were placed in there, and up on a shelf in Dudley's room. Harry and Dudley were peacefully sleeping and dreaming of castles and of flying when Vernon arrived home. Vernon was jovial and full of self-importance on his arrival. He had found a new client and concluded the deal while on the last 2 holes of a difficult golf course on Saturday. They had faxed the papers that afternoon and they would be on the department head's desk when he arrived at work tomorrow. This had impressed his friend Jensen very much, and he was invited to a big party later in the month. Petunia was about to retire when Vernon dropped his bomb. I assume Dudley's birthday party will be this weekend. Marge will arrive for a visit on Friday afternoon. His little piggy eyes watched her for a reaction. He was doomed to disappointment. Petunia had expected this, and simply smiled at him. Of course she will be here for his birthday, the room is ready for her, as always. Vernon looked pulled, but he shrugged and went into the kitchen for a late snack before bed. There were 2 people Severus wanted to see before going to Petunia's on Monday. One was Lucius, and the other was Albus. He decided to tackle the headmaster first, since that would affect how he handled Lucius. He apparated to Hogwarts gates and walked slowly to the castle. During the school year he could have flowed to his quarters, but the castle shut down all incoming flues but the main flow during summer, and it was controlled by Albus. It was simpler to just apparate, and walk. He didn't get to see the beautiful Scotland summer often, so the walk was well worth it. His excuse was the need for a couple of books for research, so he went to his quarters, and got them, knowing Albus would find him. Sure enough, as he pocketed the books, his flow flared. Severus. How unusual to see you during the summer. I assume books brought you. Albus smiled through the flames. You know me well, Albus. Severus said and held up the books in front of him. Come through, dear boy. You can have lunch with me. Albus beamed. Severus stepped through the flow, and sat at the table. The pair sat at the table and Albus chattered eagerly about the newest moron to occupy the Dada position. It should be obvious by now that the position was cursed. Severus thought he saw a possible opening to drag the subject Harry into their conversation. Do you know who you want to try to recruit for the following year? It's a very important year. Unspoken was the implication that it would be Harry's first year. Sure enough, Albus' eyes lit up. Yes, we must have a good Dada professor when Harry arrives. Professor Quirrell did well filing in last year when Professor Hallur, well, he did an excellent job. He's in Albania at present, studying the habits of some dark creatures there, vampires in particular, I understand. Severus curled his lip at Albus' description of Quirrell's abilities. They were only excellent in comparison to the last few decades of increasingly incompetent teachers. He still thought that since he carried the dark mark that the curse would overlook him, as an extension of the Dark Lord. Albus maintained it wouldn't, and was unwilling to chance it. Now and then he would apply for the job so they could argue about it again. Yes, he does seem to actually know the difference between a Grindylow and a hinky punk. Severus sneeringly referred to the professor who actually hadn't known. So there will be at least one good Dada teacher while Mr. Potter attends, then. Yes, young Harry must know how to defend himself. We both know Voldemort will return to Hogwarts when Harry does. Albus looked sternly at Severus. Your oath to protect Harry will likely be put into action. I will always protect Lily's child from whoever might try to harm him. Severus returned with a level look at Albus. Albus was a decent legilimens, but Severus had never had any difficulty hiding anything from him. Albus was only a mediocre occlumens. Worse, he rarely knew when someone as skilled as Severus slipped in. The prompts of Harry and harm had brought the memory of seeing to the charges of abuse that had required him to obviate the social workers. Albus had apparently thought that the monthly payment to Vernon would keep him from further abuse, and that Harry was just being raised, to not be a wimp. Since Albus had no children, he was a bit vague as to what that meant. Severus slipped out within seconds, thinking disgustedly about the expression that the road to hell was paved with good intentions. Albus' deep, focused commitment to seeing Voldemort permanently defeated precluded any consideration for the well-being of his tools. Severus had known that when he agreed to help him, but he had felt he was adult enough to deal with it. Harry hadn't agreed to any of this. Severus let Albus ramble a bit more, and then left, promising to have lunch again, soon, dear boy. Severus walked slowly to the Hogwarts gates, thinking over what he had learned and plotting how to use this to persuade Lucius to his way of thinking. He apparated from Hogwarts, straight to Malfoy Manor, and walked to the door. It was late afternoon in Wiltshire, and the gardens Severus walked through to get to the Malfoy mansion door were at their very best. The air was perfumed by the roses and other flowers that were blooming. Of course his analytical mind kept trying to catalogue all their uses in potions making, but he enjoyed the scent as well. The grounds always were spectacular, even the woods leading from the dirt road seemed planned, and the Malfoy greenhouses rivaled ones run by professionals. It made him wonder, at times, if Narcissa had once had ambitions other than to be a social lioness. A house elf opened the door before he could even knock, and led him to Lucius' study. Draco greeted Severus happily from a nearby sofa. Draco spent a lot of time in his father's study, the better to avoid his mother's uncertain temper and general unhappiness. Lucius greeted him with a calculating look in his eye. He undoubtedly had noted Severus' determined air, and wondered what he had planned. Having a longtime friend like Lucius had a few disadvantages, like the fact that they could read you like no one else could. They fixed tea and scones, and there was a bit of small talk. Severus was not sure how much arguing would be necessary to recruit Lucius. He was glad, now that he had lost his temper with Albus a year and a half ago. Albus had refused to let Severus talk to his Slytherins about the Dark Lord, and sway them away from him. It would blow Severus' cover. Albus seemed all too willing to sacrifice the entire Slytherin house to keeping him in place to resume his role as a spy. In a fit of rage, Severus had spent the weekend at the Malfoys, gleefully informing Lucius that the Dark Lord had once been Tom Riddle, half-blooded Hogwarts student. Severus had pensieved all the memories of Albus Dumbledore, showing him information about Tom's childhood for him to view. Lucius had watched them and roared loud objections and accusations of making it all up. Lucius had spent most of the following year trying to debunk it all, instead of which he had verified it and found even more evidence. After Lucius had sulked at the bottom of a fire whiskey bottle for a few days, he had finally invited Severus back over for a weekend. Lucius had slandered Voldemort's name in every way possible, with Severus agreeing with all the insults and adding a few of his own, and both of them liberally using the word hypocrite in reference to the Dark Lord. Lucius had finally accepted that the two strongest wizards in Britain were half-bloods, both Voldemort and Albus. Voldemort's father was a Muggle, and Albus' mother was a Muggleborn. Now Harry Potter was joining the list. His mother was a Muggleborn, and he had somehow destroyed Voldemort. Lucius was unfortunately married to a rather fanatical pureblood, and he did tire many times of listening to her rants, especially when she reminded him that the Malfoys may be rich, but their haughty bloodlines were only a few centuries from Muggleborn blood. Lucius had smugly let Narcissa know that the Dark Lord that her family had slavishly served, and that her family had talked Abraxas and Lucius into following to enhance their standing with the purebloods, was only a half-blood himself. Narcissa had screamed herself hoarse, frightening Draco, and making Lucius laugh. Narcissa had left for several weeks to Draco and Lucius' relief, apparently to verify what Lucius had said. Lucius had left out who had told him about Tom Riddle, letting Narcissa believe Lucius had just been investigating on his own. Lucius was, as far as Severus could tell, just in the right frame of mind to recruit to Harry's cause, whether Albus liked it or not. Severus asked Draco to give he and his father a few moments alone, come back in an hour. Draco nodded agreeably and left. Lucius, I have a project you may be interested in, and I definitely need your help. Severus baited the hook carefully. Since you know the truth about the Dark Lord, I'm sure you might be interested in looking elsewhere for alliances. Albus, Gryffindors reign supreme. Dumbledore is not my idea of an ally. He has had as tight a grip on you as the Dark Lord did. Lucius sneered. Well, the lack of crucios and no orders to torture and kill make it a bit easier to accept. Severus glared a bit, and Lucius dropped his gaze. Lucius had only rarely gotten cursed by Voldemort, who was well aware of where much of his money came from. No, there is a third alliance available. Lucius looked doubtful, but curious. Harry Potter is likely to come under my guardianship very soon. I will need your help to make sure that the headmaster does not interfere with that. Severus explained the letter he received, to the outrage of Lucius. He then explained about the home he was buying on the Dragon Reserve to house the fleeing trio in. You could become a person Harry looks up to, and Draco could become a friend to him. Lucius' eyes glittered as he savored the idea of being one of those at Harry Potter's side as he triumphed, likely a very trusted advisor to the boy who lived. He had no illusions that his son might be tough enough to become a killing machine like the Death Eaters needed to be. Harry Potter might be Draco's escape from that. Tell me what you need. Lucius smiled at Severus' lifted eyebrow. I might survive the Dark Lord's return, but Draco is not a Death Eater and Harry Potter could be his way out of this madness. Whatever will Narcissa say? Severus asked with a bit of malice in his tone. Narcissa had been a black and for them blood was everything. If Abraxas hadn't essentially bought her for his son, she had been slated to marry either Regulus or Sirius, her cousins. She still firmly believed in the more extremes of pureblood rhetoric, even if the Dark Lord had proved to have feet of clay. She had returned after Lucius' revelation a bit subdued. She had gone to her parents, and they had yelled and refused to believe even the obvious proof. She had confronted her Aunt Walburga and had been treated to a spectacular tantrum, and then the old cat had had a stroke and died. She had finally retreated to a state of willful ignorance to what Lucius had revealed. She won't stand in the way of Draco and I being on the winning side. If she does, she'll be spending the next few decades in our French chateau, visiting her European friends. Lucius answered with chill resolve. Severus nodded slowly. He had suspected that Draco would be the key to Lucius. Lucius had sharp survival instincts and had emerged from the first downfall of Voldemort with hardly a slap in the wrist, and was again in the good graces of most of the ministry. Even the Minister Fudge relied on him a great deal. Severus and Lucius knew, though, that Draco was not ruthless and would not be able to survive 5 minutes in the presence of the Dark Lord. I need to gather evidence that what Petunia said was true, and ensure that the guardianship she gives me is upheld. Severus said. Likely I will need a tutor for them for this coming year. I thought that perhaps Draco could share their lessons. Lucius smiled at Severus conspiratorially. It was a good plan to aid in Harry and Draco developing a friendship. The two men stood and shook hands. Get Harry on that reserve, and I'll ensure he stays there, Lucius said firmly. Severus arrived at home in time to receive a fire call from Rigel, and arrange a bank draft from Gringotts from Severus to Rigel. Rigel had said that the director of the reserve was happy to help the fleeing family, and would take Rigel's vouching for the buyer of the house. The papers for the house were in his hand by sundown, and Severus smugly ate a delicious meal with his best wine. He was profuse with his praise, and Tinker had been ecstatic. Severus told Tinker that he had bought a second house for friends to live in, and that he might need help cleaning and furnishing it. Tinker nodded eagerly. He was happy to be helping Master's friends. Monday dawned clear and bright, and Vernon had cheerfully eaten breakfast, while droning on about how nice it will be to have Marge visiting for the weekend. He goaded Harry relentlessly with Harry needing to get reacquainted with Ripper. Harry had not responded to anything Vernon said, to Vernon's disgust. Dudley had given his dad a level stare and mentioned that maybe he would make Ripper disappear to a nearby stray dog shelter. Vernon blustered a bit and finally was off to work. The three finished clearing the table and wandered into the living room. The boys were too restless to settle on the books. They were all hoping to hear from Severus. Why don't you go on to the pool? I'll stay here in case Severus comes. You need some distraction, Petunia urged them. They caved in quickly and raced out the door, leaving Petunia alone to brood and hope for the appearance of Lily's old friend. Severus approached the house with caution just before noon. He was sure that Albus had told him all the spells that were on the house, and so he could circumvent them. Years as a spy kept him cautious all the same. He wore his usual robes and simply cast a disillusionment on himself as he walked up to the door, and got rid of the spell. It did no good to knock on the door if the answering party couldn't see you. Petunia opened the door, and to Severus, appalled stare actually teared up at the sight of him. I'm so glad to see you, Severus. Please come in. She showed him into the living room and seated him on the sofa. You got the letter quickly, then. I sent it on Saturday. Yes, I must say it was an extreme surprise. Severus allowed a bit of censure to enter his voice. How did things get so out of hand? Vernon has been getting gradually worse for years. When Albus came a couple years ago, I thought he would stop it. Perhaps he thought he had. It started getting worse, again. His sister will be here Friday evening. She's as bad as have to be gone before then. Petunia put this in final tones. Well, I had hoped for more time, but I've a house bought where you can go. I'll try to get it furnished as quickly as possible, but it's totally bare at present. If you can hang on until Wednesday, I'll try to get at least the bare necessities into it. Severus managed a slight grin at her astonished relief. Where, Severus? Petunia asked, breathless with relief. On a dragon reserve in Wales. You're going to live with dragons. Severus grinned at her look of appalled horror. Well, the boys will be pleased. Petunia finally said, faintly. Severus stood. I should not stay too long. I'll be here Wednesday afternoon, say 3 o'clock. Petunia nodded and Severus left, after casting another disillusionment. Petunia leaned against the door and sighed. Dragons, they would be living with dragons. Well, they couldn't be worse than Marge. Tuesday morning Severus sat, perusing the guardianship papers Petunia had shoved into his hands just before he had left. She had obviously been too traumatized by the mention of dragons to discuss it, and just wanted him gone so that she could collapse. She and her lawyer had been quite meticulous. The papers would certainly hold up in any Muggle court. They would have held in the wizarding world as well, if it was any child other than the boy who lived. At least not with Albus Dumbledore as the head of the Wizengamot deciding what was best for the greater good. Severus shifted uncomfortably. The worst part of Albus was that he felt he was doing the right thing much of the time. This enabled him to overlook, or refuse to see the suffering of any one individual, or at least decide that a sacrifice had to be made. He had experienced that, himself quite frequently. Between his experiences as a student and the curses he had suffered from Voldemort while a spy, he was quite familiar with what Albus would allow to happen to those in his care. After he had turned from the Dark Lord, he had accepted any suffering as part of his penance, but he still found it difficult to accept the things that had happened to him when his only crime had been to be a Slytherin. He tossed down the papers. Harry was not going to become a sacrifice if he could help it. He followed Rigel and they went to Severus' new house. It was a bit dusty, and the back garden was overrun, otherwise it seemed in order. Rigel helped him set up the flow, and then he waved Rigel off to his work with profuse thanks. Severus quickly blocked the flow from receiving from other than his own flow on Spinner's End or from Malfoy Manor. He fire-called Lucius and he and Draco came through. Draco was hoping to catch sight of a dragon, and he quickly went to one of the windows. Lucius looked around and summoned several house elves. They eagerly started cleaning while the two wizards looked around. A good-sized house, 6 bedrooms upstairs, you said. They'll be able to have some guests, then. Large dining room, study and living room downstairs. I assume there's a kitchen back there, somewhere. Lucius said, appraising Ly. They peered down into the big cellar afterward. Not huge, but I suppose you could put a potions lab down there, if you wanted. Lucius grinned at Severus, eye rolling. Come on, I know that you never look at a cellar without assessing its worth as a lab. Well, hopefully, I won't need to be here enough to need a lab. Severus answered with a sniff. They made their way back to the large living room, where Draco was craning his neck to an uncomfortable angle to watch a dragon circling high above. The house elves had returned to Lucius after cleaning the rooms. We is done, Master Lucius. One of them said brightly. Very good. Lucius tried hard to be brief, but polite. Severus had good luck with his house elf by being flattering and polite. Lucius couldn't bring himself to flatter them, but he was trying politeness, and the elves seemed to be acting better. Narcissa could sneer all she liked, but he preferred the better service. Severus, we have a ton of old furniture in the attics. We can get you set up with that, at least. Severus nodded in relief. He could afford to buy it, but it would take time to purchase and set up. Yes, I need to bring them Wednesday, and I prefer to have something here. Lucius nodded in understanding. Candor, go to the attics and pick out a bedroom set to fit the master bedroom for the lady that is to live here. We also need to furnish 2 of the other bedrooms, the ones overlooking the garden, for the boys that are Draco's age. See if there is a dining room set that will fit the dining room here. When that's done, let me know. The elves nodded eagerly and popped away. The pair of wizards wandered out to the walled garden, with Draco following eagerly, to have a better look at the dragon. The garden was large, big enough for a large swimming pool and still hold a very big garden. The boys could run and play quite a bit here, Severus thought. Draco leaned his head back and watched the Welsh green fly high overhead, but still close enough to clearly see the wings, neck and tail. Candor and one of the other elves popped back, beside Lucius with happy smiles. Biddy and Larky are putting the furniture you ordered in the rooms and cleaning them. You need more. Thank you, yes, Lucius said with slightly clenched teeth, grimacing at the beaming smiles from the pair. Somehow it would be easier if they weren't so eager. A nice rug, and some sofas and chairs for the living area. Then check the kitchen and see what is needed. I'm sure that Malfoy Manor has extras. Make a list of anything still needed. I am willing to wager there are dozens of sets of dishes and flatware that don't have family crests on them stored away. Bring over some. The elves happily popped away again. Severus snickered at Lucius' aggravation and handed him a vial of headache potion. They are just too damn cheery, it makes me want to hex them. Lucius complained. Severus summoned Tinker, and sent him to diagonally to a shop for bed linens, and other sundries. The house was soon set up properly, only now needing occupants. Lucius was happy to lend a house elf. He had several that he had inherited from aunts, cousins, etc. The war had killed off some family lines completely, and house elves were bound to the family whether they liked it or not. Lucius thought and then sent for Dobby, the most unhappy elf he owned. The former owner had been a very eccentric cousin, and the elf was even worse. Dobby appeared with an unhappy cringe, pillowcase dingy in response to the elf's unhappiness. Dobby, I am ordering you to serve the family that will live here. You must not reveal that they live here to anyone in any way. Their safety depends on this. You will take care of them and follow their orders as my own. Dobby nodded frantically, but seemed relieved to be staying in the new house. The house is owned by Severus Snape, but the family is Petunia Dursley and her son Dudley and nephew Harry Potter. You will not reveal this to anyone. I is to take care of Harry Potter, sir. Dobby's eyes grew impossibly large. Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, and you will take very good care of them. Lucius reiterated. Dobby nodded eagerly again. Lucius and Draco flowed back to Malfoy Manor with Severus in tow for dinner. Narcissa was waiting with her usual frown, greeting Severus with a frosty air. They had decided not to triumphantly broadcast that they were helping Harry Potter until he was firmly established on the reserve. Draco had been sworn to silence. Draco was smug that he was in on an adult's secret, and helping with what seemed to be a very cunning plan. Draco eyed his parents and godfather. He had been torn for a time between his mother and father, but his mother had been acting more and more erratic at times. Plus, as he grew older and understood more, both his father and godfather had been giving him a lot of facts to think about. First, the very definition of pureblood. Most of the world recognized anyone with all four of their grandparents being magical was a pureblood. Britain used to be that way as well, with only a half-dozen families feeling differently. Most families welcomed a Muggle-born into the family line here and there, to strengthen things. A few days after that horrible blow-up about the Dark Lord, his father had hauled out the Malfoy family tree and the Black family tree. Lucius had shown him how the Malfoys had steadily infused their line with fresh blood on a regular basis, so their magic had stayed strong. They had always preferred to take in half-bloods whose parents had both been magical, so the children would still, under the usual definition, be considered purebloods. Nonetheless, the Malfoys had never allowed themselves to become inbred. Then they turned their attention to the Blacks. Draco winced a little at the sheer number of cousins and second cousins and other relatives marrying back into the family. Lucius pointed out all the ones with obvious madness, and the ones that were just eccentric. Then he listed all the squibs that were not on the family tree, and all the children who had died very young, that he suspected were squibs. Draco had thought that over, and when he had heard about the Dark Lord's hypocrisy, he decided that his father was quite correct in siding with Harry Potter. Draco had been thrilled to hear that Severus would be guardian to Harry Potter, and that he would have a chance to be friends with him. He was less thrilled about the Muggle-born cousin, but being polite to Harry Potter's cousin seemed a small price to pay for Harry's friendship. He was a bit envious that they would get to live in the Dragon Reserve. He sighed and looked back down at the soup he had been automatically spooning into his mouth. He couldn't have told anyone what kind of soup it had been. Draco smiled. Harry would arrive tomorrow. He hoped for an introduction by the weekend. Wednesday was a gloomy-looking day, with rain threatening and lightning in the distance. The boys had spent all Tuesday packing everything they hoped to take. They had stuck mostly with clothing and the books. Petunia had put the money bag from Vernon's study into the goblin's featherlight bag. They soon had all three duffels and the goblin bag by the front door just before noon. They were all eager to be gone. Harry and Dudley had been awestruck at the thought of living among dragons, and looked up dragons in their small stack of books. There was a little information, but not nearly enough to satisfy their curiosity. Harry felt happier than he could remember. They were leaving this horrid house, and going into the magical world, where he and Dudley belonged. Harry would finally really belong somewhere. The boys were fixing a lunch, while Petunia made some aid when they heard the door. The boys looked eager. "He's here early," Dudley crowed. Petunia, however, paled. Severus would never breach protocol by not knocking. Vernon had left Wednesday morning brooding thoughtfully. The whole lot of them were acting odd. Worse, they had seemed cheerful at times, and Petunia had not even been flustered by mention of Marge. Petunia was always intimidated by Marge. Marge had friends everywhere. Judges, lawyers, politicians, not extremely high level, but enough to give one pause. Then, as he was rooting around in a bedside table for a pen, he found some flyers, from one of those pesky women's shelters, what to take with you when you leave. This had annoyed him, but surely she wasn't planning to leave. Where would she go? She didn't have anyone to flee to that wasn't his friend first and foremost. He spent most of the morning mulling over clues. Surely Albus wouldn't help her. He'd made it clear he wanted Harry right where he was. Nonetheless, the clues were obvious. Petunia was leaving, and perhaps intended to take the two boys with her. He grew steadily angrier all morning. Petunia must have found help, somewhere. Finally he told his boss he wasn't feeling well and left for home at lunch. He checked the small snub-nosed pistol he kept in his car. This was all that freak's fault. He had likely bewitched both Petunia and Dudley. That was why they were acting so oddly. Well, he knew how to end that. Vernon arrived home, the gun tucked into his belt. As he entered the door, he could see the duffel bags at the door. His eyes glazed over red and his already raging temper boiled over. Harry, followed by Dudley, raced in with smiles that quickly changed to horror at the sight of him. Expecting someone else freak, Vernon screamed, swinging a fist into the side of Harry's head, knocking him into the wall, causing him to slump to the floor, stunned. "Don't!" Dudley yelled, pushing between the two and shoving at his surprised father. He backed up in shock. No one had challenged Vernon in years. Petunia ran in, arms outstretched. "Please, Vernon, don't make a scene for the neighbors." Hoping that would diffuse things. It didn't. "You're letting the freak run things, and now you think you can run off and take my son with you." Vernon roared. "He's not a freak, he's a wizard like me. I'll get my magic back, and we'll both go to the magic school. Neither of us are freaks." Dudley yelled right back, just before Vernon backhanded him. Dudley staggered back. Petunia stepped forward in front of them, and then also stopped. Vernon had pulled out the gun, and was trying to aim it at Harry, but Petunia was in front of both boys. "Don't, Vernon, there is no need for this. Please. I won't have a freak for a son, and I won't have that evil freak infecting him any longer." Vernon was waving the gun between the two boys, now, apparently unsure of whom he wanted dead more, Harry or the son that was defying him. He waved the gun once again at Dudley, yelling, "You'll obey me or—" Petunia panicked and pushed in front of her son, and Vernon stumbled back, and the gun went off. Vernon was shocked at the deafening noise and the sudden blossom of red spreading across the right side of Petunia's waist. He dropped the gun and fled, hearing his son wail as he caught Petunia as she fell to the floor and Harry's cry of anguish as he crawled to her side. Harry and Dudley heard the car peel out quickly. Petunia clutched a hand tightly to the wound. "Give me the phone and run, just like we planned. You need to get away before he comes back." Her voice was firm. "I'll be all right, but you need to get to safety. Severus will be waiting for you, now go." Harry nodded and pulled the shocked Dudley to his feet. "We'll get there, Aunt Petunia, I promise." They grabbed their duffels and the goblin bag and ran out the door, heading into the darkening afternoon. Harry and Dudley barely remembered to grab their duffels and the goblin bag as they fled out the door. Harry remembered to keep an eye out for Vernon as they ran down the street. Even if Vernon was arrested, if they stuck around, the police would likely call child services and they would be in Aunt Marge's tender care in no time. Harry was feverishly thinking of how to get to London to take the bus to Birmingham. He discarded the idea of asking an adult for help, but then a desperate idea took hold. Turk was the only boy in the whole of Magnolia Crest and the nearby streets with a worse reputation than Dudley and his gang. However, he was old enough to drive and had a beat-up car of his own. Harry also remembered that Turk's father had been abusive before he'd been sent to jail. Hopefully he would be sympathetic and bribable. Harry hauled the silent Dudley down a few alleys, hopefully beneath the notice of the neighbors. They slipped around a corner and he saw with relief that Turk was outside, waxing his car. Harry stood at the corner of the house and said, "Hey, Turk," and motioned the boy over. Turk ambled over, the spiked hair and nose ring looking especially intimidating today. "What's up, Potter?" He raised an eyebrow at the swiftly bruising face and duffel bag. He had been about to remark that Potter was too young to run off, when he noticed Dudley with an equally bruised face and matching duffel. So, the older Dursley had turned on his own, as well. "Uncle Vernon's gone mad, and Aunt Petunia wants us to go to a friend's house. We need a ride to the London bus station. We can pay you." Harry searched Turk's face. He was obviously sympathetic, but wary of trouble. "No one will suspect we went to you. We'll keep ducked down until we're away from here." Turk thought a moment and nodded. The boys hustled into the back seat with the bags and kept down. Turk motored down the street slowly, to avoid notice, and was startled to see several police cruisers and an ambulance with a crowd of neighbors around the Dursley residence. He peered over the back of the seat in inquiry. "Vernon hurt Aunt Petunia. We were supposed to escape together, but we'll have to make our way alone, to our friend's house." Harry decided to skip the part about the shooting, in case Turk got cold feet. Turk nodded and kept going. The drive was made mostly in silence, with an occasional query from Dudley. "You think she'll be okay, Harry?" Harry always said yes as positively as he could. They made it to the bus station without difficulty, and then Harry thought it would be better to not have two youngsters buying the tickets. The ticket seller might remember them with their bruised faces. For a bit extra, the willing Turk bought the tickets and wished them well. Turk drove off hoping they made it. Harry pulled Dudley through the huge station, and then remembered. "Dudley, get out that debit card, there are ATMs everywhere. Your mum said to not use it after we leave London, so now's your chance." Dudley's eyes lit with a vindictive light, and they went down the lengthy walk and hit every ATM available, shoving the money into the goblin bag. They made it to the bus just in time, boarding with lowered faces, hoping no one noticed the bruises. Harry looked at Dudley's watch. It was well past 3 p.m. he saw. He sat back with a sigh. He hoped that Mr. Snape knew they were on the way to his house, and that they had been unable to wait on Privet Drive for him. Severus looked across the street at the police cruisers and yellow crime scene tape with incredulous horror. What could possibly have happened? He double-checked his muggle clothing, and edged up to an elderly woman who was watching avidly. He pegged her as a gossip. "Whatever happened, do you know?" he asked in unfeigned interest. "Ooh, that horrid Mr. Dudley has shot his wife and kidnapped his son and nephew." The woman answered with relish, and causing Severus' heart to drop to his feet. "They took Mrs. Dursley off to the hospital. She was in a bad way." "Did they see him leave with the boys?" Severus asked. "Well, no, but they aren't at the house, and nowhere in the neighborhood. He must have taken them." She answered logically. Severus almost fainted with relief. He knew that Petunia had had an escape plan in place. With any luck, the boys were on the way to Severus' home. He winced at the idea of the two boys making their way across much of England on their own, but at least they weren't in Vernon's clutches. Of course he needed to make sure they got away. "Where did they take Mrs. Dursley?" Severus asked as casually as he could. "Surrey General is the closest," she answered, losing interest in him. Severus slowly cast his senses around the area. He had the necessary gift and power level to sense other wizards, and if he cared to expend the effort, he could sometimes identify them as well. Albus had thought that his ability as a legilimens aided him in this, that although he could not sense their thoughts, Severus could feel their minds at least dimly, and this told him that they were wizards, and if he knew them he could identify them. Severus was finally satisfied that there were no wizards present, so Albus had not been alerted as yet. The wards must still be up, so Petunia must be alive. Hopefully this episode would not prove fatal, but the longer she stayed alive and kept Albus unaware, the better. He carefully ambled away after extracting enough of an image from the old woman's mind to coordinate apparition to the hospital. The old woman had spent a great deal of time last year there with her late husband, so he went straight to the alcove of the chapel, luckily empty, so he didn't have to obliviate anyone. Severus wandered down the hall following signs to emergency services. An inquiry to a passing nurse revealed that Mrs. Dursley was just coming out of surgery, and directions to there were given. Severus wandered down the halls, wincing at the amount of noise that seemed required to stay alive in the Muggle world. He found the post-surgical waiting room, and a quick glance through the receptionist's mind while asking about visiting showed where the post-operative recovery room was. He ducked into a lavatory and waved a spell at his clothing, and soon had scrubs on that seemed to match what he had seen. Severus strode purposefully into the recovery room, and straight up to the stretcher Petunia was occupying. He picked up the chart and perused it while eyeing Petunia as well. He pulled the curtain enough to hide himself, and discreetly cast an avoidance charm to keep the doctors and nurses away for a bit. Petunia had several IV lines and blood infusing, but she still looked pale as death. The chart said the bullet had severed her liver. Not good. They had slowed the bleeding, but had been unable to totally stop it. Apparently they had to wait and see if her body could take care of the rest of the damage. Damn it. Even in the magical world such an injury was bad news. One had to hope they could get to a healer before they bled out. Potions would help, but they required a magical core to work with. A potion's mastery did require some healing knowledge, and Severus had, of personal necessity, learned more than actually required. Many times he had to take care of injuries inflicted by the Dark Lord on himself and Lucius. Severus did a quick scan. Her blood levels were alarming low, and the bleeding still slowly continued. He carefully cast a charm to encourage the damaged tissue to knit back together, but it seemed to not do a great deal. Another charm urged her bone marrow to make more blood, but it was very little against the loss she was experiencing. He cast a very mild enervate on her, and her eyes fluttered open. Severus, she whispered. Are Dudley and Harry all right? I sent them off to you. They escaped Vernon, then. It's only been a few hours, they aren't at Spinner's End, yet. He answered. She nodded slowly. Vernon ran out and drove off after shooting me, and I told the boys to go to you. I'll find them and keep them safe. You rest, now. Severus watched her eyes close and then took down the avoidance charm and, keeping in his doctor role, told a nurse to give the patient more blood. Couldn't she see the levels were still low? Severus then apparated back to Spinner's End and paced irritably. He fire-called Lucius, and told the horror-struck wizard the tale, so he wouldn't have to be the only one worrying. Lucius flowed through immediately and joined him in pacing. How long will it take them to get here? Should we look for them? Lucius fretted. I don't know how they are getting here. Bus, train, plane, I don't know where to look. Petunia said Harry was resourceful and clever. Severus grimaced. If I alert authorities in either world, I'll risk losing them entirely. I have people who can look discreetly. Lucius said. I would give them until tomorrow. Severus said slowly. I don't want the trail to be too cold, but Petunia had set up their escape. If they stick to the plan she had, all may be well. Lucius nodded and flowed back to Malfoy Manor, leaving Severus to fret alone. Vernon drove insanely fast to a liquor store, panting with anxiety. He ran in and grabbed a large bottle of scotch and went back to his car, mind racing. What happened? Surely he hadn't just shot Petunia. He gulped at the bottle, and fumed. This was the freak's fault, again. He sat in the car and gulped most of the bottle down. He finally decided to drive home, wherever that was. It was his house, damn it, he could go there if he wanted to. He seemed to have trouble remembering where the house was, and somehow ended up on a busy highway, driving a bit faster than he should have. The curve coming up he misjudged and the car smashed through the guardrail, and flipped several times. It was too bad Vernon had forgotten the seatbelt. Vernon never made it to the hospital alive. Albus had been gone most of Wednesday, and returned to Hogwarts late in the evening. He perused some paperwork and did not notice the changing color of a crystal paperweight immediately. The usual green color had gone yellow, and then cycled into the orange spectrum, never quite going red. The flickering finally caught his attention and he sat up straighter. Something was wrong at Privet Drive. Albus hustled through his office floor to the leaky cauldron and apparated to an alleyway near the Dursley home. What could have happened? Leaving Harry Potter with Petunia and her family had been the best choice. He would grow up strong, not spoiled or coddled. He'd been concerned when Vernon had gotten heavy-handed, but a few slaps wouldn't kill the lad. He's made himself clear to the Muggle, no more of that, and sent money to keep them sweet. Albus shook his head. His own mother had shown him the business end of a wooden spoon more than once. It wasn't like the lad was being abused. He couldn't have left Harry Potter with a wizarding family. He would grow up pampered and not be willing to do what must be done. The prophecy was clear. Harry Potter had to destroy Lord Voldemort. No weakling could do that. He would have raised him, himself, but he was so very busy. Albus grimaced uncomfortably. Knowing what he did, he certainly didn't want to get attached to the boy, and if he had raised him he might have found himself reluctant to let the boy meet his fate. He glamored his clothing to look Muggle and approached the house cautiously. There was an alarming amount of crime scene tape around the place. He used a disillusionment spell and entered the house. He searched carefully, but no one was there, and there was a large pool of blood in the living room. A hasty spell showed it belonged to Petunia Dursley. He cursed under his breath. What could have happened? A break-in perhaps. Albus hustled down the street to Arabella Figg. She was supposed to keep an eye on Harry Potter. She had notified him when the Children's Services had tried to interfere that once. She wasn't home. She was visiting a sister this summer, he now remembered. He huffed in annoyance. Albus left the house wondering what to do next. He looked around at the nearby houses. They would likely know what had happened. He hesitantly went to the next house and knocked on the door. Albus smiled as benignly as possible at the man answering. I am a friend of the Dursleys. I just found out that something happened there. Could you tell me what happened? Albus tried to read the Muggle's thoughts, but they were a jumble of anger at Vernon, shock at the violence, and suspicion that Albus was a member of the press. All I know is what I told the police. That rat Vernon was abusing his nephew all this time, beating and starving him, and then he turned on his son as well. Apparently shot his wife. Now we've heard he died in a car smash trying to get away, heard he was drunk. The Muggle glared at Albus' stunned face. And the boys? Albus asked hesitantly. No one knows where they are. The Muggle closed the door. Albus slowly walked down the street, telling himself there must be a mistake. He wanted Harry Potter tough, not broken. His temper flared. Damn that Muggle, ruining his plans. He'd made himself clear, Vernon was not to repeat his mistake. Yet here he was, trying to clean up a horrendous mess. He would need to track down Petunia first, apparently. She might know where Harry Potter went. Harry and Dudley arrived in Birmingham late, almost midnight. There had been a brief stop and they had grabbed some takeaway there, although neither had much appetite. They approached the one-ticket office still open in the Birmingham terminal and got tickets for Liverpool. There was a late bus running that would have them there by early morning. The ticket lady had looked the youngsters over cautiously, taking in their bruised faces and their obvious desperation. She had gone ahead with the sale, hoping she was doing the right thing. Harry and Dudley boarded the mostly empty bus and slept fitfully all the way to Liverpool. They unloaded at their stop just as dawn was breaking, and wandered to where taxis were waiting for fares. Harry eyed the line-up of cabbies and pulled Dudley over to a taxi with an elderly driver. Harry had dug through their money and had 2 large bills at the ready. "We need to get to the town of Hale, as quickly as we can," Harry said firmly. The cabbie looked them over. "That's a long way, laddie." Harry held up the notes, making the cabbie's eyes pop. "One now, one when we get there." The cabbie nodded and Harry handed him one of the notes. The boys got in and they were on their way. The journey seemed endless, and Dudley appeared to still be in shock. Harry kept his resolve firm. He could do this, they were almost there, and they hadn't been caught. Turk was unlikely to give them up, it would look bad on him as well. They couldn't be traced from London unless Turk told that he had bought the tickets. Of course they had used the ATM card there, but Turk had done the ticket buying for them, so they wouldn't know where they had gone. The ticket lady in Birmingham might remember them, but they would have to know they had gone there first. Even if they traced them to Liverpool, they would have to find the one cab out of the 100 that they had taken. Harry knew that some investigators could be persistent, and of course they may be video cameras, but he had done his best to lay a confusing trail. Harry checked the directions Aunt Petunia had laid out about the town of Hale. He had the cabbie pull over a street up from Spinner's End, and the pair stumbled out. Harry gave the other note to the cab driver, and the man peered at the bruised and saddened faces and said, "Good luck," as he drove off. It was late in the morning as they made their way down the row of houses on the river. Harry looked at the grim brick buildings and reflected that this area was well named as the Dungeon Banks. They reached the very last house. This was it. They walked up to the door, and Harry knocked on it with his heart in his mouth. It was past midnight when Albus had finally gotten into Petunia's intensive care room. He simply wasn't as versed in wandering in the Muggle world as he liked to think. He had overheard the doctors say that Petunia had seemed to rally a bit after the surgery, but the bleeding still persisted and there wasn't much hope. Albus' heart sank as he realized the injury was one they had no hope of healing with magic. Blast! He needed Petunia for the warding, however, Petunia's son was also of Lily's blood. He could ward Harry Potter as well. With the parents dead, the Dursley boy would likely be taken in by relatives. Vernon had a sister if Albus remembered right. She could likely be bribed into taking Harry as well, and letting Albus cast the blood wards. He just needed to find the boys. He cast an enervate at Petunia and watched her slowly wake. "Petunia, my dear, whatever happened? Where are your son and Harry?" Albus asked urgently. Petunia heard Albus' voice with dread. She had known that he would surface with this debacle. She hoped Harry and Dudley got safely to Severus. She recalled Lily telling about the wizard method of mind reading, and how she had to avoid locking eyes with certain other students, because she was sure they knew how. Petunia carefully kept her eyes averted as she replied, trying to appear willing to answer his question. "I sent them to a friend's house, they'll be safe there." She hoped he would be satisfied with that. "Who, Petunia? I need to know who has them," Albus asked impatiently. Petunia considered her options with dismay, and decided to go with unconsciousness. Albus huffed in aggravation, and left. Muggles could be so fragile. He couldn't involve the Aurors, the Ministry would snatch the boy who lived in a trice. He hated to involve the Order more than necessary, they would ask too many questions, and he didn't have any good answers. How could Vernon have turned out to be such a violent beast? Severus was up with the sun, and ate just enough to keep the elf off his back. He sat, drinking cup after cup of hideously strong coffee. He didn't even pretend to read his research notes. If Harry and Dudley weren't here by noon, he and Lucius would start the search. His mind was a bit blank as to how to do that. There was a sudden knock on the door, making his over-caffeinated nerves jump. He sprang to the door and opened it, taking in the sight of two boys. His eyes flew to the smaller one's familiar green eyes, and almost wept with relief. Lily's son was safe. He felt his face move into an unfamiliar shape, a smile. It had been a while since he had had anything to truly smile about. "Please come in, I am very glad to finally meet you, Harry Potter. And you as well, Dudley Dursley." Severus drew the door open wide, and let them in. "Thank you, sir." Harry was relieved. Apparently Mr. Snape wasn't angry that they hadn't waited for them at Privet Drive. "Aunt Petunia told us to come here, like we planned." Dudley gasped a sob at the mention of his mother. Severus looked alarmed and handed the boy a vial of something. "It's a calming draught. I dare say you need it after the trauma you've endured." Severus gave the boy as sympathetic a look as he could muster. "I saw your mother yesterday. She was alive, but in truth she is not doing well." The boys nodded. They had expected as much. Dudley downed the potion without hesitation and got a rather odd look on his face, just before slumping over. Harry looked alarmed. "Was he supposed to do that, sir? He likely has felt so stressed, that the sudden relief made him faint. He'll likely sleep for hours. I'll take him up to the spare bedroom." Severus waved his wand, and levitated the boy up the stairs. He felt a bit of smugness at Harry's gasp of awe, and look of utter admiration. Harry followed him up carrying Dudley's overstuffed duffel bag, and sat it by the bed Dudley now occupied. Severus and Harry wandered back downstairs and sat at the small table, and Severus summoned Tinker. Harry yelped in surprise, frightening the elf. Severus introduced Harry and the elf. Tinker was, of course, ecstatic to be serving Harry Potter. Tinker's duties were explained, and Harry ordered some sandwiches and juice. Severus watched the hungry boy eat and considered the now spectacular bruise on Harry's face. It needed to be healed. He narrowed his eyes, but first he needed the abuse recorded. There were ways to chart injuries that had occurred in the past, and that would be done as well, but it was always better to have a healer see something like this themselves. "I'm going to call a friend over who will be helping us with legalities. He helped me furnish the place we'll be living at." Severus had resigned himself to the idea that he would likely be living at the Dragon Reserve with the boys at least until Petunia recovered, and if she died, permanently. He didn't mind the change. He had clung to Spinner's End long enough. With the dragons. Dudley really wants to see those. Harry perked up considerably at the thought of dragons. Severus nodded with a smile. Petunia had been right that the boys would be pleased with the dragons. Severus flowed to Malfoy Manor and informed the very relieved Lucius that Harry and Dudley had arrived safely. Lucius stepped through, and brushed off the soot. Harry had finished eating, and went over to stare at the fire that the wizard had come through. They had read about flowing, and fire calling, but it was still amazing to see it done the first time. He couldn't wait to tell Dudley. "Lucius, may I introduce you to my new ward, Harry Potter. Harry, this is my friend Lucius Malfoy." Severus made the introduction, hoping things would go well. Lucius was always unpredictable, and Harry was an unknown factor. "Very honored to meet you, Mr. Malfoy," Harry said in his most polite tones. Aunt Petunia had told him she had given Mr. Snape the guardianship papers when he visited. He thought it was brilliant that the man seemed proud of Harry being his ward. The Dursleys had always hidden him, and acted ashamed to have him around. "Very pleased to meet you as well, Mr. Potter." Lucius looked him over with interest. The scar was mostly hidden by the messy hair. He narrowed his eyes at the bruise. The nerve, that a brutish muggle would dare strike a wizarding child. Harry seemed well-mannered and was looking at him with interest, but no awe, as many did. "An ally well worth cultivating, then. My guardian said you were helping us. I want to thank you for that," Harry said quite seriously, impressing both Lucius and Severus further. "You are very welcome, Harry. My son, Draco, is your age and is a bit jealous that you will be living close to dragons. He's quite taken with the creatures," Lucius answered with a smile. Harry beamed back at the man. "Mr. Malfoy had a son, a potential friend who would know all about the wizarding world. I believe we will need the services of a discreet healer that will be listened to at any legal proceedings, and perhaps a lawyer. Severus intoned. Lucius raised an eyebrow, and nodded and moved to the flow and called the lawyer, and spoke to a very pricey and discreet healer's office. Severus was soon playing host to Lucius Malfoy's personal lawyer and a healer who had brought along a motherly Medowitch who tutted and fussed over a squirming Harry. We need evidence, in case someone tries to say the lad was not subject to physical abuse. Severus explained to the healer. And I need to know if there is any damage needing repair. I know he wasn't fed well. The healer nodded in understanding. The bruise was carefully recorded, and a spell cast to record any injuries and the general state of the health of the boy in the past. The healer and the Medowitch looked at the parchment that had recorded the spell. They frowned and glared at Severus. He just came into my care this morning, he said in chilly defense at their unspoken accusation. Well, he's had a few broken bones, but the number of bruises he's received from beatings are so numerous that they are just recorded in numbers per month. His state of malnutrition is worrisome, you'll be needing to see to nutritional potions. The healer looked aggravated that there was no one to yell at. The spell actually shows that the bruises are from beatings. The lawyer looked gratified at that, as he perused the guardianship papers Severus had produced for him. Harry had dug out the papers for Dudley from the goblin bag, and given them to the lawyer, as well. Lucius read some of the list on the parchment over the healer's shoulder, and paled a bit. He then glared out the window, wondering if it would be possible to smuggle Harry's uncle into Azkaban and toss him into Bellatrix's cell along with a few sharp knives. The Medowitch looked around. You said there was another boy to be looked at, Professor Snape. Yes, he's upstairs sleeping. At her look of anxiety he explained a bit coldly. He was in shock from having witnessed his father shooting his mother with a muggle gun. The Medowitch and healer looked horror-stricken at that. I, of course, immediately dosed him with a calming draught. He did tire of people assuming the worst of him. The Medowitch nodded, unfazed by his irritation. She trotted upstairs to take care of Dudley. She returned after recording and healing him. Great Scott, he's a good 40 pounds overweight. They both are in need of healthier diets. Yes, I am aware of that. My house elf will be given strict instructions. Severus answered resignedly. The healer and Medowitch finally finished up, after they spelled his glasses to fit his eyes better. The healer muttered about shoddy work. Harry looked around in amazement, and Severus snorted. Apparently the eye prescription had been very out of date. The healer gave copies of the parchments to the lawyer and Severus agreed to take the boys to see him again in a few weeks. They were soon gone, leaving just the lawyer. Well, how do you see this playing out? Lucius asked hardly. The answer had better be good. Lucius Malfoy's lawyer smiled a bit grimly. Working for Lucius could be quite an adventure. Although since the Death Eater trials were done with 8 years ago, there hadn't been much that could really be called very life-threatening. He suspected that this little matter could easily become so. The boy who lived, abused and on the run from a homicidal uncle. And, most interesting, Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape were coming to his, and his Muggle cousin's rescue. The guardianship papers are really quite straightforward, Mr. Snape. You have been made Harry Potter's guardian with no restrictions. That, accompanied by Mrs. Dursley's letter begging for help and the clear testimony of Mr. Potter's condition by the healer and Medowitch should make this a very clear-cut case. The lawyer paused, a bit dramatically. However, since this is Harry Potter, I am sure that there are those who will contest this as best they can. The lawyer shuffled a couple of papers. I suggest making sure they don't protest in the first place. The Muggle cousin will also be your ward, if his mother dies, and his father is put away in prison. I understand there are blood wards that protect Mr. Potter that involve his mother's blood. Severus lifted a brow. This was a good idea. Yes, Albus runs on about the need to keep Harry where his mother's blood dwells. He's said this on numerous occasions to the Minister of Magic and quite a few others, when he has been asked if being with Muggles was in Harry's best interest. If his mother's blood is residing in the Dragon Reserve, Albus can't object so easily to Harry being there as well. We need to get pensive evidence from Mrs. Dursley to corroborate the memories from the boys. In particular the ones of Albus Dumbledore. Neither of the boys were present when he hustled off the child services people, and they were too young to recall the incident when Harry was dropped off. Dumbledore won't want those memories brought to light, perhaps he can be held at bay with them. Lucius' eyes narrowed in anticipation of thwarting the headmaster. Harry had been listening intently to the conversation, knowing his future was at stake. He very much wanted to stay with his mother's old friend, Severus, who seemed quite pleased with his guardianship, and protective of him. "Will they listen at all to what I want?" he asked, drawing the adult's attention. "I know that I don't really have a legal say, but will they listen to me at all, if I say I want to stay with Mr. Snape?" Lucius and Severus beamed at Harry, happy that he was showing some cunning, so soon. "If necessary we can go to the press," a tearful Harry Potter, pleading to stay with his beloved guardian. "Albus will have difficulty overcoming that, and it would give others the excuse to support you." The lawyer concurred, shrewdly. Harry grinned in response and nodded eagerly, to Lucius and Severus' amusement. "It will help to have Petunia's corroboration of Harry's wish to stay with me as well." Severus frowned. "We should do that soon, though. I'm not sure if she'll live very long, or at all." Severus grimaced, he hated deathbed scenes. "We should have a healer from St. Mungo's accompany us, to take the memories, and record her condition." The lawyer mused. "The other healer was really a pediatric specialist, we need someone familiar with adults, and Muggle injuries." The lawyer soon had a chief healer present who was assured that Mr. Malfoy would soon donate another large sum to the hospital. The situation was explained in detail. The healer was a former Slytherin, with no great love for the headmaster. He had been appalled at the tale of abuse that Severus described, as well as the corroborating evidence from the other healers. Tinker was set to watch over the sleeping Dudley, and Harry was given a large stack of books regarding dragons and an admonition to mind Tinker. Harry nodded with a blissful smile, and Severus ruffled his hair with a smirk, pleased with the boy's willingness to obey. Tinker was ecstatic, with 2 extra mouths to cook for and take care of. The 4 adults, with the help of a few disillusionment charms, were soon at Petunia's bedside. It had only been a day, but Severus was a bit surprised that she was still alive. The healer got straight to work, humming in T.S. King at the Muggle tubes and lines. Severus finished casting avoidance charms and further disillusionment. The lawyer was busy with bottles for pensive memories. This left Lucius to look around in amazed horror, all by himself. The sight of the Muggles, all around him in the intensive care unit, were enough to make him speechless. The loud beeps and alarms going off, along with the usual noises of people suffering, was overwhelming to him. There were, of course, plenty of ugly deaths in the wizarding world. This was somehow worse, in its indifferent sterility. Lucius looked over at the Muggle laying on the bed with the healer leaning over her. She was murmuring to him and the lawyer, with Severus on her other side. Petunia had been surprised to see Severus, again, especially with more wizards in tow. Severus explained the need to hedge their bets legally, and she quickly agreed. Petunia happily told them the news that Vernon had managed to get himself killed. Ironically, after all these years of telling Harry his parents had died in a car smash, driving drunk, he had actually done that himself. Lucius and Severus heard that news with a mix of relief and aggravation. They had both hoped to do a certain amount of hexing and cursing. Severus had even modified a few curses especially to use on him. The healer looked at Petunia's chart gravely. He had some experience with Muggle medicine, as his paternal grandfather was Muggle-born, and he had cousins in the Muggle world. Street Mungos kept an eye on Muggle advances, hoping to translate them to magical medicine, and he worked in that branch, at times. He was discouraged to find that the potions master was not mistaken in his assessment of Petunia's situation. The healer took Petunia's relevant memories and placed them in the bottles. The lawyer introduced himself and got a few more signatures, to be her power of attorney. He reassured Petunia that although he was mainly Mr. Malfoy's attorney, he would have no difficulty acting in her and Dudley's interest regarding any legalities. At the mention of Lucius Malfoy, Petunia looked hazily at the imposing B***owned aristocrat staring haughtily from the foot of her bed. With all the medications in her system, having the likes of Lucius Malfoy at her bedside seemed the height of ridiculous. Petunia snickered, smiled and then laughed as hard as her ravaged body would allow. Severus bit his lip, and both his eyebrows migrated to his hairline. Women did a lot of things when presented with Lucius: simpered, blushed, flirted, fainted, but none of them had ever laughed. Severus smirked a bit at the totally flustered response from Lucius to Petunia's hilarity. Luckily Petunia passed out immediately after, and Lucius could recover. You didn't mention that the attack had addled her senses, Severus. Lucius finally said huffily. The healer worked hard on the area of Petunia's liver that was still oozing blood. He could see where Severus had cast his spell to encourage the tissue to heal. It was working surprisingly well. Her blood levels were still low, most likely the Muggles were reluctant to waste more blood on a lost cause. He cast more spells, directly, demanding that the tissue come together and stop the bleeding. He cast and recast the spell, and the tissue responded a little, each time. After what seemed like forever, the bleeding was almost stopped, and the healer was exhausted. He waved his wand over the chart, making an order for more blood appear in one of the doctor's handwriting, and banished it to the secretary's desk. Perhaps she had a chance. Now, at least she would last longer. He knew the wizards helping the two boys needed every second that her being alive would buy them. The four wizards apparated back to Spinner's End. They then arranged for the healer to attend Petunia discreetly and report her progress to Severus, good or bad. The healer had told them there was a faint chance that Petunia would survive. The injury was one that was unpredictable, much depended on the patient. However, she seemed to be responding well to treatment. Dudley was sitting next to Harry on the sofa when they arrived. The healer reassured them that everything possible was being done for Petunia and that she was still alive, and then the healer left for St. Mungo's. The boys looked relieved and turned back to the book detailing everything about the Welsh Dragon Preserve's history. Harry had been distracting his cousin with all he had found out while Dudley had been sleeping. Researching what would be their new home had seemed wise. The lawyer and Slytherin pair retired to the kitchen table. Lucius looked at the area with resigned distress. I'll be glad when you move to the Dragon Reserve house, Severus. Severus laughed at him, but it's so cozy, here, Lucius. Severus mocked. The lawyer rolled his eyes, he was used to this sort of banter between the two. You do need to remove the boys to the reserve tonight, if possible. I know you expected to move Mrs. Dursley there, but the house does belong to you. Rearrangements must be done. I suggest you move there permanently, yourself, Mr. Snape. If inquiries are made, you should be in residence with your wards. Severus frowned, he disliked being coerced into anything. However, the house in the Dragon Preserve was becoming more and more appealing. He finally nodded, agreeably. Yes, Tinker should be able to move my things fairly quickly. The quicker the boys are settled the better. Severus shifted uncomfortably. What should we then do about Petunia, if she recovers? That will depend on how things go legally. If all is well, and you return to teaching, she will simply be taking care of things at your house with the boys, nothing wrong with that. If you are essentially in hiding from Albus and the ministry, you can always obtain one of the other houses for her, if she and her son require a separate residence. The lawyer answered agreeably. How long do you think we can keep this from Dumbledore? Lucius snarled. I don't think we should keep it from him, at all, after Harry and his cousin are safely in the preserve. Severus answered quietly. He smiled at their incredulous looks. I want to outsmart Albus, and keep Harry from his control, but I don't want him as an enemy that is actively working against me. Even if, or when we present all our evidence to a court, there will be those that will refuse to believe anything bad of Albus Dumbledore, and fight to keep Harry away from me. So it is best to put our cards on the table and tell Albus what we've done and what we will do to keep Harry with us. If he has nothing to fear from us, why bother? Lucius grumbled. He had almost looked forward to the idea of Dumbledore being carted to Azkaban for a stay, however brief it might be. Preferably in a cell next to his crazy sister-in-law. The lawyer and Severus laughed. Although he might explain away our evidence, it would still reflect badly on him. The lawyer said. The binding of Dudley's magic might not, technically, be illegal since he had Mr. Dursley's permission, but there is no one who would not be shocked by it, even if he managed to somehow explain it. The only time a child's magic is bound is when a Muggle-born's family refuses to send them to a magical school, and the parents request it, and even then the child is usually in agreement. The Wizengamot is likely to vote him off for that alone. Severus nodded. He may explain all the money given to Vernon. It wouldn't be unusual to assist a family who had taken in an orphan by supplementing their income. However, it's quite obvious the Dursleys didn't actually need it, and the amounts given were grossly overdone. People will think him an idiot, or wonder why he gave Vernon so much, especially after telling Vernon he didn't want Harry raised as a wimp, etc. In the episode with the social services people, he can say that he didn't actually see Harry's injuries, and assumed the affair was overblown by the Muggles, but the fact that he didn't check will look suspicious at worst and incompetent at best. His detractors will be calling him senile or worse and demand that he be removed as headmaster. Albus won't want any of it brought to light for that reason. Severus finished with a smile, the lawyer nodding vigorously in agreement. Lucius' smirk had grown larger by the moment. Beautiful, if only they could release it all to the general public. He sighed. Albus was too well loved, and knowing him he would somehow turn it all around on them. Well, when do you plan to drop the news on him, then? Severus frowned. I'll get the boys moved today, and send him and all that I've news on their whereabouts, and meet him at the Lakey Cauldron this evening. We should make several copies of the evidence and papers. My lawyer will keep one, you put one in your vault, Severus, and you can take another set with you too. Confront him with. Lucius frowned. I'll follow you under a glamour, you may need backup. Severus thought for a moment and nodded. Who knew what Albus would do when thwarted? The lawyer nodded in agreement as well, made the required copies for Severus, and then left. Lucius and Severus ambled back out to the small sitting room. Harry, Dudley, we'll be leaving for the reserve in a few moments, so pack up your bags. You may take the books you have out, as well. While the boys were scrambling, Severus penned a quick note to Albus and sent his owl with it, reminding him to follow him to the reserve, after. The owl glared haughtily and left. They instructed Tinker to follow them and disapparated with the boys in tow. Albus downed the pain potion and rubbed his aching head, hoping the potion would work quickly, and considered whether a calming draft was in order. He had gone back today to Privet Drive in Muggle attire, hoping to get leads on the whereabouts of Harry. He had been treated to the arrival of an angry and hysterical Marge. There had been investigators there as well, trying to figure out where Harry and Dudley had gone. Apparently Petunia had only told them the boys had gone to a trusted friend, as well. The exchange between the officers and Marge would have been as entertaining to Albus as it was for the Dursleys' neighbors, if Albus had not had so much riding on the outcome. It quickly became apparent that Marge blamed everything on the freak. To Albus' astonishment, she meant Harry. He's been a curse on my brother's family since he showed up on Vernon's doorstep. He should have been drowned at birth, a no-good parasite, like his parents. Marge carried on in this vein until even Albus realized that she was unlikely to take Harry in, except to kill him, if Petunia died and she had custody of Dudley. Albus was disappointed that the officers turned up no information on Harry's whereabouts, and Marge found out that, as Petunia still lived, she would not be allowed to remove any belongings from the home or access any bank accounts. She drove off shrieking that some of her lawyer and judge friends would be speaking to them. Albus had spoken to some of the onlookers, giving them his best harmless old man persona. One young lad who was sporting an odd haircut and nose and eyebrow rings was watching the proceedings with a mix of alarm and pensive worry, and he left quickly when he saw Albus watching him. Albus dismissed him, he was much too old to be a chum of either of the youngsters. The disappointing excursion was topped off by a tearful blonde girl who he had overheard telling other children, "Didn't I say that people who treated orphans the way they did would come to a bad end? They beat and starved Harry and kept him locked in a cupboard." She sniffled. "I hope Harry isn't dead, now." Albus had listened to this with incredulity. Cupboard, surely not. Albus walked to an alley and apparated to Hogwarts with a raging migraine and churning stomach. Didn't those idiot Muggles know what he had meant by raising Harry to not be a wimp? His headache had barely eased off who he saw an owl he recognized as Severus arrive. He took the parchment apathetically and the owl flew off with a sneering hoot. Albus reflected that the saying about owls becoming just like their masters was completely correct. "Albus, it has come to my attention that Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley are AWOL from Privet Drive. I have information on their whereabouts. Meet me at the Leaky Cauldron at 7 p.m. Albus dropped the note in shock. He had told no one of the debacle at the Dursleys. How had Severus heard of it? Had Harry and his cousin been found by some of Severus' Death Eater contacts? No, Severus would have been more explicit, and would not be making him wait. So how? Albus dropped his again aching head back in the chair. Perhaps it didn't matter. He would know soon enough. He downed another pain potion and prayed for relief. Harry and Dudley chortled in glee at the method of transport. Cool. And, Brilliant, were said numerous times before they settled down. They were hustled up to the rooms prepared for them, to their delight. Go ahead and unpack. If you would like any color changes made, let the house elves know. If there are any other things needed, or if you forgot to pack something, let me know. Severus told them. He ruffled Harry's hair, amused at the boy's awestruck look at a room of his own. Thank you, sir, it's wonderful, I love it. Harry's obvious sincerity touched Severus, who smiled and nodded before he left the boys to it. Severus picked out a large, empty corner bedroom, with its big windows, with a clear view of the walled garden and anything the boys might be up to in it, as well as a view toward the dragon reserve where he would see any wards or godsons that might be sneaking off to see the dragons. He called Tinker and told him to bring his bedroom suite and everything in it right away. Then bring the books, and anything that might be useful for the house, here. Severus went back downstairs and helped Lucius open a bottle of elf wine in celebration of his moving to a decent abode. They sat back in some comfortable chairs and relaxed a bit. Things would hopefully come together, soon. The afternoon wore on peacefully, with Lucius and Severus plotting companionably. Plans were made to have Draco over very soon. They hoped to have the boys study together with a tutor when school restarted. They had some plans regarding a specific tutor that they would have to keep from Albus at all cost. They both chuckled a bit darkly regarding that. Tinker had soon brought over anything of value from Spinner's End. More shelves were set up in the small library study. Severus mused that luckily it had an outside wall, so expansion could be done. He and Lucius looked it over. Lucius laughed, not here a day, and already you need more room for books. Severus just smiled and caressed the backs of some of his more beloved prizes. Books had been his best friends for many years. They were non-judgmental and always had some new tidbits of knowledge to give him. When the world was cruel and unfair, he could count on them to soothe any aches in his heart, promising wisdom and acceptance. They left the library to sort out a minor house elf squabble, informing the two that Tinker would be in charge, and Dobby would have to take orders from him. You are both here to protect Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. Tinker knows how I like things done, so just listen to him. Severus eyed Dobby sternly, and the elf seemed more agreeable once he knew he was still helping the great Harry Potter. Severus ordered an early supper, and Lucius flowed home to check on Draco and tell him the good news that the boys had arrived safely at the Dragon Reserve. Draco was ecstatic and soon was making a list of things to see and do with his, hopefully, new best friends. He was tired of Crabbe and Goyle. They had no imagination and just did whatever he said, which was okay sometimes but made for dull companionship. Lucius took a moment in his study to review his wife's latest expenditures. She planned to donate large amounts to various charities that he knew funded some old Death Eater squads. He was sure they still did some terrorizing of Muggles and Muggleborns. He cancelled the donations and sent word to Gringotts that Narcissa was to no longer pull money from any of the vaults for donations. Lucius also lowered that amount that she could take from Gringotts to a few sickles a day. He would start tomorrow on cancelling or lowering credit at various stores. That should piss her off, and force a confrontation. He smiled. He was looking forward to this particular divorce battle. During Voldemort's reign of terror, and while Abraxas still lived, Narcissa had lorded it over him and never let him forget that she was a daughter of the noble House of Black, and he should be bowing and scraping before her. After the Death Eater trials, with many of the Blacks disgraced and in Azkaban, she had been a bit more subdued, but still let her husband and son know that she was the true pureblood in this family. Lucius smirked and snickered. Well, she was about to become a very poor pureblood unless she cooperated. He was about to unleash his kennel full of lawyers and implement the plans they had been making for months. Severus, Harry and Dudley sat for the evening meal the house elves had prepared. The Medowitch had given Severus a diet plan for Dudley and a list of nutritional potions for Harry. Harry had a vial of some purple stuff beside his heaping plate that he swallowed with a wince. Dudley's plate looked a bit skimpy compared to the others, but he just smiled. I'm glad Tinker gets to figure this out. I wasn't sure how much to take of anything the last few weeks to lose weight. Dudley happily dug into the food. Severus stared a bit. Dudley had been trying to lose weight. Harry saw his confusion. Dudley realized he needed to get fit. His dad wasn't happy about it and kept sabotaging it. He still managed to lose some. Aunt Petunia got us a home gym, and took us to the pool. Harry sighed, too bad we had to leave that behind. Severus thought hard, perhaps we can retrieve your gym. It could be put up in the back garden. The elves could place a roof over it for bad weather. The boys perked up at that. Severus waited patiently for the meal to end. He wasn't sure how the Dursley boy would take his news. They retired to the sitting room, and Harry and Dudley had started to take out the Dragon Reserve and Dragon books when Severus cleared his throat to get their attention. Dudley, your mother had spoken to the police about the shooting. They informed her that your father was in a car crash soon after shooting her. I'm sorry to say that he did not survive this. Severus truly was sorry. He and Lucius had had plans for the man that hadn't included a quick death. However, while viewing Dudley's stricken and pale face, he felt badly about having to traumatize the lad, yet again. I will inquire about funeral services, but since we may be in hiding, I don't know how easy it will be to arrange for you to attend. Dudley nodded in resignation. I guess this is better than seeing him hauled off to prison. They probably would have made me testify against him. He shot Mum, so I'd have done it to see him punished. It still would have been horrible. Dudley stood a little shakily. I need to go think for a bit. He mumbled. Severus nodded, as scanned Harry's confused face. Obviously Harry was feeling guilty for being relieved at his uncle's death, Severus thought with a sigh. Well, he wouldn't allow his ward to feel any remorse for that abusive rat's death. Harry, I know you feel conflicted by this. Severus crouched down beside the boy. Harry's eyes flew to his and he suppressed the urge to scan his thoughts. Vernon Dursley treated you abominably, and now he can no longer do so. So you have every right to feel relief. He was never a real guardian to speak of, he was your jailer, and at home a prison. Feeling set free and being glad your jailer is gone is perfectly normal. You did not kill him, he caused his own death. Never feel guilty regarding his death. Severus watched. Harry's face run the gamut of sadness, guilt and finally acceptance. To Severus' shock, Harry whispered, "Thank you, sir." And then he grabbed Severus around the waist and hugged him briefly. Severus briefly hugged him back and then stood. I have to go meet Headmaster Dumbledore in a few minutes. At Harry's alarmed look he smiled and continued. I assure you that he should not be a real threat. He might fight this, but he will lose. Severus was determined that Harry would stay in his care. Harry nodded and turned back to the books. Severus suspected that he was doing a lot of thinking and very little reading. That was all right, Harry needed time to accept all that had happened. The time to leave came quickly. He told Tinker to keep a sharp eye open for trouble and left for the Lakey Cauldron. He and Lucius had decided to arrive a bit early. Severus was soon occupying a back corner booth, with a disguised Lucius in the next booth. Severus knew that Albus would want a privacy ward, so Severus intended to be the one to cast them, and leave a small area that Lucius could cast a charm to hear through. They had done this numerous times in the past, for less honorable purposes, of course. A pale and somewhat careworn-looking Albus soon arrived. Severus hardened his heart to this. Albus was a powerful and usually very competent wizard. Harry had been in his charge and was the one who had suffered, not Albus. Severus quickly cast the privacy ward, before Albus could think to. Excellent, Lucius would know if he required rescuing from an irate head of the Wizengamot. You have found Harry Potter, Severus. How did you know he was missing? Albus' face was a perfect mix of relief and suspicion, Severus thought with amusement. I had a very interesting letter from Petunia, headmaster. It apparently detailed Harry's life from the moment he was dropped like a litter of unwanted kittens, until now. Severus spoke in flat, uncompromising tones, and refused to be sympathetic to Albus, paling further and looking guilty. She begged for help to leave her abusive husband. He took a deep breath, and leaned forward with a harsh glare. She has given me guardianship of Harry Potter and her son. I intend to keep them. Albus thought quickly. He would have preferred Harry Potter elsewhere, but this might not be a bad idea. Severus was loyal to the light, and to Albus. He didn't understand why Severus was so angry. Surely Petunia hadn't detailed any abuse. That would have implicated herself. That is excellent news, Severus. It solves a lot of problems, especially if Petunia dies. You know young Harry will need warding from the cousin if that happens. His name is Dudley. He snapped at Albus in irritation. Really, Albus was usually more subtle than this, and he apparently wasn't quite getting that Severus knew everything. Severus shoved a copy of Petunia's letter to the headmaster, watched the look of horror creep across Albus' face as he read the details that included his actions, as well as his inactions. Severus, Albus spoke hesitantly, but the potions master just shoved a copy of the healer's report of Harry's injuries over the years. Albus slumped further in the seat, the weight of guilt pressing him down. I don't understand, Albus. I know you feel that Harry must be ready to face the Dark Lord when he returns, but this was foolhardy. That Vernon idiot was going to kill him. He was aiming the gun at Harry and his cousin when Petunia put herself in the way. Severus had never believed Albus infallible, but he knew him to be smarter than this. Harry couldn't go to a wizarding family. He truly does need the blood wards. They will make it difficult for Voldemort to harm him. Albus sighed heavily. He has to be willing to face death, his own death, if need be, and a spoiled and pampered child is unlikely to become self-sacrificing. Albus trailed off, uncomfortably. Severus hissed in anger, but an abused child who, by definition feels unworthy of being rescued will likely jump in front of a bus for the first person who shows him kindness, and you intended that to be whom? You. He leaned back, angry at Albus' manipulation of a child. Albus closed his eyes briefly. The migraine was returning with a vengeance. Unfortunately, circumstances dictate that Harry Potter is the one able to defeat Voldemort. You know the prophecy. Voldemort will go after him, whether we like it or not. I've told you about the Horcruxes, Severus. Harry's scar is a partial one, and the only way to remove it is death. No, you are not going to do this, Albus. Harry isn't going on a suicide mission to kill the Dark Lord and die as well. Severus thought his brain would explode with the pressure. You said it's not a true Horcrux. We'll find a way to undo it. Severus settled a bit. He was glad Lucius hadn't come over the top of the booth in agitation, although he had peeked over with a wild look in his eyes. We have time, Albus. We don't have to start throwing children to monsters to keep our world safe. Albus looked unconvinced, but resigned. I knew this would happen. You'll get attached to the lad and be unwilling to let the future unfold, as it must. It's why I didn't take him, when I could have. I knew I'd not be able to let him go to his fate. I was once told that we are defined by our choices, and whining about fate is an excuse for inaction. Severus replied. He looked at the aging sorcerer across from him with faint sympathy. He, at least, had an excuse, poor though it was. He had been unwilling to chain his heart to an apparently doomed child. I have been researching the Horcruxes for you in the libraries available to me. Now I need to look for ways to undo them. I know I'll find something. I hope you do, for your own sake as well as the child's, Severus. Albus sounded more defeated than he ever had. I won't fight you on the guardianship, Severus, just keep me informed. A hint of returning spirit glinted in Albus' eye. Of course, headmaster, but I want no interference in raising him. Severus' eyes locked with Albus. Albus was a decent legilimens, although it was mostly his strength of magic that made it work, so it was hardly subtle. Severus allowed his entrance, and showed him only his willingness to train Harry for his upcoming battles with the Dark Lord. Albus didn't need to know the methods he and Lucius intended to employ. Albus seemed satisfied and retreated. Let me know if you need anything for Harry or your research, Severus. Albus and Severus nodded to each other, and Albus flowed back to Hogwarts, and another bottle of headache potion. Lucius flew around the booth and sat in the seat Albus had vacated. He was still a bit wild-eyed. Harry has a Horcrux in his head. He hissed. Severus double-checked the privacy ward. We'll find a way to undo it, or our other project will. Lucius sat back. Yes, he answered slowly, he very well could do that. They nodded and smiled faintly at each other. They ordered some stiff drinks and knocked them back before flowing to their respective homes. Albus stumbled out of the flow and up a staircase to his blessedly darkened bedroom. He grabbed another headache potion and chugged it down and dropped into the bed. The tight band of pain around his temples finally loosened enough that he could think. He groaned in relief. He had had more headaches since that alarm for Privet Drive had gone off than he could ever remember. He didn't do well with guilt and uncertainty pressing on him. Having Petunia's letter and that seemingly endless list of injuries handed to him by an angry Severus had made his head scream with pain once again. Thankfully, Severus had an immediate solution to the problem. He was apparently willing to look after the boy and his cousin, for now. It would only be temporary, of course, most likely just for the summer. Severus would not want the son of James Potter in his care for long. It was good, nonetheless, that Severus was willing to take his vow to protect Lily's son seriously, he mused. He sighed. He hadn't liked Severus' anger, but he could understand it. Severus would eventually understand that Albus had to look at the big picture. Let Severus do his search for an answer to the partial Horcrux that Harry carried in the scar. He was unlikely to find anything, and it would keep him busy for the summer. Once school resumed, the boys could go to a family of Albus, choosing, most likely the Weasleys. The cousin would need to live there for the warding, of course. Molly was down to just 2 children at home during the school year. She would likely welcome the new additions. If he added the stipend on a monthly basis, they would likely be even more welcome. He would need to remove the binding on the cousin. The Weasleys would never understand the need for that. The cousin would need his magic back, if he was to live in the magical world with Harry Potter. Yes, he told himself, Severus was prone to his snits, but he always came around after his temper cooled. Let him have the boy in his care for a time to soothe his conscience, he would soon tire of it. He certainly didn't show much patience to his potion students. Severus would be begging him to have Harry and the cousin sent to the Weasleys by the end of summer. Albus slipped into a nightshirt. Although it was early, he was so exhausted. He took a calming draught, and the remainder of his anxiety and guilt about Harry's circumstances faded into sleep. Lucius had barely cleared the flow when Narcissa accosted him, eyes flashing with temper. You cancelled my donations, and have restricted my access to the vaults. Her eyes narrowed, dangerously. How dare you? She hissed. There won't be any more donations to Death Eaters, Narcissa. I'm rather surprised you wish to further support those who want to end Avenue further to a half-blood pretender. Lucius gave her his best sneer, and watched her anger falter, briefly. They are keeping Muggles and Muggleborns in their place, Narcissa answered desperately. Are you now a blood traitor, Lucius? She snarled. If their cause is just, why did they have to skulk behind masks? I never understood that, other than the Dark Lord's need for drama and posturing. Lucius sniffed. If these people want to terrorize others, they can do it with their own galleons. I'll use money from my own vault. You can't stop that, it was my dowry. Narcissa spat. Lucius almost grinned. He had been waiting for this for years. He allowed himself a small smug smile that caused Narcissa to falter. She recognized that look from numerous wizard duels she had watched Lucius fight in. It always preceded a final blow that he knew would end his opponent. You know, if you had ever once bothered to notice any of the papers you have signed over the years, you would realize that you no longer have rights to any of the Malfoy vaults. You, by the way, put half your dowry money into a vault for Draco. I'm sure he thanks you for it. You don't have any rights to that vault, either. Over the years, most of the credit lines at jewelers, dressmakers, and any bank drafts while you traveled have been arranged to come straight from your own vault. Lucius smirked happily at her horrified face. You are certainly welcome to whatever is left. Why are you doing this? She whispered in disbelief. Do you really want a daughter of the House of Black to divorce you? I will if you don't end this madness. His voice was rising with every syllable. Of course I want to be rid of you. He sneered into her shocked face. At first it was merely that I didn't want to be tied to someone I had no say in picking out in the first place. Now it's because I intend to support Harry Potter in the coming war, and you will likely be in the way of that. Lucius added calmly. Narcissa's usually aloof face was now almost purple in rage. You are a blood traitor. I will divorce you, and you won't leave me penniless, either, Lucius. I am prepared to be generous, if you can keep this amiable in public and cooperate with me. Lucius said smoothly. Narcissa's eyes narrowed in hate. Ooh, she had wanted to be out of this marriage for a long time, but had been unwilling to give up the wealth, but now. She couldn't wait. We and our lawyers will talk tomorrow. She hissed, and stalked away. Lucius watched her with satisfaction and fire-called his chief lawyer to let him know that the first phase was done. Severus arrived back at Dragon's Rest, as the title of the house had named it, unimaginative but easy to remember. Harry was sitting in his room in a window seat with a large book with brilliant moving pictures of dragons. Dobby was eagerly chattering at him regarding the beasts. The silly elf cringed at the sight of him, and popped away. Dobby seems awful afraid of you, but Tinker isn't, he practically bosses you at times. Harry looked at him in puzzlement. He was increasingly fond of his guardian. He loved his room, all his own. Mr. Snape had promised it would be his for always. It was perfect here, lots of food, a bed, and he would be taught magic as well. It was brilliant. Severus huffed a bit at the thought of anyone, let alone a house elf, bossing him. Tinker did remind him of things, meals, appointments, potions that needed attention if he got caught up in research. Okay, maybe Tinker did boss, a little. How are you settling in, Harry? Severus asked. Is there anything you need? Harry smiled hugely. It's brilliant, Mr. Snape. I can see out my window to the Dragon Reserve and see the dragons. I think they have more than the Welsh Greens there. Severus smiled at Harry's enthusiasm. He remembered when he had felt that way about the magical world, believing that it could solve all his problems, and that anything was possible. Yes, child, but why don't you call me Severus? When you start at Hogwarts, you will have to call me Sir, or Professor, but for now my given name is all right. Severus was rewarded with another blinding smile from Harry. He was surprised at how gratifying it was to have a child view you with such admiration. His cheeky grin and spiky hair were definitely his father's. But, Harry's eyes were lilies, if he could see them past the thick glasses that also reminded him of James. He had heard James disdained the months-long potions regime necessary to correct vision, and of course you had to have your glasses adjusted every few days as well. He would have to see what the healer thought when they saw him next week. Harry pulled out a familiar-looking book with a smile. Aunt Petunia said you gave this to my mum. Harry said in inquiry. Severus' breath caught in his chest. She had kept it. He had thought Lily had rid herself of all reminders of him, but here was the book that they had pored over for many an afternoon. It says it belonged to an Eileen prince. Harry said, Aunt Petunia said that was your mother. Yes, it was her book, when she was a student at Hogwarts. Severus answered softly. I rescued it from the fireplace. My father was going to burn it. I gave it to Lily instead. Your father didn't like you being a wizard. Like Uncle Vernon didn't like Dudley and I being wizards? Harry asked, just as Dudley wandered in. Dudley froze at that statement, but Severus waved him inside. Yes, my father disliked magic as much as Vernon Dursley, although for a different reason. My father was quite excited to find out magic was real, until he found out he couldn't boast about it to his mates, and realized he wouldn't get rich off it. He was too controlling to allow my mother to seek employment in the wizarding world, and she had no skills to earn anything in the Muggle world. Severus finished bitterly. Both boys nodded sagely. Dudley squirmed a bit, and finally asked, will I get my magic back, soon? Severus lifted an eyebrow. He had been thinking that over. He hated to bring Albus to their hideaway so soon, he'd rather have him ignorant of their whereabouts for a time. Albus likely thought they were still at Spinner's End. Lucius and I will see about breaking that binding tomorrow, when Draco comes to visit. Severus smirked. The sudden release of your magic is likely to make you euphoric for a time. At the boy's blank look, he explained. You'll feel goofy most of the day. The pair giggled at that. Off to bed with you now, do you require anything to help you sleep? The pair shook their heads and settled in. They were both asleep quickly to Severus' surprise. He shook his head. Ah, the resiliency of youth. The lawyers arrived bright and early at Malfoy Manor. Narcissus' pair reviewed the paperwork Lucius' chief lawyer and his two aides gave them, with all Narcissus' signatures giving up rights to vaults, etc. They sputtered a bit, but knew they were hamstrung before they even started. After some whining from both Narcissa and her lawyers, Lucius agreed to give her a sizable amount of galleons, a house in France and a chalet she was fond of in Switzerland. In return she agreed to not contest the custody he had of Draco per their prenuptial agreement, and she would retrieve certain papers and artifacts that Cygnus and Abraxas had secured in the Black Vault. Narcissa had looked pulled at that and Lucius didn't dare press too hard. He tensed, hoping she did not become suspicious. He was determined to obtain that damnable cup that Severus was sure was a Horcrux. She finally agreed with a shrug. Did she really have a choice? She would receive no property and be practically a pauper if she said no to any of it. The papers were drawn up and the lawyers left. They would meet the next day at Gringotts for finalization. Narcissa went off in a huff, to visit friends. Draco, who was listening at a far door, was relieved that his father had total custody, but was still a bit disappointed that his mother didn't bother to say goodbye. Lucius gathered Draco into a hug, and shook his head at his son in sympathy. At least the torment will be at an end. Draco nodded with a tight smile. I found some games to introduce Harry to. He held up a wizard space bag that Lucius was sure was packed full of only Merlin knew what. Lucius chuckled briefly, and then spoke to his heir seriously. I know I do not have to tell you how important first impressions are, Draco. The boy nodded. Harry and his cousin are novices here in the wizarding world and you could quickly become a valued friend to them. With your knowledge, just remember that no one appreciates a know-it-all. Draco nodded. He recalled how little he appreciated Pansy constantly correcting him at a stargazing camp they attended together. Lucius continued, Harry may be a half-blood, but you need to forget all your mother's prejudices against them. Some of the most powerful wizards in the world are half-bloods. Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and for all his posturing the Dark Lord was one, too. Lucius smiled, and I don't need to tell you that there are few wizards stronger or smarter than your godfather. And further, Harry seems to be fond of his cousin so politeness is called for toward him. Dudley seems nice enough, though not as well-mannered. I'll remember, father. Draco promised. He was finally getting to meet an ally worth cultivating. He was tired of the dull-witted Greg and Vincent, and the fawning Pansy. Blaise seemed all right, but Lucius was wary of his frequently widowed mother. The Malfoys flowed to Dragon's Rest, with Draco eagerly grinning. He found Harry and Dudley sitting in the window seat in Harry's upstairs room, leafing through the large book of dragons and peering out the large bay window. They were sure they could see a Hebridean black sunning itself on a distant rock. Draco dropped the bag near them and pulled out a pair of magical binoculars and aimed them where they were pointing. Yes, you are correct, it would be hard to tell from this distance without the binoculars. Draco handed the binoculars to Dudley and turned to Harry, and put out his hand a bit nervously. I am Draco Malfoy. Pleased to meet you. Very pleased to meet you as well, I am Harry Potter. Harry was relieved that Draco seemed a friendly sort. Draco pulled 2 more binoculars from the bag, and soon all 3 were yelping with excitement. Draco told them that the director of the reserve had brought his elderly Chinese fireball with him when he had taken the position, and he tended to stick close to the buildings to soak in the hot spring there. They all hoped to be the first to sight the colored Chinese dragon. Severus and Lucius watched from the door for a few minutes, pleased that things had gone well, so far. They then retired to the sitting room to gloat about hoodwinking Narcissa. I'm sure she'll get the cup for us. I listed several things, and made it sound like just one more artifact that had belonged to Abraxas. She'll want the money and houses badly enough to release almost anything. She can't remove money from the Black family vault, but she can get objects out, luckily. Lucius gloated. Having his blood-obsessed soon-to-be ex-wife retrieving one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae of a day. He and Severus toasted each other with their bottles of butterbeer. It was just too early for any serious drinking. They plotted companionably. They would need to accelerate their plans for a certain diary Lucius had in his possession. Albus might begin working harder on the Horcruxes, and they needed to be a step ahead. We need to break the binding on Dudley's magic, Severus interjected. It will make it unnecessary to invite Albus here, or to have to meet him elsewhere, where we might be at a disadvantage. I think the 2 of us can break one of his spells, working together. Lucius shuddered. I still wouldn't want to be at the other end of his wand, if he's out for blood. Lunch was served and they explained the plans to release Dudley's magic. Draco was horrified to hear of the binding. The idea was truly nightmarish to Draco. Having one's magic bound. There couldn't be anything worse. Yes, Dudley said with a hesitant smile. It will be the best birthday present ever. Damn, Severus thought. He had forgotten that Petunia had mentioned a birthday. Vernon's sister had been coming, and they had decided to leave before her arrival. I apologize that your day was forgotten, due to circumstances. Severus looked at Dudley ruefully. Dudley grinned a bit sheepishly. I forgot about it, myself, until just now, and I don't think a big celebration would be, well, he hesitated, uncertainly. He was sure that having a party while your mother might be dying and your father was dead was just not right. Yes, Severus answered, relieved at Dudley's apparent understanding. There is no reason to not serve your favorites tonight at supper, with a special dessert. Severus brightened with an idea. I'm sure that an excursion to the Dragon Reserve Center would be enjoyable for all 3 of you dragon-obsessed lads. I need to see the director, anyway. All three boys lit up at the suggestion. Do you think we could see the Chinese fireball, Severus? Harry asked. Severus' heart warmed a bit at Harry's ease at using his name. Lucius' eyebrows rose, but Severus just smirked at him. Lucius' chief lawyer Angus Essie, along with his Muggle-born aide, stood in front of number 5 Privet Drive. Roger Eastlake was invaluable at times like these when a wizard with less experience of the Muggle world could easily slip up. He had only had one episode where Obliviators had needed to be brought in. He shuddered, he never wanted to experience that again. It had only been a few days since the shooting and there was still crime scene tape up, and an officer was poking around, presumably for clues. Angus waved to the officer, who eyed him suspiciously as he approached. I do apologize for the interruption, but my client wished to let you know that the boys, Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter, arrived safely at his home. He didn't know they were coming, you see, or he would have informed you immediately. The officer was quite excited to hear this, and the pair was hustled into a police vehicle, and taken to a nearby station. Angus provided proof of his being Petunia's power of attorney and copies of the guardianship to Dudley and Harry, naming them as wards of Severus Snape. I realize all this is highly irregular, but Mrs. Dursley was in fear of her life, with good reason obviously. He watched the officers nod in agreement. When she was shot she told the boys to go to Mr. Snape, and they used the escape plan she had put in place. She had intended to give guardianship of Harry Potter all along, to keep him out of Vernon Dursley's hands. The guardianship of Dudley was merely a backup plan in case the worst happened, as indeed it did. The officers continued nodding in agreement. I understand from the doctors that Petunia Dursley is now expected to live, and once she is well, she will, of course, resume custody of Dudley herself. Well, everything seems to be in order, here. I'm glad the lads are safe. They seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth, the detective said ruefully. Angus explained Harry's convoluted escape method. The officers roared with laughter. Now that the boys were safe they could afford to be amused at being outsmarted. I'll have to give the Turk lad credit for helping them out. He doesn't usually go out of his way for anyone. Angus frowned uncomfortably. The boys were quite concerned that they not get Turk in trouble, as he was doing them a good turn. At the time they were fleeing a drunken, gun-wielding Vernon Dursley. The officers nodded easily. No, we'll just let him know that they're safe, and that he's in no trouble. The meeting was abruptly turned into a scene of chaos as Marge Dursley broke through the door. Where is he, you kidnapper? Where is Dudders? What has that freak done with him? Dudders would never run off with him willingly. The astonished pair of wizards watched in fascinated horror as the officers tried to calm the clearly inebriated woman down. She finally sat with a huff. I have friends, you know. Judge Hartley and Judge Bennett will see that things are put right. The officers squirmed uncomfortably. Ms. Dursley. Petunia Dursley has given guardianship of Dudley to Severus Snape, temporarily, until she is well, after being shot by your brother, Vernon. It wasn't his fault, I tell you. Marge was immediately shouting. He said Petunia was acting strangely, sticking up for that freak of a nephew of hers. Not feeding Dudley right, making him think he needed to lose weight. It was no wonder he went off the deep end. The detective frowned. It sounded as if the woman approved of how her brother had treated the Potter boy, calling him a freak like that, in front of officers, too. The officers looked at Angus a bit pleadingly. However Vernon Dursley came to be pointing a gun at 2 boys and his wife, the fact remains that he ended by shooting his wife. Now that Vernon is deceased, Petunia has the say in who will care for Dudley. She is, after all, his mother. Severus Snape has guardianship of both boys, and that is the end to it. Angus looked to the detective, who nodded in satisfaction of Angus' clarification of the situation to Marge. Marge's eyes bugged at what Angus had said. Surely she couldn't be thwarted so easily by that wishy-washy Petunia. You haven't heard the last of me. She roared, and stomped off. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Then the detective narrowed his eyes. Harvey, Kevin, she was quite drunk, as we could all see, and hear, and I'll bet she doesn't have a driver. She clearly should not be driving. Perhaps you can see to that. The two grinned, and ran off to see if there could be a bit of perfectly legal payback. Angus and the detective smiled and nodded to each other in satisfaction. Would it be all right if some things for the boys were removed from the house? Angus asked. Sure, we were only hanging about to see if the boys came back. The detective said. I would lock it up if I were you. Thieves often prey on homes when they know the occupants are in hospital. Angus nodded and they shook hands. Angus was quite pleased. The Muggles had all been quite cooperative, except for that creature, Marge. And even the other Muggles hadn't liked her. Yuan Chong watched a group of 5 wander across the small field from the mostly empty housing outlying the reserve center. Many families had stopped living here. He hoped to change that. He sighed. The war had decimated the population more than many wished to admit. Deaths had thinned the numbers a bit, but also many Muggleborns chose to not live in the magical world, further lowering numbers. He shook his head and peered more closely at the group, and noticed Rigel Blackthorn run up to them. Surely this wasn't the group who had taken the house. That was a woman and 2 boys, if he remembered correctly. The crowd was soon at his building, and he could hear the secretary greet them. He said, "Bring them in." Before she could say anything, when she opened the door, she huffed and shooed the 6 in. Rigel spoke up a bit nervously. "Director Chong, may I present Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy? These are Mr. Snape's wards, Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter, and Lucius' son Draco Malfoy." Director Chong was a bit stunned at the list of names, but managed to maintain a coolly unaffected facade, he hoped. The boy who lived, his guardian, a renowned potions master, a very rich pair of Malfoys, and one unknown, although he was keeping quite elite company. Very well, he had faced more daunting groups, although he couldn't remember just when that was. "Rigel, perhaps you could give the young gentleman a tour of the center." He smiled at the eager looks from the trio. "I expect they will want to see Yao, my Chinese fireball." They nodded with grins. "He's quite a ham, he'll enjoy the company." He waved the 4 off, and turned to Severus and Lucius and waited expectantly. "I am the one who bought Dragon's Rest a few days ago." Severus started. "I had intended it for Petunia Dursley and her son and nephew. Her husband was increasingly abusive, and she needed help fleeing. Although Dudley has magic, and her nephew Harry Potter is most certainly a wizard, Petunia has no magic." Yuan nodded carefully, and Severus continued. "A few hours before they intended to escape, Vernon Dursley came home and there was a confrontation. Harry's aunt was shot by a gun, and came close to dying. Even now she is still gravely ill. Vernon Dursley died soon afterwards in a car smash, although I won't pretend he was any great loss." Yuan was fairly sure that dismay was now on his face, but he managed to again nod at Potionsmaster Snape to continue the tale. "She stayed conscious long enough to tell the boys to flee to my home by whatever means necessary. They had a plan for backup, although Harry had to make some decisions on the fly." Severus and Lucius smiled in fondness. The boy had some cunning. "Petunia gave me complete guardianship of Harry Potter, and temporary guardianship of Dudley, until she is well. This changes the plans I had made. I intend to live at Dragon's Rest, now, with Harry and Dudley. I intend, of course, to return to teaching at Hogwarts, if all goes well. Petunia will likely stay there, this last year until the boys start school. At some point Petunia may need to buy her own home. And what does Albus Dumbledore think of all this?" Yuan had not become director on his skill with dragons alone, his wits were well sharpened, as well. Lucius looked over at Severus, who had raised an eyebrow almost to his hairline. They smiled. Again, they liked this man, already. He had seen straight to the heart of their problem. He has not challenged the guardianship, yet, and if he does, we have information to deter him with. This is also why I chose the Dragon Reserve. You are under IFOW control, not the Ministry. And Chairman Rustam Argon is not a fan of Albus. Rustam will hold the chair for another 8 years, Harry will have his majority by then, if we have to hold Albus off by staying here, if you are agreeable to that." Severus was well aware of the possible fallout he was asking this man to bear, if the British Ministry of Magic came into play. "We are not dependent on the British Ministry, but they could become a nuisance. However, we will shelter you if need be, and I have a great many friends on other reserves, most of whom are cousins. We can move you to one of them, far away, if things become too hot, here." Yuan smiled at the obvious relief on Severus' face, and the pleased smile on Lucius. They both bowed to the director, well aware of the valuable ally he had chosen to become. "We are deeply in your debt, Director Chong," Severus said simply and sincerely. Yuan smiled back and stood. "Shall we see where your lads have run off to?" Marge Dursley was not having a good day. She stared glumly at the cell door. That damn lawyer of hers had obviously become worthless. When the 3 squad cars had pulled her over less than 2 blocks from the station, she had been infuriated, and rightly so, she thought to herself. So, maybe she had gone a bit overboard by smacking a few of them around, but they were trying to arrest her for driving under the influence. She'd had a drink or two, or maybe a few, but she wasn't drunk. They'd added a bunch of charges: assaulting officers, DUI, destruction of property, as if that fence she'd knocked down when pulling over had been worth anything, and as a final insult they charged her as a public nuisance. They had seemed especially gleeful about the last charge. When her lawyer had shown up, he had been unable to get any of the charges dropped. The judge that she had come before had not been a friend of hers, and shouting the names of her numerous friends at him had only led to an added charge of contempt of court. She sighed unhappily. She really needed a drink. Yuan led the 2 wizards to the hot springs where Yao presided as the emperor of all the hot water. There were several springs and small ponds for the dragons that either had occurred naturally or were created by the wizards. But this hot spring in a shallow cave was the only hot one, and Yao guarded it jealously. Rigel had led them through the compound of buildings that made up the reserve center. There were several visitor apartments for paying guests and some homes nearby for the full-time workers. There were several who saw the 4 walking across the area, and they soon had a small entourage of workers following them. Rigel had told his fellow dragon keepers of the boys and their mother who were fleeing. They were surprised to find that the boys were Harry Potter and his cousin. They were further intrigued to find that the boys were now wards of Severus Snape. Several remembered him as their very strict potions instructor. Well, he obviously would have no difficulty keeping the lads in line. Rigel whispered the tale of their escape from a gun-wielding Vernon, and Petunia's injury trying to shield the boys. They were all awestruck. Muggle guns and the injuries they caused were whispered of in horror. Petunia would likely become a legend before they were done, getting shot defending Harry Potter. The convoluted tale of their journey was also told, and the boys were looked at in renewed respect. Journeys through the Muggle world, unless you were Muggleborn, were confusing and sometimes downright terrifying. Rigel made sure they realized that their presence on the reserve was a secret for the boys' safety. They nodded. The Dragon Reserve people were used to closing ranks when needed. They were by nature used to keeping to themselves, and had no difficulty with the idea of keeping Harry Potter and his family a secret. They reached the hot spring, and one of the workers coaxed a preening Yao out to be admired with a few haunches of meat. The dragon posed and spouted a little fire to the boys' admiring gaze. The elderly dragon liked attention, and always enjoyed a new audience. Yuan was his 4th rider. He had outlived them all. But he knew that Yuan would be his last. He would live long enough to see this rider pass away, and then would follow him into the endless sleep of death. Yao had come with his rider to this reserve at first reluctantly, but he would have been an old, low-ranking dragon there on the Chinese reserve, one among many fireballs. Here he was the only fireball and greatly admired. Even the other dragons respected him, and allowed him his undisputed claim on the hot springs. So, he was quite content to live his remaining days here with Yuan. Draco had produced a camera from somewhere, and soon had one of the dragon riders taking pictures of the 3 of them as near to Yao as they dared go. Yuan, Severus and Lucius found them there, still asking questions of the crowd. They managed to get the boys away by promising return visits. Yuan watched the trio walk back to the house. He suspected he would encounter more than one adventure and surprise from that quarter. Well, perhaps things had been too quiet around here. The boys chattered non-stop on the walk back to the house, and Severus had to promise more books on dragons, especially Chinese fireballs. Severus had thought his library to be adequate, but apparently he was woefully lacking in enough on dragons to satisfy Harry and Dudley. Draco also expressed dissatisfaction regarding the Malfoy Manor's library in regards to dragons. Lucius and Severus promised a trip to a bookseller, soon. But the matter of Dudley's magic needed to be addressed first. Harry and Draco were placed on the sofa and told to not move an inch, or suffer unspecified consequences. Dudley was in a chair in the middle of the room with Lucius and Severus flanking him. They cast several spells, determining just what binding was used, and just how strong it was. They sighed. It was definitely quite strong. It had been cast by Albus Dumbledore, after all. But, luckily, it had been cast when Dudley had been a toddler, and had thinned as the boy grew older. The spell was still effective, but its lessening would aid them in its undoing. Severus and Lucius conferred and decided on a counter spell. They both pointed their wands at a nervously sweating Dudley and cast Religare Ligare. They shouted and cast hard enough to cause a yellowish sparkling spell trail that hid and engulfed Dudley. Dudley stiffened and started shaking, sweat pouring off him even more. It seemed to last forever, although it was less than 2 minutes. Then, Dudley seemed to sigh and relax. Severus and Lucius caught him under both arms and lowered him onto the other sofa. Harry and Draco watched anxiously. Harry was afraid that Dudley might not be able to take such a stressful event. Draco watched, also concerned. Dudley had seemed an all-right sort. He disliked the idea of Harry losing one of his remaining 2 family members. They watched, sweating a bit, themselves when to their astonishment Dudley started to giggle. Dudley had never felt so light or happy. The spell had felt horrible. He could feel something grabbing onto him, refusing to let go, and finally being torn away, freeing a part of himself he had not really known was there. Now, he knew it was his magic, swirling through him a joyous dance of happiness at being free. Dudley giggled some more. He knew if he wasn't so incoherent with joy he would be disturbed by all this giggling, but at this moment he just didn't care. Harry remembered that Severus had said Dudley would be euphoric. He started giggling himself. Draco looked horrified by his amusement until Harry explained. "Oh," Draco said, understanding now. "I suppose having the magic released all of a sudden would make him, well, giddy." Severus and Lucius waved Harry and Draco out of the sitting room. "Let him calm without an audience. He'll likely be a bit scatterbrained until tomorrow, but he will be calmer after an hour, in time for supper," Severus said. The boys nodded and ran up to Harry's room, so Draco could show him the wizard games. Lucius and Severus went out to the walled garden, Severus having explained he wanted to cover part of it for the boys' home gym. Severus had to explain exactly what that was to Lucius' baffled amusement. When wizards wanted to exercise they usually played Quidditch or took up things like fencing or more ancient martial arts. Tinker had gone back to Spinner's End, and under cover of a disillusionment charm had demolished the duplex directly behind Severus' house and reduced the brick house to its component parts. He brought the bricks and wood that Severus had asked for, and now Severus waved his wand, creating a brick floor and columns, topped by a timbered roof attached to the manor. The other 3 sides were open to let in the breeze. He could ward the weather out during the winter. Tinker was summoned and sent to Surrey for the gym, and it was set up quickly. Lucius and Severus looked it over. Lucius was still baffled, and decided to try it. He gave up quickly after almost garroting himself with a pulley. Severus solemnly promised to have the children show him the ropes with it, making Lucius snarl and flush a bit. Having the Muggle machine best him hadn't been fun. The supper was served with Dudley's favorites. The Malfoys weren't sure what to make of the meatloaf and potatoes with a side of carrots. A still dealy giddy Dudley poured a large dollop of ketchup over it, to their horror. Tinker scuttled up between Severus and Lucius and hissed, "I has steak and mushrooms with asparagus ready if masters would prefer." Lucius was so relieved he gave his first real compliment to an elf. "You are a lifesaver, Tinker. Please bring it in." Tinker scurried away happily while Severus laughed at Lucius. The adults were soon eating happily on steak. Draco tried the meatloaf, mostly out of curiosity. The house elves had managed to make it flavorful and he ate part of it before opting for the steak. Harry was still at the point of simply being happy at seeing regular meals and ate all of the meatloaf and then had steak as well. Dudley was still too euphoric to notice what was on others' plates. A chocolate confection was served for dessert with candles on it. Dudley blew them out after saying, "My wish has already been granted, so I just hope Mum gets well." There were murmured agreements from everyone, and the cake was served. Dudley asked for a small piece. "I don't want to undo all my progress." Lucius asked about the gym equipment as casually as he could, while still rubbing an aching neck. They soon moved out to the new patio. Harry and Dudley exclaimed in happiness at seeing the area that Severus had made. He was thanked with a hug from both of them, causing an uncertain smile. Children didn't hug him or say thank you to him often, except for Draco. Dudley didn't feel he was safe trying to work with anything, at present. So Harry explained the various parts of the gym to the fascinated horror of the Malfoys. Draco thought it might be interesting, so Harry lay on the bench and started showing them how the bar attached to the weights was to be pulled on so as not to strangle oneself. The four stood around him as he pulled on the bar, groaning with the effort. There was a startling shriek of fury from the doorway, but Severus and Lucius pulled their wands a bit late. Lucius was thrown halfway across the garden, and Severus was tossed into a wall. "You will not harm Harry Potter," Dobby shrieked. He tossed another hex at Lucius, who ducked this one. Dudley yelped and ducked behind a column. Draco yelled angrily, "Stop it, Dobby, we aren't hurting anyone." "You are torturing him, I heard him in pain," Dobby screamed. "You will not harm Harry Potter." He reached a hand toward Harry, who scrambled away toward Severus. The elf was obviously crazy. Harry reached Severus, who was shaking his head and trying to stand. Draco was yelling at Dobby, who was pushing past him, still trying to reach Harry. Lucius stood, and recovered his dropped wand. "Let Harry Potter go." Dobby was running toward Severus, who pushed Harry behind him, and aimed his wand at the onrushing elf. A containment spell from Lucius caught Dobby before he reached them, enveloping him in a sparkling chain that prevented any magic from the elf. A furious Lucius Malfoy, with hair in disarray, rushed up in fury, only the presence of children preventing him from killing the elf then and there. Dudley stumbled up closer and looked at the elf. Whoa, he was really angry. What did he think we were doing to Harry? Draco reluctantly answered, "I suppose the gym looks a little like a torture device." Dudley guffawed, "An hour or so on it can feel like torture." Harry looked at his guardian in concern. "Are you okay, Severus?" "That was a hard hit to the wall." "It was a good hit, but no real damage done, thank you, Harry." Severus was more concerned that the elf had gotten the drop on them than anything. One simply doesn't expect an attack from an elf. "Well, Dobby, what is your reason for attacking us?" Harry was not being harmed. The Muggle contraption was an exercise machine. Severus snarled at the cringing elf. Harry Potter was not being harmed. Dobby asked, looking toward Harry, who shook his head uncertainly. At this, Dobby began some alarming wailing, and started beating his head on a stone column. "Make him stop," Dudley shouted. "Stop it." Dobby whimpered and looked at Dudley in confusion. "What should we do with him?" Lucius asked. "I can further bind his magic, so he can only do chores, but he's becoming more unstable." Lucius really wanted to just put his head on a wall the way the Blacks did. He'd always considered that disgusting, but now he saw the appeal, being attacked by one's own elf, of all things. Severus considered the elf. He thought he was protecting Harry. He said slowly, "Go ahead and bind the magic, we can loosen it when he sees that we are not any danger to him, and he starts to listen to reason. Tinker can oversee him." Lucius cast the binding with glee, and Dobby was turned over to an appalled Tinker. "Well, dinner with you is never dull, Severus," Lucius said brightly. Severus chuckled, "We aim to please, Lucius, wait until you see tomorrow's floor show, we may invite the dragons." "Well, I have the dubious pleasure of meeting Narcissa at Gringotts first thing tomorrow. If Draco can spend the morning with you, I will return with a certain object for you perusal," Lucius said. Severus sobered immediately. "A good idea, we shall see you tomorrow, then." The Malfoys left with dignity partially restored. Severus shooed Dudley to bed and asked Harry if he was well. "Yes, but why was the house elf so protective? I've never met him before." Severus sighed and sat him down. "You know, now, that your parents died fighting the Dark Lord." Harry nodded. "Your mother was given the chance to step aside to save herself. Of course, like any mother worthy of the name, she stood firm and the Dark Lord killed her. But her sacrifice protected you and the Avada Kedavra rebounded and destroyed the Dark Lord, instead, and gave you that scar. That is why people will know you wherever you go. You are the only one to ever survive the killing curse, and the Dark Lord that they feared was gone at the same time. So you were seen as a hero. But it was really my mother that did it." Harry was confused. "People prefer live heroes, Harry," Severus answered with a laugh. "Run along to bed, you can read a bit if you want." Harry scampered off, and Severus went his own desk to dig through more old tomes on Horcruxes. He was sure there would be an escape for Harry. The morning dawned brightly, promising to be a scorcher. Both boys smiled at breakfast. "Yao will be pleased at all the heat." Dudley snickered. Harry just nodded happily and eyed Dobby warily as more bacon was served. Dobby eyed the pair mournfully. Tinker had given him an hours-long lecture on how devoted the wonderful, clever, potions master Professor Severus Snape was to his wards. Dobby remained only partially convinced. Dobby's old mistress had been a distant cousin of Lucius and had hated him. She had ranted about the Dark Lord and his servants, insisting that Lucius had been one and had laughed hatefully when Lucius had gotten away by claiming the imperious curse. When the old mistress had died he had served the Malfoys with reluctance, and had become more and more unhappy. Now, here he was, serving the great Harry Potter, but he had a friend of Lucius Malfoy as his guardian, and Dobby was afraid for him. He went back to making the hideously strong coffee that Severus preferred with a sigh. Severus stumbled a bit, blindly to the table and groped for his coffee cup, bringing it to his lips sleepily. He heard muffled snickering at the same time he realized blearily that the cup was still empty. He set the cup down and glowered at his insolent charges. Tinker popped in next to him with the coffee pot and served a steaming cupful. Severus downed the cup gratefully and poured another. I should warn you both that I'm not a morning person. It's best not to bother speaking to me until I've coffee in me. The boys grinned and made a few coffee jokes and threatened to buy t-shirts for him regarding coffee. I saw one that said, I have too much blood in my caffeine system, that would be perfect. Harry chirped. Now that he was on his third cup even Severus smiled, as he started on the excellent scrambled eggs. I expect you outside this morning, before the afternoon heat strikes. Severus told them. He appreciated their interest in studying about their new world, but they needed to be outside as well. I'm sure that Draco will bring some games to interest you, while I set up my lab. Draco arrived, then, right on cue. All the boys trooped out to the garden, Draco holding another bag of goodies that they were all giggling over as they left. Severus watched them and hoped for no broken bones, then went with Tinker to the cellar. The cellar would have been adequate for a small lab, but if this was now to be home Severus wanted a deluxe one. He had sent Dobby and Tinker to demolish another two of the awful Spinner's End hovels under the disillusionment charm. The three of them soon had the cellar expanded and deepened using brick and timbers from the old houses. Ventilation and lighting were improved and shelving and cabinets were also salvaged from the houses, they would do well for storage. Severus looked around, adequate for now, he could add upgrades over time. Tinker fetched his potions equipment and ingredients, and Severus was one again in business. He usually made a fair amount of money over the summers, and he needed to get moving on his usually very lucrative potions. Of course, now with more room he could brew a lot at one time. He sighed happily and headed for the shower. Lunch would start soon. Lucius and Angus stood outside the black vault, eyeing Narcissa's nervous attorney. They were awaiting Narcissa's return with the list of items Lucius had demanded. Before she had gone in she had demanded he also give her one of the British manors near London in exchange for her fetching the items. He had raised a brow and said, "Perhaps, if you are able to find all the items." She had smirked triumphantly and gone in. Angus had expected this and had withdrawn the relevant manor title from his wizard space briefcase. Narcissa finally appeared at the doorway holding a featherlight bag. "Do I get the manor, Lucius?" She waved the bag enticingly. "I have found them all." He sighed a bit dramatically and nodded, and Angus held up the title. Narcissa stepped through the door and raised her own eyebrow. "The gold cup appears to have belonged to someone important, Lucius." She stopped in front of him. "I want my house elves Terry and Tiy. There are only two in each of the other houses." Lucius glared and eyed her coldly. "No more last-minute demands after this," he hissed. She smiled and gave him the bag. Lucius gave her the title and called the two house elves to her. The pair left the bank without further words between them and both went to thoroughly ward their houses from each other. While dressing for lunch, Severus considered how quickly to let his, well, he supposed she was his girlfriend, know about his wards. They had been seeing each other for years, although they were careful that no one knew about it. Well, he supposed that Lucius knew, but was respecting his privacy in this matter. They had struck a friendship about a year after the war ended. Severus was still having nightmares about his brief stay in Azkaban, before Albus had sprung him and had headed to Hogsmeade for a drink that weekend. She had been out back of the Three Broomsticks, sobbing. She had taken a vicious curse during a raid on Hogsmeade before the Dark Lord had fallen, and after several trips to St. Mungo's the healers had regretfully told her she could never bear children. She had been in hysterics that night because her fiancé, after sticking by her for months, had finally caved to familial pressure to marry a witch who could give him children, and had dumped her that night, just weeks before their wedding. Severus had awkwardly offered her a calming draught, which she had seemed to find a bit funny. They had talked, long into the night during which she had poured out the whole sorry tale. After that he had found himself seeing her most weekends to talk and reminisce. Their friendship had healed a bit of his heart that had been desperately missing his friendship with Lily. She was different than Lily, and much more accepting of his, admittedly, numerous faults. Their friendship had deepened over time into becoming lovers. They both had careers that took much of their time. He had demands the entire school year, and she had her business. They did vacation together during summer. She had never been out of the British Isles and he enjoyed showing her a bit of the world. In return she listened to his grumbling about students during weekends. He really didn't want to ruin a valued companionship. They had been seeing each for almost a decade, he realized, and as unlikely as their relationship seemed, it worked for them. Perhaps she wouldn't mind being the de facto female figure in Harry's life. He sighed, he may as well get to it. He opened the flow in his bedroom and called for her. "Rosemerta, are you in?" Angus Essie watched Lucius and Narcissa leave Gringotts with a sigh of relief. He didn't know why Lucius needed whatever it was in that vault, but he had been prepared to pay an extortionate amount to obtain it. He still had a few things to clear up at Gringotts. Petunia Dursley had made it clear that she wanted everything to be transferred to the wizarding world to be kept safe for Dudley, although at the time she had thought she was dying. Still, since she would likely reside on the reserve, moving it all into Gringotts was a sound idea. Angus opened a vault for Dudley, with Petunia also named on it. As Dudley's guardian Severus would hold the key for him. With the stocks liquidated and the banks emptied there was a tidy amount there. Then the more sticky issue was tackled. He sat with one of the managers of Gringotts and turned over a copy of the guardianship of Harry, and asked, very politely, for Harry's keys. The manager perused it carefully and barked at the assistants. 3 keys were handed to him, with lists of the contents, monetary and otherwise. "We have the key to the Potter family vault, and keys to 2 vaults, one belonging to a great-aunt Audra Peverell, and a third cousin Roderick Potter that he inherited. The key to Harry's personal vault has been held by the headmaster Dumbledore to fund Harry's needs while growing up." The goblin eyed the lawyer's stormy countenance. Funding Harry's needs, indeed, Angus thought. Well, most of that was now in Dudley's vault and, all in the family, as it were. Well, Harry's key needs to go to his guardian, now, if you will arrange it. The goblins chuckled and nodded. "If you would forward all records of the vaults to the Norris accountant firm they will handle them." The goblins nodded happily. They always enjoyed a potential shake-up between wizards, with all sorts of confiscation and potential for a good fight. They were always disappointed if things were handled peaceably. Angus had already severed Narcissa's access to anything Malfoy, and the divorce papers would be finalizing even now. A good day's work, he thought as he apparated to his office, and all the keys and lists to Potionsmaster Snape. Lucius arrived for lunch in triumph, waving the bag at Severus who nodded with a smirk. Lunch was served by Tinker, Dobby having opted to continue cleaning the garden, away from Lucius. The boys were sweaty and dusty. They had played exploding snap and gobstones and worked out on the gym, while Draco explained the intricacies of Quidditch. They were all eager to learn to fly, although, perhaps flying in the dragon-infested skies of the reserve would not be all that wise. Harry cleared his throat and looked at Severus. Do you think we would be able to go swimming in any of the ponds around here? I know the dragons use them, but could one of them be warded, or something?" Harry looked at him hopefully. Severus looked thoughtful. "That would be a good pastime for the hot weather. The reserve would not ward any of the ponds for you. It would be useless, the dragons already know they are there, and would break the wards. They have their own sort of magic, you know." Severus smiled at their crestfallen looks. "However, I'm sure the director would let us build a pool near the compound that the dragons would leave alone. They don't fly into the center, by agreement with the reserve, though they sometimes do wander in on foot if they need help, or something. So, they should treat it as part of the center, and leave it alone. Dragons seem a lot smarter than the books say they are." Draco offered, while all 3 boys grinned. They were getting a pool. Lucius huffed in annoyance. Most of the dragon keepers and dragon riders are reluctant to part with their hard-won knowledge. They do write books about it, but only give copies to others on the reserves. A few of their stories make it outside the reserves, but not all believe them. Most wizards realize that dragons are sentient, they even acknowledge that the riders and keepers do communicate with them, they just don't admit how much the dragons do understand. Lunch ended, and the boys went to design a pool complete with the water slides that Dudley had described and a springboard. Of course Draco suggested cabanas to change in, and some tables and umbrella over lounge chairs, etc. Lucius and Severus tuned that boys out and went to the library and shut the door, and locked it. Lucius levitated the cup out of the bag. In spite of the fact that Narcissa had handled it, they were wary of enchantments. Lucius drew out the diary and set it down on the other side of the table. The cup radiated with almost palpable evil while the diary seemed neutral by comparison. Severus nodded. It was as he suspected. Then they both sat down and pulled the books on Horcruxes to them. They had some reading and casting of spells to do. Harry listened to Draco and Dudley and their arguments and plans for the pool. He was happy to be getting the pool, of course. Mostly, though he was just happy. Severus had only been his guardian a week, and life seemed impossibly perfect. Even when grumpy this morning, the worst he'd done was to warn them that he was to be avoided until coffee ingestion had been achieved. He had a brilliant room in a house on a dragon reserve, but best of all he seemed to have a home. The Dursley residence, in spite of the changes those last few weeks, had never been a home. Severus seemed to actually like him. He hoped that would not change. Severus had assured him that this was now his home, and that nothing would change that. He desperately hoped that was true. The afternoon wore on and Draco and Dudley had finally run out of additions to the pool, and they got out more books, and made a list of more books they needed. Lucius and Severus came out of the library just before dinner. "We'll go to the Spain, their marketplace in Madrid has a larger selection of what we need," Lucius said, and he and Draco departed for home and dinner. "Spain, we're going to Spain," Dudley squeaked with excitement. "Yes, we have things we need to obtain and you will have a chance to interact with wizards without being mobbed by Harry Potter fans." Severus smiled at Harry to take any sting out of the words. Harry just grinned. A trip to Spain, as well. His guardian was brilliant. Severus looked uncomfortable and Harry thought he even saw him squirm a bit. "I also have someone who wishes to meet you both. She'll be coming on the excursion with us. There are a few places Lucius and I need to visit we don't want you to go in, and she can see that you three can continue sightseeing." At the boys' blank looks, he continued. "Her name is Rosemerta, she runs a pub in Hogsmeade Village. She's, well, my girlfriend." "Ooh," Dudley started to tease, and stopped abruptly at Severus' glare. "Is she nice?" Harry asked. He thought anxiously. A girlfriend, maybe she wouldn't want him here. She'd likely want Severus all to herself. "You'll both like her. She's quite anxious to meet you both." Severus grimaced. He had laid out the whole appalling tale, and then had to make her swear not to go straight to Hogwarts and give Albus the hexing of his life. The trip to Madrid would give her a chance to meet the boys and have a nice time. The distractions of sightseeing and shopping would help overcome any awkwardness, he hoped. Dudley and Harry were finally off to bed, and Severus sipped some tea, and stared at the carefully locked and warded cabinet in the library that currently held the two Horcruxes. The book, Horcrux Horrors, he had found in an obscure bookseller's stall in Berlin had contained a lengthy list of magical miscalculations with Horcruxes. There were an appalling number of things that could go wrong, of course. There was even a mention of a similar problem to the scar that Harry had. Of course the outcome for that one hadn't been pleasant, but it did give Severus some ideas. They needed a plan for the diary, and the dragon's magic had given him some ideas. Spanish wizards were more progressive with their small reserve of dragons. They had a mixed bag of Hebridean blacks and Peruvian vipertooths and a few of almost every other kind. They might have an answer. Yuan had given a letter of introduction when he and Lucius had flowed him during their brainstorming, but no absolute promises of help. They needed to get their plans off the ground. Severus sensed that time was short. Voldemort would start making his move, soon. He would want to kill Harry before he was out of school. Severus closed his eyes. Harry had already wormed his way into his heart, to his dismay. The thought of him dying was already intolerable. He wouldn't let that happen, ever. The trip to Madrid was delayed, briefly. The three boys were crowded around a book about the city when an alert went off, warning Severus of a flow call being made to his house on Spinner's End. Lucius nodded to him. He would take care of things here at Dragon's Rest, as necessary. The flow call was likely from Albus, and may, or may not go well. Severus quickly apparated to his lab at Spinner's End so he would appear to have already been there when he approached the flow. The old, ugly furniture was still in place, but there was no hiding the fact that his books were gone. Albus would see through any illusion and be even more suspicious. He walked to the flow, hoping the headmaster was in a hurry, and wouldn't bother looking, or ask to see Harry. Severus, boy. Albus started jovially. Gringotts sent a letter asking for Harry's key. Are you in need of money for him? Not at present, but I'm sure that he will need it at some point. Is that a problem, Albus? Severus' eyes narrowed. No, I have the key, here, but why bother, if you only have him for the summer? They Weasleys will likely have the lads when you come back to Hogwarts in the fall, or whenever they boys get to be too much, I'm sure they would take him earlier. Albus twinkled at him, half expecting Severus to shove the boys through, at once. What are you blathering about, headmaster? Severus answered, controlling anger with difficulty. Harry is staying with me, I am his guardian if you recall. Yes, Albus agreed, hurriedly. But you have your duties to the school, and the boys can't be left on their own, can they? Petunia should be well enough to leave the hospital and take charge of them during the school year. Severus watched Albus carefully. He had to steer cautiously between satisfying the old coot's questions, and not giving too much information. She's going to live. Albus brightened. Well, they can resume their residence in Surrey, and all can go back to as it was. Excellent. Harry would be back among Muggles for the year, and not too much damage would have been done. Unfortunately Petunia has no wish to return there, where she was almost killed. She wants a house elsewhere. We can cross that bridge when we come to it, though. Severus answered calmly, although he was seething at Albus' high-handed attitude toward Harry's guardianship. Severus was Harry's guardian and would remain so whether Albus liked it or not. In the meantime Harry will need clothing and likely more books. It is summer and the lads wish for excursions, as well. Albus took the hint, and sighed. Of course. And he tossed the key through the flow. Let me know when the new house needs warding for Harry. He frowned a bit. A change of address for the Dursleys and Harry wouldn't be all bad. The Muggles on that street had seen too much. If Aurors or any of the Order asked around they would likely get an earful. A new address would be best. Severus thought he had got away cleanly, when Albus noticed the empty bookshelves. Great Scott! Whatever happened to your books, Severus? Luckily Severus had had a few minutes to plot. I've moved them, the house elves are going to enlarge this place, I've needed more room, even without the guests. I don't want my books damaged by errant elf magic. Good luck with the building, elves can get odd ideas. Albus snickered. Let me know how things go. Severus grimaced and the fire call ended to his relief. He apparated back to Dragon's Rest, feeling a bit like he had dodged a curse. Lucius and Harry listened to his retelling of the conversation with concern while Draco and Dudley were arguing over whether to go to a bullfight while in Madrid. He wants to give me to another family. Harry asked, alarmed. He liked it here with Severus. He was getting quite attached to his scary guardian. He was quite sure that no one would dare harm him if it meant they had to cross Severus to get to him. Severus looked at him, noting the anxiety. He felt warmed that Harry didn't look all that anxious to be removed from his care. It won't happen, Harry. We're dancing around the issue with Albus, at present, to buy us time. But, if necessary, we'll all stay here on the reserve to avoid them. Yuan said he could send us to other reserves, if we need to flee the British Isles. Altogether. Harry peered into Ingardian's eyes. Dudley thought them a bit scary. Harry was never quite sure what Severus was thinking. His guardian had an excellent poker face, for sure, but the fathomless darkness of his eyes didn't frighten him. The jet-black eyes always looked protective and concerned when his guardian spoke to him, and he just knew that Severus wouldn't let him down without a hard fight. Harry smiled at Severus' answer. I know you'll keep us safe, Severus. I just wish this headmaster person would just let us be. Lucius and Severus snickered at hearing the great Albus Dumbledore being referred to in that way. He did give me the key to your Gringotts account. It's the account your parents set up to keep you in money for Hogwarts, and an apprenticeship afterward. There is plenty in it for any foolishness like Quidditch or the like. Severus smiled at Harry's delight. The Norris accounting firm will have the keys to the other 3 vaults, one belonging to the Potter family, and 2 other personal vaults of relatives who left them to you, when they died. Harry looked stunned at the idea that relatives would leave him anything. He looked down at the small key Severus had handed to him. I'll take good care of it, sir. Severus summoned Tinker and told him that his house in Spinner's End would have to be enlarged, as he had told the headmaster he intended to, and with his luck the old meddler would check. Just tear down the houses I own that are still up, build one like Dragon's Rest, perhaps a bit smaller, only 4 bedrooms, and set it back from the street. If you have time, today, a wall around the entire property would be good. Severus smiled as the small elf nodded happily. A knock from the floor was heard, and Severus opened it to let Rosmerta in. Draco had seen her before on trips to Hogsmeade, but Harry and Dudley ogled her a bit. Whoa, Severus scored a babe, Harry. Dudley whispered to Harry, although he wasn't quiet enough for Severus to not hear him, and it earned him a glare. Rosmerta, allow me to introduce my wards, Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. Harry, Dudley, this is Rosmerta Christie. Severus eyed the boys sternly while they shook her hand and said there, pleased to meet yous. Rosmerta looked the 2 over. Harry and his cousin seemed polite. Their eyes were full of curiosity, of course. She smiled, they likely wondered about her and Severus. She looked over at her stern lover with a grin. He put up a good front, but she had wormed her way past that, like any good Hufflepuff would. When her fiancé had broken their engagement off, and she had dissolved into tears and misery at her own back door, she had been horrified to be discovered by anyone. But Severus had handed her his handkerchief, and before she had known it she'd poured her heart out. He had sympathized, but offered no pity, to her relief. She had soon looked forward to his visits, and then their dates. She liked his dry, sarcastic humor, and their easy-going relationship with few demands from each other worked quite well. She looked back at the boys with a small grin. Of course, with kids now in the mix, that might need adjustment. At least these didn't require nappy changes. Lucius held out the portkey, a parchment with runes scrawled on it, and they each gripped an edge. Lucius spoke the activation word and they found themselves in a sunny street in Madrid that had wizards and witches chattering and roaming in it. This is Brujeria Rio, it's like Diagon Alley, you can find almost anything you need here, magically. There was a river near here that once had magical creatures living by it. That is why they call the place Sorcery River. Severus explained. Lucius cast a temporary translation spell on all of them, so speaking Spanish would not be a problem, and agreed to meet for a late lunch at the restaurant next to the Madrid Gringotts branch. Lucius and Severus set off for the Madrid Dragon Reserve, and the boys and Rosmerta set off for the shops and sightseeing. Lucius and Severus apparated away from the Madrid Reserve with elation. They had copies of several books they had found in the Reserve Library, and hopefully the answer to the problem they were faced with. They approached the restaurant, and saw the boys waving at them excitedly, pockets full of shrunken bags and packages. Rosmerta was looking tired and a bit disheveled, but Severus was relieved to see she was still smiling. The boys were all talking at once, listing the sights they had seen, and the various trinkets and things they had bought. Lucius and Severus let the chatter wash over them as they ate the very good food in the open-air restaurant. The trip was obviously a success, and everyone was feeling quite smug. We went to the Prado Museum, and there is a great park called Buen Retiro with a glass pavilion with a lot of plants that I didn't recognize. Draco enthused. We showed him how to ride a bike. It's the best way to see a park like that. Dudley said with a bit of a smirk. Draco scowled. He could fly like a hawk on a broom. Who'd have thought a muggle bike could be so difficult to master? We found an old map at the Alfonso Ojeda Antiques. Rosmerta cast a spell that found some with old magic on them. Draco said you might like them. Harry pulled out the shrunken package, and gave it to Severus. Thank you, Harry, that was very thoughtful. Severus smiled at Harry's pleased grin. Rosmerta leaned over and spoke to the men. Harry had a bit of a shock at a shop selling familiars we stopped at on the way back. Draco was showing them the reptile section, and there was a very pretty indigo-colored snake they admired. She hesitated and then continued. Harry spoke Parseltongue to it. Luckily neither Harry nor Dudley thought anything of it, and Draco hushed them before anyone else noticed. I told Harry to not do that any further, until he speaks to you. The other two will also keep quiet until told otherwise. Rosmerta told herself, she may have been a Hufflepuff, but she hadn't run a pub frequented by rowdy wizards without finding a stiff backbone, and she did not flinch from a little thing like finding her boyfriend's ward, who happened to be, the boy who lived, also happened to be a Parselmouth, at least she hoped she didn't. Rosmerta noticed the two wizards stiffen and glance at each other and then her. Their Slytherin masks of cool indifference sliding into place. I'm sure it is nothing to worry about, Severus said cautiously. He likely got the ability from, you know who, when he got the scar. We really don't know all that happened that night. Rosmerta eyed him a bit skeptically. I'm not jumping to conclusions about the boy, but you know that others will. Lucius and Severus nodded at her and grimaced in agreement. The teenagers wolfed down the food after their strenuous outing and were soon ready to return to Dragon's Rest. The rune-covered parchment was pulled out and they all took an edge, as before. The boys' packages were all resized, and they trooped with Rosmerta to the living room to relive the day and crow over their booty. Severus resized the old map of Europe and smiled. It was quite handsome, done in the old world style. There were definitely runes and glyphs mixed into the letters surrounding the map. He would frame it and place it in the library. Even if it had been cheap and worthless he would have done so. It would give Harry a sense of belonging to the house, have things he had bought in the place. Lucius peered at the map as well. Interesting runes, I'll have to look up the meaning. Severus rolled his eyes. During Hogwarts Lucius had eaten, drank and breathed runes, only to find out his father would not let him pursue any tawdry career in them. Lucius had been crushed. With his father dead he had taken his interest back up, although not with the same enthusiasm. Abraxas had beaten much of that out of him, literally. Lucius and Severus once again entered the library and shut and warded the door. We'll have to have this done and under control before September, Lucius. You will be able to keep an eye on things during the school year, especially if he becomes the boys' tutor and Draco joins them. If the dragon magic works, we can start at once. Severus, once a target was in sight, never liked to put things off. Lucius nodded. If there is a dragon dying soon, we should take immediate steps. I've found binding spells we can use, if needed. The wizard's oaths we have come up with should take care of it, though. He's only a teenager, he's undoubtedly crafty and strong even now, but the two of us should be able to turn him around. Severus nodded in agreement. He's had no parents or real family to ground him. If we both work on him it should not be too late to instill our values into him. I questioned Rigel carefully. He said that dragons always come close to the compound center to die, the others tend to stick close to them to give them comfort during this. He said there is a very old 5 centuries, at least, Hebridean black that will likely die in the next few days. We should approach him carefully tomorrow. Lucius nodded. We should take the diary with us, that should explain much to the dragon, if they are as wise as we believe. They both nodded, satisfied, and eyed the cabinet with trepidation. The Malfoys left before supper, Lucius citing a pile of post-divorce paperwork awaiting him, and the others waved them off with wishes of, good luck with that. Rosmerta keyed Severus goodbye, to Harry and Dudley's embarrassed snickers. She had a pub to get ready for the evening rush. Severus did his best to not have a somewhat sappy look on his face, as she left. From Harry and Dudley's grins he was afraid he was unsuccessful. Severus looked sternly at the pair as they sat for dinner. The owl I received this morning at breakfast was from the healer looking in on your mother, Dudley. The boys were abruptly very serious. She is doing quite well, he says. She has been moved from the intensive care unit to an intermediate care ward. They still keep a close eye, but she is in a regular room. He said we could visit if we keep it short. The pair looked eager. There is also the issue of the funeral for Vernon, it is a couple days away. The coroner and police are finally done with him. Apparently your Aunt Marge is taking care of things regarding this. You may attend if you wish, of course. Severus watched Dudley's suddenly grim face. I need to think about it. Dudley muttered, picking at the food morosely. He wanted to go, but he could only imagine what his aunt would say. Severus nodded, understanding his reluctance. I have no intention of you attending, Harry, unless you have strong feelings otherwise. Harry shook his head emphatically. The suddenly dour meal perked up a bit with the house elves' strawberries and cream. The boys cleaned themselves up afterward, and Severus sidelong apparated the pair to the hospital chapel. He was lucky the small alcove was apparently rarely used. Taking both boys at once had tired him. The healer had given him excellent directions, and they found the room without difficulty. Severus saw a bouquet outside another room, and grabbed a rose from it. He quickly replicated it into 2 dozen. He gave each boy a dozen and changed the colors to white and pink. The awestruck boys just said, "Cool," and marched proudly into the room bearing their gifts. Petunia was looking a bit less pale, but her struggle to live showed strongly in the sunken cheeks and eyes. The boys' smiles faded a bit, but she managed to lift her arms to them with a smile. The two rushed to her sides and each got a hug. Dudley cried a bit, but Harry and Petunia just smiled at each other, 2 conspirators who had pulled the impossible off. "I'm proud of you for getting you and Dudley to Severus. I know he was too distraught to get there on his own," she whispered. Harry grinned back at her. "Harry does know how to think on his feet," Dudley agreed through sniffles. Petunia looked at Severus. "Are things going well? The lawyer, Angus, and his assistant Roger have visited a few times. They gave me a key to a vault, but I think you should hang on it. Dudley may need it." Petunia was already tiring, Severus could see. Severus took the proffered key. "He won't really need it until next year, but I'll keep it safe for you. We're dancing around Albus, but so far all is well." Severus gave her a small, tight smile that she interpreted correctly. "Battles would likely occur in the future, but don't say anything in front of the children for now." The roses found homes in vases Severus conjured, and the boys chattered about dragons in Madrid for half an hour, and then Severus pulled them away. "We'll return, but Petunia needs her rest," Severus told the reluctant boys, and apparated them straight from the room to Dragon's Rest. The boys stumbled to bed, exhausted from the visit to Madrid and the hospital. Severus was sure they were asleep before their heads hit the pillows. Severus sat, for a time, at one of his bedroom windows, looking out over the reserve. Lights twinkled, and there was an occasional roar and flames from an irritated dragon. He hoped he and Lucius were doing the right thing. He had mulled the idea over for several years before pulling Lucius in on it. He had, of course, had to wait until Lucius was on Harry's side of things. Severus watched as a pale-colored dragon launched into the sky. "Likely an Antipodean opal eye. They don't usually come here. A dragon rider from elsewhere must be visiting," he mused, then chuckled. The boy's enthusiasm had apparently rubbed off. He went to bed still turning the problems over in his mind. The dawn broke brightly, and Severus covered his eyes with his forearm with a muttered curse. There were times he missed his dungeons. He never got blinded by excessively cheery morning sun there. He showered and dressed, praying that the coffee was ready when he got to the table this morning. Severus ignored the cheerful faces at the breakfast table until he was finishing his second cup of heavenly caffeine. "I need to get some potions brewing done this morning, before our trip to the reserve center to build the pool. I have several commissions to fill that are quite lucrative. One of them is from the potions brewer on this reserve. They usually have to pay rather high prices for the mastery-level potions they need. I can charge them half their usual price, and still make a bundle." Severus smiled at their impressed look. "Can we watch?" Harry asked. "Maybe we can help." Dudley nodded eagerly. Severus eyed them consideringly. Nothing he was brewing was too volatile or poisonous. "Very well, but you must follow strict instructions. This is part of my income, not a game." They nodded seriously. Severus snorted. Hogwarts students usually cringed when coming in his classroom. Perhaps he could ensure his 2 wards would not dread his potions class. Severus ducked into the library and grabbed a few basic manuals and ingredients books. The boys trailed him into the lab looking mystified by all the jars and equipment. "Look, cauldrons, just like in books about witches." Dudley seemed to find this hilarious. Severus rolled his eyes, and Harry grinned at them both. Severus explained the potions he was working on, well, all except the impotency cure for a certain elderly wizard who was on his 6th wife. He conjured a blackboard and a chalk was spelled to write the potions, their ingredients, and the directions for brewing. The boys were quite impressed with the intricacy. "I don't expect you to do any actual brewing, but this will help you get familiar with the process. I'll give you some simple ingredients to prepare. You can look up the ingredient and how preparation can change its uses and effectiveness in the manuals and books, if you wish. The boys nodded at him and bent to their tasks, when he showed them the plants and animal parts. Harry proved to be quite good at preparing plant ingredients. His experience with cooking made it easy for him to catch on to the instructions of dicing, chopping, and shredding. The manuals explained all the differences quite clearly, as well as the effects of different cutting methods. Dudley, however, excelled at dissecting flobberworms and scarab beetles. He had many questions about their uses, and Severus answered as patiently as possible. Dudley soon moved on to the dead toads and rats, to Harry's disgust. You have the makings of either a brilliant surgeon or a serial killer, Dud. Harry was pleased to hear Severus chuckle, along with Dudley's cheerful guffaw. With the boys' help, Severus was soon done with 3 potions and had 2 others set to simmer until the next day. He put the last 2 in stasis, he would finish them later. "Ah, I feel greasy," Dudley complained as they left the lab. "Yes, an unfortunate side effect of potions brewing, you should see me after a full day of classes." Severus agreed ruefully. "Let's grab a shower before Draco gets here," Harry said, and they raced off. Severus hesitated, and then followed them. He supposed he should keep up appearances for them when possible. They were back downstairs before 11, just in time for the Malfoys' arrival. The director did agree to the pool. Several of the dragon riders and keepers were quite happy with the idea of a pool being available. "I don't think we'll quite manage the water park Draco and Dudley envisioned, but we will do our best." Lucius eyed the pair of erstwhile pool planners. Severus retrieved the diary, and they set off across the meadow to the area the director had agreed to let them build on. It was hoped the dragons would not find it interesting. Severus let Lucius and the 2 pool designers pull ahead and he and Harry dropped back. "Rosmerta told us you had an encounter with a snake yesterday," Severus began. Harry glanced at his guardian quickly. Rosmerta had tried to hide how disturbed she had been by his talking to the snake. Draco had seemed excited by it, but had also told him to hush, and not let others hear him. Harry had been unhappy. He had hoped for a bit of normality, and here he was talking to snakes. "We were all talking to the animals, sort of. I sure didn't expect the pretty blue snake to answer me. I was surprised by it, and then one of the others started insulting me and swearing. The other snakes told him to shut up and he swore at them. The sign said he was a viper. I suppose that you couldn't expect him to be polite." Harry trailed off. He realized from Severus' amused look that he was babbling. "Anyway, Draco told me to stop before anyone else could hear me." "Yes, he's quite right. Because Salazar Slytherin and the Dark Lord were Parselmouths, the ability, which is quite rare, is seen as the mark of a dark wizard. Good wizards who have the ability tend to hide it, so few are aware that light wizards can and do have the ability, as well." Severus sighed. "For now, keep this between the 5 of us, well, 6, since Rosmerta knows as well." Harry smiled at Severus' slip. Harry liked Rosmerta, and his guardian was obviously very fond of her, too. He wasn't all that obvious about it. He had only caught Severus in that one smile after the key that had really given him away. Harry and Severus caught up with the other 3. Lucius summoned 3 house elves that were waiting on the call, and they started on the pool. It would be good-sized, with a rock waterfall on one end, with a waterslide of polished rock going down beside it. This would keep them all busy while Severus spoke with the director. Yuan greeted Severus cheerfully. He now had a new dragon rider from the Australian Wizarding Islands south of New Zealand. The Opal Eye had looked around carefully and agreed to the new reserve. The dragons always had to accept the new position, as well as the rider, and the dragon would never give the agreement until they had seen the place. This was their first Opal Eye in decades, and everyone was quite happy. The potions master seemed a bit on edge, but finally spoke. "I have a request to make of you. I know Lucius and I are not well known by you, as yet. However, my chief obligation in life is to keep Harry safe. I need you to understand that everything I do is to achieve that." Yuan nodded slowly. He suspected what was to follow would not be as pleasant. "To keep Harry safe, Lucius and I must keep the Dark Lord gone." Severus waited for the inevitable protest. Now Yuan looked alarmed. "But, Lord, you know who, is dead, isn't he?" Yuan wasn't sure he wanted an answer. Severus held Yuan's eyes, willing him to believe him. "No, not dead, and here I must ask for a promise of silence on what I reveal. Yuan knew that whatever was to come would be horrible. The Dark Lord had been into very dark magic. He sighed. He wasn't sure that he wanted to be a part of what was likely to be the epicenter of the storm to come. Yuan could feel Yao pushing at the back of his mind, urging courage. He sighed again, and rubbed his forehead. This Severus had one thing heavily in his favor. Every dragon who had a rider or keeper that understood them had, without exception, expressed complete approval and support of Severus and his charges. The dragons were often aware of conflicts that were coming. They apparently knew of an upcoming battle, and were firmly on Severus and Harry's side. Yuan nodded, knowing he would side with anyone against the Dark Lord, in any case. Yes, you have my promise. Severus nodded at him, understanding the struggle Yuan was likely having. Many who had openly defied Voldemort had died horrible deaths. The Dark Lord ensured his survival by making Horcruxes. Severus watched Yuan's eyes close in horror. He sympathized completely. Lucius and I have thought of a way to circumvent this. It will involve consulting the Hebridean Black that is close to death. If he tells me we are wrong, we'll drop the plan and forget it. If, however, he agrees, I hope you will accept that he knows what he is doing. Severus held his breath, a bit. Everything rode on Yuan's answer. And no probing questions, either, I suppose. Yuan said grimly. Severus didn't deny that. Yuan leaned back in his chair. Our very old dragons have a formidable amount of knowledge. They learn by sharing thoughts and memories with each other and their riders and keepers. It is why the very young dragons are hostile to humans. They haven't had any interaction with them, shared a mental conversation. But the very old, like Yvain, the Hebridean Black you mentioned, he has memories handed down from his great-grandfather who remembered the time of Merlin. He has had 6 riders, altogether, and has traveled most of the world before returning here to die. He is indeed wise, and dragons have their own magical methods of discerning truth. Yuan nodded slowly. If Yvain agrees with your plan, I will as well. Yuan felt a heaviness lift from the back of his mind. He suspected that Yao had been listening, and perhaps others as well. He sometimes felt the more meddlesome old dragons eavesdropped, at times, on a lot of conversations. The old gossips, Yuan thought sneeringly, and could almost feel Yao growl in affronted dignity. Yuan rose and bowed, and Severus bowed in return and left. Severus found the potions brewer and let him know that 2 of the potions were done, and the other would be finished in the morning. The potions brewer was ecstatic. Having a potions master living on the reserve would be a major asset. Severus found his way to the new pool. The waterfall was finished, and the waterslide as well. The house elves were finishing the changing rooms and chaise lounges and chairs. Dudley and Draco were bouncing happily, and Harry was peering at the springboard Lucius was conjuring. Lucius looked at Severus and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Severus nodded with a small smile. Mission accomplished, so far. Now to face the dragon, Yvain, himself. After a hasty lunch, the trio of swimmers went straight to the new pool to try it out, leaving Lucius and Severus to do some last-minute worrying about Yvain. Rigel would take them to the dragon, but they did not intend him to stay. They preferred no one to know what was being done, so the fewer that were in on it, the better. Rigel would not be available until after dinner. The pair suspected the hours would pass excruciatingly slow. They went over the spells they had memorized until even Severus said it was enough. Severus finally resorted to finishing the potions he had in stasis, while Lucius entertained himself by interpreting the runes on the old map Harry had bought. They boys dragged home moments before supper, blissfully exhausted by all the swimming. Severus and Lucius were relieved that the boys filled the air with tales of how wonderful the pool was, and boasting of how spectacular their dives had been. The boys therefore did not notice how silent the men were. Draco barely had the energy to protest being sent to Malfoy Manor after dinner. He did insist he would return by lunch the next day. Dudley and Harry were told to entertain themselves quietly before bed. Dudley left for his room without protest, but Harry eyed the grim pair closely. "Are you doing something dangerous tonight, sir?" Harry asked quietly. Severus and Lucius stared a bit, surprised at Harry's astuteness. Severus answered carefully. "It's not so much dangerous as it is tricky. It's important that we not fail, and we're a bit nervous, we don't want to muck it up." Severus hesitated a bit. I'll try to explain what we're doing tomorrow. It's a long story, but you should perhaps hear it. Lucius looked at Severus in shock. Severus, are you sure? Yes, he is a sensible lad, and I've no right to keep him completely in the dark. Severus held Harry's eyes as he said this, hoping that he understood the trust he was giving him. Harry nodded once. Thank you, Severus. Good luck tonight. And he also headed off to his room, hearing Dudley already snoring in his bed. Rigel led the Slytherin pair across a rock-strewn cliffside. Severus sighed. Apparently this dragon wanted to watch the sea while he died, and had claimed a large cave facing the rolling waves. They passed several dragons, who were keeping watch over the dying Hebridean. Rigel called into the cave, announcing their visit. Severus and Lucius both conjured a lumos and entered. The dragon wasn't far in the cave, and they were soon standing near the enormous head, with a large purple eye blinking sleepily at them. Severus had read the books the Spanish dragonriders had written. Legilimency to communicate with them was possible, if you were prepared for the migraine headache that would follow. Severus' mental abilities in legilimency and occlumency were familial powers, and therefore extremely strong, and had been ridiculously easy for him to learn. He firmly cast the spell to enter the dragon's mind. To his shock, Yvain had been awaiting him. As the books had explained, dragon tended to communicate with each other in memories and visual impressions, as well as emotions. The older they became, and after learning language from their riders and keepers, they would also use words. Severus realized quickly that Yvain was indeed very old. He had the dying impression of vast stores of memories and knowledge obtained from other dragons and incredible memories passed down from millenniums of dragons. He didn't doubt for a moment that Yvain had memories from the time of Merlin, and perhaps of Merlin himself. Yvain waited patiently for Severus to ground himself in Yvain's mind. So, you are here to see if the being locked in that book should be freed, young wizard? Yvain's mind voice asked the stunned Severus. We must find the Horcruxes and destroy them, otherwise we can never kill Lord Voldemort. Tom Riddle was only 16 when he made this Horcrux diary. We can tell that it is different from the others. The magic in it doesn't reek of the dark the way the cup does. Severus explained, hoping his own mental voice was conveying the desperation he was feeling. Tom Riddle might know where the Horcruxes would be hidden in and where. He might also know how to be rid of the partial Horcrux in Harry's scar. Severus could feel the dragon patiently listening to his explanation, as well as the dragon's fury at the making of Horcruxes. Dragons seemed to find them a personal insult. At 16, Tom Riddle might still be open to changing his beliefs, especially if we show him how wrong everything went. Severus could hear Yvain's mental chuckle. Or perhaps you will merely be showing him where to change his strategy to be more successful this time, and unleash a second Lord Voldemort, to join up with the first. Severus felt quite affronted. We did foresee that possibility. We'll be binding him up in wizard oaths to not harm or fight against Harry. Anything he might do to Harry will cause his own death. We'll bind his magic, if we must. Yvain sighed. Such an unwilling ally will be of little use to you. Any information he might give you will be suspect and possibly fraught with danger. You Slytherins can find loopholes in any bargain. If there is a way to thwart you, he is likely to do so. He may even decide death by broken wizard oath worth it if he kills Harry Potter at the same time. Severus could feel his shoulders slump, even while still in Yvain's mind. So you advise against the undertaking. They had hoped this would work, especially if it freed Harry from that fatal scar he carried. There may be a way to do this safely. I see that you must use my death to fuel his rebirth in flesh. Yvain seemed to ponder. Dragons use the time close to their death to pass on their knowledge, in memories as well as in the human languages. A wizard once told me of their portraits, which carried echoes of the people they represented. I can do something similar. I can carry an echo of myself into this wizard, to guide and teach him until he is safe to turn loose on his own. Like a possession, Severus was confused at what was offered. It seemed too easy. Nothing so crude, or so strong. I could restrain him from doing something I didn't wish him to do. But I couldn't force him to do something he can ignore an order from me. Yvain sighed. My hope is to teach him, show him his errors. I can sense much of his anger is from lack of understanding, and fear. Do you wish to do this now, or another day? Severus was quickly losing energy from the prolonged mental conversation. Now would be best. I might not be here tomorrow. Yvain answered. I can choose the moment of my death, now that it is already so near. That will make it possible for me to place the echo of myself. Severus left the dragon's mind, and quickly took a headache potion. It only blunted the pain, to his aggravation. He dropped the diary to the ground, near the dragon. The dragon's breathing abruptly became harsher. Lucius and Severus cast the spell to activate the diary's Horcrux, and soon Tom's spirit could be seen, becoming more and more stable, and then solid as Evain's breathing ended with a final sigh. The diary burst into flames as the spell ended. The newly awakened Tom Riddle looked around the cave in confusion, at the dead dragon, then at the two wizards, eyeing him doubtfully. "Welcome back to life, young Tom." Evain's voice was heard not only in Tom Riddle's head, but in Lucius and Severus' heads, as well. The young wizard grabbed his head in alarm and looked over at the B***owned and dark-haired wizards, who simply crossed their arms and raised their eyebrows, giving him identical smirking smiles. "What have you done?" he asked plaintively. Harry found it difficult to sleep, although he was exhausted. His well-tuned sense of self-preservation was alarmed at the thought of his guardian facing danger. Harry had already grown fond of his snarky guardian. He knew that Severus and Lucius must be powerful wizards. Aunt Petunia had said that Albus was supposed to be the greatest alive, and the two of them were outsmarting him, so they must know what they were doing. Still, he shrank from the very idea of losing Severus. Having someone who cared about him was something that his heart had latched onto, and the possibility of that being endangered was intolerable. After what seemed like hours of looking at the same page of what had seemed to be an interesting book, Harry had turned out the lights. But then he just lay there, imaging horrible deaths that Severus and Lucius might be enduring. He finally crept to the window seat and watched patiently for the pair's return. He desperately wanted to go look for them, but knew it was foolish to think he could rescue trained wizards. He was rewarded well after midnight by the sight of three figures walking across the meadow. 3. Lucius and Severus flanked a teenager who appeared to be in shock. Harry raced to his bed. Severus had sharp eyes, and could possibly have seen him in the window. Severus was back home, and safe. He had been promised an explanation in the morning. Well, it actually was almost morning. Harry fell asleep wondering about the teenager. The young Tom Riddle had not taken the news that it was now 1990, not 1943 very well at all. The added information that Lord Voldemort was only alive as a disembodied spirit had been a further shock. Lucius and Severus had made it clear that Evain was in his head for as long as it took to teach Tom what he needed to know. Tom would find out what that was, later. Evain had calmly bound Tom's magic to the dragon's will, leaving the wizard infuriated. Evain assured him he could use his magic as much as he pleased, unless Tom was intending to do something Evain disapproved of. Severus and Lucius were delighted at this development. It was even better than a wizard oath, although they intended to try and pile that on him as well. Tom had walked to Dragon's Rest mostly in silence, realizing he was hamstrung for the present. It was unnerving to have Evain in the back of his mind, interesting as it might be to converse with a dragon. He watched as Lucius Malfoy flowed to his manor. He had realized that the handsome B***owned had to be the son of his old school chum, Abraxas. Abraxas had been a couple years ahead of him, but they had kept in touch. He had intended him to be a close associate. The potion's master turned to him, and he tensed, unsure of what the pair had intended for him. They had said they wanted him as an ally, and the dragon was to ensure that even if he didn't comply with that he at least could do them no harm. He wished he was better versed at Legilimency, but if the potion's master was good enough to use it on a dragon, he likely could hold Tom off with no difficulty. Severus waved him up the stairs and gave him his choice of the remaining bedrooms. Tom took the one furthest from the others to the other man's amusement. He entered the room, and Severus stood in the door for a few moments. "I know this is all sudden, and unwelcome. We intend to do our best to prove ourselves your friends. This is now your home, whether you believe it or not. We will talk more in the morning." Severus almost laughed at the glare Tom leveled him. The Dark Lord had perfected a chilling stare. This youngster had a ways to go before he mastered it. Severus transfigured a handkerchief into a pair of pajamas for Tom, handed him a vial of dreamless sleep and then left him to settle in. The house was warded to alert him if any of his charges left, and to alert him if they were roaming after hours. Tom would have felt the wards, and did not need to be told that Severus would know if he was out of bounds. Not to mention that Yvain wouldn't allow it. Severus settled into bed, chuckling. Yvain was becoming invaluable in this. Tom stared at the doorway for a long while, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The dragon finally chuckled. He isn't going to come back and hex you or beat you, Tom. You can't know that. He's up to something, and I'm just a pawn in it. Tom answered in a whisper. He wasn't sure how to answer in just thoughts. His thoughts were in such turmoil, he was sure he would be incoherent. Of course he's up to something. He and Lucius are Slytherins, they can't be conscious and not be plotting. And, yes, you are a component of their plan, however helping you is also a part of it. Yvain chuckled at Tom. I know you can sense me, if you try. You can also sense that I cannot lie to you any more than you can lie to me. You have but to extend your reach a bit. Tom thought about that as he closed the bedroom door slowly and changed into the pajamas. He settled into the bed, deciding he may as well go along with whatever charade these wizards were playing. He tentatively reached out to the part of his consciousness that Yvain was centered in and pushed. He gasped in awe. It was like entering another universe. This dragon had had such a broad experience of the world, and looking at things through his eyes was so very different. Most of all, he could somehow sense that dragons were simply unable to lie, and therefore could sense anything false. Tom slowly pulled away, unable to endure the sheer vastness of Yvain's knowledge. But he now had a new goal. He was going to learn everything that Yvain knew. He had always hungered for knowledge. Before, it had been the dark arts to keep himself safe. Now he sensed that Yvain knew so much more than that. Tom could feel Yvain's laughter, but he didn't care. He felt centered once more, with his promise to himself to learn all about the world of dragons, and their vast store of knowledge. He didn't even need that potion to fall asleep. Albus hummed happily to himself. Things seemed to be back on track with Harry Potter. With Vernon's demise, he would no longer have to be worried about abuse. It was unfortunate that Harry was aware of the wizarding world ahead of schedule. He had wanted Harry to be rescued by himself or one of his most faithful Order members, Hagrid or Minerva. He sighed. He had hoped to keep Severus out of the mix. To keep up appearances for the Death Eaters, he would have to pretend hatred for Harry Potter. That would be impossible as Harry's guardian. Albus frowned. Severus was proving stubborn on this issue. There was no way Severus could keep Harry Potter as his ward. He was needed as a spy. Perhaps he should ease the boy and his cousin out from under Severus now, so it would be easier when Petunia was recovered enough to take up the reins of guardianship. Severus could sign the boy back over to her, and no one need know that Severus had ever been his guardian. A visit for Harry and the cousin to the Weasleys would be easy to arrange, and then it could become an extended visit, and before Severus knew it, the school year would be upon them. He chuckled again and went to firecall Molly. Dobby hesitantly popped up to the bedrooms, picking up dirty clothing from each room. He reached the last room. Someone new was there. He didn't recognize the wizard, but on closer inspection, he realized there was a draconic presence as well. He popped back downstairs and left the dirty laundry, and whimpered to himself. So far, when he had thought he was rescuing Harry Potter, he had been mistaken. Tinker had been irate and had, at great length, lectured Dobby on the virtues of the potion's master. But Dobby knew that Severus bore the dark mark, as well as Lucius. He couldn't reconcile the two of them being good wizards, now, if they had ever been Death Eaters. Now, there was a wizard that was somehow part dragon. He had no knowledge of dragons, but he just knew this couldn't be good. He crept up to Harry's room, again, gritting his teeth. Malfoy and Snape had told him to protect Harry Potter. This was the only thing allowing him to go forward with this. He could twist the order to mean protecting Harry from Snape and Malfoy themselves. Harry was still dressing after his shower when Dobby peeked in. Harry looked at him warily. "Is Master Harry Potter, sir, well?" Dobby asked nervously. "Of course I'm well," Harry asked impatiently. "Why wouldn't I be?" That was all the opening Dobby needed. "Well, there is a new wizard here that is part dragon, which could only have been done with dark arts," Dobby said slyly. "But what can you expect from those that bear the dark mark?" "Dark mark?" Harry asked, confused and becoming alarmed. "It is the mark that the followers of the Dark Lord bear. Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape both have it," Dobby finished triumphantly. "No!" Harry screamed at him in horror. Was he being tricked? He couldn't bear it if his new guardian was betraying him. He finally had someone that was his. "You're lying," Take it back, you're lying. The filthy little beast had to be lying. Dobby had somehow not expected the young wizard to react this way, with such pain. He was horrified, and immediately started his own howling and beating his head on a wall. Severus charged in to find Harry shaking the elf and howling, "Take it back." "What's he done now?" Severus asked with a groan. "He's lying about you," Harry yelled. That sharpened Severus' interest quickly. Dobby whimpered in terror at Severus' narrowed eyes and dissipated into mist. Severus took Harry by the shoulders and sat him down. "What did he say, Harry?" "He said that you follow the Dark Lord, that you have a dark mark," Harry said in a rush. Severus gritted his teeth. He had wanted to tell Harry about this in his own way. Now that traitorous elf had forced his hand. Harry looked at him in confusion when he did not immediately deny it. Severus pulled up a chair in front of him. "Do you remember that I promised to explain certain things to you, today?" Harry nodded numbly. "This was one of the things I had to tell you. You recall that my father disliked magic, and he treated me much the same as Vernon did you." Another nod. "This, as well as the bullying I received at school, even worse than what Petunia described in her letter as you having done to you at school. Well, let's just say that I was an easy target for Voldemort when I was 17, all he had to do was promise protection and safety. Of course an outcast like myself also craved being a part of something important and to simply belong." Severus sat back in the chair, his mind reluctantly going over the horrible days of realizing he had made a mistake, and not knowing quite how to fix it. "I knew it was all wrong very soon after I graduated from Hogwarts and had my potions mastery. The Dark Lord sent me to try for a position at Hogwarts, and I overheard Dumbledore in an interview with another teacher." He leaned forward toward Harry. "You must understand that a lot of wizards don't believe in divination, trying to foretell the future." Harry smiled. Aunt Petunia and some of her friends used to try to read tea leaves or played with tarot cards, but they said it was all bunk. Severus grimaced. "There have been a few true seers, but they are rare, and even they say the future is impossible to totally predict. Anyway, Dumbledore was interviewing a woman called Trelawney for the position of divination professor, and I heard her speak part of a prophecy. Everyone knew she was a total fraud and a lush as well, so I thought it was hysterically funny that she would pretend to have a vision in the middle of her interview. The barkeeper found me and threw me out, so I told Voldemort about it, thinking he would find it amusing. Instead, to my shock, he took it seriously, and started hunting the two families it described." Harry lost his smile at this. He was afraid he knew where it was going. "I was already trying to get out, so I went to Dumbledore, hoping he could save Lily. I expected to go to Azkaban. Sometimes I think that would have been kinder of him. Instead he sent me back to spy. I did my best to counter all the Dark Lord's moves, and keep her safe." Severus' dark eyes sought Harry's. "I truly tried to stop him, but in the end you and your parents were betrayed by one of their friends, and Voldemort killed them. I stopped being Voldemort's follower long ago." Severus swallowed hard. "I am so very sorry for what happened." Harry was fighting tears by then, and leaned forward to grip his guardian in a hug, to Severus' shock. His arms finally came up to hug Harry in return, hardly believing he was forgiven so easily. Harry finally sat back, sniffling, and Severus handed him a handkerchief with a flourish that made Harry giggle. "As Mr. Malfoy. And Dobby said that the new wizard is part dragon, and that it had to be dark arts." Harry looked at his guardian hesitantly. "Lucius also turned away from Voldemort. He is helping guard you, and Voldemort would see that as a betrayal, and he does not take traitors back, he kills them." Severus smiled a bit grimly. "As for the new wizard, the dragon Yvain died last night, and volunteered to have a part of himself stay and help young Tom, who is having a great many difficulties. It was definitely not dark arts that did it. Why is Dobby so very malicious toward you?" Harry asked, a bit angry again. "I can't take much more from him. I hardly feel safe with him around, now. I'm not sure, but it is probably because his old owner hated Lucius, and by extension, me. A house elf is greatly influenced by that." Severus sighed. What to do with a betraying house elf? Severus handed Harry a headache potion laced with calming draught, and then took one himself, before heading down to breakfast, with Severus' arm across Harry's shoulders. Tom looked up and down Diagon Alley hesitantly. It hadn't changed a great deal, and most of the robes and gowns seemed only slightly different. The teenagers and children were the ones who had on different clothing, under their open robes. Jeans had not been common in the 1940s, and even Muggle girls certainly didn't wear pants. Certainly witches in the 40s wouldn't wear some of the clothing he saw. Lucius and Severus had decided on a shopping spree, to outfit him, and get Harry birthday presents, and a few belated ones for Dudley. A Pule Yuan had shown up at the door just before they left with a long narrow box. Yao told me that Yvain told him to have me obtain one of his heartstrings for Harry to have a wand made with. Yvain said that having a heartstring from a dragon who considered himself your protector would be auspicious. Tom had seen the level look Yuan had given Severus, who had nodded in return. Yuan wanted better answers from him later, he expected. Yuan had then looked at Tom with pulled incredulity. Harry had taken the box gently. "Thank you, sir." Tom shook his head. It was ridiculous the way these two wizards catered to the boys. He grimaced at Yvain's snicker. Yes, he realized he was a bit jealous, but still, they were going to spoil the lot of them. Draco and Dudley were already well on their way, and Harry would be, too. The entire crowd of them bustled into Madame Malkin's, and Tom submitted to the indignity of a total makeover. Boxes and bags were given to a summoned tinker to take back to his rooms. Harry and Dudley got a couple of new outfits, as well. They wandered into the magical menagerie, as Harry was sure he wanted an owl for his birthday. Dudley declined, though. "I'm rubbish at taking care of animals, maybe later on." It was true, Severus had had to hide the owl treats, as Dudley had fed Severus owl so many he could barely fly. The boys looked over the owls happily, Draco cheerfully reminiscing about some of the Malfoy family owls. His own was a very nice tawny owl that was quite patient with his absent-minded care. Tom had been viewing the reptiles with a smirk, wondering if he dared speak to them. It would likely make his jailers nervous. "Jailers, Tom?" Yvain asked. "You're not of age, have no money, and haven't taken your NEWTs. You need their guardianship, for a time." Tom grimaced, and came face to face with a young, barely fledged snowy owl. An unusual breed to have here. "Harry, have you seen this one?" he called casually to the trio of owl shoppers. The boys had been quite polite to him at breakfast, although he could see they were burning with curiosity. He didn't have anything against them, really. They trotted over and oohed. "She's beautiful. I want her, Severus." The snowy seemed taken with Harry as well, grooming his hair and nibbling at his fingers. Severus came over and winced a bit at the price. The reserve's orders alone had given him back the price of the house he'd bought, and he hadn't spent much of the money he made as a teacher and the numerous orders he filled each summer. He would consider himself wealthy, if he didn't measure what he had against the Malfoy vaults. Still, Tobias had beaten the idea of hoarding money into him, and it was hard to change. Severus smiled at Harry, refusing to cause his happiness at finding the owl to diminish. It was obviously a good match. "An excellent find, Tom, you have a good eye." The lad blinked at the compliment, then nodded. Paraphernalia for the owl was bought by Lucius, as his and Draco's gift, and Tinker was summoned once again to take things to Dragon's Rest. Severus hoped they weren't overloading poor Tinker. Dobby, magic was now bound totally to Tinker, and he couldn't make a move or even speak without Tinker's approval, and was confined to the kitchen and laundry, where he was hopefully making himself useful. Tinker had been outraged at Dobby's further insult to Tinker's master. Severus was sure that Dobby would wish his head had merely been placed on a convenient wall by the time Tinker was through with him. They stopped at Ollivander's and shocked the poor man. He stared hard at Tom. "We have met before, young man. And yet here you are now, and already not the same. Even without the dragon guarding your mind, you are on a different path." Severus and Lucius froze, and listened closely. The boys, luckily, sensed they should stay very quiet. Tom glared at him. "How can I be different from the other? We're the same." "We're the same, like identical twins. They come from the same egg, they are from the very same cells. Then they are split, as you were. The moment you parted from the other you became different. With the dragon to guide you, I see a very different person emerging." Ollivander looked a bit creepy, grinning as he was, Tom thought. Ollivander muttered and searched, and finally pulled a box down. Tom could feel the pull even before the box was opened, and he practically lunged for the wand. It was heaven, to feel his magic reawaken, and coalesce around him in sparkling rainbows of color. He smiled at Ollivander, and decided he was okay for a creepy old man. Tom wasn't sure he totally understood what the man had been saying, but Evane agreed totally. He could see Severus and Lucius looking a bit smug. He supposed that this is what they had wanted to hear, as well. Ollivander smiled at him. The phoenix who gave the feather that is in that wand of holly gave only one other. It is in the wand that chose, he who must not be named. Tom frowned. He really hated hearing that people called him by such stupid monikers. He looked down at the wand. He could remember the old one. He liked this one better. Severus stepped forward with Harry, who handed Ollivander the box from Yuan, and explained Evane's request. Ollivander opened it and looked at the heartstring, then looked over at Tom. Tom fidgeted a bit, then answered Ollivander's unasked question. Evane says that it is his greatest wish, and he is sure that his heart will help guard Harry better than anyone else's bits and pieces because he chose Harry to have it. Tom looked at Ollivander, hoping the old man understood. Ollivander nodded. Of course he understood. It will be ready in a few days. He promised. I will send word. Flourish and Blots was raided for more dragon books and whatever they could find on the founders. Severus rejected a few. The author is an idiot, or, I have that one if you search for it in our library. They picked up a catalog, to order further books from. Tom found a book on dragon magic the Evane said he would find useful, and Severus paid for it with a smile, happy that Tom felt he could ask for things. They had lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom looked around and smirked. I'm quite sure that the cobwebs in those corners are the same ones I saw when I was here last, in 1943. They all laughed at that. Lucius and Severus were relieved that Tom seemed to be cooperating, so far, and even felt enough at ease to make jokes. They intended to have a more serious talk with him, later. They had barely made it back to Dragon's Rest after lunch when the alarm went off. Another flow call at Spinner's End. Why couldn't the headmaster take a day off, already? Lucius nodded at Severus, and suggested a swim to the others. Tom looked mystified. Severus emerged from the now bigger lab and thanked God for house elves. They'd done a splendid job on the renovated house. It looked very nice, and the furniture conjured by them was elegant. He answered the flow to find a beaming Albus. Hello. Just wanted to see if Harry and his cousin could make it to the Weasleys tomorrow, or the next day. They'd like to throw a birthday party for him, and perhaps have the pair spend the night. Albus twinkled at him. I'm afraid tomorrow is Vernon's funeral Dudley is attending, and I'm sure Harry would find a party inappropriate. We plan on a small, family party the next day, ourselves. Severus smiled tightly. Albus' eyes dimmed and his smile was more forced. The day after that, then. The Weasleys have several boys around their age for them to play with. They were Order members and would like to extend their hospitality. Very well, but no overnight stays. Severus said flatly. He could see that Albus would not be put off. Albus nodded. He would let the Weasley children work on the boys to get them to stay overnight, then another night, and another, etc. Severus would eventually prefer them to stay there, so he could get on with his real duties. They said their goodbyes and shut the flows. Severus grimaced as he apparated back. Weasleys. They were tolerable in ones and twos, but they always ran in herds. He had seen Bill graduated with relief. The boy was always looking for a curse to break, and nearly had gotten himself killed numerous times. This year was Charlie's last. Thank Merlin, he was even more rambunctious than Bill. Percy was tolerable, he at least was not a rule breaker, and even could brew decently. He had heard there was a set of twins starting this year. The headmaster was obviously plotting to lure Harry and Dudley away from the boring old potions master with the promise of playmates. The Weasleys weren't subtle enough to do this without being obvious. He laughed as he arrived at Dragon's Rest. He knew how to make the Weasleys pay for any interference. They would need several calming drafts when he was done. Marge sat in the rickety folding chair at Vernon's graveside, scratching occasionally at the ankle monitor the police had put on her. She huffed in aggravation. She couldn't believe she was under house arrest, and her lawyer had the nerve to tell her she was lucky. Her lawyer had tried to explain that when she'd been pulled over and charged with DUI that she hadn't meant to stomp on the officer's foot and break it. Of course yelling, "Take that," had perhaps made the job difficult. And really, Ripper had just been trying to protect her when he'd nipped the other officer in the rear. She was quite sure they were exaggerating the number of stitches he'd needed. She eyed the stern young officer that had brought her to the funeral. Her lawyer had said he'd pulled every string Marge possessed to make this happen, and if she misbehaved she'd likely face more charges. She sniffed. The injured officers had friends who seemed to be quite anxious to add to her incarceration time. Didn't they have anything better to do? She sighed. She'd only dared have one tiny drink this morning, or maybe two. She'd topped the first one off a bit after the first sip, or two. Anyway, she wasn't drunk. Many of her friends had shown up, although they hadn't been much help with getting her charges dropped. Vernon's co-workers, the Louses, were staying well away since those lies about child abuse and attempted murder had been leaked. The funeral was to start at 10 a.m. sharp, and she saw Dudley arrive at precisely then with a glowering dark-haired man and a pretty blonde woman in a funny-looking dress. She wanted to run over and yell at the man and his little tart, and grab Dudley from them. She looked over at the officer. He gave her a stern look in return. She listened with half an ear to the eulogy, and then pushed through the crowd that was departing and got to Dudley's side. Severus watched Marge approach with resignation. He had brought Rosmerta with them so she could handle any teenage tears. She had seemed pleased to have been asked, and had patted his arm to his confused dismay. She apparently thought he was getting soft. Truth was, he just didn't like tears. Marge grabbed Dudley and enveloped him in a suffocating hug. "Dudders, where did they kidnap you to? What have they been doing to you? Your skin and bones." The officer came over, looking uncomfortable. Severus allowed the sniffling and wailing to continue for a few minutes, but Dudley was looking increasingly distraught. "Ms. Dursley, Dudley has had a difficult day, and he really needs to return home." Severus said this as evenly as possible, and was quite proud he hadn't sneered or remarked on the enormous casket Vernon was occupying as being a waste of perfectly good trees. "He should be with family." Marge shouted. "Not someone Vernon and I never met before. I'm taking him home with me, you can send his things along. He's not staying with that freaky cousin of his that caused all this." Mourners who had been leaving stopped to watch the show. Many were here out of curiosity, anyway. Severus gritted his teeth and decided there were too many people to obviate. He would have to get physical. Rosmerta was about to leap in to save him from committing a felony when Dudley cut in. "Aunt Marge, no. Severus is taking good care of me, and Mom did give him guardianship until she's well. I'm fine where I am. I appreciate you wanting to take me in, but I'm leaving with Severus and Rosmerta." Dudley pushed back from his aunt firmly, and tried to dry his tears and look a bit more adult. Severus took the opportunity to escape with his charge, and went around to a nearby building to apparate. Rosmerta followed them. They left a stunned Marge to be led away by the officer. They arrived back at Dragon's Rest and Dudley trudged up to bed clutching 3 vials to his chest. Severus had told him that he could take the calming draft, headache potion and dreamless sleep, but only if he wanted to. "You will have to face your grief and issues over your father at some point. These will give you a respite if you need it, but I won't let you hide in them or use them as a crutch." Dudley had nodded, but was glad they were available at present. His head was throbbing from the pressure of having to reject Aunt Marge's offer. If only she could be trusted, but she'd never let Harry stay without resuming the abuse. She'd probably find a way to take him from his mother, as well. Guilt over the rejection weighed heavily on him, anyway. He wished for a hug from his mother. Rosmerta had been great, but it wasn't the same. Severus and Rosmerta watched Dudley go up the stairs. Severus' hearing was acute, and he heard popped corks soon followed by snoring, and smiled. His smile got bigger when Rosmerta pulled him into the library for keys. "I've missed you, you know. Do you think you'll have an evening free, soon?" she asked breathlessly. She knew she had to share time with the boys, but surely he could spare a few hours this week. She was quite curious about the new lad. Severus had introduced him as just Tom, with no surname. Severus would never breach protocol that way unless there was something big to hide. She'd been around Severus enough to recognize a sneaky Slytherin plot. She might get more out of him if he was alone and in her clutches. Severus thought furiously through his quickly fogging brain. He'd never had to think about sitters for kids before. Tinker had been able to supervise for a few hours, but now there was Tom to consider. Evane seemed to have him well in hand, but the bond was still new. "I'll try to get away in the next few days. Lucius can arrange an overnight, perhaps. The boys want to see Malfoy Manor and try flying, anyway. He was immediately rewarded with more keying before she left. Severus changed his muggle suit back into the robes they had been transfigured from. He tossed the heavy over-robe over a chair, then the heavily buttoned jacket. The white shirt and black slacks would be enough on such a hot day, he'd need cooling charms as it was. He called for Tinker, who said that everyone was at the pool, and that he was about to take lunch there. Dudley is sleeping upstairs. His father's funeral upset him. Let us know if you think he needs us. Severus watched Tinker's eagerly bobbing head with affection. After the debacles with Dobby he had renewed appreciation for a good elf. Thank you, Tinker, it's good to know I can count on you. Tinker popped away with happy tears in his eyes, and Severus walked toward the pool. Tom watched Severus walk across the meadow toward them. Coming to the pool yesterday with Lucius and the trio of boys had been different. He had no experience with pools before this. There had only been a trip to the seaside while at the orphanage that had ended, well, badly. Tom had entered the pool hesitantly, and followed the boys' exuberant instructions. He found floating fairly easy to master, and Draco had showed him a few strokes that he had floundered around with. Tom had watched Lucius warily, waiting for derisive laughter. Lucius, however, had been intently reading a book and sipping at a drink. None of the boys were expert swimmers, and Harry was still at the dog paddling stage. They all seemed to be just playing around, and his lack of swimming skills was barely noticed. He'd worked a bit on his crawl, today, and jumped back in a few times to cool off. He'd also brought a few books to read on dragon magic, and Yvain had remarked on a few passages. His thirst for the knowledge Yvain had was undiminished. Yvain had explained that much of what they knew was in memory form, but he still wanted it. He remembered the world Yvain had briefly shown him, he wanted that. To his surprise Yvain even had memories of the founders passed down from another ancient dragon. He was determined to write down some of these memories. He especially wanted to see the memory of Salazar Slytherin. Knowing he had such an illustrious ancestor was one of the few boosts to his self-esteem he'd ever had, so seeing him in that memory would be a real delight. Tom noticed that Severus had returned from the Muggle's funeral, and grimaced. Harry and Draco had told him an abbreviated tale of Harry and Dudley's flight to Severus, side after Vernon had shot Petunia. He was appalled, and had wanted to sneer that you could expect nothing more from a filthy Muggle. Yvain had had to restrain him a bit. And yet Dudley's Muggle mother took a bullet to save them. As a Slytherin I would expect you to realize that things are not so black and white. There are good and bad wizards, and good and bad Muggles. It's best to say nothing about Muggles. At present, Dudley had Muggle parents and Harry's mother was Muggleborn. Tom snorted. He was learning to hate it when Yvain insisted on being logical and reasonable. Severus sat on a chaise next to Tom. Well, the funeral's done. Dudley handled his aunt quite nicely, although it took a bit out of him. Lucius raised an eyebrow. I take it he is laying down with a few vials of potion in him. At Severus' nod he said. Probably for the best, he's too young to have to deal with this. Tinker popped in with the food and Harry and Draco fell on it like starving wolves. Tom joined them with a bit more decorum. Lucius and Severus hoped there were a few crumbs left. Any plans for tomorrow, Severus? Lucius asked after summoning a sandwich and plate, rather than wrestling past the kids. I'm going to hold the party tomorrow at Spinner's End. Severus smiled at Lucius' surprise. I'm quite sure that Albus will make a surprise appearance. We will have to be there. I'm going over tonight to make sure that the place looks lived in. Dobby is there now finishing the garden at Tinker's direction. If I'm wrong, there is no real loss, but if he's there, we'll have thrown him off for a while longer. You'll need to let Draco know to not mention the reserve at all. Lucius nodded, impressed again at Severus' plotting skills. Lucius coughed delicately to get Severus' attention. Oh, and I checked with Yvain, and it was difficult to explain without telling Tom too much, but we can apply the blood wards for Harry with Dudley. They will not cause Tom a problem, because he's not Lord Voldemort yet, and he didn't cast the spell that killed Lily Potter, so the warding won't apply to him. Tom guesses a bit of the truth about Harry from what little I said, but you need to tell him the rest soon. Yvain told Tom he was leaving explanations about wards to you, but Tom won't be put off for long. Lucius said. Lucius eventually pulled Draco out of the pool and headed to the manor, reminding Draco that the party was tomorrow, and he would see his friends then. Dinner was done and Severus sat Dudley and Harry down to talk a bit. The day after tomorrow Albus has arranged for the two of you to visit a wizarding family. Arthur and Molly Weasley were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and are loyal to him. Harry scowled. He wasn't sure he wanted to meet anyone who helped Dumbledore out, even if they were supposed to be the good guys. They have 7 children, some of them are close to your age. Albus has already mentioned wanting you to stay with them, or even live with them if Petunia had died. I'm guessing that he wants to lure you away from living with me by offering you playmates and a lot of fun. Severus was pleased to see rebellion on both their faces. This is not to say that you can't have fun while you're there, but you will need to be on your guard. Don't let them talk you into wanting to spend the night. I assure you you'll end up never leaving if you do, they'll find a way to keep you. Harry looked alarmed at this, but Severus didn't care, it was better to have him on his guard. And, just like with Dobby, don't listen to any tales of me without asking me for my side of it. They nodded. Harry had told Dudley about Dobby's tale regarding Severus. Dudley really hated tattletales. I'm a strict teacher at school, and most of my students dislike me for it. I've told you to how easy it is to cause explosions while in my lab, and how easily you can injure yourselves. I don't allow any messing about at school, so you'll likely hear about me being their meanest teacher. Severus explained, causing Dudley and Harry to grin. Severus had told them exciting tales of explosions that caused everyone to turn pink, or babble out secrets. Of course he'd also told about fatalities and near misses. I also need you to say nothing of the reserve, Spinner's End is where. Albus believes we are, and it needs to stay that way as long as possible. If Albus shows up at the party tomorrow, he'll likely know that you're friends with Draco and be even more anxious to introduce you to them. The animosity between the Malfoys and Weasleys approaches legendary proportions. Severus hoped they could keep all this straight. And, of course, you are not to mention Tom in any context. The boys nodded dutifully, but were looking a bit glassy-eyed with information overload. I'll be there, as well, although Albus will probably try to lead me off, or keep me too occupied to notice whatever they're up to. He chuckled and waved the boys off to bed, to their relief. He turned to Tom, who had been listening intently. I take it the Professor Dumbledore is still the same meddler he always was, then. Severus hesitated. I know from the conversations you've heard you likely believe we are against Albus. Lucius and I want the same thing Albus does, to defeat the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Severus held Tom's wary eyes. Albus is going about it in a way we couldn't totally agree with, so we're working around him a bit, however much he would probably object to our methods. Lucius talked to Yvain about warding, and mentioned Voldemort. Tom threw down the gauntlet. Severus looked at Tom, hoping Yvain truly did have him in hand, and decided to go for broke. He started with what they knew of the Horcruxes, the 5 they were sure he had made, and the 6th that was interrupted, the war of purebloods versus muggleborns that Voldemort had waged with unparalleled viciousness. Lucius and Severus joining, the atrocities they had seen in Voldemort's increasing madness. The prophecy and Severus' role in it were told, and finally Voldemort's defeat from Lily's sacrificial magic to protect Harry. Tom listened in stony silence, his face paling and his eyes growing more tormented by the moment. At the end of Severus' tale he jumped to his feet and ran to the nearest bathroom. Severus could hear his violent vomiting. It finally ended, and he heard Tom splashing water on his face. He stumbled back into the room and slumped into the sofa. Severus looked over and thought, oh, why not, and summoned 2 glasses and a bottle of fire whiskey. He poured a splash for each of them and gave one to Tom. Tom choked and coughed around the drink and he wheezed a, thank you, to Severus. Severus waited patiently. Tom finally raised his eyes to Severus. I don't want to become that creature you described. I don't know how that could have happened, it wasn't anything I ever thought of. I don't like muggles, because of my father, and a few others at the orphanage, but, what you described, I don't want that. Tom looked truly miserable. Perhaps it's best we adjourn, here. Yvain's calm voice could be heard by both. Tom nodded and stumbled blindly for bed. He knew Severus wasn't lying, Yvain would have told him. Yes, I would have, I won't allow you to be misled, even by them. Tom fell asleep, thoughts still churning over how far Lord Voldemort had strayed from his vague plan to become a power in the wizarding world. It was becoming easier to think of Voldemort as a different person. Lord Voldemort had still been just an idea he'd had, and with the tale he'd heard, someone he no longer wished to be. Yvain looked on as Tom fell asleep, well satisfied by how Tom had reacted to Severus' tale. It had been a risk. He might have simply used the story as a blueprint of how to do the war better this time. Instead he'd shunned the idea of Voldemort totally. Excellent. Harry's birthday arrived and Severus had the house on Spinner's End looking lived in by a bachelor and two ruffians. Severus had been reluctant to exclude Tom, but he could not be caught by Albus at this point in time. Tom had laughed at Severus' discomfort at leaving him out. Tom actually appreciated the trust they were showing by leaving him here with only a house elf. He knew the two Slytherins had discussed it at length. Yvain has promised me a treat, he's going to show me a memory. It will be like viewing a pensive memory. This one is of the Founder's time, and he promises it has Salazar Slytherin in it. Tom said, triumphantly. What? Lucius whined, plaintively. Severus also looked to be in literal pain from jealousy. Whoa, really? Asked Draco with interest. Can you show it to us? The adults looked as eager for an answer as the kids. We'll. Tom answered in a teasing tone. If Lucius has a spare pensieve he can give me, I can probably put the memory into it. Yvain says he's not familiar with them but he believes it will work, even if it will be the memory of a memory of a memory. Lucius looked pained. Pensieves were difficult to obtain and expensive, but he did have an extra he could spare. He nodded in resignation, he really wanted to see that memory. Tom smiled in satisfaction. They flowed to Spinner's End, and looked around. Severus had brought a lot of Dudley and Harry's things from Privet Drive and they were scattered in the rooms they were supposedly occupying. He'd duplicated a bunch of his books to put in the small library, and Tinker had brought the food over. If Albus didn't snoop too hard it looked very believable. They went out to the now beautiful back garden, where they intended to have the party. There were several presents on a separate table, to Harry's surprise. But I've already got Hedwig, and her stuff. Well, there were a few other things we wanted you to have. Severus said with a smile. The trio had brought over some games to play, and they were soon roughhousing on the lawn when, sure enough, the flow sounded. Lucius and Severus smiled. Albus was right on time. Severus went to the flow, and opened it, and Albus walked out, brushing soot off an eye-searingly yellow robe with moons and stars sparkling across it. I hope to wish Harry a happy birthday, Severus. The old sorcerer proffered a present. We're back in the garden. Severus led him through to the back of the house. Excellent job on the house, Severus, you were needing more room. Albus said approvingly. Thank you, the elves did most of the work, but it's come out well. Severus answered and showed him to a chair. Albus sat slowly, looking suddenly wary as he realized that Lucius Malfoy was seated across from him. He glanced at the three boys wrestling over a football and saw a platinum-haired head there as well. He knew that Severus had maintained ties with Lucius and had insisted for several months that Lucius no longer believed in Voldemort, but this was surely a bit risky. The boys were called over and they were all introduced to Albus. He shook hands with each and sighed. He'd expected Harry to be more open and friendly. They all sat, Harry carefully placing himself next to Severus and away from the headmaster. Tinker sparkled the plates of food into place in front of each of them, and Albus peeled over the Malfoys' presents as they ate. He watched carefully as Harry blew out the candles and grinned at Severus. His heart sank a bit. Harry was already attached to Severus, then. And from Severus' minor rebellion, he was already devoted to the boy. Perhaps it was not too late, he would see if the Weasleys could coax the boy into their midst. Harry opened the presents with glee and thanked Albus politely for the cloak with a dragon on it. Albus wasn't sure why that caused so much amusement from the boys, and even smirks from Lucius and Severus. The boys went back to their play, now with the addition of the new practice snitch that Severus spelled to not leave the garden. You're wondering why Lucius is here, headmaster. Severus cut straight to the chase, to Albus, astonishment. At Albus' slow nod he continued. I told you Lucius no longer follows the Dark Lord. At Albus' raised eyebrow, they both chuckled, he almost did that as well as a Slytherin. Lucius leaned forward. I brought you a certain cup that was once Helga Hufflepuff's. He leaned back in satisfaction at the headmaster's shock. We've found a way to destroy them, Fiendfire. Severus said. Lucius will help me destroy this one, I'll pensieve the memory so you can see how it worked. Albus nodded thoughtfully, trying to find a trick in this. By destroying a Horcrux, Lucius made it impossible for him to return to Voldemort as a follower. Voldemort never forgave, and this, it would call for the most horrific death Voldemort could devise. Severus had been correct then. Damn it. He welcomed Malfoy into the fold with resignation. It wouldn't be so bad, Severus would be having most of the contact with him. And by robbing Voldemort of him, they were cutting off a major supply line. He cheered up at that thought. Draco seemed a nice lad, and he seemed to have no issue with playing with a Muggle-born and a half-blood, so perhaps the chain of prejudice would stop here with the Malfoys, and that could only be a good thing. He made his goodbyes, and before entering the flow turned to Severus. "Very good work, M'boy, you were right, and I'm glad you were. I'll see you tomorrow at the Weasleys." Severus stared at the fire for a few minutes. He disliked deceiving his mentor, but the old coot wasn't giving him a choice, really. He sighed. Besides, it was for Harry, he reminded himself, and his conscience immediately stopped nagging. Yvain had worked on improving Tom's occlumency shields and legilimency. It was necessary to be good at them to truly master observing a dragon's memory and learn from a dragon. It helped, of course, that Yvain was inside Tom's mind. But Yvain was a separate entity in there, and pulling Tom inside his knowledge and memories could be hazardous if Tom couldn't keep control. Others who had not been ready had been known to lose themselves in the world of dragon memory and never find their way back out. Yvain carefully pulled Tom into the memory of the dragon Marganto. Yvain had been a very young dragon when he had been taken under the wing of Marganto, a very ancient British dragon. Yvain had not met his first rider as yet, and held a fine contempt of the puny humans. British were extremely rare in the late 1400s when they met, and Marganto was very old, over 5 centuries. The were the smallest of the dragon breeds, but also the most stubborn. Once they laid claim to a place, only death removed them. They could be persuaded to share an area, and Marganto had claimed a den in what was now the Forbidden Forest, so he had needed to learn to share, with centaurs, and unicorns, and humans. He was still in that den when Yvain had asked for mentorship. Young dragons tended to go from old dragon to old dragon, staying with each a few years, learning what they knew and being given memories they felt important. That was one of the principles that dragons lived by, stewardship of the memories they held, and passing them on to others so the memories and knowledge did not die. Marganto had been only a century old when he found the den in the Forbidden Forest, and this had alarmed the nearby Hogwarts school. Marganto had been in mourning for his recently deceased rider. There were no dragon reserves, as yet, but riders tended to band together, usually in mountains. Now and then a brave muggle or wizard would decide to find fame and or fortune by picking a fight with a dragon or their rider. Marganto's rider had lost the fight, and the victor had been dismayed to find out that there was no hoard of gold or jewel to lay claim to. Marganto had no intention of using the school as a feeding ground, but the founders had no way of knowing that, and so Marganto had watched with resignation as the 4 founders and several teachers had approached the foot of the hill his cave was in. "I'm telling you, Rowena, we needed to come at night, stun and kill him." Godric whispered furiously. "There is no need to kill him." Helga said patiently, "I have a cousin who is a dragon rider. He says they are very intelligent, and you can make bargains with them. Having a dragon nearby would be helpful in keeping the muggles back. Unless some knight looking for fame decides to try and kill it." The other man said in a somewhat bored tone. "Yes, Salazar, having him here could be a two-edged sword." Rowena answered. "But I have heard that old dragons have a great deal of knowledge and are wise. We should try to make a peace with him." Rowena nodded at Helga, who nodded back just as emphatically. Godric looked disgruntled that he had been outvoted, and Salazar looked smug at that. The 4 came through the dense bushes to find themselves much too close to Marganto. They all paled and Godric groped for his sword. Marganto allowed himself a mental chuckle they could all hear. Rowena looked intrigued by this, Helga smiled, and Salazar lifted an eyebrow, but Godric looked affronted. Helga stepped forward, long blonde hair sweeping forward as she curtsied. "Greetings, Lord Dragon, we have come to seek peace with you." Helga was apparently quite a proficient legilimens, to Tom's surprise. "Greetings, young witch, I have no wish to make war on you, or eat any of the humans at your castle." Marganto responded agreeably. Helga and he worked out an agreement for him to stay away from castle, and they would ensure that no one from the school bothered him. Rowena wanted to talk to Marganto, but had no skill with legilimency. Helga offered to assist, if others wished to speak with him. Salazar had some legilimency, and said he would return when he was better at it. The memory ended with the four leaving. Tom backed out of the memory, gasping with the effort. It was easy to become so immersed in a memory that you forgot to keep yourself separate from it enough to be able to leave. Tom could see the trap in a dragon's memories, he would not make any mistakes in the future. Yes, Tom, it's difficult to explain the problem to humans, you must be shown it, and then it may be too late. Yvain said. Tom sat back in the chair, he would need to move the memory to the pensieve for Lucius, Severus and the boys. But not right now, a little nap might be good. The next morning had Tom handing vials with copies of the memory to Severus and Lucius to keep. They accepted the vials with glee. Tom went with Lucius to Malfoy Manor to spend the day excavating the Malfoys' library for books on legilimency and other mind magic. Lucius pulled him through the flow quickly, wanting to get to the memory as soon as possible. Severus cursed, he would have to wait until after the Weasley spectacle was over with to see it. He had his own pensieve in the locked cabinet in the library. He was glad Tom had thought to weasel one out of Lucius for his own, with the dragon using memories to teach a pensieve would be invaluable. Severus carefully placed the labeled vial in a drawer in the cabinet and locked and warded it. He smiled. With luck there would be several more memory vials there. He and Lucius hoped Yvain had more interesting memories of Salazar and the other founders. This had been an unexpected windfall. Dudley and Harry went through to Spinner's End once again, after breakfast. Severus took more copied books into the small library to put away, it was looking almost normal. He and the others went through the house, adding a few touches to make it look right. Soon enough there was a knock at the flow. Albus opened it from the Weasley end and came through. All set then? Albus asked. At their nods he pulled Severus aside. I really should unbind Dudley's magic beforehand. Severus smiled a bit unpleasantly. Oh, don't worry. Lucius and I already undid it. He watched Albus, eyes widen with shock. The news that they had undone a spell of Albus Dumbledore's unaided was likely an unwelcome surprise. Albus recovered with aplomb and nodded. They went through the flow to be met by the Weasleys. Severus braced himself for an onslaught. Arthur greeted them well, with a, "Welcome to the burrow." Molly of course embraced the pair of boys as if they were only 2 years old instead of 10, and drew them into the kitchen where the Weasley brood was still eating. Dudley and Harry declined further food. Dudley certainly didn't need feeding up and Harry was now at a good weight, with all the nutrient potions. Severus eyed him critically. Harry had shot up a few inches, and he hoped for a few more before summer ended. Arthur introduced the 6 boys and 1 girl to Dudley and Harry. Severus was surprised that Bill was visiting, but he supposed that they were pulling out all the stops to try and hook Harry. The entire troop gathered around them, all talking at once, and went outside to play Merlin knew what. Dudley was unaffected, being part of a gang of boys was nothing new to him. Harry however was clearly uncomfortable and his eyes swung to Severus with an anxious plea. "Wait," Severus said sharply, making all 9 halt in Pullman. "I need to speak to Harry, go along and he will follow in a moment." There were a lot of scowls, but they slunk outside, taking Dudley with them. Arthur followed, firing questions about muggles at Dudley. Harry went to his guardian in relief. "There's so many of them, Severus," he whispered. "I'm used to being alone, most of the time. Having Dudley and Draco around is okay, it's only 2 more and if I go off to read a book alone for a bit, they don't mind." "A bit overwhelmed, Harry." Severus smiled, as Harry nodded. "I'll be close by if you need me. If you're uncomfortable, feel free to join me for a while, I'm good at frightening off children." Harry giggled, "I'll keep that in mind. Go on and join them, I'll follow in a few minutes." Severus shooed him out the door, and turned to Albus, who had been listening in with a sober frown. Molly had been confused by this. What had made Harry so afraid? Had Snape told him to not join in? Was he being punished? Bill and Charlie had said Snape was prone to endless detentions. Really, Professor Snape, allow Harry and his cousin to enjoy themselves. They're just youngsters, they need to be with those their own age. Molly fussed as she waved her wand to clear the table and set the dishes to washing themselves. Severus gave Molly a level stare, so it was beginning, already. "I assure you Harry and Dudley, the cousin, has a name you know, have been having as much fun as possible since they arrived on my doorstep." Harry is simply unused to so many people. Molly flushed. Fun, indeed. Snape was a bachelor schoolteacher, what could he possibly know about fun? Albus had told them about Vernon's descent into madness, and that he had abused poor Harry and then had shot poor Petunia. It was good of Snape to help them escape, she conceded, but he should relinquish the guardianship to others, now. Albus said that he was being difficult about that, wanting to keep control of Harry the remainder of the summer, until Petunia was well, and released from hospital. Well, they need to be with other children. My lads can see to it that they enjoy the rest of the summer, you know. Molly asserted, and marched out to the garden, to gather some vegetables. Severus glowered at her back, the insufferable cow. He followed the trail of childish yelling coming from the meadow across the lane. Albus paced quietly at the potionsmaster's side. Albus was beginning to think he hadn't thought this through quite enough. With Harry's exuberant play with Dudley and Draco, he had thought Harry would leap in with the Weasleys. Harry's anxiety had not been lost on him, and the talk he'd overheard made him cringe. Dudley might be at ease in a crowd, but Harry clearly would never be comfortable in a boisterous family like the Weasleys. They came to the homemade Quidditch pitch, with Bill and Charlie showing off the latest maneuvers on their brooms. Dudley and Harry were watching avidly. Seeing the pictures in Lily's album had been one thing. Watching the wizards flying on brooms at close range was another. Severus sighed, he knew the boys were anxious to learn flying. Dudley would, no doubt, quickly become a prized beater on whatever team he joined. Harry's father had been a remarkable chaser, and Harry would likely be an excellent flyer. Lily had adored Quidditch, and had screamed herself hoarse at every match. She, however, had disliked flying itself. She didn't trust the brooms and hated heights. Harry didn't look like he had the same difficulty. Harry and Dudley watched the flying with awe. Harry yearned to be in the sky with the others. Severus had promised they could join in Draco's flying lessons. They knew that students didn't try out for the house teams until second year, but they hoped to be good enough flyers that they would get on the teams right away. Ron stood beside Harry. He had been ecstatic to be introduced to the boy who lived. When his parents had said the pair was coming to visit, he had been speechless. They'd all listened in as Albus Dumbledore had explained that Harry had become Snape's ward because of the Muggle Vernon's abuse. He'd said Snape was doing a good job, as if. But Snape had other obligations and the two boys were likely to be in his way. To his joy, his parents had immediately offered to take them in for the remainder of the summer. Albus had said that Severus was reluctant to give up his responsibility to the boys, having promised Petunia he would care for them. Ron snorted. His dad had said that it was admirable that Snape was dutiful to promises, but his mum had ranted at length about his unsuitability. He grinned at the memory. He was sure that now they were here that Harry and Dudley would prefer to stay at the burrow. Ron saw Harry glance over at his guardian's arrival to the pitch. Ron smiled. Don't worry, Dumbledore will make the greasy git let you fly. Harry had been wary of Ron's numerous questions, and asking to see the scar. He didn't like how insulting some of the questions he and the others asked were. Did they really think Severus didn't feed them, or let them out of their rooms? And testing poisons on them, really? Now his blood started boiling at Ron's ugly description of his guardian. Harry rarely dared show his temper at Privet Drive, but he had Severus, now, and Severus would never let such an insult pass. Whom are you referring to, Ron? Harry's voice was ice, and his green eyes flashed in fury. Ron was confused. He'd heard his older brothers refer to the professor by that so often that he'd almost forgotten it was an insult, and why would Harry care? Surely he didn't like him. Well, won't the horrid bat say no if you want to fly? If he says no, he'll have a good reason for it. Harry's voice was still glacial. And I don't like you insulting him. You've never met him before, so why are you calling him names? Bill and Charlie say he'd horrid, and I hear he hangs around with Lucius Malfoy. He and his friends are all dark wizards. Ron whispered. I'm friends with Draco Malfoy, as a matter of fact, and he's quite nice, and he doesn't insult my guardian, Harry hissed back. Dudley was at Harry's back, but only caught part of the conversation. Percy also edged closer. He wasn't sure he wanted two more boys crowded into their stretched, breaking house, even if one was Harry Potter. But he wasn't as confused as Ron was. He knew Professor Snape may be the meanest teacher at Hogwarts, but he took great care of his Slytherins. He was likely just as careful with his wards. He wasn't sure he liked hearing about the Malfoys, but it wasn't really their business, was it? Ron, Professor Snape is likely a very good guardian to them, and you know better than to badmouth an adult. Mum will wash your mouth out. Percy admonished. Ron glared at Percy. Going to tell on me, Percy, you big beep up. Percy grimaced. He was well aware that his family didn't understand him, and made fun of his need for order. Ron turned back to Harry, but Harry had already marched off to Severus. Albus watched the exchange, and although he couldn't hear, he rightly assumed Ron had stuck his foot in his mouth. Luckily, he thought, Charlie and Bill landed and Dudley and Harry went to have a look at the brooms. Before long they were, of course, shoving the brooms toward the pair. Bill, of course, grinned at Severus in challenge, waiting for him to object. Severus sneered. Bill likely thought that forcing him to interfere would somehow make him the bad guy and have his wards resenting him. Severus strode up. William, I'm quite certain that you are aware that Harry and Dudley are Muggle-raised. They've never actually seen a broom before, so just shoving a broom in their hands is quite foolhardy. Bill was taken aback. He likely had expected Severus to yell no, and the boys would whine and Severus would be the bad guy. Before Bill could recover, Severus turned to Harry and Dudley. I'm sure they could take you up behind them on their brooms, for a fly. The two nodded happily to Charlie and Bill's chagrin, and they took the pair up. The twins and Percy brought out their brooms, and a sulking Ron got out his training broom. Ginny pouted beside her mother. She hadn't been able to talk or cry her parents into letting her even get a training broom, as yet. They flew for a half hour, with Bill and Charlie explaining how to control a broom. They landed and the twins offered their brooms to Harry and Dudley, so Bill and Charlie could monitor their first flights on their own brooms. Severus smirked. His chance had come. He stepped over to the twins, herding them away from the crowd watching Dudley and Harry try the brooms. Fred and George, isn't it? Severus asked as pleasantly as he could. They nodded warily. I want to thank you for letting Dudley and Harry use your brooms, it was quite kind. He listened to their mutters of, no problem. You are starting Hogwarts this year, are you not? I wonder if you will be in Gryffindor. Of course we will be, our parents, brothers, most of the family, all Gryffindor. Fred answered, or perhaps it was George. Oh, well, likely they all asked to be, wanting to hold with tradition, but I've heard you're unconventional. You can argue with the Sorting Hat, tell it where you want to be. Of course you might not get your way. I'm sure that the thought of having to be in your brother's shadows all the time must be wearing. He saw he had caught their total attention with this. And having to be in Gryffindor with Percy, your brother, likely to someday be a prefect and sending word of your every infraction to your parents, well. He watched their faces cloud with distaste, and smiled with satisfaction. Naturally, if you became Slytherins, your parents, and scores of relatives would be absolutely shocked. He noticed they looked intrigued at the thought of that. Of course I always encourage my Slytherins, and assist in their projects. I hear you have interests in pranks. Have you looked into prank potions as yet? And, of course Slytherins are spectacular at scheming if you need help with that. Severus was sure he saw them drooling a bit at this. Ravenclaw isn't actually too bad either, he continued. And of course, being so smart, they could come up with ideas you've never dreamed of, and likely show you how to never get caught. They mulled that around their minds a bit. Severus smiled. This was going well. Of course Hufflepuff, he raised a hand at their scoffs. A pair of strong-minded lads like you, full of energy and determination, you would likely be running the entire House of Hufflepuff within a week. The pair were now glassy-eyed with delusions of grandeur. Severus walked away with glee. He was fairly sure that the 5-generation streak of nothing but Gryffindors in the Weasley family was about to be broken. He wasn't sure he actually wanted the pair of miscreants in Slytherin, but if it made Molly Weasley purple with rage, it would be worth it. Severus wandered back over to stand by Albus and watch the youngsters make a few laps around the pitch. Albus glanced at him with unease. He knew he likely looked as smug as he felt. Molly edged up to him. They look so happy up there on brooms. My lads can help them learn about the wizarding world. Why don't you let them stay a few days, Professor Snape? Molly cast down the verbal gauntlet. Absolutely not. He turned to the quickly angering Mrs. Weasley. I'm their guardian, I will remain their guardian, and they'll be spending every night in their own beds, where I can best keep them safe. His unfettered glare of anger made her swallow whatever reply she had thought up. After hours of flying and fending off unsubtle hints from Bill and Charlie to spend a few days, they went in to have a late lunch. Harry placed himself between Severus and the twins, and across from Dudley. Dudley had decided to simply ignore any question he didn't want to answer, to the Weasleys' frustration. He had gotten Arthur to sit beside him. He didn't mind the constant silly questions about Muggles, and answered as best he could. Harry could hear the twins' furious whispers about the houses at Hogwarts. Severus leaned over and whispered, offered to send them books about the different houses. Harry looked at him quickly, and did so. The twins perked up and nodded happily. They had never considered any of the other houses, and now found themselves woefully ignorant about them. Bill looked down the table at Harry in frustration. Who would have thought it would be so difficult to win any child away from the horrid bat of the dungeons? Surely he wasn't truly attached to the sneering beast. Charlie looked just as pulled and shrugged at him. The meal finally ended and Severus announced they needed to return home. Molly made one last try to get them to stay. Surely, Harry, you and Dudley would like to stay and play with Ron and the twins. Harry looked over at the scowling Ron and scowled right back at him. I'm really pretty tired, I'm sure we'll visit again, sometime. He glanced at Severus. Yes, we can come back to visit, if you like. Severus answered easily. He glanced at Albus, who looked resigned. Albus also made his excuses, and they flowed back to Spinner's End. They boys went upstairs, to play with a few of the Muggle games in Dudley's pretend bedroom until Albus left. Severus looked at Albus steadily. Albus finally caved. I guess I'll have to say that you're right twice in as many days, Severus. The boys are better off with you this summer. Harry is quite attached to you, and obviously depends on you. He's quite correct in doing so. You are a good guardian. I'll just have to replace my spy, if the need for one comes up. Severus finally smiled at Albus. I expect having to tell me that I'm right and you're wrong won't happen all that often, Albus. Albus simply chuckled and flowed to Hogwarts. Severus closed and warded the flow again, and apparated the boys back to Dragon's Rest. He rubbed his hands in glee. He'd kept the reserve secret from Albus one more time, turned the Weasley twins into non-Gryffindors, infuriated Molly Weasley, and he had a dragon memory of Salazar Slytherin to view. Life was very, very good. Severus leaned back happily on the sofa with Rosmerta's head pillowed on his chest. He had talked a smirking Lucius into keeping the three boys overnight at Malfoy Manor several days after the Weasley visit. Dudley and Harry had been eager for the promised flying lesson, and Draco just as eager to show his skills off. Tom had smugly told them he might have another pensieve memory to share of the founders. The teenager had been carefully writing down memories that Yvain was slowly showing him from the founders' time. The work was painstaking, as Tom had to view them several times to truly see all details and understand the extremely old English. Yvain, of course, would point out subtleties of expression and other small clues in the landscape that told them more than Tom had expected. Lucius had, of course, been quite gleeful that he would see the next memory before Severus. Severus had gritted his teeth and just smiled at him. Once he had arrived at Rosmerta's door, to be greeted with enthusiastic kiss, it was much easier to tell himself he would see the memory soon enough. Severus looked down at the sleeping blonde, feeling a rare peacefulness. For the moment life was going according to plan. He knew with cruel certainty that it would not last. In the past he had let himself be too caught up in the struggles he faced to enjoy the few moments of tranquility. Severus smirked down at Rosmerta, one of the few useful Hufflepuff traits he had let her teach him, enjoying the good moments when they occurred. Severus could see dawn starting to break, and stood, carefully adjusting Rosmerta to lay comfortably, and tucked in the blanket they had cuddled under. He leaned down and kissed her goodbye. Her hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. Are we okay, Severus? Severus was a bit mystified. Yes, of course. He looked at her and grimaced. I know that my time has been taken up with Harry and Dudley, he sighed. The past few years, he usually devoted a fair amount of time to Rosmerta during the summer. He'd only taken her to Madrid this year, and they had dumped the boys on her during that trip. Severus, I don't mind that you are getting your wards settled in. I just don't want to lose you, have you drift away. Rosmerta bit her lip, perhaps she shouldn't push this. Severus knelt beside her, she'd become a welcome presence in his life, he didn't want to lose her, either. I know getting together, at least alone, will be more difficult, now, but I'll make sure you get over to Dragon's Rest frequently. The boys could use a female presence. They're teaching Draco about belching contests and food fights. Rosmerta giggled a bit, imagining Lucius' appalled look if Draco were to throw peas at someone. She gave Severus a lingering key. Owl me. If my owl can still fly, Dudley has been feeding him so many treats that he can barely lift off. Severus smirked. The next few days were hectic. They visited Petunia, again, remembering to bring their own flowers, this time. Then, Severus and Lucius cast the blood wards with a rather proud Dudley allowing them to make a small cut on his left palm without a wince. Yuan had presented himself at their door to get the promised explanation about Tom. Severus and Tom had sat with Yuan and had answered numerous questions. Between Yao and Yvain he had been convinced that the boy was Tom Riddle, not yet Lord Voldemort, and already on a different path. Again, the dragons insisted that Severus was on the correct path, and they vouched wholeheartedly for Tom. They insisted Yvain had things well in hand. Tom had grimaced a bit at hearing that anyone had him in hand, but couldn't deny that it was for the best. Dudley and Harry had been quietly listening. Dudley had been confused, but Harry was not. It slowly had sunk in that Tom, who they had grown to really like, was somehow also Lord Voldemort, who had killed his parents. Further listening revealed that somehow Tom wasn't Voldemort yet. This Tom was only 16, and was not intending to go dark, or try to gain power, like Voldemort. Harry was glad no one was paying attention to him. He really needed the time to adjust to the idea that Tom was, yet wasn't Voldemort. It was with relief that he heard his guardian say, Ollivander had the correct idea. Tom is really a separate and very different person from the Dark Lord. We need to think of him as his own person. Harry relaxed a bit. This was more understandable. He had heard Lucius and Severus discuss Voldemort. Before Tom had appeared, they had spoken of him with hatred and loathing. If Tom was really him in any way, Severus would never keep him here. Severus and Yuan walked to the door, continuing their conversation. Dudley wandered outside to the home gym, still mystified by the conversation. Tom slowly turned to Harry, clearly uncertain. Tom had, as the days went by, come to dread this conversation. He liked Harry and Dudley. They were much younger than him, but it was like having younger brothers around, he supposed. The children at the orphanage had disliked and shunned him too much for him to have any relationship with them, other than to be adversaries. He felt a twinge of pain at the idea of Harry hating him. Harry, I don't know how to say how sorry I am that. Well, Voldemort did what he did to your family. I would never. Tom hesitated. He couldn't really say he would never, because clearly his other self had. I don't know how I went so insane or dark that I would do that. Harry gulped a bit. Tom never seemed very emotional about much, and here he was, looking stricken about Voldemort having killed Harry's parents. I didn't understand all you guys were saying, but I did understand the part about you being a separate person from Voldemort. Now, you shouldn't have to apologize for what he did, you just have to make sure you don't follow that same path. Yvain stayed curiously quiet during this, Tom thought. Well, Yvain will nag me into staying a properly good wizard, I'm sure. Tom heard a snort of laughter in his head at that. Tom and Harry stood and turned, and found a proud-looking Severus in the doorway. He smiled at Harry, who beamed back at Severus, and scuttled out of the room. Tom flushed, uncertain of how sappy he had sounded during the talk with Harry. It's good you and Harry got that behind you, I could see it was starting to wear on you. Severus commented, I believe lunch is ready. He held an arm out, and they entered the dining room with Severus' arm across his shoulder. Tom couldn't remember ever having that happen in his life before. It was kind of nice. Lucius had shown up the following day, grinning. There were several wizards behind him. One of them was the head of the IFOW, Rustum Argon. He and his assistant came in the house, the other two stood guard, outside. They had a seat in the living area, and Tinker served a very ostentatious tea that he didn't usually bother with. Rustum came directly to the point. Mr. Malfoy came to me with a request for Mr. Potter and Mr. Dursley, and his son Draco Malfoy, to be allowed use of their wands, for lessons only, a year early. Yuan has vouched for you, and their tutor. It came as a shock to me that you were under the IFOW auspices. Of course those that live on dragon reserves are really the responsibility of the director of that reserve. Rustum smirked just a bit, and stared levelly at Severus. I don't believe that Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of this. I would suggest not keeping it from him, now you are safely established with my official blessing. Severus lifted an eyebrow. Harry Potter and his cousin's safety is my responsibility. I felt that it was best to be here, on the reserve. And, of course, you are right, Albus will need to know, and soon. Yes, Yuan told me Petunia Dursley's tale, and your move to keep them here. Rustum gave him an approving smile. Not many would think this a place of safety, you're to be commended for your shrewdness. My assistant and the 2 guards are under wizard oaths to keep all they see and hear secret. I, of course, don't mind pulling one over on Albus. Rustum pulled out 3 scrolls. Here are the variances for Harry, Dudley and Draco. Whoops of joy could be heard upstairs from the obviously eavesdropping young wizards. The group drifted through a few more days, playing and swimming. Harry gained weight and muscle and Dudley lost weight and gained muscle. Tom, however, had a showdown with a very young Welsh Green. He had been leading the trio to the pool and found it occupied by the dragon. Yvain had huffed in annoyance, and told the youngster off. The young dragon had been confused, hearing an ancient dragon's mind voice coming from the puny human. The trio had gone running back to Dragon's Rest at Tom's urging, but he stayed. He was curious to see if he could make contact, with Yvain's help. They had been practicing his legilimency and he hoped to reason with the young dragon. Yvain had scolded the dragon into leaving the pool, and it stood, uncertainly, beside it, staring at Tom. Hello, young dragon, I hope the old grump didn't offend you. Tom began. He sounds like old Yao, when someone sneaks in his hot pool, when he isn't looking. The dragon answered in an aggrieved tone, sounding surprised at the attempt at conversation. Tom could hear an irritated scoff from Yvain. It's not his pool. See, just like Yao. The dragon gave a pained snort. Perhaps we can share. We usually swim just in the afternoons. You can have it when we're not here. Tom asked hesitantly. Yvain stayed silent. Some dragon breeds were more territorial than others. Welsh Greens tended to group together more than most, so sharing, perhaps, would not be a problem. The Green looked thoughtful. I don't mind sunning on a rock in the afternoon, instead. He answered slowly. That would be acceptable. The Green flew off, to find an unclaimed rock. Tom turned to find a worried Severus, accompanied by an awestruck trio of boys. Yuan and Yao were with them. Yvain had called Yao, to let him know what was happening. Yao had been apprehensive that the young Welsh Green, who had never spoken to a person that they knew of, would become hostile, or dangerous and had flown over to lend aid, if need be. Yuan had been alerted by Yao, and had hustled to the scene, only to find that Tom was negotiating a friendly truce over the pool. Tom gripped his head, the reactive headache from the legilimency kicking in. Severus calmly handed him a headache potion with one for his stomach as well. He remembered the sickening migraine he'd endured the night of Tom's resurrection. Yao wandered away to reclaim his own pool. That upstart opal eye that just arrived often tried to sneak in whenever he was away from his hot spring. Tom collapsed gratefully onto a chaise, well out of sunlight. The pain was slowly easing off, to his relief. The boys jumped in the pool noisily, now that the show was over. Yao sat in a chair next to Severus and stared at Tom, once again curious. It usually takes a couple of older dragons and their riders to convince a youngster to allow a human to speak to them the first time. Yuan said slowly. Yvain says that the Green recognized his voice, and the fact that it was coming from me was scary enough to cow him into listening to me when I started talking to him. Tom answered, slowly. Yuan nodded slowly. Yao was correct, the young Tom Riddle would make a fine dragonkeeper, or dragon rider, if he kept an interest in it. Do you know the difference between a dragon rider and dragonkeeper, Tom? Yes, Yvain said that the bond with a rider is much deeper, and for life. A dragonkeeper bonds, but it is like a friendship, they learn from each other, like the old and young dragons do. The dragon usually leaves after they feel they've learned, or taught all they can. Tom answered. Yes, although, sometimes the friendship lasts almost a human lifetime. The potions brewer here has a deep interest in herbology as well. He has an old Welsh Green that is unlikely to ever leave this reserve again, that has been telling him all he knows of the plants he's come across, over the centuries and what he's learned of them from his riders. They have a young Welsh Green that sits in on the lessons, also learning, from the both of them. Dragonkeeping comes in many forms. Tom listened with interest. He desperately wanted to find his own place, here, among the dragons. Yvain soothed him with his continual promise that Tom would, indeed, have his chance. You have the backing of the dragons themselves, you won't be overlooked, I promise you. Tom finally relaxed, letting the potion soothe him into a light doze. Yuan smiled and stood. I can see you and your lads will keep us busy here. Severus smiled ruefully, and nodded, as Yuan walked back to his office. With Rustum's variances in their pockets, the group of eager boys bounced down Diagon Alley. They were getting wands. Lucius had been busy, lately catching up on things that had been put off with their projects regarding Tom and certain Horcruxes. But a son receiving his wand was a special occasion, so the 6 of them strode down from the leaky cauldron to Ollivander's. The old man had sent an owl saying the wand for Harry was finally done. Diagon Alley was busier, now, with Hogwarts letters and book lists having been sent. There were soon whispers as people noticed them. "Is that Harry Potter?" was heard frequently. They hustled into Ollivander's quickly. The Weasleys, minus Bill, were there ahead of them, the twins admiring their new wands. "Excellent choices, the 2 of you, both Ashwood, one with an augury feather and the other with Impair as a core. I expect you will do well with them." Ollivander took the payment and smiled at the new customers. Ollivander's daughter took the wands to be polished. The twins said, "Hi," to Harry and gave him, and Severus a thumbs-up sign, with a conspiratorial grin. Harry grinned back at them. He had sent the books as Severus had suggested, after he had explained the joke to Harry. Harry did think that the twins should be able to have some choice in their houses, instead of blindly following the rest of the family, so he was a willing ally. Most of the Weasleys greeted Dudley and Harry and nodded to Severus, but seemed unsure as to what to do with the Malfoys. Lucius tired of the standoff, so he smiled benignly and bowed slightly. Arthur took the cue and nodded back. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I've finished the wand for you. I got your note. Severus, ebony wand with thestral mane, was the choice for you, as I recall, regarding the variances. I'm sure that Mr. Dursley and Mr. Malfoy will find excellent wands." Severus saw the Weasleys take note of that. Albus would likely hear right away, he thought with disgust. They hadn't paid any notice to the wisely silent Tom, to his relief. He hoped they left, soon. Ollivander took out a box and handed it to Harry. Harry could feel the pull of the wand, it felt like a part of him was sitting in that box, and he desperately needed to reunite with it. He reached a shaky hand into the box and pulled out the wand. He could feel the wand ignite his magical core, and it was like a breeze blew through him, swirling multicolored sparks around and through him. The dance of magic finally ended and he turned to his guardian. Severus and Lucius were smiling and clapping, with Dudley and Draco hooting and applauding much louder. Tom actually grinned, and gave a thumbs up. The Weasleys looked astonished, but most of them clapped, as well. The twin laughed and yelled, "Excellent fireworks, Harry," making him grin in response. An interesting wand, it took much longer than usual. Holly does not usually mix with dragon parts well. But this heartstring wanted the holly, likely because the dragon Yvain said he wanted to protect Harry. Holly repels evil, and Mr. Potter may need that. Ollivander looked satisfied. Harry sat in a chair, grinning a bit madly and stared at the wand. Up until now he had known in his head he had magic. This was the first time he had truly felt it. Dudley was right, it was blissful. Dudley went forward, looking a bit nervous. Ollivander measured and muttered, and started pulling out boxes. After a bit of breakage, he had a match, with the expected swirl of colored sparks, and more applause. "Excellent, excellent, oak, 10 inches, with a hippogriff feather core. Very strong." Draco took his turn and endured the seemingly nonsensical measuring. There was soon a large pile of boxes, and then Ollivander lit up and said, of course, and pulled out another box. This one was a match and Draco whooped with joy. The swirl of sparks was mostly green and silver to Lucius, smug notice. Yes, Hawthorn of course, for wisdom and creativity, there is psychic protection as well, and unicorn hair core, quite magically strong. Draco wandered back to the others, who applauded him as well. The Weasleys had their wands, and wandered out, the show being over. Payment was made for the wands, they were polished and wrist holsters were bought at Severus' insistence. You'll need to wear them like that eventually, get used to it now. Lucius agreed emphatically. They left, to find quite a few people milling around, trying to not seem like they were waiting for a glimpse of Harry Potter. Harry, still euphoric, just beamed and waved at everyone who greeted him. Severus was sure he saw a reporter snap a picture or two, to his disgust. Flourish and Blotz was next, the Weasleys were there, as well. Severus and Lucius sighed, but felt they could lose them amongst the stacks of books. Tom helped pick out some titles he felt would be good to teach from when he started the tutoring in the fall. The three were soon crowded together, whispering furiously about subject matter offered in each book. The trio booed straight to the stack of books on flying. Dragons were still an interest, but with the recent experiences of flying, Harry and Dudley were now hooked on the idea of being on the Quidditch teams at Hogwarts. A snide voice behind them took them by surprise. Well, it must be nice to be so special that no rules apply to you, Harry Potter. Ron spat out at them. Wands, a year early. Everyone staring and pointing at you, the Daily Prophet taking pictures. Bet you loved that. Harry wanted to shrink down, he hadn't heard derision like this since he'd left Privet Drive. He'd almost forgotten how horrible it felt. We need the wands for tutoring, so just shove off. He spat back, refusing to cower, like he'd always had to do with Vernon. Just run along, you jealous prat. Dudley snarled, pushing in front of Harry. Draco tried to think of an insult that wouldn't offend Harry and Dudley. Making fun of the Brat's clothing or poverty, he knew, would earn him glares. Things like, blood traitor, were certainly no longer appropriate. Variances aren't that difficult to get when you live in a magical household, away from muggles, if you apply for them. He said loftily. Just because you don't want to study ahead doesn't mean we shouldn't. It wasn't much of an insult, he'd need to think of better ones later, Draco decided. Molly saw the confrontation and sighed. It was obvious that Ron wasn't going to make up with Harry or Dudley, and she hustled over. Run along and help the twins find their herbology books, Ron. Hello, Harry, I see you've been bitten by the flying bug. She smiled at the three. I'm glad you're writing to the twins, they'll like having someone to write to while at school. She looked at the apprehensive Draco and smiled. Good to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. She smiled at him, she hadn't known what to think when Albus had said Lucius had joined the fight against you-know-who. Perhaps hell had frozen over. However, this youngster wasn't an enemy, yet, and was friendly with not only Harry, but Dudley as well. The Lucius she had gone to school with would never have allowed his son to associate with a Muggleborn. Yes, hell was definitely chilly today. Molly went back to the twins and put the Quidditch books back on the shelf, ignoring their protests. The group left for Dragon's Rest after a meal at the Leaky Cauldron, frequently interrupted by people calling, hello, to Harry. Severus expected a call from Albus at any time. The news that the new home for Potter and Company would be at the Dragon Reserve would not be welcome to Albus, but Severus intended to convince him. He already understood that Petunia would not return to Privet, so why not the reserve? Lucius got out one of his runic portkeys that he had perfected, spelling it to activate if Severus was hit with a curse, and to respond to a single word from Severus. Lucius strengthened it until he was sure Albus would not be able to disable it. Severus smiled at his old friend's overprotective nature. I'll stay here until you are back. Lucius looked grim. Lucius didn't have quite the same confidence in Dumbledore that Severus had. Severus might be suspicious of Albus, and was certainly going against Albus' plans. But he still didn't really expect an attacker for Albus to do anything truly nefarious. Lucius, however, was sure that Albus Dumbledore would stop at nothing to keep his plans in place. Their only hope to keep on Albus' good side was to see that Albus' plans changed to match theirs. Otherwise, well, they were prepared to hide Dudley, Harry and Tom for as long as necessary. Severus flowed to Spinner's End, and made himself some tea and sat in the very comfortable sofa with a new book he had bought, and waited. He didn't need to wait long. The flow soon sounded. Severus waved his wand, opening the flow to Albus. Tea, Albus? He asked in as close to Albus, patented, drop. Air of absent-minded kindness as the Slytherin head of house was ever likely to come. Albus gave him an incredulous lifted eyebrow, then sat, looking a bit troubled. The headmaster fixed his cup of tea and stirred it slowly. He hated to begin this conversation. It sounded too much like he was quoting some tattletale student. I was surprised to hear that Harry, Dudley and Draco Malfoy were all getting wands today, especially since there are no variances for them at the Ministry, when I checked. Albus started off quietly. Severus took a calming breath. The IFOW gave the variances, as they oversee the Dragon Reserve where we have our new home. Severus answered just as quietly, although every muscle in his body tensed at Albus' suddenly straightened spine. Dragon Reserve, Severus. Albus' voice may have stayed quiet, but Severus could almost see ice crystals forming, it was so cold. No one would ever look for Harry there. Most feel that the reserves are too dangerous to live on, and fear the dragons too much. The reserves are actually the most safe and secure wizarding places in the world. Severus tried not to rush the explanation, or sound anxious. You have always been wary of Ministry interference with Harry, this could counteract that, if needed. And if the IFOW decided to take an interest in Harry. Albus sounded less chilly and more thoughtful. Severus could almost see the wheels turning in Albus' mind. Highly unlikely, Albus. We British wizards like to pretend we're the epicenter of the entire wizarding world, because Merlin lived here. Yes, we do tend to have the best and brightest here, much of the time, but we're not the only wizarding place in the world. The world is quite large, and the IFOW has a number of ministries to keep an eye on. Harry is not the biggest fish in the IFOW sea. Severus answered breezily. I still have the house, here in Spinner's End, that we could come back to if need be. Not that they ever will, Severus thought fiercely. It, in the meantime, can be the perfect diversion. Anyone searching for us will look for this place first. I can ward it and fill it with traps, they'll never think to look elsewhere. Albus tugged on his beard, thoughtfully. It was an ingenious plan, of course. Severus was a brilliant strategist. Albus didn't like it that Severus was making decisions without him, but he had agreed that Petunia, Dudley and Harry needed a different home than Privet Drive. Well plotted, Severus. Though I do wish you had consulted me. Albus finally said with his voice less frosty, now. Harry's protection is my duty, headmaster. Severus gritted his teeth. He could see Albus' eyes narrow, again. Oh, very well, let Albus think he had a say in anything, as long as he fell into Severus' plans, if it made him happy. He dropped back into a placating tone. I did need to make sure I could arrange all this, and that it would work as I thought, before presenting it to you. Severus hid his aggravation. The head of the Wizengamot was not someone you really wanted angry with you. Albus relaxed. Severus was being overzealous, but the idea itself was quite sound. The problem of housing Harry and the Dursleys after Severus returned to Hogwarts was solved, and once the school year started, all would be as before. The boys mentioned tutoring. Young Ron was apparently quite put out about it. Albus sipped at a second cup. They need a good grounding in wizard culture as well as some basics in plants and magical animals, things they would know if they had grown up in a wizard household. Having Draco there to answer questions is helpful, but it also reminds them of how little they know. We've found a young wizard who will keep the lessons fun for them, but they'll be learning a lot. Severus sweated a bit. They weren't ready to have Tom face Dumbledore, as yet. You might include others in the lessons, perhaps Ronald Weasley, Albus began, still hoping to worm the Weasleys into Harry's world. No, absolutely not. Severus broke in. He would not have a sea of ginger hair and freckles invading his new home. The boy managed to really upset Harry. The twins have started to converse with Harry and Dudley by owl, and that's enough. Severus hoped that would satisfy Albus. It bothers me that Harry is so ill at ease with crowds. Albus muttered. For 10 years he spent most of his time in a cupboard under the stairs, Albus. Severus hissed, refusing to relent at the headmaster's downcast expression. He is becoming used to spending more time with people, but it would be a mistake to push him. Well, you know best, then, Severus. Albus patted his arm. I know you will do your best for him, but you might introduce him to more children that will be attending in his year, so there will be familiar faces when he goes there. Severus scowled at the notion, but nodded. Several days later, Severus, Lucius and Tom stood in a small circle of standing stones, which was in the center of a field covered in large rocks. The field was at the northmost edge of the reserve. The dragons liked it and many of the old ones would visit to reminisce with their handed-down memories of the place. Yvain had suggested the spot, as it still simmered with old magics, and their spells would resonate with the magics already in the stones. Dudley and Draco had willingly stayed home. Dudley not understanding what was happening, and Draco had simply paled, knowing that any magic to do with souls was likely to be quite dark. Harry however had taken his exclusion badly. He had argued his case passionately, once he heard they were destroying a Horcrux. He had felt that he needed to know how to battle Voldemort, and that included ridding the world of his Horcruxes. At the end of his tirade Severus had eyed him sternly, but with pride. Harry had put forth a well-reasoned argument instead of simply yelling that he wanted to go with them. "Harry, we need to see if the spells we intend to use actually work. If they do, and all goes well, you may come with us the next time. I won't recklessly risk your life." Severus had then eyed Harry's pale face. Harry hadn't seemed so much rebellious as frightened. "Harry," he had prompted gently. "What if?" Harry swallowed uncomfortably. "What if you get killed? Hurt?" Severus had blinked in surprise. Harry was worried for him. He had looked closely at the frantic green eyes, and his heart had tightened painfully. It was nice to have someone worry about him. Lucius and Rosmerta did at times, but they were aware that he was magically quite strong. Albus usually worried for his spy, although, to be fair, Severus knew that Albus considered him a friend, as much as any war leader could consider one of his soldiers as a friend. "I will be careful, we will take no chances, I promise," Severus had said gently. Harry had nodded, but still looked miserable. Now Severus stood glaring at the innocuous, looking cup. The cup, to those sensitive to such things, simply oozed malevolence. Tom looked queasy. He had said that he could almost feel the spirit's hatred. They had gone over the spells and safeguards endlessly for the past 3 days. Tom had fallen in with the plans for the Horcruxes with surprising ease. They cast the containment spell together. Lucius and Severus had done spellwork together like this many times, and Tom had no difficulty following their lead. The standing stones grabbed onto the magic and formed an enclosure. They had hoped the stones would react well. The containment spell would keep the spirit inside the place, so it could not flee. Severus gathered up his magic. He had practiced the spell a few times, but he knew he would need all his control. He cast the Fiendfire on the cup with a heavy amount of his magic. The spell reacted with the dark magic, as he had feared it would, flaring up in greater strength. It seemed to take forever, but the fire eventually made the cup dissolve. Severus quickly ended the spell, although it took all of his considerable control and strength to stop it. He fell to his hands and knees after it ended, and struggled to stay conscious. Lucius saw the wispy dark specter that was left. He cast the spell to cleanse a spirit of evil. It was used frequently on ghosts and poltergeists if they were troublesome. It was easier to exorcise them, but sometimes the family was attached to them. Lucius cast it over and over, feeling that it was, perhaps, useless against such evil, but then he heard the dragon's voice, chanting the spell with him in an ageless, long-forgotten language. The specter slowly lightened until it was a whitish-gray and almost transparent. Lucius and Yvain then ended the spell. Tom lifted his head, staring at the spirit, a part of his own soul that had been lost to him. He whispered the spell, Spiritus Reclamare. The spirit moved toward him hesitantly. Tom said it again, more strongly, Spiritus Reclamare. Tom was then enveloped in the misty form, and he stiffened, and then collapsed like a puppet whose strings have been cut. The mist seemed to sink into him until it was gone. Severus stood shakily and acioed the remnants of the cup. Lucius pulled out one of the numerous runic portkeys. They reappeared in Tom's bedroom and hastily lay him on his bed, apparently unconscious. "He'll be all right, lads, he just needs rest, now," Yvain said, sounding as tired as they felt. "I'll take care of him." Lucius staggered to the floor and yelled for Draco, who charged in with Dudley and Harry. All the boys looked very relieved to see them. Draco raced to his father's side. This was the first time in memory he had ever feared he might lose his father. He grabbed his father around the waist in a tight hug, and then fussed over him a bit. "You're exhausted, Dad, let me do the flowing with you." Draco grabbed a handful of flow powder and cast it on the fire, shouting the destination. Lucius gave Severus a bemused look and shrugged. The pair left with Draco still muttering about hot soup and a good rest. Severus snickered, and then noticed Harry's strained expression. Severus thought over Draco's actions and had a rare moment of insight into a youngster's mind, and lifted one arm in invitation. Harry ran to him and gripped him in a fierce hug. Dudley smiled, happy that Harry seemed to be acquiring a parental figure. Harry needed someone of his own, that he wouldn't have to share. Harry and Dudley sat with Severus for an afternoon tea. Severus drank in the scent of the strong brew. He was more exhausted than he could remember ever having been, since Voldemort's defeat. "So, everything went okay, Severus?" Harry asked. "Is Tom all right?" Evane said Tom would be fine after a rest. Severus answered. "I intend to rest, myself. The best cure for magical exhaustion is a nice long sleep." Harry nodded, happy that Severus was unharmed and he need not fear being guardian-less. Dudley snickered a bit at the idea of an adult taking a nap willingly during the day. Severus smirked a bit. Knowing Dudley's thoughts, at that age he had also thought that every moment spent sleeping was a wasted one. Harry and Dudley were told to occupy themselves quietly and go to bed at their usual time. Tinker was given the same instructions and told to keep track of Harry's meal. He still tended to pick at food when upset. Tinker nodded vigorously. He had taken Harry's thinness as a personal affront. Severus took a lengthy shower and crawled into bed, sighing in relief. He thought perhaps a week or two here, in his nice soft bed, would be wonderful. Severus woke with the dawn, as he always did, groaning as he stretched the sore muscles. Another shower and his most comfortable pants and a lightweight frock coat and he was ready for coffee, and then some more coffee. Tom was already at the table, looking remarkably mugglish in jeans and a t-shirt. Severus smirked. Voldemort would have screamed in rage and killed any wizard he caught wearing such a thing. Evane had insisted on them buying the t-shirt. It had a cartoonish dragon leaning against a tree, picking his teeth with a knight's lance, and surrounded by scattered armor. It read, "Sometimes the dragon wins." The boys, as well as Evane, had thought it hilarious, and Tom had added it to his pile of clothing. Severus looked over the still exhausted-looking Tom. "Are you feeling all right? I know I look rough, and I am exhausted, but at the same time I feel so much better, more, well, complete. I really didn't expect reuniting with another piece of my soul to make such a difference. Or, maybe I was afraid that it was going to make things worse, corrupt me, turn me dark like the other." Tom looked ill at the thought. "I would not have allowed the soul fragment to enter if I sensed it was still dark." Evane entered the conversation. He didn't usually speak to be heard by all, unless he felt it important. He said it drained him a bit. "I can feel that I am more whole. Otherwise I don't sense anything different. I have no memories from the Horcrux, nothing." Tom sounded relieved by this, but cooled, nonetheless. "The cleansing spell that I helped Lucius with wiped the memories from the spirit as well as the evil. Because its memories were evil as well, and would have harmed you. You have enough difficulty remembering you are not the same person as him, without encountering his memories. This will keep you separate from him," Evane explained. Tom nodded, and then Harry and Dudley joined them, inhaling their breakfast with zeal. Severus had received another lot of potions requests, and all four went to his lab. There was now a sofa and end tables at one end of the lab, where small windows at the top of the wall let in some natural light. Tom sat there, reading for a few minutes, before slumping to one side in a light sleep. Dudley took over dissection, again, and Harry busily chopped up plants. Severus cheerfully explained the potions and the ingredients, and the reasons for the order of their addition to the potion and why they stirred in one direction or the other. He had done this many times over the past few weeks. Harry listened avidly, and although less attentive, Dudley also was picking up the basics. They were finishing up by bottling some potions, and 2 of the cauldrons were set to simmer overnight. An owl arrived from Lucius with a sheepish note saying that Draco was making him rest today. But he would be over tomorrow. Severus chuckled. Draco was becoming even more protective of Lucius than Harry was of him. He sobered a bit at that. He had expected Harry to be somewhat attached to his protector, his guardian, but if he really thought of him as a parental figure, that was, perhaps, a different story. Severus shook his head at the irony. James must be spinning like a dervish in his grave. Or not. Severus recalled that he had glimpsed the Potter family a few times before they went into hiding. James had known they were marked for death, and he had been impressively protective and fierce in his resolve to keep them safe. Severus suspected with a stab of aggravation that James had matured enough, before dying, to accept anyone that kept Harry safe from harm. Severus, it went without saying, would be James's last choice, but would not quibble for long if he was the only choice available. Not willing to continue on his train of thoughts, Severus ordered the boys to wash up and get to lunch. He shook Tom awake and helped him up the steps to food. Tom ate as heartily as the boys, his body was that of a teenager, after all. Tom trudged to the pool with the pair, intending to read, or nap a bit more while there. Severus waited for them to leave, then apparated to Hogsmeade. It was full summer, now, mid-August. And the walk to Hogwarts was sweaty, but it gave him time to compose his words, and, as before, the views were enjoyable. He'd rarely had time to enjoy it as a teacher, until now. As a student he'd usually been too busy guarding against attack. Although, now and then when he was sure that James and Sirius were busy at Quidditch he had wandered on the many paths happily. He hadn't flowed to his quarters directly. Albus may not have realized it, but there were 4 dragon reserves in the British Isles, and Albus may or may not guess which one they were at. There was the Welsh one in the Hebrides, a small one in Ireland, and a large one on the island of Lyoness. The large island was totally under a disillusionment charm from ancient times, and was difficult even for wizards to gain access to. It housed the main headquarters of the IFOW, as well as the dragons. He arrived at the school. He knew the other teachers would be arriving, often on to set up for the year, and discussing schedules. Changes to book lists or study plans were always done before they left for the summer, as were choices for prefects and head boy and girl. Severus hurried to the headmaster's office, and let the Phoenix staircase carry him up. He was usually impatient, and walked up the stairs even as it turned upwards. He was simply still too tired, today. The door opened as he approached it, and he entered silently, and sat. Albus looked at him with concern. "Are you quite all right, dear boy?" Albus rang for tea, which Severus took gratefully. "Lucius and I have destroyed 2 Horcruxes." He raised a hand at Albus' astonished gasp. Lucius found a journal that Abraxas was apparently keeping for the Dark Lord. "We identified it as a Horcrux. We destroyed it and the cup." Severus withdrew the remnant of the cup and the scorched remains of the journal. Fiendfire worked well on the cup. A dragon, who was dying, agreed to destroy the journal. Dumbledore waved his wand over them, muttering, and then sat back. "Well done, Severus. You have brought the memories of it." Severus nodded and withdrew 2 vials with silvery strands of memory. He had had to take great care. The memory of the dragon consisted of seeing the journal, in flames, lying in front of the dead dragon. Carefully avoiding any view of Tom. While casting the fiendfire on the cup, he had been careful to not look at Tom, and the memory ended with him falling to his hands and knees. Albus poured in the memories and entered the pensieve. Severus sat in the chair, sweating and hoping they had done all correctly. Albus returned with a thoughtful look on his face. "It doesn't look like it was all that easy. I'm surprised a dragon, even a dying one, agreed to help, but I am only an expert in dragon's blood, not dragons." The fiendfire worked well, but was obviously exhausting. Albus mused. "We have only 3 more, unless Voldemort returns and makes Nagini a Horcrux, as he originally intended. Any more clues on the other 3? Severus hoped to get them first. Of course, the more soul fragments they reunited with Tom, the better. "I believe that I have a clue to a certain ring that belonged to Tom Riddle's family." Albus smiled a bit smugly. "I need to talk to a certain Auror, who spoke to the Gounts. Let me know of any new information." Severus desperately hoped to stay inside Albus' loop of those he told these things to. Having to defy Albus about Harry made this a bit tricky, but Albus nodded easily, so perhaps he was still trusted, at least in this. "How is young Harry doing?" Albus asked, sounding a bit wistful. "Getting an excellent tan. He and the others talked Lucius into building a swimming pool, and they go there almost every day." Severus answered easily, and was relieved to see a happy smile on Albus' face. It wouldn't hurt to have him know that Harry was happy, now. Severus went to the dungeons, and straightened up the classrooms. He had a separate one for the advanced classes, now. Quickly inventoried the ingredients. He had done so before leaving and ordered what he needed, and the house elves had unpacked his order. He still needed more doxy wings and sent off an order with one of the elves. He waved away the dust and straightened his lesson plans. He sighed. He rather enjoyed the advanced classes. They were there because they wished to be, and for the most part wanted to learn. He walked out and wandered toward the gates. Unfortunately he found himself unable to escape Hagrid. "Hello, Professor." The half-giant boomed. Professor Dumbledore tells me young Harry is staying with you. How is the tyke? Just fine, Hagrid. He and his cousin are doing well. Severus kept walking, hoping to lose him. Missed his birthday, I did. But perhaps he'd like a pet to keep. I've got a few interesting critters, he might take to. Hagrid grinned eagerly. Harry already has an owl. Severus' blood chilled at the thought of any of Hagrid's ideas of what made an interesting pet. He'll need to learn to care for Hedwig before adding to his menagerie. Ah, perhaps for Christmas, then. Hagrid agreed easily. Severus turned to face him. Hagrid, you will not send Harry any pets without obtaining my permission first, is that understood? Severus could actually feel the veins throbbing in his temples. Course, Professor. Hagrid seemed surprised by Severus' fierceness. I'll ya know if and I find anything, Sure, let me know, I'll be here, of course during the school year. Severus escaped, gritting his teeth, and downing a headache potion. He would have to brew another batch, a large one he suspected. Severus reached the gates and apparated for home, sighing in relief as he made his way to his rooms. Dragon's Rest did feel like home, now. He sat at his desk and looked out over the meadow. He could just make out the shape of the pool in the distance. It looked like the young Welsh Green was watching them swim, again. The youngster seemed fascinated by the young wizards. Severus leaned back, happily. With any luck the summer would end with no further problems. He sighed, most likely not. Lucius watched with resignation as Draco withdrew more potions from his pocket, while the annoyed house elves served supper. Draco had overseen the preparations for the beef and vegetable soup he'd been served last evening, while Lucius had rested in bed. Draco must have made himself a right pain from the glares the house elves were still casting him. Draco had served the supper himself, and had watched him eat every spoonful. He had then handed him strengthening and healing potions. Lucius endured some fussing, and then escaped his overly watchful son with a potion of dreamless sleep. Lucius had not really minded letting Draco indulge in a little caretaking and fussing. He couldn't remember having someone do that before today. Lucius' mother hadn't dared. Mollycoddle, Abraxas heir, and house elves would have been hexed for fussing over him. Narcissa certainly never worried about her husband's health or well-being. Severus had always helped heal wounds from Voldemort, but he certainly never fussed. Lucius chuckled over the very thought. Lucius and Draco had both enjoyed the father-son time today. They played chess and Lucius let Draco chatter about, well, whatever he was chattering about. Lucius realized with a pang that he needed to spend more individual time with his son. Now that the most hazardous events with Tom and Albus were done with, well, Lucius supposed there would be other hazards ahead, but he could afford some time with Draco, nonetheless. Lucius had come to realize, as the day wore on, that Draco had been truly frightened for his father. Draco was, even now, watching him eat dinner with a baleful eye. Lucius had probably not eaten enough fruit to suit Draco. Sure enough, Draco passed him another strengthening potion in the bowl of strawberries. Lucius shoved down his irritation, and sternly reminded himself that Draco needed reassurance, not strangling. So, Lucius drank down the potion obediently. You've done an excellent job taking care of me, Draco. Lucius began, carefully. I think that this restful day, and all the potions you've made, encouraged me to drink have cured my magical exhaustion. Draco giggled a bit, but looked wary. I know you have worried for me during this mission to destroy the Horcrux. I promise you that I will not take unnecessary chances. I intend to live long enough to annoy you by spoiling my grandchildren. Lucius watched Draco carefully. Draco's smile had faltered, and he looked apprehensive. Draco finally looked up at him. But, you can't predict everything, Dad. Lucius sat back. No, he certainly couldn't promise absolute safety, in anything. No, I can't promise to always be safe. I could explode a potion I might help Severus make, and get melted with the acid. Or, I could get mugged in Nocturne Alley and knifed. Or any number of old friends, or enemies could cast an Avada Kedavra at me. Lucius watched Draco's face pale, and sighed. Apparently he was rotten at reassurance. Life is uncertain at any time. You can't reassure me that you won't be injured flying the too fast broom you talked me into buying. Neither Severus or I will stop doing what we must to keep you and Harry and Dudley safe. Draco continued to look a bit downcast. Lucius sighed and suggested a solution. Will it help if I let you listen in on our planning, so you can help plot to keep us safe? Draco brightened and nodded. Lucius snorted. The whelp would likely insist on cushioning charms and enough shielding to cause exhaustion just thinking of them. But, at least Draco had gone back to telling about how the young green dragon was always watching them swim, and asking Yvain all kinds of questions. The following day found all 6 of them in Diagon Alley, again. The healer had sent a reminder via Lucius that he expected to see Harry and Dudley, soon. Severus hadn't realized the weeks had passed so quickly, and so here they were, sheepishly facing the motherly Medowitch. She glared at Severus and told him to make a future appointment before he left. Lucius, Draco and Tom had escaped to the Owl Emporium, while the others faced the healer. Tom wanted an owl, to correspond more easily with Severus and Lucius when school started, and Severus had told him to get a couple more owls to deliver potions for him. The healer declared himself satisfied with Dudley's progress. He had lost quite a bit of weight, and gained muscle, so he still looked a bit chubby, but not outrageously so. Harry was given a thorough going over. He'd gained several inches of height, so the weight he'd gained hadn't filled him out as much as Severus had hoped. The healer had been sympathetic. I know you were hoping for him to look less skinny. But his gain in height is encouraging. I was afraid his growth was being affected. But he's only an inch or two shorter than the Malfoy boy, so he's catching up. Continue with the nutrient potions, and encourage frequent meals. He's a young boy, I'm sure that's not difficult. Severus frowned. He still picks at food when he's upset. I have the house elf monitoring him, but I hate to hound him about it. The healer nodded agreeably. Well, watch that, let me know if it becomes a problem. I was wondering if something can be done for his eyes, as yet. I can brew the eyesight corrector, but the instructions always say the subject must be in good health. Severus looked at the healer sternly, hoping for an affirmative answer. Harry also waited for the answer, almost holding his breath. The healer pondered a moment. In spite of the low weight, he is in good health. I believe that is a good idea. His vision is very poor without the glasses. The healer smiled at Harry's whoop of joy. The lack of proper eyewear has worsened it over time. The healer watched the potions master's jaw clench in anger. It was quite amusing to see how protective he was of his charges. The Medowitch can adjust the glasses on a weekly basis while the potion is being taken. Let us know when he starts. If he has headaches, we can see him more often. The adjustment often causes those. Severus nodded agreeably, already cataloging the needed ingredients in his mind, as they left. Tom had quickly found a matched pair of barn owls for Severus, and then he and Draco had carefully looked over the owls in search of one for Tom. Lucius leafed through the books, waiting for them to find just the right one. Lucius was pleased at how Tom was becoming friendlier with the boys. He knew that they most likely seemed impossibly young to him, but he'd started having real conversations with them. Tom had gone over the lesson plans with the 3, and had listened to their input. Lucius was sure he would be a perfect tutor. It was also good that Tom was developing actual friendships. It likely wasn't easy for him to learn to care for others as more than master underling. Tom also seemed to be opening up to Severus and Lucius, asking tentatively for advice. Of course Yvain most likely gave ongoing guidance on how he should conduct himself and reflect on things. Excited voices alerted Lucius to the fact that Tom had found an appropriate owl. Lucius wandered over to find Tom taking a great horned owl to the counter with a smile. Tom was smiling more, real smiles that eased Severus and Lucius' minds a great deal, since they were normal teenager smiles, and not those of a dark lord in training finding amusement in another's pain. Tom gave the owls directions to Dragon's Rest, and Lucius shrank the packages of owl supplies for him. Tom grimaced, remembering he was technically underage. With the second soul fragment having settled in, he felt older. Severus had cast a spell and had assured him that he was still 16, at least until his birthday on December 31st. Tom hoped that they found a way for him to finish his newts. Tom was now determined to be a dragon rider, or keeper. He was having difficulty making up his mind, but either way he needed his newts. He had a remote plan to someday to be a director for the Welsh Reserve, but he could wait for Yuan to retire, he supposed. Yvain seemed to find this amusing, but wouldn't explain why. They met the other 3 outside the shop. Dudley and Harry had big grins and they gave Draco some thumbs-up gestures. Tom assumed that meant that the eyesight correction had been approved. Tom was happy for Harry, and that gave him pause. He wasn't usually happy for others unless there was something in it for him. Evane chuckled. He's your friend, Tom, friends are happy for each other. I know, but I don't remember all this happiness, unless it was something that helped me out as well. Tom almost felt uneasy about all this. If something bad happened, was he going to get all unhappy as well? Yeah, he supposed so. That's the price of real friendship, sharing joy and pain. Evane said pragmatically. Is it really worth it? Tom asked. Yes, after all, they will help you share your joys. It's more fun to celebrate with others, you know. And they will help you bear your pains, as well. Burdens are easier when shared. Evane answered, patiently. Evane hoped Tom was truly listening. The old Tom had already started believing that friends were a burden, and that he was better off with subordinates. Tom was becoming much more human with the absorption of the soul fragment. Well, they boys seem nice, and Severus and Lucius are helpful. Tom seemed to struggle to find an excuse for any affection he was feeling. Evane stifled amusement. He needed to encourage this, not make Tom feel embarrassed. The group arrived at their next destination, and Lucius and Severus took deep breaths. The negotiations at Gringotts would be delicate. They needed this to go well, and even more so, they needed this to be secret. One of the goblin managers noticed them arrive, and scurried over. We were expecting you, Mr. Malfoy. Our British branch supervisor is awaiting you. Lucius nodded gravely, and they followed him. They were soon seated in a large, comfortable room. Harry, Dudley and Draco sat around a table in the back, and were served with sandwiches and drinks. Goblins were also familiar with youngsters' appetites. The supervisor and two assistants took their seats across from Severus and Lucius, who flanked Tom. We were quite curious to receive your letters regarding the vault belonging to he who must not be named. The supervisor eyed the three closely. You are not listed as someone who can access it. As a matter of fact, no one but his bloodline can. Perhaps you should test this young man's blood to see if he has the right. Severus was relieved that Voldemort had made it a bloodline vault. He snorted lightly, as proud as Voldemort had been of his Slytherin blood. Of course he had. The three goblins looked at Tom even more closely, and muttered. Lucius had demanded a closed session with oaths of silence in his letter, and had been granted them. But it would be best to reassure them if possible. Mr. Riddle wishes to place the vault out of the reach of he who must not be named, and any of his followers. The goblins looked dubious, but nodded. The parchment with bloodline spells on it was brought out, and Tom let them get a few drops of blood to place on it. The spell did as they expected. It said that Tom Riddle was a first-degree relative to Lord Voldemort. Since the goblins would never expect a wizard to not simply identify himself as the owner of a vault, they did not suspect Tom to be Lord Voldemort himself. As a first-degree relative, they thought he could only be Voldemort's son, since he was too young to be Voldemort's father. Tom let the furor die down and then addressed the nervous goblins. Lord Voldemort made many mistakes, and I intend to make sure I do not follow the same path. Tom could feel the truth spells on the room. They would not prevent the wizards from lying, but they would tell the goblins if a lie was told. I am sure that the nation of goblins does not believe Lord Voldemort is truly gone, and I wish to make sure his return is of short duration, and ultimately fatal, to him. The goblins pondered on this, decided he meant it, and gave rather frightening smiles. I need to place the contents of this vault out of his reach. Perhaps, being the wisest in the way of money, you will have a suggestion. Tom decided a bit of flattery might help. The vault cannot be emptied or closed by other than you know who, but nothing says it cannot have merely a single canute left in it. The objects in it can be moved to another vault, along with however much money you wish. The goblin lifted a brow in inquiry. All the wizards snickered at the thought of Voldemort arriving to find a single canute in his vault. I believe that to be wise, if you would open a vault for me, and place all the objects and money, except for a single canute in it. I want Lord Voldemort to be excluded. Do not make it a bloodline vault, of course, and the only ones to have any access besides myself are the wizards in this room. Tom saw their surprise. All the wizards, Mr. Riddle. The goblins eyed the three youngsters dubiously. I trust Lucius and Severus, and I don't know what assistance I may need in the future. Neither Harry Potter nor his cousin is likely to rob me, and Draco has my trust as well. Tom insisted. I may need one of them to be able to get into my vault for me in the future. I'd rather give permission now, than to wish I'd given them permission later on. Well done, Tom, you may be starting to understand friendship more than I thought. Yvain chuckled. Tom looked around at the beaming smiles of his friends, and knew he was flushing with embarrassment. The goblins had the paperwork done, and the key to the new vault in his hand before the wizards could finish the tea and crumpets they were served. A listing of the gold and objects had Tom gulping 24 million galleons and a seemingly endless list of items. Tom could feel the pull of such wealth, he wouldn't have to work or do anything. Do you have a list of whose vaults were emptied to give Voldemort such a fortune? The goblins looked fueled. I don't intend to return gold to any Death Eaters, but I'm willing to wager that Voldemort blackmailed or killed wizards, after getting their vaults signed over. Tom answered their unspoken question. I can get that information to you, but be careful who you return gold to and how you do so. The goblins said slowly. I hope you will again give your excellent advice. Tom bowed slightly, and the goblins chuckled in answer. I know you have taken oaths of silence, but I must ask one small favor. Severus looked at the goblins' confused faces. I need certain workers to not know that Tom was here, or that Voldemort's vault has been accessed in any way. The wizards that work for you might tell others of it, and we don't wish any of this day's events known. The goblins grinned again and nodded. Yes, a shake-up in the wizarding world, hardly the first. They sat down to a meal at the Lakey Cauldron, tripled silencing spells in place. That was a remarkably mature thing to ask about, Tom. Severus said, asking about who might have been robbed of their money. Tom shifted uncomfortably. It's not so much philanthropic, I'm just not comfortable with so much money at my disposal. I suspect it will be hard enough for me to avoid power, without millions of galleons lurking around every corner. Well, we'll see if we can help you lop a few zeros off the numbers when the goblins get you that list. Lucius laughed. Tom rolled his eyes. Yvain was laughing so hard in the background it was giving Tom a headache. He picked up the list of items and started reading them off. Lucius and Severus usually knew what they were, and who they'd come from. Most were dark, of course, and then they had to argue whether to return them or destroy them. The trio of boys ignored them and whispered plans to get really fast brooms for Dudley and Harry. Severus was being stubborn about how fast they should go for beginners. The day after the Gringotts trip found everyone at the Malfoy Manor. Dudley and Draco went to the new exercise room near the small Quidditch pitch while they waited for Harry. They'd been promised another flying lesson. Draco had asked his father to obtain similar exercise equipment to what Dragon's Rest had. Dudley had offered to show Draco how to use it all. Harry watched them go in resignation. The accountant from the Norris accounting firm, a Mr. Stebbins, wanted to go over a few things with him. Severus was quite firm that he should know, at least a little, about his finances and what belonged to him. Harry and Severus had gone over the lists of items in his 4 vaults the evening before. There was only money in his personal trust vault. The Potter family vault, though, seemed to have an endless list of personal belongings. The other 2 that he had inherited, to his relief, had fewer things. They had marked off things Harry and Severus felt he should keep in the vaults, made a list of what he wanted to be sent to him at Dragon's Rest, mostly books, and a few objects that had belonged to his parents, and a short list of items that Severus said to get rid of, as he recognized them as dark, and mostly likely illegal. The goblins would destroy them for a small fee. The accountant let him know the amounts in the vaults, and told him that the 2 companies he owned were being run competently. The managers of the potions vial manufacturing plant, and the snitch makers there at Godric's Hollow do an exemplary job. The goblins have overseen it since your parents' death, for a small fee, of course. They were glad to give the job over to us, as it's a bit out of their usual line of work. I have a company that makes snitches. Cool. Wait until Draco hears that. Harry latched onto the sentence he understood and actually cared about. Harry snickered and peered at Severus slyly. You shouldn't have to pay for another potions vial, ever again, Severus. I can send for vials for Christmas, your birthday, Valentine's. Severus rolled his eyes and turned back to the accountant. Any other companies? He interrupted Harry's litany of holidays. There was one company that had been invested in that was a total loss. The market for the treats for familiars made by them collapsed after it was found they killed the animals, It took months for the effects to be seen, and by that time the chairman of the company had disappeared with the company funds. There are 3 companies that Mr. Potter owns stock in, and all of them are doing well. He's not a majority stockholder in them, so he doesn't need to make any decisions. I will contact you, Mr. Snape, if there is anything he needs to decide on with the 2 companies he owns. Mr. Stebbins smiled at Harry's glassy-eyed boredom. Severus nodded. Anything else that he needs to know? There are 4 houses that belong to him. Well, 3, as the Godric's Hollow house was destroyed soon after, that night. The goblins said they suspected the Lestranges. He trailed off at Severus' look of warning and Harry's look of confused alarm. There is also a Potter manor that is old, but part of a large estate. They raise some animals. It's well cared for by the house elves and a young couple. There's a house from Audra Peverell that he inherited, along with the vault. It's kept up by the elves. Stebbins frowned and cleared his throat. There is also an old, very large, almost a castle, in Bulgaria. It was inherited by the 3rd cousin, Roderick Potter, from another 3rd cousin, or maybe it was a 4th cousin, we're not sure, on his mother's side. Anyway, he never actually saw it. The family still living in the area, the Crumb family, is quite anxious to buy it back as it is. Crumb Manor. Stebbins looked at them expectantly. We should let them have it, shouldn't we? Harry looked at Severus anxiously. He didn't like the idea of keeping a home from a family that should have it. Besides, it was in Bulgaria. Why would he want a place in Bulgaria? Severus waved at Lucius, who was behind a silencing spell with Tom, going over his list of items from the Voldy Vault, as Tom mockingly called it. Lucius came over. Any reason you can think of that we shouldn't sell the Crumb Manor back to the Crumbs? Harry somehow inherited it. Severus asked. They're all a good family. A bit blunt. No, nonsense. If they have a beef with you, they let you know it and come at you head on, no backstabbing. Lucius shrugged. I know of no reason not to. Severus turned back to Stebbins. If Harry wishes, let them buy it back at a fair price. Harry nodded happily. Is that everything? Harry asked hopefully. At their nod, he whooped and ran for the door. Stebbins chuckled. He's a bit young to grasp the need to care for his investments and money. Yes, I realize he won't be able to make a truly informed decision right away. I do want him to, at least, be aware of what belongs to him. Severus looked at the accountant closely. Roth Stebbins also took care of his own money, and he trusted his opinion. His finances truly are in good order. Yes, the Malfoys are in no danger of being eclipsed, but he's a fair-sized fortune. The one investment that went bad didn't really cost him much. The money to the relatives cost him more. Stebbins grimaced. He still thought they should take the money back, but Severus said it was a bad idea to create friction between the cousins, where there was finally some goodwill. He closed up the briefcase and walked to the flow. He had a manor to sell. Lucius took down the silencing spell, and Severus went to join them in sweating over the list. They'd made a second copy to scribble notes on. They check-marked and read all the items they knew were dark, or cursed or just plain dangerous. That was most of them. They noted former owners if they knew who they were, and if they were families to be trusted, or if they were known Death Eaters. They did see that many of the very dark items were originally goblin-made. The goblins will take them back, since they consider themselves to be the true owners of what they make. They will certainly agree to cleanse them of dark magic or curses, in exchange for the return of the item. They finally had a list of 8 goblin-made items that they knew they wanted to be rid of immediately. There was also a list of 5 items they wanted destroyed, that shouldn't be returned to anyone, least of all the families listed as former owners. There's also this dagger. It's goblin-made, and cursed. But, I think it must be very old, and we should really research it a bit, before deciding to give it back to the goblins. Tom peered at the description with a frown. Well, I'll send an owl requesting an interview with the supervisor at Gringotts, saying we wish to return those 8 items, in exchange for them destroying the other 5. They should find that acceptable. Lucius looked at Tom in inquiry. Tom nodded. This will get rid of over 1/3 of the items, and almost all of the really dark ones, particularly those 5. He shuddered. The 2 cursed grimoires alone were horrible. Nothing in those books could do anything but cause pain and slow destruction to the owners. Lucius and Severus went off to contact the goblins. Yes, Voldemort must have become quite mad by the time he accumulated all these things. Being around such evil after having split his soul so many times likely drained what little humanity he had left. Yvain said sadly. Dragons like to accumulate gold and jewels at times, mostly because we know how to infuse magic into them, and then it creates a nice cozy environment for us to live in. We do love to hoard knowledge, and we certainly understand being territorial, but much of what you humans do as far as your possessions are concerned is an utter mystery to us dragons. Yvain sighed. I suppose we do become packrats, and much of what we hoard and make much of most likely does seem foolish to you. In the end, we can't take it with us when we die. Tom answered quietly. Oh, I've been around you humans long enough to know that it's not always foolish. Books contain knowledge, hopefully, and that isn't foolish. Sometimes an object is treasured because it belonged to a loved one. Not all possessions are foolish. If you have the books to impress others and never study the knowledge they contain, that is foolish. Why you have something is important. Yvain said. Tom sighed. Enough advice, let's go watch the boys fly. And Tom trudged to the door. Of course, I can tell you what advice to shout to them. I am an expert in flying. Yvain answered smugly. I thought I said, enough advice. Tom muttered under his breath. I heard that. Yvain huffed. The three boys circled the pitch behind the instructor, Roland Higgs, following his lead in loops and figure eights. They hovered above the field as other moves were demonstrated. They all had charmed helmets and the brooms had sticking charms for beginners. Higgs soon had Harry and Draco tossing the quaffle back and forth between them as they flew. Higgs pegged Dudley as a beater, and showed him how to whack at a bludger. Higgs stayed at the edge of the pitch, alert for mistakes or trouble. Lucius and Severus sat in the small, covered stand eating lunch. Tom ate slowly as well, reading a book intently and muttering to Yvain. The boys' stomachs soon announced lunchtime, and they joined in to make the elves' meal disappear. Ancient Weapons of Renown. Draco read the title of Tom's book quickly. Are you researching something? Tom looked at the others assessingly. There's a cursed dagger I've come across. I want to know exactly what it is and who it belonged to before being rid of it. Tom looked over at the two men. I need to get more books, again. Lucius snickered. You do know how to get on Severus' good side. He loves to hear those words. Severus smirked. I now have an excuse to enlarge the library right away. Roland Higgs had joined the lunch and interrupted eating the excellent food. I expect all three of the boys will have no difficulty joining the teams. As we noticed before, Draco has the makings of an excellent chaser. Harry is doing well in that, too, and they seem to work well together. That is a distinct advantage. They both have the quickness to try for the seeker position, if they wish. Dudley certainly has the muscle to be a good beater. When he gets quicker and more skilled he might think about being a keeper. They all have the ability to try for more than one position. Severus remembered Albus' rather sneaky request for introductions to other students. Roland, our Slytherin seeker is your nephew. Isn't he? At the man's nod he continued. If we arrange another lesson in a few days, perhaps you could bring him along. I'm sure he wouldn't mind showing moves to potential teammates. Roland chewed thoughtfully. Yes, I'm supposed to attend supper tonight. My sister-in-law most likely wants to shove another wonderful witch with a great personality at me. I'll distract them by asking if Terence wants to help teach Harry Potter how to fly. They all laughed companionably. Yes, that would likely distract them. That afternoon, there was another event. Lucius had carefully felt out Cornelius Fudge about Harry Potter, hinting that the boy had a new guardian, one approved of by Albus Dumbledore, quite true, and that it was because of the aunt being injured, and a death in the family, also quite true. Lucius also hinted that the guardian was a good friend of Lucius, and that he could get Cornelius in to see Harry, and get chummy with him. Severus had no intention of letting Fudge influence Harry, but he saw the value of keeping Fudge happy and for the minister to see Harry as an asset and not a threat. Fudge had inherited the ministry, as he had been the minister's chief aide when his predecessor had died. Unfortunately that happened in the middle of the worst part of the war. Fudge would not like the idea of a second war. He would need a lot of support to keep the ministry on an even keel when Voldemort returned. Fudge arrived with only one Auror, and one assistant, who just happened to have a camera with him. They had expected they wouldn't get out of this without at least one picture. Severus had talked at length the evening before, while they had gone over the list of vault contents. Severus had explained the Minister for Magic's position in the general run of the government. Fudge wasn't a bad minister, during peacetime he was quite good, actually. But war may very well be coming, and soon. Fudge was definitely against Voldemort, and could be helpful if he perceived Harry to be in his corner. Severus and Lucius met him before letting him meet Harry. Severus was introduced as Harry's guardian. I know you realize that Harry's safety is a top priority. Severus watched Fudge nod his head agreeably. It was thought best that Harry's residence, when he is not at Hogwarts, be at a dragon reserve. There is nowhere as secure as one of those places. The wards to keep the young dragons in, and everyone not keyed in as a resident out are among the best in the world. Cornelius, jaw dropped, a dragon reserve. Quite brilliant strategy, Professor Snape, I can see why you were entrusted with him. Cornelius was sworn to secrecy, as well as the assistant and Auror, and they went into the parlor for afternoon tea. The minister spotted Harry immediately. Mr. Potter, a pleasure to meet you at last. Harry shook hands with him with a smile. Very pleased to meet you as well, Minister Fudge. The man seemed to be nice, although he was certainly a politician, so best to be very polite, but not too chummy. Severus stepped forward smoothly. This is Harry's cousin, Dudley Dursley, and of course, you already know Lucius' son, Draco Malfoy. All the boys shook Cornelius' hand and greeted him. Their tutor is down at the library, likely plotting extensive lessons for them. Fudge nodded with disinterest, he had no need to meet a tutor. The beaming minister was soon on a sofa and was served an elegant tea. He was soon surrounded by the boys, who had been told beforehand to tell all the dragon stories they liked, with no mention of Evane, and that Tom was not to be mentioned if at all possible, and to let Lucius or Severus answer any questions about him. They soon had the minister enthralled with their description of the pool with its water park slide, and having to share it with the young Welsh Green. The assistant took some shots of the minister with the three boys laughing over Yao, the emperor of all the hot water, as the other dragons called him. I didn't know that the older dragons became so very talkative. Cornelius said, perhaps I can visit some time, perhaps next summer, and meet your dragon friends. The boys nodded happily, that was a long time from now. The minister was soon happy to leave. He had his photos, had made friends with the lads, and was assured that Harry Potter's guardian intended to keep the ministry in the loop with information. He left well pleased with the day's work. Lucius and Severus nodded to the boys. Well done, you charmed him quite nicely. Severus smirked at Harry, who looked pleased at having done the minister meeting the way his guardian wished. Harry was glad that Severus always explained what was happening and why. He liked being kept in the loop as much as Cornelius did. An owl from Gringotts arrived to the parlor at the same time as a disgruntled Tom. The Malfoy library just didn't cater to someone researching ancient daggers. The goblins will see us as soon as they open tomorrow, they must be quite eager. Lucius said with a smirk. We'll have those objects gone in no time. Perhaps they can tell you a bit about the dagger, since it is goblin-made. Can we trust their information? They'll likely say whatever they need to get it back. Tom answered doubtfully. I'll be able to tell if they are misleading you. Goblins are not unknown to dragons. They **avenued us when they could, to use as guards. Evane spoke so all could hear him. They still have one, deep in the depths. I saw it near the Black family vault. Lucius said carefully. Evane was silent, but Tom could feel his anger. Maybe we can negotiate his release. Tom asked hesitantly. He looked at Severus and Lucius for help. I can understand your anger, Evane. Maybe they will take some of the items in exchange for it. We can talk to them of it, when we see them tomorrow. Lucius answered, also unsure how to placate an angry Evane. If he is down there, he's likely never seen the sky since his capture. Evane said heavily, still speaking to everyone. Dragons like caves, to an extent, and we do hibernate a bit in winter. But to never see the sky, or fly, that is a terrible thing for a dragon. I promise, if it takes all the contents of my vault, we'll get him free. Tom said, after all, I owe you my life, sort of, so if my vault can free your fellow dragon, it's only fair. You do understand friendship, at last. Evane said, just to Tom, making him flush and smile at the praise. If they won't let us ransom him, we can always break him out. Harry said, and Dudley and Draco both looked eager at the idea. Lucius and Severus paled at the idea of annoying the goblins to that extent. "I'm sure that won't be necessary," Lucius assured them hastily, determined to get that blasted dragon free at any cost, to keep the boys from any Gryffindor-style adventures. Dragon rescues, indeed. He locked eyes with Severus, who looked equally determined. They would teach the boys subtlety if it killed them. Fred and George sent a pair of books back to Harry via one of Severus' new delivery owls after removing a package with 2 new books on the Founders and the Four Houses. The twins had decided that Professor Snape was correct, they didn't want to be in their older brother's shadows. But, the biggest plus was the sheer shock value to their entire family, who had been entirely Gryffindor for several generations. They had ruled out Ravenclaw, they were sure that the Ravens wouldn't really help with any pranking. Not to mention they would likely nag them to study more. Slytherin would be good, in that they would be cunning partners in pranks. However, Professor Snape already knew they were intending to become the best pranksters the school had ever seen, and would likely interfere with that, or at least try to. They liked the ambitious idea of taking over the entire House of Hufflepuff. They were sure that they could have all the Badgers obeying their every whim in no time. Plus, that would likely put their mother into therapy, a Weasley in Hufflepuff. Soon after, the Harry party, they had cornered their brother Percy, who they had found to be a veritable mine of any and all sorts of information, best of all it was mostly unbiased information. When they had asked Charlie or Bill anything all they heard was, "You'll be in Gryffindor, so you don't need to know about the other houses and, Professor Snape is an evil bat." They did silently admit that Snape was formidable and they would hesitate to cross him, but that wasn't what they wanted to know. Percy, however, told them that while, yes, he was scary, he took very great care of his Slytherins. The House of Slytherin might be considered dark by many, but they did close ranks around each other, and he had seen even bitter rivals in Slytherin suddenly band together at a perceived threat from outside their house. Over the following weeks they spent an unprecedented amount of time talking to Percy, and even studying the first-year books a little with him, while picking his brains over things, like if they add fairy lavender root to the hair enhancer potion their dad has, will it turn his hair blue or purple? Percy was remarkably calm about their prank questions, only barking at them if the prank seemed to turn down a dangerous avenue. The twins found they rather liked their older brother, as long as they headed his snooty lecturing off before he got started. Percy managed to pound some information on the various subjects into their heads, while answering their inexplicable questions about the houses at Hogwarts other than Gryffindor. If Percy suspected their motives, he remained silent about them. The rest of the family watched the bonding between the three with bafflement. Percy had always been a bewildering near embarrassment to the Weasley family. He was the only one with a totally neat room, studied constantly, didn't like being part of a large family, rarely yelled, and hated the rest of the burrow, other than his room, because it was messy and noisy. The list of reasons that the other Weasleys disliked or didn't understand him was lengthy. Arthur was the only one who sympathized, a little. He knew that Percy's differences weren't necessarily bad ones, he was just wired differently than the other members of his family, and he was actually glad that the twins were making an effort, even if the reasons were selfish ones. Percy seemed to be enjoying the daily brain picking and tutoring. Perhaps he would get closer to some of his other siblings through this. Lucius, Tom and Severus arrived with their lists of objects, and Tom's list of questions about the dagger. There was a crowd of excited goblins that went abruptly silent at their entrance. The supervisor led them to a larger meeting room, with a dozen goblins who didn't look like they worked at the bank. The British branch supervisor bowed slightly to Tom. "The family members of those who made the items you are arranging to return are here to witness this, and make the arrangements you said you will require. I, Kloskar, happen to be one of them. My grandfather made one of the shields mentioned." Tom sat, with the other two flanking him. The supervisor sat across from them, and the other goblins arrayed themselves behind him. Tom cleared his throat nervously. "I sent you a list of 8 items to be returned. They have curses and dark spells on them. I would expect promises to cleanse them of those or to not let them ever re-enter the wizarding world. There are 5 items I want destroyed. I'm willing to pay to have that done." Kloskar nodded. "What do you want in exchange for these items, then?" He looked warily at them. Tom glanced around the room, at the suspicious goblins, at Lucius who looked blandly superior, and at Severus who was glaring just as suspiciously at the goblins. He felt Yvain muttering angrily in the back of his mind. Tom felt the pressure of doing this right. If he didn't, Harry, Draco and Dudley were at Dragon's Rest right at this moment, trying to think of ways to break the dragon out the hard way. Tom wasn't sure what C4 was, but Dudley was advocating its use. I don't know if you are aware of this, but I am living on a dragon reserve. Tom began, carefully. As a matter of fact, I owe my very life to a dragon, and I am presently learning from one. I don't know if you are familiar with how very intelligent dragons do become, as they mature. Tom watched the goblins look at each other in confusion. Tom cleared his throat, regaining their attention. I don't like being in debt to the dragons, so I would like to clear that debt by freeing one of them, the dragon that is presently in your vaults. The supervisor sat back in shock, and the other goblins abruptly had a great deal to say, loudly and all at one time. Kloskar, however, after the shock wore off, looked at Tom craftily. It will take more than 8 items to buy old Scarsnout free, he said with a toothy grin. Tom sighed, and prepared for a lengthy struggle. The goblins wanted a great many objects returned, and many didn't belong to any of the 3 wizards, or even Harry. They finally got them to agree to 22 additional items that were currently in the vault Tom had, and the Malfoy and Potter vaults. Severus had some cauldrons and daggers they wanted. There were a further 5 items that Lucius and Severus were fairly sure they could wring out of acquaintances, although they winced at the thought of what they would have to give in return. The most difficult part was the dagger that Tom was interested in. The goblins wanted it rather desperately, the 3 thought. Tom finally agreed to consider returning it at another time, after he learned more about it. Interestingly, the goblins refused to give them any information on it, just glowering at Tom over his refusal to put it in the deal. The goblins finally sealed the agreement on paper, and Tom released the 8 items already agreed on to them on good faith. They would give over the others all at one time, when the dragon would be released. Tom also paid for the destruction of the 5 dark objects from his vault. Once the deal was sealed, the goblins seemed happy enough with what they had gouged out of them for the dragon, and thanked them for the return of what was goblin-made. Yvain grumbled about the delay in releasing the dragon, but seemed relieved that the bargain was at least made. They did go down to Tom's new vault, and after the objects were removed that they had turned over to the goblins, they entered to look at what was left. There were several on the list to be traded for the dragon, and those Lucius and Severus hovered to one side of the vault. There were some objects that were not cursed or dark that Severus placed in a bag, they could be returned to former owners. Tom, though, hovered near the dagger that had his interest. He wasn't sure why he felt such interest in it. Yes, it was very old, and had a great deal of magic in it. But there were other things that were quite old, that were loaded with magic. Though, this magic did feel different. Yes, this magic is as old as the standing stones of Stonehenge, magic from long before Hogwarts. It is from the times of the war with the emperors of Rome. Yvain said slowly, examining the dagger as well. And it is infused with female magic. During those times, many females who did magics would make their magical tools, like daggers, react badly to the touch of men. The only curse on this is one to harm any man that touches it. The other harmful magics are intended to hurt those that the wielder of the dagger wishes harmed, he chuckled. So, would it be all right to take the dagger to Dragon's Rest to study? Tom asked. You had best lock it up tight against the curious, you wouldn't want the youngsters to get near it. Yvain answered. Tom consulted with the other 2 wizards and the dagger was hovered into a bag, and taken with them. The wizards returned to Dragon's Rest to break it to the trio of young conspirators that C4 would not be necessary for the rescue. Yuan sat looking at a letter he had just received with a bit of consternation. His second cousin, a couple times removed, that worked on the Dragon Reserve on Lioness had a daughter that would be attending Hogwarts this year. A clever girl, and as they were in the middle of a bit of a muddle on their reserve, they hoped he could watch over her and take her to Diagon Alley to get outfitted. Blast, he had no idea of how to look after her, let alone get her ready for school. But they did have a true emergency going on. Several of the young dragons had a virus, and being young, they were quite unreasonable about getting treatment. He sighed and then brightened. He just remembered he had a Hogwarts professor at his mercy, well available to him, anyway. He penned a quick note, implying several favors would be owed if Severus would help out with the 11-year-old being foisted on him. Severus was helping secure the dagger in the large cabinet in the library when Yuanzhao arrived. They already had the cabinet very well warded, as it had held the Horcruxes for a time. They had warned the three youngsters that the dagger was dangerous, and in a bit of inspiration Severus told them that it was cursed against men and managed to imply that it might turn them into girls. The sheer mind-numbing horror of that prospect had them vowing to not even look at it. After Severus had told them that the goblins had made a deal, and that a bank robbery was unnecessary, and the dagger was made off limits, they had trudged unhappily to the pool. Even the curious green dragon had difficulty cheering them up, right away. Severus opened the letter with curiosity and read it, frowning. On one hand, having the director owe him a few favors would be helpful, but he cringed at the idea of an 11-year-old, homesick girl running around in an all-male establishment. Rosmerta had requested a last visit here with the boys. Before Hogwarts started, she'd love to have another female to take shopping, perfect. And it would be yet another student that he could tell Albus that the boys were interacting with, if he asked. He consulted Lucius, who thought that Rosmerta would love a carte blanche shopping trip with someone of the female persuasion. A quick fire call to Rosmerta revealed that she loved the idea, and wasn't Severus so thoughtful to offer. Severus penned back an affirmative answer to Yuan, and that he had a lady who would love to help little Cho Chang shop for things, when she arrived. They arranged for lunch at the pool with a cheerful tinker and wandered toward the three splashing boys. The young green was lounging nearby, as he always seemed to do when there were swimmers at his pool. I found out that the Gounts lived in Little Haggleton, near the Riddle Manor. Albus has been very busy with investigating. I offered to look into it for him, as the school opens soon. I have my classrooms and lessons all organized, and the remaining ingredients have arrived, so the next 10 days are mine, until September 1st. He agreed to let me, as we destroyed the other 2 Horcruxes quite well. He did say he wants to see the remainder of the ring. After we destroy it, there's something odd about it, apparently. Severus looked a bit disturbed by the headmaster's curiosity. They would definitely be looking at the ring themselves before turning it over. We should go tomorrow, if possible. If there are complications, we may need the additional days. Lucius added. Any insights into this, Tom, or memories? I had plans to visit the Riddle family and confront my father during the summer before my 7th year. I didn't know where my mother had come from at that time. Perhaps I learned it when I visited the Riddles. Severus said that the headmaster had found out that I killed them all. Tom said in a subdued voice. He'd slaughtered his father and grandparents, apparently. He well recalled his angry plans to confront his father, the man who had abandoned his mother, and never once looked for him, rejecting him before ever meeting him. He'd even tried to figure a way to curse him a bit without getting caught. He'd not thought of outright murder, except in his darkest fantasies, and never with a serious intent. Voldemort killed them. Remember, this was after having split your soul making the diary. You were already less than fully human at that point. Yvain said quietly. Moving on to true murder, instead of just fantasizing about it, would be next. They reached the pool, and sat in the lounge chairs. Severus and Lucius looked sympathetic to Tom's guilty look. They had enough regrets in their pasts to understand his feelings. Well, Petunia will be released from the hospital in 2 days, the healer overseeing the Muggles' work has said. Dudley went with him on the last visit, and Dudley said she was looking a great deal better. Severus said with satisfaction, I'm glad we had already set up a room for her, before the gunshot wound occurred. Is that horrid aunt of Dudley's still causing problems? Tom took to the change of subject with relief. The lawyers say she ended up with a lot of fines, and the house arrest was extended to 6 months. It is her first offense, that was actually brought before the courts, at least. Lucius said smugly. However, she's been hounding the judges for visitation with Dudley. Says she has the right to see her only relative. Her judge friends have been whining to the judge she came before that all her recent offenses were due to grief. They all snorted. Angus had described the scene at the police station, and Severus had endured that scene at the funeral. The judge finally said she needed to attend counseling, and he would listen to recommendations from the psyche doctors. Well, with any luck she'll never convince them she's a proper person for a preteen to have to endure. Severus said snidely. The boys had forgotten their disappointment, and were splashing loudly when the lunch arrived. They greeted it with starved-sounding whoops, and lunch was on. Yuan approached with a smile on his face, and a pretty, dark-haired girl at his side. Severus only had time to think, that was quick, before they arrived to the pool. Rosmerta almost skipped to her pub that evening. Severus had found her a girl to shop with. He really was an outstanding boyfriend. As much as she enjoyed Severus' wards, she missed female company. She rarely had the chance for female conversation. The occasional words in passing at the pub when someone took their girlfriend there for a drink just weren't enough. Rosmerta's mother had died when she was young, and the witch her father had married preferred Rosmerta not visit often, wanting Rosmerta's father to concentrate on her own children, instead of the daughter from his late wife. She had no sisters or female cousins. All the friends she'd had at Hogwarts had drifted away after school. She'd hoped for a daughter, back when she'd been engaged to Aaron. That dream had died with the curse she'd taken. She sighed as she thought of the scarcity of women in her life. She hoped that this Petunia Dursley was friendly. Rosmerta would like to be able to visit Dragon's Rest during the school year, to keep in touch with Harry and Dudley, and she hoped the visits would be enjoyable, and not filled with hostility. Rosmerta liked Harry, and Severus was definitely much more attached to him than he was willing to admit, even to himself. Rosmerta had been a few years ahead of Lily and Severus in the Marauder gang, at Hogwarts, but she did recall them. Lily had been someone you didn't overlook or forget easily. At first glance Harry seemed to resemble James a great deal because of the hair and glasses, but on further inspection his facial features were as much Lily's as James's, and his eyes were all Lily. He might have a bit of James's recklessness, but he had Lily's common sense and intelligence as well. She expected many would wonder how she could welcome the son of the women her boyfriend had once loved so very much into their lives. She felt that it was foolish to envy a dead woman, and Harry was a wonderful lad. The connection to Lily had simply given Severus the little push to care for him. Rosmerta had always feared that Severus would, one day, tell her that he needed to break things off with her, that he wanted children of his own. When questioned, he said he felt no need for an heir, and had his fill of children at school. Perhaps Harry would fill any void he might have for a child of his own, a void that he perhaps had not even known he had. She got out some parchment to write on, while waiting for the pub to become busier, and started listing places to take Cho Chang. Yuan and Cho approached the pool, Yuan smiling happily. He was delighted that the problem had been solved with one owl sent to Professor Snape, especially since Cho had arrived hard on the heels of Severus' return owl. Cho had been relieved that, although she would sleep at Yuan's, her relative had arranged for her to spend the days with Professor Snape's wards and their friends, and a lady would be shopping with her for the list of things Hogwarts had sent her to obtain for school. Yuan introduced her to Professor Snape and a friend of his, Lucius Malfoy. There was also Tom, who was, apparently a close friend and the boy's tutor. They seemed nice, or at least, polite. They then turned to the three pre-teen boys. Yuan had said they would all go to Hogwarts next year. They were all eating like most of the boys she knew, with gusto. Yuan introduced Draco Malfoy, who she would have pegged as Lucius' son even without the introduction. He smiled and bent over her hand in a rather suave manner. Then a Dudley Dursley was introduced. He had taken the time during Draco's introduction to mop up any stains on his face and hands, and managed a "pleased to meet you" and handshake without smearing anything on her. The last boy hadn't needed quite as much cleaning up, and smiled happily when introduced to her. This is Severus' other ward, and Dudley's cousin, Harry Potter. She had shaken hands automatically, and managed a "pleased to meet you" in response to his. She was apparently spending much of the next week with Harry Potter. It seemed quite surreal. Cho managed a shy smile, and hoped she hadn't acted too awestruck. Cho sat at the table with them, and was soon engrossed in a conversation regarding Quidditch and was holding her own on an argument about the Holyhead Harpies versus the Kenmare Kestrels, and whether the British team had a chance to go to the World Cup this year. Cho soon forgot any shyness, or that Harry was a celebrity. Yuan had brought a daily prophet with him, and he sat in a chair near the other three. "Your three lads certainly photograph well." He held up the front page. There was a large picture of the minister, surrounded by the boys, all of them laughing merrily. The story had detailed their visit, and the minister's obvious chumminess with the boy who lived. The reporter had said the Harry Potter's whereabouts were secret, due to security, but implied that of course the minister knew all about it. The story had been well padded with irrelevant details and recounted the old tale of, you-know-who, killing Harry's parents and Harry, triumphing, over the Dark Lord. Severus grimaced. Harry didn't know whether to be thrilled or horrified. He finally kept the picture because it had him and Dudley and Draco in it. I don't think he actually read much of the article. Lucius laughed. Draco read the whole article, dismissed it as a poorly done piece, and kept the picture, for much the same reason. He's still waiting for the pictures he took of everyone in Yao to be returned from the wizarding photo shop. Well, you've obviously made a friend of the minister, I just hope he isn't too fickle. Yuan said. He's definitely against Voldemort, and I think if we ensure that he feels the Dark Lord is defeatable when he returns, he'll stay behind us. Lucius answered. His main problem will be that he remembers how bad it got in the first conflict. We need to make sure it doesn't get that out of hand again. Goading Fudge into action that is actually effective, will be the biggest obstacle with him. Severus sneered a bit. Cornelius is really a better peacetime minister than wartime, but at least he listens to advice. Yuan sighed. I hope you are able to hamstring him before he returns. He shook his head. I do recall how grim it all looked, just before, he who must not be named, was gone. Oh, we intend that he has a very short stay, upon his return. Severus hissed. He would prefer the Dark Lord to not return at all, but doubted they'd be that lucky. Yuan nodded, and rose, calling to Cho. Shall she arrive after breakfast, tomorrow? Severus nodded with a smile. Later that evening, after supper, Tom retired a bit early to his room. Remembering all his hatred for his father had dug up more memories, ones than he really preferred to keep buried. He wasn't sure if Yvain truly had accessed all his memories. He usually tried not to think about that. It was embarrassing to think that someone had seen every moment in one's life. Most of his hatred for his father had been due to his total desertion of his son. Couldn't he at least have paid someone to care for him as an infant, and then sent him to boarding school? It was obviously not due to a lack of money that he hadn't. Did his rejection have to be so complete? He'd never know why, now. The other, Voldemort, perhaps knew. He wondered if he had asked, or had just killed them all. He had hated the orphanage, never in his memory did he recall liking it. He could recall no friends. If a new child had played with him at all, or acted friendly, it wasn't long before the others had warned him away from Tom, the freak. Mrs. Cole had been no help. She had been afraid of him and his horrid unnaturalness. His episodes of angry, accidental magical outbursts had made things much worse. It always ended with someone hurt, with no explanation that would satisfy anyone. And then there were the more deliberate actions on his part, when he'd learned out of necessity to control his gift a bit. He'd been 9, if he remembered right, when he'd first put his control into actual practice. Amy Benton and Dennis Bishop had been teenagers, and they liked to steal from the younger and easily intimidated children, and in an orphanage with few belongings that was something not easily forgiven. They'd taken the Christmas money that some kind soul had given to the children. There had been a trip to the seaside. He'd lured the two of them to a cave with a tale of finding a hoard of money. He'd learned he could make a doorway disappear for a few seconds. He'd taken them down a passage and made the entrance to it disappear. He then had terrified them into believing he'd leave them inside forever if they didn't give him either his money or the equivalent in goods. He'd let them out after he had Dennis's mouth organ, and Amy's yo-yo. They'd never stolen from him again. But, Billy Stubbs, he still recalled that person with a fury he could barely contain. He hadn't enjoyed killing the rabbit, but Billy had never tried to touch him that way again. You could have tried to tell Mrs. Cole, instead of taking him on, yourself. Yvain broke in calmly. Mrs., you're the spawn of the devil, Cole. She'd have washed my mouth out with soap and then beaten me for talking of such things ever occurring in her orphanage. Tom answered heatedly. I was on my own, like I always was at that place. I was only 10, I just knew I couldn't let him do that. Tom was sure he was hyperventilating. You still have some calming draft, take some so we can continue. Yvain said firmly. Tom thought about refusing, so they would have to stop. Instead he sighed and then downed half the vial and waited for the artificial tranquility to envelope him. You were able to escape this Billy's numerous attacks, and attempts to corner you. I realized that those encounters scarred you a bit. You seem to always have been immune to any say UAL advances, or you repulsed because of what was done, or attempted by Billy? Evane asked. Tom was glad he'd taken so much of the draft, without it he was sure he'd have come unglued at this. Even with the calming draft he felt the strain from trying to answer calmly. I don't know, hardly any. Advances did always make me think of him, and then I get sick. And partly I don't trust relationships like that, none I've ever seen at school lasted long. Those were school romances, they don't always lead to anything. Evane chuckled, and then abruptly sobered. However, you need to not compare Billy's assaults to someone who is honestly trying to get closer to you. I suppose, but I just don't really think of people that way very often, and the ones I notice, well, it doesn't seem worth the trouble. Tom complained. Well, you're only 16, as yet. Perhaps you've yet to find the worthwhile one. Evane laughed. Tom snorted. Can I get some rest, now? Evane snickered and let Tom rest. Privately he mulled over the revelations. He could view most of Tom's memories if he wished, but it would be difficult to look at the whole 16 years of Tom's life minute by minute. Finding relevant memories was important, and he needed to take his cues much of the time from Tom. Evane had known that the orphanage was important. Those years had been his formative ones, which his life at Hogwarts had been based upon. The scarcity of happy memories and total lack of friendships had taken their toll. He had been taught to only rely on himself by the staff, who had feared and disliked him. The older children's thefts had made him wary of others' motives, and the near rapes from this, Billy, had been a final blow to Tom's trust in anyone else. Evane was glad that Lucius and Severus had been able to gain Tom's trust, and he had learned that friendships could be a good thing. With any luck Tom would also learn what love was, as well. The following morning Rosmerta arrived bright and early, while the males were still wandering around, looking for clothing. Severus was only on his first cup of coffee, and stared at her blearily. There was something he needed to ask her and he needed more caffeine to remember what it was. Lucius and Draco arrived on his third cup, and the boys started talking about Quidditch, which jump-started his memory. Ah, Rosmerta, I hate to spring this on you, Severus looked at her warily. I know you were expecting shopping today, but perhaps you could do that tomorrow. Lucius, Tom and I have something unavoidable to do. The boys have a Quidditch lesson at Malfoy Manor and someone has to be there with them. I'm told that Cho is quite an avid fan of that, as well, and would like a lesson from Mr. Higgs, and Terence will be there as well. Severus trailed off, sweating at Rosmerta's look of surprise. Rosmerta laughed merrily. I'll somehow resign myself to being pampered at the Malfoy Spot gourmet restaurant that Lucius claims is a home. We can shop tomorrow, of course. It might be better to go over her list today, while snacking on canapes and caviar, that way we'll be sure to hit every shop we need to. Lucius and Draco snickered, and Severus rolled his eyes and sighed. He shouldn't have worried about her being invited to the Malfoy Manor. With more caffeine intake he would have realized she'd find a way to make that work for her. Tom entered the room, making the adults stare. He looked pale, and poorly rested. One whiff of the food, and he turned an interesting green, and left hastily. Severus was disturbed by this, and followed him and stood outside the bathroom listening to the sounds of a stomach rebelling. By the time Tom reappeared, Severus had summoned several potions. Tom glared at the innocent vials and snarled, "Potions don't cure everything, you know." Severus gave him a look of mock astonishment. "They don't?" he asked in a shocked tone. Tom gave him a reluctant almost smile that was more grimace than anything. They moved to the nearby library and sat. Tom took the stomach-calming draft gratefully. "I didn't sleep well, too many dreams about the orphanage, and how much I hated my father, some were about talking to my Slytherin cohorts and making plans." Tom took a sip of the calming draft. He needed to be alert for today. "I still can't believe we enacted any of them. I must have developed a lot of arrogance to actually want to try to take over the wizarding world. What brought on the nausea? That's not a usual response to your dreams," Severus asked quietly. Tom paled a bit, again. "The kids at the orphanage, most of them I just disliked, but some of them I truly hated. Tom shuddered again. "I really can't talk about it." "Are you talking about it to Evane?" Severus watched him nod, and relaxed. As long as he spoke of whatever this was to the dragon, they could wait it out a while longer, he felt. Severus shoved one more vial toward him. If you feel you can't face food, take this nutritive potion. It will hold you until tonight. We'll argue over supper at that time. Tom smiled gratefully and downed it with a grimace. I happen to know that you can mix cherry flavoring with nutritive potions without ruining them, Severus. Severus sniffed and glared at him. And encourage the little pests at Hogwarts to skip meals, because the nutritive potions taste alright. Tom laughed and they headed back to the others. Lucius looked at them both closely, but Severus just nodded at him easily, and he relaxed. It must not be serious, or at least there was nothing to be done at present. Cho had arrived and she and Rosmerta were already consulting lists of school things and shops to find them. With Tom returned, Lucius hustled the 3 boys and 2 ladies off to Malfoy Manor with an admonition to his head house elf to indulge Rosmerta's every whim. Rosmerta grinned in thanks and Lucius returned to Dragon's Rest. Lucius, Tom and Severus apparated to the coordinates that Albus had given them. They landed in a lane with overgrown hedgerows, across from a barely discernible path. They had to walk down it in single file, and finally reached a very broken down hovel. The walls still standing were moss-covered, and most of the tiled roof was gone. They came to halt in front of it. This is the place Albus described from Bob Ogden's memory. When they arrested Merope's brother Morphin for hexing a muggle, your father, Tom Riddle Sr., as a matter of fact. Severus said uneasily, watching Tom for his reaction to viewing his parents' past. He lived up the lane a half-mile, at the Riddle Manor. Tom looked at the tumbled-down hovel, with a sense of unreality. All these things had happened over 40 years ago, although it seemed more recent to him. Knowing that all the people he had planned to confront, to have his say, and to get answers from were all dead for decades, and by, well, not his hand, but the hand of the person he would have become if these wizards with him hadn't intervened. Tom took a deep breath, and stepped forward and the other 2 followed close behind. At the door they paused, casting revealing spells and spells to disarm any traps. There was a flash from the center of the floor, and a ring appeared. They cast a few more spells, and the ring lit up. There's a curse or 2 on it. We need to secure it and study them a bit, Lucius said. He hovered it into a bag to dampen magic, and protect them from dark magic. He and Severus waited patiently outside while Tom looked around the small house. Tom had always dismissed his mother as useless. For a long time he had assumed that his father had been a wizard, and his mother a muggle. Why else would she have died? He had thought magic solved all problems, and had expected a sick witch or wizard would have no difficulty healing themselves. When he had learned that Tom Riddle was a muggle, and had abandoned he and his mother because she was a witch, he had been stunned. He still didn't understand why Merope had given up. She had magic. He knew he didn't understand love, but it seemed weak and stupid to give up on life, and desert a newborn son for a muggle who hadn't even loved her in return. She may have been weak, but look around, even when they lived here and it wasn't so run down, it must have been a very rough life. Severus described her father and brother as harsh brutes, who mistreated her. Yvain mused. Your father must have seemed like a prince, and she a Cinderella, and when he rejected her it likely crushed her spirit. The one dream she had, shattering that way, it would have been overwhelming to her. Tom shook his head. He would never have stayed in such a place, or he would have at least turned it into a nicer home. After all, wasn't that what magic was for? Why had they settled for so little? He sighed. He might never really understand it, and it was long ago, now. Tom turned and left with his friends. He smiled a bit. He had actual friends. The ring was hovered out of the bag to be secured in the cabinet in the library, on a shelf above the mysterious dagger. Severus stared at the ring a bit. I know that coat of arms. It was on several books and items in the vault that belonged to Audra Peverell. He finally said slowly. But the ring belonged to the Gounts. Tom seemed confused. Undoubtedly the Gounts intermarried with the Peverells centuries ago when they were at the pinnacle of their family's power. At one time they were quite influential, being Slytherin's descendants. Lucius answered. They likely obtained the ring through one of the marriages, and the Peverells were also descendants of Slytherin, so they may have felt letting the Gounts have it was all right. They rewarded the cabinet and layered the security charms heavily. The boys had shown no interest in opening the cabinet where the dagger was kept, but there was no reason to get careless now. Severus frowned. Albus was quite emphatic that the ring not be destroyed, the stone in it, especially, if at all possible. He's not been concerned for the other articles made into Horcruxes, not even the Hufflepuff cup. Severus hated not being in possession of all pertinent facts, and he knew Albus was holding out on him. It really belongs to Tom, now. But the headmaster is unlikely to return it to someone we are reluctant to introduce him to. Lucius mused. You said that Harry inherited from a Peverell, wouldn't he be next in line for it? Tom asked uncertainly. Then it would still be safely in our hands, or at least in Harry's hands. Yvain broke in, unexpectedly, for all three to hear. I looked at that ring rather closely. It is centuries old, though not ancient. It has very odd enchantments, but they are on the stone itself, not the whole ring. It is a Horcrux, of course, but the odd enchantments, I have never seen their like, and have no memories from other dragons of anything similar. This isn't good, Severus answered morosely. I'll go see Albus tonight, and let him know we have it, but that the curses guarding it are difficult, that will hold him off for a while. I'll press him as hard as I dare about it. Yvain, perhaps you could ask some of the other old dragons for help to identify the ring, or stone. Yes, some of the others might have memories of it, or at least similar enchantments. Yvain agreed. If Albus doesn't want the ring destroyed, we'll have to look at options other than fiendfire. Severus frowned again. I dislike straying from that, as it worked so well. I read that basilisk venom might be an option, and the book I was reading on ancient weapons said they are sometimes enspelled to destroy dark creatures or objects. I really need to get more books on them. Tom looked eager at the idea of book shopping. We should go through the books brought from Harry's vaults, as well as the few we got from yours first, Tom. Severus chided, but Tom just grinned in return. I would suggest your apparently ancient dagger, but women's magic is tricky, and none of us have the proper, equipment. Lucius smiled. They chuckled, and Tom said he was going to talk to Yao, and see what dragons he and Yvain should start with. Lucius and Severus headed to the Flow, and went to Malfoy Manor. The three boys had arrived at Malfoy Manor with a whoop of enthusiasm. Dudley and Harry had been using the older, Malfoy family brooms that were still quite good for their lessons. Severus had said he would ensure they had excellent brooms once they were at school, but there seemed to be new brooms every year, so it would be better to get that year's newest and best, when they actually needed a broom. Cho followed them more sedately. Rosmerta had suggested that Cho go ahead with the lesson, and when she tired of it to join her in the pampering. Cho agreed happily and went to the small Quidditch pitch with the three boys. Rosmerta soon had the elves organized to give a lengthy massage and find some caviar and wine. Some elves who had served Narcissa found some facial creams, and other spa-type products and produced them for her with glee. They were quite happy to indulge a nice witch who appreciated their efforts, and soon had Rosmerta purring with pleasure. Roland Higgs arrived with his nephew Terence just as the three boys had finally sorted through the brooms and presented Cho with what they felt was the best of a mediocre lot. The clean sweeps are good brooms, although this is an older model. Draco offered a bit apologetically. Cho smiled and took the broom cheerfully enough. I'm familiar to the clean sweep models, I had one that was my mother's to fly on at home. The boys smiled back, happy to have come up with an acceptable broom for the rather pretty girl. Roland coughed discreetly, breaking the moment up. He didn't need them to get distracted by a pretty face, now. He introduced his nephew, who shook hands with the four with a smile. Terence tried very hard to not act overly impressed, but he could hardly wait to tell his friends about today. Not to mention the fact that his head of house had been revealed as Harry Potter's guardian by his uncle, and that had been astounding. Lucius Malfoy playing host to Harry Potter and his muggle-born cousin had cheered the Higgs family considerably. They, like many old, though not ancient families, had first been drawn to Voldemort because he promised protection from the ever-encroaching muggles. The First World War storming across Europe had caught the wizarding world's attention and made them recognize that the muggles had new technologies they did not understand. The Second World War, with Grindelwald working behind the scenes to encourage even more carnage, had terrified them. Many realized that the muggles could very well destroy them, if they knew that the wizarding world existed. The ministry did tighten up a lot of security, and the Muggle Prime Minister did assist in ensuring they stayed hidden. Voldemort, though, fanned the flames of fear, and the general public remained fearful of muggles and their intentions. By the time Voldemort had moved to marking his followers, many were simply in too deep to back out. The raids, killing and torture that followed had caused many to flee to other areas of the world, if they could. The move to take over the wizarding world and push the idea of blood purity was something some liked, but many just mouthed the words, too terrified to disagree. There had been whispers in recent months, muttered reports of a darkness stirring, causing most of those with faded marks on their left arm to cringe in horror. But now, with Lucius Malfoy at Harry's back, and the Slytherin head of house as Harry Potter's guardian, perhaps there was hope for the Slytherins to re-emerge as, well, if they weren't precisely light, perhaps at least not totally dark. Roland and Terence faced the foursome with a sense of hope that they had been lacking until now. Roland assigned Terence to Dudley and Cho. Terence would fly around chasing the slower practice snitch with Cho, and Dudley would whack bludgers at them. Cho had hesitantly expressed an interest in being a seeker, when asked by the flying coach, and Roland saw no reason for her to not at least try for it. Roland flew with Harry and Draco, as a third chaser, and practiced moves he had shown them before. The two were excellent working together, they always seemed to know where the other was, and both had quick reflexes. If they found a third chaser that worked well with them, they would have the other teams worried. Roland reminded himself that, of course, Harry might not be a Slytherin. It would be too bad to break up an excellent team. The morning wore on happily, and the six stopped at lunch for a heaping pile of sandwiches and drinks, followed by ice cream to cool everyone down. Cho dropped out, gracefully, to join Rosmerta and thank the Higgs for the lesson and wandered into the manor. Rosmerta was now lounging in a magical jacui with a heavenly mix of soothing potions and aromas mixed into the water. She was finishing a wonderful lunch of lobster tails, sea scallops and coconut shrimp with a happy elf chirping out a list of desserts they could whip up in no time. Cho brightened at the sight of the jacui and showered quickly, slipping into a bathing suit an elf produced from somewhere, and joined Rosmerta in the jacui. The elves served her a butterbeer and Rosmerta more champagne. "Ah, this is wonderful," Cho enthused. "Can you imagine living this way?" Rosmerta sighed at the thought. It would be wonderful, for a while, and then it would all be ordinary and not special at all. Rosmerta smiled at Cho. "Spa days like this are wonderful because they aren't daily occurrences." The elves interrupted the philosophical moment by serving each of them huge slabs of tiramisu. They were much too busy working their way through those to worry about philosophy. Lucius and Severus arrived in time to also get a share of the tiramisu. The pair discussed the goblin-made items still to be rounded up for the trade for the dragon in between bites of cake. They had all but two in their possession. 3 wizards had eagerly traded for the gold offered. The other 2 were being more stubborn. One wanted Severus to brew some highly illegal potions for him, the other wanted an indecent amount of gold. Cho scampered immediately to get dressed on the arrival of the 2 wizards. Rosmerta left with more decorum, and then they both returned to finish their cake. The Quidditch students finished their lessons, and crowded in. They saw the tiramisu and rushed quickly through their showers to join in. Terence and Roland said their goodbyes and left, after Lucius and Severus answered Roland's oblique, almost whispered, Slytherin-style questions regarding Harry. Yes, they believed there was another war coming and they were firmly in Harry Potter's corner, Lucius and Severus answered. They were happy to note Roland's relieved smile, another family that would likely be on their side when it came down to a battle. The 3 boys soon were helping rid the elves of the rest of the tiramisu, though Dudley had taken a much smaller piece. His weight was down to a reasonable amount, and he had no intention of putting any back on. Harry was happily sitting by his guardian, and telling Severus about he and Draco learning several moves, very quickly, and Roland's compliments at their flying. Terence was, apparently, an okay bloke who had cheerfully acted as a keeper for them after Cho left, so they could practice getting a quaffle past someone guarding a goal. Severus was happy that Harry had liked Terence, anything to make Slytherin House attractive to him. Oh, and Severus, the Weasley twins want to know if they can visit for a day, before starting school. Harry continued to eat, oblivious to his guardian's suddenly frozen figure. I think they planned to talk the Sorting Hat into letting them be something other than Gryffindor. Severus smirked a little, his little plan was working well, then. Of course, Harry, but just those 2, I believe that will be more than enough of a Weasley invasion. Harry smiled happily, as well as Dudley, he'd like the twins. Draco grimaced, he didn't like the idea of Weasleys, His father had always spoken poorly of the family, but Harry had said the twins were cool. Lucius was now the one frozen in shock, and then he looked thoughtfully at the faintly flushed face of Severus and started grinning. All he could think was, Arthur will have a stroke. Tom wandered to Yao's hot spring, Yvain muttering in the back of his mind about the oddness of the stone's magic. They arrived and Yao heaved his bulk out of the steaming water, and came closer to Tom. I could feel how troubled you and Yvain have been, today. What has occurred to distress you? Yao asked. Yvain quickly showed him the ring, and told him what they knew of Voldemort and his Horcruxes. Yao perused the memory closely while Tom stood there, watching the dragons inside his head and listening to their constant muttering back and forth. Yao was quickly giving him a headache with his comments in Chinese, which Yvain had no difficulty interpreting. I'll ask around to the older dragons, and pass the request on to some dragons in other reserves, who I know will be discreet. Yao said. I'll ask Yuan if he has any ideas, he is in your friend's confidence in this matter. Tom wandered back to Dragon's Rest and Tinker served some soup and fresh bread. His stomach was less upset at present, his unhappiness at reliving some of his least favorite memories had lessened after talking it out with Yvain. The visit to the Gaunt cottage had helped to put a few things behind him as well. Tom trudged up to his room and sipped a bit of dreamless sleep, a small nap would definitely help. Yvain snickered, you know you're getting old when you look forward to naps. Tom was asleep before he could tell Yvain, shut up. The Malfoys showed their guests off after the tiramisu was consumed. Rosmerta promised to meet Cho, bright and early, for the shopping, to Cho's delight. Severus fire-called Yuan, and sent Cho through to him with promises that shopping would finally occur in the morning. Severus and his wards departed after the next day's plans were discussed. Petunia will be coming home tomorrow, and she'll likely need rest. Tom and Harry will be doing some shopping in Diagon Alley, although not in the same shops as the ladies, most likely. That will allow Dudley and his mother some time, alone. I have several potion orders to catch up on, Severus said. Draco looked a bit put out, but his father had a surprise. Don't worry Draco, we have an errand to run, ourselves. He said, smugly. I have been looking into a tutor for Tom. Finding one we can trust would be difficult, many would simply ask too many questions. I have been looking over some options. We are going to visit my ex-sister-in-law, Andromeda Black-Tonks. Her daughter graduated with very high marks. She's not much older than Tom, but she can catch him up with current events and any new magical practices and new spells. I can't be there every day, but I can oversee his studies to make sure they stay on track. Severus thought quickly, this could work, perhaps. Do you think they will agree? Andromeda was cut off from her inheritance, and Mr. Tonks is far from rich. From what my contacts have said, the daughter wants to be an Auror. The cost of the training will be beyond them unless they go deeply into debt. Lucius had his scheming face on. I can offer enough to cover the training, with extra left over. I just need to convince Andromeda that I'm not working for Voldemort anymore. He sighed. I foresee Wizard Oaths and Veritaserum in the near future. She can visit Harry and I if that will help. Severus offered, and Harry nodded eagerly. Lucius smiled, we'll see. Severus nodded and he and the boys left for home. Severus left after dinner to visit the headmaster. He apparated to the main gates this time and walked to the castle. Albus greeted him happily. Good news brings you, I hope. He shook a finger at him. I was surprised to see Harry on the front page with Cornelius, Severus. What are you up to? I thought you didn't like the minister. I don't. Severus sniffed. But, I do recognize that he is the minister, and I prefer him on our side. Lucius can handle him, and the minister does look to you for guidance often enough. Keeping him happy with photo opportunities is a small price to have him on our side. Albus hummed in a half-hearted agreement. Lucius and I have the Horcrux ring in our possession. Severus noted Albus' sudden attentiveness. It has several layers of curses on it that we will have to work our way through. We're going to have to research to find something to destroy the Horcrux, but not the stone. We believe an ancient weapon spelled to destroy dark magic would be best. Severus smirked. If you have any lying around, let me know. Albus smiled ruefully. I would offer the sword of Gryffindor, if I had it. Unfortunately it can only be called and used after someone has done some death-defying act of bravery. A useless weapon, then, if you've already done the brave deed that risked your life you don't need the sword, anymore. Severus snarled. Albus chuckled in response. Why do you need the stone intact, Albus? Severus asked flatly, hoping the suddenness of the question would jar something loose. Albus raised his eyebrows and shifted in his seat, but seemed otherwise calm. I really cannot divulge that, Severus. I'm risking a lot, destroying these things, Albus. Fiendfire worked well. If I'm to stray from a proven method I'd like to know it was worth it. Severus let his voice hold a note of pleading. Albus sighed. I believe, though I don't know if for a fact, that the stone is one from an old legend. Until I have a chance to examine it, I won't know for sure. As I said, destroy it if you must, but only if you must, to be rid of the Horcrux. Albus smiled again, faintly. I'll research ancient weapons and see if anyone I know is in possession of one. And with that Severus had to be satisfied. I'll let you know if we come up with something. Severus sighed as well. I'll be here, at Hogwarts next week, but Lucius and the boys' tutor will keep me apprised of their research. Albus raised his eyebrows. You trust this tutor a great deal. Yes, he has more reason than most to want the Dark Lord dead for good. Severus let his mental shields down just enough for Albus to see the truth of that, and the headmaster nodded, satisfied. How is young Harry and Dudley doing, Severus? Albus asked. Quite well. Terence Higgs visited with his uncle during a Quidditch lesson. And Cho Chang, she will be attending Hogwarts this year, was there for the lesson as well. Harry intends to invite the Weasley twins to visit this week, before they run off to school. Severus tossed out the twins' visit in hopes of satisfying the headmaster's Gryffindor obsession. Sure enough, Albus beamed at him happily and waved Severus off to return home. When Severus returned from Hogwarts it was still fairly early in the evening. He could see Tom at the library table flipping through a book catalog, searching for books on ancient weapons. Severus poked his head in. Start looking for books on legendary enchanted stones. The headmaster thinks the stone in the Peverell ring is one. Tom abruptly sat up straight, eyes wide, and stared at Severus. Tom, Severus asked slowly, not sure what that particular wild-eyed look meant. Abraxas Malfoy and I researched a lot of old legends and objects reputed to contain a great deal of power. Seth Avery had an interesting theory that Grindelwald rose to power with rocket speed because he had obtained the Wand of Destiny. A special wand that was a part of a trio of magical objects. Tom shook his head and continued reluctantly. Avery and Abraxas both had extensive knowledge about those objects. They were known as the Deathly Hallows. They were quite sure they truly existed. The wand was much sought after because the possessor of the wand became almost unbeatable in battle. Severus frowned. He had also heard of them. Everyone knew the 15th century book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Lucius may still have the books Abraxas used in that research. We were still looking into the legends up to when my memory of that time ends. But I do recall that the other two objects were an invisibility cloak and a stone, called the Resurrection Stone. According to legend it calls the spirits of the dead. Severus' sense of dread doubled. He wasn't sure why Albus would want to talk to the dead. Of course there were many obsessed with contacting those in the beyond, but Albus had never mentioned any interest in it before. Well, if you remember any of the books, write them down and we'll let Lucius know tomorrow. Of course during your excursion to Diagon Alley, look for more. Severus said with a sigh, and bid Tom good night. Severus trudged up the stairs. Dudley was in the room prepared for Petunia, fussing over the bedside table, arranging the roses Tom had conjured for him. Tom seemed a bit skeptical of Petunia's abilities as a caretaker when Severus left for Hogwarts in the coming week. He had barely contained his sneer when he had heard about Harry's situation before Dudley's revolt. Like his own mother, she had bowed under the weight of the abusive males in her life. Yvain had remonstrated with him at length, and he had finally said he would simply wait and see. Yvain had had to be content with that. Yvain had spoken to him briefly, while Tom slept several days ago, something Yvain rarely did. Yvain had not been concerned that Tom would harm Petunia, but he was sure Tom was likely to treat her rather coolly and unlikely to warm up to her right away. He wanted it explained to Petunia beforehand, in hopes she could be patient with him. Severus had visited Petunia alone the next day. He had told her that the boy's tutor was utterly trustworthy, that he owed his existence to the intervention of a dragon, and the dragon essentially lived in his head, and that wizard oaths bound him to protect the boys. However, Tom had a difficult childhood at an orphanage that made him wary and cold to muggles. After a speechless few seconds absorbing Severus' tale regarding the dragon, Petunia assured him that as long as Tom was good with the boys, she would cut him a great deal of slack, and be as patient as possible. Severus had been relieved at that. He didn't need to leave the household in a state of uproar, even if Lucius would be looking in on things on an almost daily basis. Severus moved toward his own room, but looked in on Harry first. Harry was sorting through the boxes he'd received from Gringotts. Harry now had a large floor-to-ceiling bookcase. It only had a couple shelves full, at present, but Severus was confident that Harry would be adding to his personal collection. "Need any help, Harry? It's getting late," Severus asked. Harry looked up with a relieved smile. "Yeah, I don't even know what some of this stuff is, although it said on the list it belonged to my dad, or mum. The books are easy, some of them are over my head, but it's still nice to have them. Mum was pretty into charms, there are tons of books on it with her name on them." Severus wandered over and dropped onto the floor beside him. Harry pulled over a box full of gadgets that had been James's. Severus rolled his eyes and explained the sneakoscopes to Harry and some of the others. There was a lunoscope, and Severus showed him how that would show the phases of the moon. There was an old omniocular, similar to the magical binoculars Draco had brought for dragon watching. A few objects were a mystery to Severus. Severus knew that Harry wanted to hear more about his father, but was hesitant to ask Severus outright. Severus groped frantically through his memories, trying to find a tale that was repeatable about Harry's father. "Your father and his friends liked to experiment with things. I suspect a few of these were pranks they were working on, or failed experiments had failed and he simply hadn't thrown them away." Severus attempted to explain the presence of so many unusable items in the box. He was wary of telling tales about James Potter, it was usually easier to talk about Lily. But Harry was looking at him wistfully, and he had found he was a bit of a pushover for pleading green eyes. Severus cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Once, in our 4th year, your father had managed to slip a quill into my school bag. He and his friends had charmed it to insult me and everyone around me, during class. They were, rather exuberant insults regarding Slytherins." Severus managed a sly smile at Harry's faintly appalled look. "Would you like to hear how I got back at him?" Harry nodded uncertainly. "So all of this was in fun?" Harry asked hopefully. "Most of their pranks were just for fun. You have to understand that the Gryffindor and Slytherin rivalry was rather intense at the time, so the pranks between our two houses tended to be more extreme." Severus looked at Harry's encouraged look. He could only hope that Harry wouldn't hear of how extreme some of the encounters between the Marauders and Severus had been. "And, of course, after starting with 5th year we were rivals for your mother's attention, we could never have been friends." "So, how did you get back at them?" Harry asked, more brightly. "I spent a week brewing a potion. It combined several different potions into one and had a few extras in it." Severus smirked happily at the memory. "I coated their cauldrons with a layer of it. It was colorless and they didn't notice it. I knew what we were brewing that day, and it activated the potion. It erupted in a cloud of rainbow colors that settled on just them. They were completely covered in all different colored polka dots." Harry giggled in delight at this. Severus was smiling in remembrance. Himself, the Marauders had been practically foaming at the mouth in rage, especially when Horace had insisted that Severus, a mere 4th year, could not have brewed the potion and Severus had gotten away with the prank, completely. The dots would all go orange if they lied, and pink if they were near someone they were attracted to, and green if they were jealous. And best of all, the dots would sing along with whatever anyone nearby was humming. I'm afraid several of my friends started humming inappropriate material over the following week, until it wore off. It was one of my best efforts at a prank potion. Severus smiled at Harry's laughter in relief. He hadn't expected to be able to tell Harry anything of James without causing anguish for both of them, and Harry had been obviously disturbed by Severus avoiding all mention of his father. Severus sighed, relieved he had dodged another bullet. He could likely come up with enough stories of less traumatic pranking and his retaliations to satisfy Harry for a time. "What happened to all his friends? I know you said one of them betrayed them to the Voldemort, but weren't there others?" Harry watched the stiffened form of his guardian. He'd been relieved that Severus had been more open about his father today. He'd talked to Dudley and Tom a bit about Severus only telling stories about Lily, with James only even briefly mentioned. They'd agreed that if Severus had been in love with Lily he'd hardly be a fan of the man that had married her. They'd all hoped that since Severus was now involved with Rosmerta, he'd perhaps be less hostile about him, now. With this first, brief story about James already told to him, he was anxious to hear more. "I hate to ruin your evening telling such unhappy tales to you, now." Severus started, but Harry just looked stubborn and hopeful. Severus grimaced and hoped he could blunt the full horror of it. There were 4 in James's little group called the Marauders. One was Sirius Black. He was a cousin of Narcissus. He was one of the few blacks to not follow Voldemort, or so we thought. Remus Lupin was another, and Peter Pettigrew the last. Severus rubbed his head, hunting for a starting place. They had other friends, of course, but the 4 of them were very tight. Remus, as I discovered in 5th year, was a werewolf. Severus smiled ruefully at Harry's astonished look. Remus seemed nice, much of the time, but he was a follower and usually went along with whatever James and Sirius planned. I didn't pay much attention to Peter. He was a bit of a tag-along and did a lot of fetching and carrying for the other 3. Severus called Tinker for some hot chocolate and sipped at the drink, as did the attentive Harry. "I may have resented and at times even hated your father, Harry, mostly because we both wanted Lily. But Sirius, him I really hated. He was unreasoning in his antipathy for all Slytherins, even his brother Regulus. It wouldn't have mattered what I did or said. He considered me to be evil and dark simply because of the house I was sorted into. I've often thought that James would not have been half so obnoxious if Sirius had not been his friend, and fanning his dislike of all Slytherins, and especially me." Harry nodded encouragingly and Severus continued reluctantly. "When your parents went into hiding they used a Fidelis charm. This meant only one person, the secret keeper, knew where they were and was the only one who could tell others where they were. You could stand in front of their house and not see it if the secret keeper hadn't told you where they were. Sirius Black was their secret keeper, and he betrayed you and your parents to Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew followed and confronted him after it was known what happened. Sirius Black killed Peter and several Muggles before he was taken into custody. I'm afraid I have no idea what happened to Lupin after your parents died." "He was their friend," Harry whispered. "He was their friend for almost 10 years and he betrayed them." Harry's voice turned fierce, and his eyes flashed angrily. "Where is he now?" "Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban prison, for life," Severus said quietly, and with a certain smug satisfaction. He hadn't thought he could hate Sirius Black more than he already did, until he had heard that Sirius had betrayed Lily to her death. Harry's eyes were shiny with tears, and Severus was a bit uncertain of what to do, and wished Rosmerta was there with them. He finally put an arm around Harry's shoulders and drew him close enough for Harry to sniffle into his coat for a few minutes. Severus drew out a handkerchief and dangled it in front of Harry. Harry smiled sloppily and mopped his eyes with it. "I'll try to remember some more tales about your father and I pranking each other in our little war if you want to hear them, and I'm sure that Roland Higgs could tell you many stories of the Quidditch matches he played against your father." Severus desperately offered, and was rewarded with a more sincere smile from Harry. "Thanks for telling me, Severus. I did wonder exactly what happened to my parents, and where all these friends they had gone to." Harry huffed angrily, and then looked at Severus hopefully. "I wouldn't mind more stories, if it doesn't bother you." Severus groaned and rolled his eyes. "I'll try to remember some. Hogwarts will be starting next week, so I may not be able to tell you many before I leave, but I promise to write you often and put the stories in the letters, okay?" Harry beamed happily. "I'll send letters to you with Hedwig, and you can send the stories back with her." "It's a deal," Severus said and shook Harry's hand formally. Severus got to his feet and left the room, missing Harry's look of beaming admiration aimed at his back. The next morning Lucius and Draco dressed in some of their best formal robes, and Lucius fussed a bit with his cane, and mentally went over his strategy again. He hoped Andromeda would at least listen before throwing him out. He had explained to Draco that his aunt very well might refuse to even speak to them, and to not be hurt if that happened. Lucius was counting on Draco's presence deterring any hexing from his sister-in-law. Draco actually gave him an encouraging smile and patted his arm sympathetically, alerting Lucius to the fact that his nervousness was showing. They apparated to the end of the lane of the cottage at the edge of the small village the Tonks family lived in. Lucius and Draco entered through the small gate. Lucius felt some low-level wards slide over them, and he walked slowly to the front door, letting whoever was inside have time to assess who was visiting, and hopefully be curious enough to ask him his intentions. Lucius had barely knocked once when the door flew open. He flinched at how much Andromeda resembled Bellatrix. Her wand was in her hand and a hostile look in her eye. "Lucius Malfoy, my dearest brother-in-law, why are you here?" His voice was sarcastically sweet. She eyed Draco, but said nothing to him. To Lucius' relief. "I have a request to make that could be of benefit to your daughter, and I should advise you that as I divorced your sister, I'm no longer your in-law." Lucius hoped that curiosity would have her wanting to hear more. Andromeda did raise an eyebrow, and she eyed him thoughtfully. "Well, if you would allow me to hold your cane for you while you visit, you may enter." Lucius smiled in amusement. Andromeda had been a Ravenclaw, a barely acceptable house to the Black family, and she had apparently lost none of her sharpness of wit. She knew his wand was in his cane, and hoped that would render him helpless. Lucius did know a few wandless spells, but none that would help if she decided to curse him. Both he and Draco had parchment with portkey spells to escape with if necessary, so he felt confident when he handed over his cane to the witch's astonishment. Andromeda backed away, and led them to a small parlor, and they took a seat on the sofa at her direction. Andromeda sat in a chair across from him, and a young woman with alarming orange hair stood behind her who was introduced as her daughter, Nymphadora Tonks. Lucius and Draco nodded to her and murmured, "A pleasure to meet you." Lucius looked at the rather stubborn looks of the women, and knew this would be difficult. Severus had said that Tonks had been a badger, with their usual obstinate nature, but she had been clever as well. She had gotten enough O's on her newts to ensure an entry into the Auror ranks, if she could afford the apprenticeship. "I realize that you have no reason to believe I am here with any good intent, but if you will hear me out, I assure you everything can be verified by Albus Dumbledore. Almost 2 years ago Severus Snape rather gleefully informed me that the Dark Lord, on top of being mostly mad and rather sadistic, was also a bit hypocritical, since he is a half-blood." Lucius watched Andromeda and Nymphadora's faces look stunned, and then they broke into hysterical laughter. Draco gasped and then tried to choke down his enthusiastic, "Cool," when Nymphadora's hair turned a glossy bubblegum pink. Tonks forgot the pair of blondes were possible enemies, and grinned at Draco and winked, making him blush a little. "I verified what I was told by Severus, and when he asked for assistance in securing Harry Potter's safety, I of course helped him." Lucius watched their faces take on skeptical expressions, and smiled in understanding. He explained Petunia's request for help from Severus, and her being shot by her husband during their escape. "I'm sure you saw the article in the Daily Prophet about Severus now being Harry's guardian." Andromeda nodded ruefully. "I wasn't sure how much of that article was true. I did notice Draco sitting with Harry and his cousin, but I didn't know how much of that was set up beforehand. I proved my loyalty to Harry Potter, to Severus and Albus, satisfaction. When the Dark Lord returns, I can count on the most horrific traitor's death he can devise, if he can catch me." Lucius gave the pair a grimace of a smile. "The reason I am here, though, is that I need a tutor for a young man so that he can take his newts next spring. He is actually instructing Harry, Dudley and Draco until they start Hogwarts. We would not mind assistance with that, either. I was hoping to employ your daughter in this capacity." The two once again took on a glassy-eyed look of shock. "You want to hire Dora as a tutor?" Andromeda asked cautiously. "Yes, she could flow in 3 to 4 times a week for a few hours. How many will be up to her and Tom. If the 3 boys need any questions answered that Tom couldn't assist them with, she could answer them. I will be there at times. Dudley's mother, Petunia, will be living there. She would be a good chaperone, if you feel that makes it more appropriate." Lucius offered, hoping that would tip things in their favor. "Didn't you say Lily's sister, Petunia, was a muggle?" Andromeda asked faintly. At his nod, she sat back in shock. Lucius was assisting Harry Potter, and consorting not only with Muggleborns, but Muggles as well. The world must be ending. Rosmerta will be checking in with Petunia frequently. Petunia is being released from hospital today, but she isn't totally well. There are 2 house elves that will do all the real work, but we'll all feel better having Rosmerta make sure she isn't overdoing things. 3 young boys can be exhausting even when they are behaving. Lucius knew Andromeda would remember Rosmerta, as they had only been a year apart at Hogwarts, although in different houses. Rosmerta. I haven't seen her since, well, graduation. Andromeda looked at him in inquiry. Rosmerta is seeing Severus, has been for several years apparently. Lucius added ruefully. Severus had kept it quiet for a very long time, and it had taken all of Lucius' cunning to discover his secret. Severus had finally been more open about her with the arrival of Harry and Dudley. Severus, and Rosmerta, she must be 4 years older than him, the sly minx, bagging a younger man. Andromeda gave her first real smile and laugh. Andromeda looked at Lucius closely. I need to verify all of this with Albus, you understand. Lucius smiled and nodded agreeably to her answer. She'd be an idiot not to. I would, of course, be willing to pay her enough to afford her or apprenticeship. The pair looked at him, Andromeda with hesitant hope, and Dora with eagerness. I will discuss this with Ted and Dora, of course, she said thoughtfully. Dora, behind her, shuffled her feet anxiously but stayed silent with obvious reluctance. I'll me if you would like to meet Tom and the boys. Petunia may not be up to a long visit, you understand. I'm sure she would like to meet you though, even if you decline the tutoring position. She could use female company, surrounded as she will be by males. Lucius appealed to the universal female bond. Andromeda nodded slowly. I will owl you soon, Lucius. And she stood, holding out his cane firmly in dismissal. Lucius bowed to her, and he and Draco said their goodbyes. Lucius hoped that went as well as he felt it had. After all, she hadn't hexed them. Petunia arrived to Dragon's Rest via Portkey with the healer fairly early in the morning. She was immediately put to bed by a fussing Dudley, and checked over by the healer. The healer announced that she had tolerated the move very well, and was just tired by the stress of portkeying. Dudley pulled up an overstuffed chair with several books at his side, and announced he would watch over her for the day. Harry grinned and gave his aunt a hug. Tom and I are going shopping in Diagon Alley, mostly for books. Is there anything you would like? Harry asked. Well, if you see any books you think I might like to read, I wouldn't mind a good mystery. Petunia smiled at him. She looked over to the doorway. Severus was there, looking enigmatic as always. A tall older boy was standing just behind him. Severus noticed her look and pulled Tom forward and introduced him. Tom at least looked neutral as he shook Petunia's hand. Petunia smiled at him and hoped he would eventually warm up to her. Severus had vouched for him strongly and she owed him enough to give Tom quite a bit of time if necessary. Rosmerta arrived as Tom and Harry prepared to leave. Would you like to meet for lunch? How about at the cafe next to Fortescue's at noon? The boys nodded with smiles and flowed to the lakey cauldron. Rosmerta went up the stairs at Severus' wave and was introduced to Petunia. To her relief, Petunia seemed as eager to be friends as she was. They talked briefly and Rosmerta promised to return the next day when Petunia had rested. Rosmerta bounced down the stairs, followed by the bemused Severus. Rosmerta grabbed him in a tight hug. I have an actual female to talk to, and she's not a giggling idiot hanging off the arm of some half-inebriated wizard at my pub. Severus laughed and keyed her, and handed her a Gringotts key. Enjoy yourself today, buy some nice things for yourself, and if you see anything that might help Petunia feel at home, don't hesitate to get it. Ooh, a shopping spree. Rosmerta laughed in delight. Severus smiled in return. He liked it when Rosmerta was happy. He knew that in spite of the seemingly active social life she had, that running a pub wasn't actually conducive to making true friends. She often remarked on how lonely it sometimes felt. He truly hoped she would find a friend in Petunia, and Petunia obviously felt the same. Cho arrived and Severus shooed them into the flow to head for Diagon Alley to shop and went happily off to his lab, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Severus watched the potions bubbling gently in a line across the worktable. Several of them would be simmering all night. A few would only need an occasional stir. This left him free to concentrate on the eyesight-correcting potion. He already had a tiny vial with a few drops of Harry's blood in it. He had the base going and all he needed to do was add the most important ingredients. Severus' mind wandered a bit while automatically adding the eagle feathers and rabbit whiskers and stirring in a figure-8 motion. He wanted to get this first dose going for this last week before Hogwarts started, so he could see how things went with it. Harry would be needing to see the healer weekly for glasses adjustments during this first month of the potion. Tom had the schedule written down, and knew to watch for headaches, in case Harry's eyes changed more rapidly than expected. Severus had fallen asleep trying to think of events from Hogwarts, or any stories he had even heard about that involved James that he could tell Harry. Stories of Lily came more easily, and Harry certainly didn't mind hearing them as well, but he was aware that he would have to include more stories that involved James, now. In a spurt of inspiration last night he had gone ahead and called Roland Higgs, asking if he would awl Harry with stories of James's Quidditch exploits, and any amusing stories about him and his friends he could think of, cautioning him to keep them fun stories, nothing too serious. Roland had returned a reply that he would be happy to. He had thought of having Arthur and Molly tell Harry tales of James' exploits in the Order of the Phoenix, but he was wary of giving Molly any excuses to object to Severus' guardianship. Albus may appear to be resigned to the situation, but he didn't want to take any chances. The best he could think of was to ask Minerva to write to Harry with stories he was sure she had of the Marauders. He would approach her when he returned to Hogwarts. Perhaps she would have ideas, surely she would have more pictures of those miscreants that Harry would like copies of. Severus added the drops of blood carefully and stirred slowly. He could feel his shoulders hunching in dread. He had always wished for longer summers, but never as much as this year. He had never expected to enjoy having a houseful of youngsters underfoot. Now, here he was, almost homesick, and he hadn't even left for Hogwarts as yet. Usually he only had to find excuses to sneak down to Hogsmeade to see Rosmerta, but now he had found himself searching for excuses to use during the school year to spend time at his home, Dragon's Rest. The only thing making it all bearable was to remember that Harry, Dudley and Draco would be at school with him the following 7 years. Severus smirked to himself. They were even plotting ways to get Tom into Hogwarts as well. Nonetheless, Severus would be less than thrilled to be at Hogwarts this school year. The potion finished and Severus decanted the potion into a large vial. Harry would only need a few drops each day, and Severus would be making a new batch each month with a fresh supply of a few drops of Harry's blood. Severus' heart lifted a little. He would see Harry at least once each month, for the potion. Severus would just have to think of more excuses to sneak home. Lucius and Draco left Andromeda's with hopeful hearts. Draco gave a last look behind him, smiling at Nymphodora's cheerful wave and turning her hair a brilliant Slytherin green for him. He liked his new cousin, although her mother seemed a bit wary of them. From what his father had said about things in the Black Home, he couldn't really blame Andromeda for not being very trusting. As they went through the gate, Lucius turned to Draco. "Is there anywhere you would like to go today? I do have the day free." Lucius was determined to spend more time with his son, and he braced himself for whatever a 10-year-old would find fun. Draco blinked in surprise, and thought quickly. The Wigtown Wanderers are having a home game against the Tutshill Tornadoes today. The game starts in an hour. Draco looked at his father hopefully. Lucius sighed, but he didn't really mind. Draco could have asked to go pet Grindylows, or something really awful. He could spend the game trying to remember all the things Abraxas and his friends had ever said about the Deathly Hallows. His heart had sunk a bit at the information in the letter the owl had delivered early that morning from Severus and Tom. He didn't like to think of any of those 3 objects in the hands of the Dark Lord, or Albus Dumbledore. He managed an enthusiastic grin for Draco and apparated to Wigtown with him. Draco bought T-shirts for everyone and programs that listed upcoming games in the league. Lucius dragged him away before he could go too wild. Lucius managed to get some box seats for a little privacy and the game was soon on. Draco, at least, had a wonderful time. Lucius wrote down everything he could remember about the Deathly Hallows, while his son cheered loudly for the Wanderers. Rosmerta and Cho started at the Lakey Cauldron, and went into almost every shop Diagon Alley boasted. Cho soon had everything on her list, and then some. Rosmerta had not forgotten Petunia, and had obtained several very pretty everyday robes in colors both she and Cho thought would suit her. At the bookstores, while Cho found her schoolbooks and a few others she felt were interesting, Rosmerta searched for books that gave basic information on the wizarding world and traditions. She found a few wizarding novels that she felt Petunia might enjoy. She also bought the first 2 of a wizarding mystery series that one of the assistants had recommended. Eventually they ran out of shops, and headed for the cafe at noon. Tom and Harry headed for Gringotts first, he had a list of items and gold to be returned to some wizards and witches. He and Severus had gone over the list the goblins had given of vaults that gold had been transferred from or vaults that had been completely emptied into the Voldy vault. Many of the wizards were dead, now, or the family one that would still follow Voldemort. Still, there were those that could have money returned safely, and they started with those. Lucius had helped set up a front company to return the money and items from. They sent form letters from Gringotts telling the people that it had been found that money had been taken, wrongly, and was being returned by the front company. Most would not question money coming their way, even if they suspected it was being returned from Voldemort's vault, and if they did they would find it difficult to get by Gringotts stonewalling and then investigating a company that didn't really exist. Tom, surprisingly, was finding it interesting to track down children or family members who had gotten themselves lost in Europe or fled to the Muggle world. He had actually found one Muggleborn who was working in a factory, but he hoped more could be found and lured back with a sizable amount of galleons and a sly offer to work at one of Lucius or Harry's companies. Tom had found surprising satisfaction in returning at least a little money, though there were still a lot of names and items to go. One of the floor managers saw Tom and Harry and hustled them to a supervisor. Tom handed him the letters and instructions to return money and whom to return it to. The supervisor nodded and gave a toothy smile. "Would you let the British branch supervisor Kloskar know that we have all but 2 of the items he wishes to be given in exchange for the dragon?" Tom said quietly. The goblin's face lit with interest. Tom could feel Yvain simmering angrily at having to give the goblins anything in exchange for freeing the dragon they still had chained in the depths of Gringotts. Tom found himself in the unusual position of soothing Yvain, instead of the other way around. "We'll have him free soon. Lucius and Severus have a plan to get those other 2 items." Tom said. "I know I should not be so outraged. Goblins don't realize dragons are sentient. For some reason they can't speak mentally to dragons, they don't have mind magic, and even the most skilled dragon is unable to send thoughts to them. So they think we are all dumb brutes. However, they have also always simply ignored any wizards who told them we could speak, and were intelligent." Yvain sounded tired and frustrated. Tom and Harry left Gringotts and headed for Flourish and Blots. Harry headed for a section on wizarding customs that Lucius had suggested. It was well written, with loads of background on why things were done the way they were. Harry had wanted it for Aunt Petunia, but he suspected he and Dudley needed to read it as well. He browsed happily and found a book on something called animagi forms. He was soon caught up in the idea of being able to find his inner animal. The book was well written and Harry gleefully added it to the other book. Harry found 2 other books on animagus transformation that seemed good, and curled up in a handy chair and started reading. Tom browsed the section on ancient weapons and found a few books that seemed likely to list weapons spelled to defeat the dark. One of the assistants found a book on witches of ancient times and the spells they often put on weapons, and another on female magic. She giggled a bit when giving the last book to him, and he rolled his eyes and waved her off with a muttered thank you. There were few books on the Deathly Hallows. He got a new copy of Tales of Beetle the Bard to refer to in 2 books that looked promising, and he added another that was recently written, although the author seemed to be trying to disprove the Hallows' existence. It was almost noon, and Tom gathered Harry, still engrossed in one of the books on animagi. He bagged all the books except the one on female magic, as it was an awkward size, and easier to simply carry, and the animagus book that Harry was gleefully clutching. They headed for the cafe, Harry humming happily as he imagined what animal might be his form. He hoped for one with wings, that would be brilliant. They came to an abrupt halt at a sneering voice at the doorway of the cafe. "Well, if it isn't Harry Potter." Ron's eyes flew to the book Harry was carrying. "Got a variance to try for an animagus form before even attending Hogwarts, too. I suppose this is your tutor." Harry's eyes narrowed. Ron had annoyed him on their visit to the Weasley home, and he seemed intent on adding to the insults he'd given on the last visit to Diagon Alley where they'd met. "No, I'm just reading about them. If you'd read a bit, you'd know few manage the transformation before leaving Hogwarts." Harry answered loftily, causing Ron to flush angrily. Charlie came up behind Ron, frowning a bit. He was sure his parents wouldn't like Ron annoying Harry Potter. He eyed the boy with Harry. He seemed to be the same age as himself. Bill had called their parents, saying that Lucius and Severus had been to Gringotts with an older teenager, but all paperwork and communication regarding him was classified to the highest levels. This was apparently that boy. As a matter of fact, I am his tutor. Tom had heard about the Weasleys from Harry and Dudley, although Draco had remained strangely quiet except to concur with most of what they said. Harry seemed taken with the twins, who wrote to him. However, Harry seemed to especially dislike this Ron who had earned his ire by insulting Severus. "We're late for an appointment with a party in the cafe, if you would let us pass," Tom said in glacial tones and leveled an equally cold stare at the pair. Charlie bristled at the high-handed tone of voice. "Maybe you should say the magic word, please." Charlie sneered at Tom. Tom's temper flared in answer. He hated it when someone treated him as if he was nothing, or sneered at him in that manner. He especially hated people who tried to make him beg for things. It was too reminiscent of his days at the orphanage, and usually any begging he did at that place had resulted in cruel laughter and a denial of whatever he had been asking for. "He's just trying to goad you, he's not worth your being irritated over," Yvain intoned. Tom tried to choke down his fury. He knew it was an excessive amount of anger for the rudeness Charlie had shown. He bared his clenched teeth as he answered in as sarcastic a tone as he could muster. "Would you please remove your uncouth presence from the doorway, so we might enter?" Charlie's own hair-triggered temper exploded, and he whipped out his wand. "How dare you, he glanced at the book Tom had in his hand. "You filthy ponce, studying women's magic. Planning on becoming one. Well, you live with Slytherins, I suppose you're a total perv like them." Tom lost whatever control he'd had on his temper and whipped out his own wand, the worst curse he could think of springing to his lips, but it never got past them. Yvain abruptly clamped down on Tom's magic, and didn't even allow him to voice the curse. "No potentially fatal curses today, Tom. His insults are not worth Azkaban, I assure you," Yvain said calmly. Before Charlie could summon the courage to use magic outside of school, and risk the ministry finding out, or Tom could think of a low-level hex Yvain might approve of, an Auror who was eating lunch wandered over. "Oi, what are you lads up to? Put those wands away before you hurt yourselves," the burly and quite elderly man asked a bit pompously. Charlie put the wand away and he and his brother shrank back a bit. Their father would hear of this, for sure. Tom lowered his wand, as well. Harry looked at the Auror's uniform with interest. It was quite different from Muggle police officers. The weary cafe owner finally came up. He'd watched the exchange with resignation. He usually saw a hexing once or twice a week, usually between testosterone-charged young men like this. They were just exchanging unfriendly words, and then the redhead drew first, but neither one has sent off a spell, yet. The owner said, "Well, put the wands away and be off with you." The Auror waved the Weasleys off, and Tom and Harry went in the cafe. All four boys giving each other hateful looks before the cafe door closed. Charlie and Ron flowed home, and hoped nothing came of the encounter. After all, the Auror hadn't taken their names. Of course Ron was soon whispering about the encounter to his siblings, so it didn't stay secret for long. Tom followed Harry to Rosmerta and Cho's table, his own mind taken up in a debate with Yvain to notice where they were going. Charlie's insult had been typical of a coarse teenager with no notion of manners, but Tom hadn't needed to aim a heavily charged diffindo that would have left him with possibly fatal wounds, Yvain was insisting. Tom's anger slowly leaked away, and he noticed the others' concerned looks. "I apologize for what poor company I am. I'm afraid I let that oaf's remarks get to me." Tom managed a weak smile that held no humor, but reassured his dining companions that his fit of temper was over with. He gave his lunch order, and even ate whatever it was without ever noticing what he'd ordered. Tom had forgotten that Yvain had such a tight hold on his magic. It was a little comforting to know that losing his temper wouldn't result in an arrest, since Yvain wouldn't allow it. It was also a little discouraging to realize his temper was still so volatile. The fact that you know it's too impulsive and that the curses you reach for first are too harsh is a good first step. You'll learn to exert control, and to not reach for the worst curses you know, Yvain said softly. Harry patted his shoulder and looked at him sympathetically. "It's okay Tom, they made me mad, too." Tom smiled at Harry ruefully. Harry was a good kid, and he liked having him look at him with admiration. Tom was glad Harry hadn't had to witness Tom laying Charlie Weasley open like a butchered pig, after all. Harry would never have looked at him the same, after that. Tom silently thanked Yvain for stopping him from casting that curse. Tom and Harry stopped at the Owl Emporium after lunch. Rosmerta and Cho left for the Dragon Reserve, to leave Cho at the director's home to sort through her new purchases, and make a list of any things she still needed. Rosmerta stopped at Dragon's Rest to key Severus and give Petunia the books she had found and the robes, smiling happily at Petunia's enthusiastic response. They chatted for a few minutes, but Petunia still tired easily. Rosmerta promised to visit soon, and left. Tom was sorting through owl treats and perches, continuing his mental conversation with Yvain, when the elderly Auror came in the shop and walked over to fill a bag with treats. Tom struggled a bit with the part of himself that still insisted that apologies were a sign of weakness. Tom cleared his throat and got the Auror's attention. "I would like to apologize for my behavior earlier, sir. I should not have allowed myself to respond to goading like that. I'm glad you were there to defuse the situation." Tom cringed, waiting for derisive laughter, or a sneering lecture on how an uncouth lout like him would never learn manners. "I defused it, but that's okay." Yvain snickered in the background. "And you are not uncouth or a lout." The Auror chuckled and clapped Tom on the shoulder to his surprise. "Och, laddie, you're not the first to draw your wand first and think later. I can remember when I was rather famous for doin' to myself." The Auror winked at Tom. "But you're right that responding to goading is not the best way to act. It gives your opponent the upper hand, to be able to manipulate you. Not to mention that underage magic will do nothing but acquire you a file in the Auror's office." Tom nodded, but felt he should correct the man. "I live on a Dragon Reserve, and the International Federation of Wizards gave me a variance, since I'll be tutoring some children there, and getting ready to take my newts, I hope." The Auror lifted his eyebrows. He had been on the job for several decades, and he could feel the strength of the boy's magic. Why wasn't he at Hogwarts? "It's unusual to homeschool in your newt year," he commented, hoping to get more from Tom. The Auror was obviously fishing for more information, Tom thought. Severus had said that the fact they were on a Dragon Reserve was no longer a secret, only which reserve it was still not known to many. The Prophet had said Harry and Dudley were being tutored, so that wasn't really secret either. Severus had said that the more people that knew Harry was happy and well treated where he was, the better. Albus would have difficulty saying later that Harry should be in someone else's custody if people, like this Auror, for instance, knew Harry was happy with Severus. "I'm tutoring Harry Potter and 2 others, and I'll be studying as well. If I don't pick up enough to pass the tests, I'll perhaps attend Hogwarts next year and take the newts," Tom said with a proud smile. The Auror looked over at Harry, who was chatting with 2 other children, and then turned back to dig for more information from Tom. Harry had noticed a boy and girl with a nervous-looking gentleman while Tom chatted up the Auror. Harry wandered over to the pair who were looking at the owls doubtfully. "Do you like tawny owls?" Harry asked, gesturing at the birds the boy and girl were peering at. "I got a snowy owl for my birthday. She's really nice." The boy looked uncertain, but the girl spoke up immediately. "Dad says he had a tawny owl, but I think the spotted owls are smarter. When I go to Hogwarts, next year I'm definitely getting one of those." "Cool, I'm going to Hogwarts next year as well." Harry stuck his hand out. "My name is Harry Potter." To Harry's surprise and appreciation, the girl's eyebrow lifted a bit, but there was no awe in her face. "Oh, my father has mentioned you a few times. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Mafalda Pruitt and this is my brother, Martin. He's the one going to Hogwarts school this year." Martin also shook Harry's hand, although he didn't have the same aplomb his sister had. He stared a bit at Harry's scar, but at least refrained from gushing thanks or looking odd. Harry, Martin and Mafalda were soon in a deep discussion on the merits of various breeds of owls, to the bemusement of the 2 children's father. The peaceful discussions were interrupted by the arrival of an angry Bill Weasley. Charlie had fire-called his brother after fuming in his room for a while. Bill had been incensed at Charlie's slightly edited account of the encounter. It was obvious to Bill that the Malfoys and Snape had been turning Harry into a snob, like themselves. The description of the tutor had been alarming as well, obviously another dark wizard. If anyone was tutoring Harry, it should be a Weasley, or at least someone whose family had been in the order. He had asked to leave work early and stormed down the street from Gringotts, and saw Harry in the window of the Owl Emporium looking at owls with some kids. He slammed into the shop and spotted Tom immediately. He'd seen the young wizard come into Gringotts with Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape. The goblins had been quite excited, and there were top-secret negotiations between the three wizards and Gringotts. The snotty, pampered little brat had obviously been born into the lap of luxury. Bill usually was able to overlook the unconscious slights that the wealthy kids he'd attended Hogwarts with inflicted on others dozens of times a day. Even the occasional insult, intended or unintended, would have him simply laugh in their face, and return the insult without it ever ruffling him. It was the people that had that certain haughty look of entitlement that the born rich had that infuriated him without their ever speaking a word. Bill stomped up to Tom, his eyes sparking in rage. "How dare you insult and point your wand at my brother? Who do you think you are?" All the wizards and witches in the shop turned to see what was happening. Tom gritted his teeth, determined to stay calm in the face of the wizard's fury. The young wizard was obviously only just a couple years out of Hogwarts, himself. He had the familial looks of the Weasleys, but he couldn't remember the name of the oldest son that Harry and Dudley had mentioned. "I only drew after your brother did, and any insults were simply being returned, after he threw them first." Tom pushed the answer past his clenched teeth, telling himself he didn't want to have the Auror see him come unhinged, yet again. Harry hustled over to stand at Tom's side. Bill had seemed reasonably nice during their visit to the burrow, but now he was sounding as snotty as Ron and Charlie. He hoped there was simply a mistake. Harry liked the twins, and if all their brothers were mad at Tom and him, they might be told to stop being friends. Bill's face flushed, ready to start in on Harry's attitude toward Ron, and he drew breath to start yelling when the Auror intervened. "Hold on, lad, I was there and so was the cafe owner." Everyone threw insults, and the other young wizard did draw his wand first. No curses or hexes were thrown, so there's no need to carry on further about this. The Auror drew back his slightly stooped shoulders and eyed Bill narrowly. "I expect you to drop this, now." Bill glared at the old man furiously. "Don't they have an age restriction in the Auror ranks? Why haven't they retired you?" Bill abruptly cut off his sneering diatribe, feeling the sudden swirl of powerful magic emanating from the old man. The formerly chummy and seemingly harmless Auror now had everyone in the shop's total, and somewhat cowering, attention. "I was head Auror for decades, young man. I'm a member of the Wizengamot, now. I am also an assistant to the minister, overseeing Auror affairs. I am Auror Hugo Savage." Bill paled, not sure how to undo this enormous faux pas. "I am terribly sorry, sir. I should have verified what happened before yelling at Mr. Bill looked at Tom a bit pleadingly. Tom bit off the word at Bill, too annoyed to feel sorry for him. Tom. Bill ended sheepishly. He was going to strangle Charlie for putting him in this position. He'd never met the highly esteemed old wizard, but everyone had heard of Auror Savage's exploits when he was younger, and he was a well-respected member of the Wizengamot, and little happened in the Auror ranks that he was unaware of. The swirling play of magic subsided, and the old wizard smiled a bit. "Well, now, believing one's brother is a number one way to get oneself into a pickle, isn't it?" He turned to include Tom in his smile. "No harm done." Tom managed a tight smile and a shake of his head. He was prepared to be generous in the face of Bill's obvious defeat. Bill muttered a goodbye and fled. Harry sighed in relief and looked at Tom in concern. Hugo noted Harry's affection for Tom. Apparently Tom was a good friend as well as tutor. "Thank you, Auror Savage, for your help." Harry managed a rather grown-up attitude. "Yes, you have my thanks for a second rescue before things could get ugly," Tom said hastily, but in sincere tones. "Well, now that's what I'm here for. Would you mind if I went with you to talk to your guardian, to make sure he knows exactly what happened?" Hugo did want to ensure the lads weren't punished for something not their fault, but he also wanted to see that Harry was indeed in good hands. He knew from the Daily Prophet and the minister himself that Severus Snape had Harry Potter's guardianship. Snape had the backing of Albus Dumbledore, himself, in spite of his having the dark mark. However, the prophet just wanted to sell papers. The minister was politically motivated, and Albus, who knew what motivated him. Tom thought swiftly. Severus wanted support from those in the ministry to ensure his guardianship was unquestioned. This apparently high-ranking wizard seemed disposed to look on them favorably. He nodded, and hoped this cauldron of events he was mixing didn't blow up in his face. Yvain, at least, felt this was a good idea. "I sense nothing but goodwill from him, Tom," Yvain said. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Tom snapped back. He was far more wary of doing something without Severus' approval. True enough, Yvain answered agreeably. The three went to the door. Martin had chosen an owl, and Mafalda had apparently talked her father into getting her an owl a year early. "Can I owl you, Harry?" she asked with a happy chirp. "Sure, send it to me at Dragon's Rest." Harry waved a goodbye at her. The Auror flowed with them to Dragon's Rest, and looked around the home with a smile. Quite nice. Severus came into the living room flipping through the pages of a new potions newsletter. "Just in time, Harry, I've finished your eyesight correcting potion, we can start." Giving it to you in the morning, Severus was abruptly aware of an Auror standing in the room with Tom and Harry. Harry was unfazed by the Auror's presence, though. "It's done. Brilliant. How soon until I can get rid of the glasses?" Harry flung arms around Severus in an enthusiastic hug. Severus put a protective arm around Harry, pulling him close to his side and looked at the Auror suspiciously. "Auror Savage, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Severus was running a bunch of escape scenarios through his head, though none seemed really viable. "Not to worry, Professor Snape. Tom and Harry had a couple run-ins with some of Arthur Weasley's sons. Some bravado and muscle flexing was all that happened, but I wanted to make sure that young Tom didn't get blamed for the whole of it." Hugo eyed Severus' tension with a shrewd eye. He hadn't meant to cause such anxiety. "I'm not here in any official capacity." Of course. Severus kept his eyes fixed on Auror Savage. He had heard enough about the man to not want to be on his bad side. Albus could undoubtedly beat him in a duel, but it wouldn't be an easy fight for even him. "Please have a seat and Tinker can bring some tea." Severus nodded to the hovering elf, who immediately left to fetch a tray of scones and Earl Grey. Tom gave an accurate account of the events of the day. There was an Auror at hand who had witnessed everything, so it was no good trying to edit anything minus Yvain's intervention, with an occasional muttered agreement from Hugo. Tom finally came to a close and looked at Hugo. "I must admit that I was a bit curious as to why such a powerful young wizard was playing tutor, when he still needs his newts." Hugo smiled blandly at Severus, and took a sip of tea. Severus smiled back and decided to stick with the cover story they had all decided on. The story held as much truth as possible. Tom grew up in an orphanage. His mother was a witch who died at his birth. When an elderly relative finally tracked him down, they homeschooled him, and unfortunately, although the wizard was quite smart, he hadn't updated his knowledge or library very much from the 1940s, so Tom has some gaps in his education. Severus and Tom both grimaced in unfeigned irritation. "If we can't get him totally up to speed to take the newts, he'll attend a 7th year at Hogwarts when Harry and Dudley go to their first year, next year." Hugo nodded in understanding, and smiled, having watched Harry sitting next to his guardian companionably on the sofa and smiling happily at Tom while he munched on a scone. He read body language well enough to know the boy was happy as a clam at high tide, right where he was. The Auror stood, brushing crumbs off his robes. "Well, I've occupied enough of your afternoon, Professor Snape. I really should be going. I hope I didn't disturb the lady of the house. Mrs. Dursley was just released from the hospital, or I would introduce you. Her son is at her bedside. He's quite happy that she's back. She is expected to make a full recovery, although I'm glad Tom will be here to oversee things until she is totally on her feet." Severus answered as casually as possible, with a very shrewd Auror reading his every inflection. Hugo nodded. "Placing yourself on a dragon reserve was quite inspired. We're in Wales. I hope I can count on your discretion. I prefer that very few know where we are." Severus answered hardly. "You may rely on it, no one will hear the location from me." Hugo answered sincerely. "I'm sure you realize that I simply wished to see that Harry was truly happy here." Severus nodded sharply at him, and Hugo just smiled cheerfully at him and flowed back to Diagon Alley. Severus stepped to the flow and changed the password immediately and turned to Tom. "That was quite a chance you took, Tom. Yvain thought it worth the risk. He seemed sincere and is highly ranked. People would listen to his opinion on whether Harry should stay with us, if you are challenged as a guardian." Tom answered earnestly. Severus grimaced and nodded. "Yes, it turned out well, but I don't want to be surprised with Aurors in my living room on a daily basis." Harry giggled and Tom smirked in response. Harry raced up to Petunia's room to tell the day's tale to Dudley. Severus turned to Tom. "Did everything truly go so easily for you?" Severus asked Tom quietly. Tom dropped his eyes. In the encounter with Charlie, when I drew my wand I tried to send a rather hard diffindo at him. Yvain stopped even my saying it, let alone sending it. Severus relaxed a bit. Yvain still had total control of Tom's magic, then. That was good, considering Tom's apparent impulse control problem. Tom continued a little less discouraged. When Bill came around, I'd had time to think it over. It was tough to hold my temper, but I didn't even draw my wand on him. Severus smiled at Tom a bit proudly. Yes, well done. You've made great progress. I know Yvain is pleased as well. Tom grinned boyishly at the praise, making Severus realize that Tom had likely heard little praise during his life. You know, I have no hesitation to leave Harry, Dudley and Petunia in your hands. I know you'll take care of all of them while I'm not here. Severus said in total sincerity. Tom's beaming pride at Severus expressing his trust was reward enough. Bill trudged into the Ministry for Magic, and made his way to his father's office. He wasn't looking forward to this. Arthur waved him into his office with a smile, but he soon lost the smile as Bill started talking. Bill explained the fire call from Charlie, and his brother's deceptive editing of events, leading to Bill storming into the Owl Emporium and confronting Tom, and luckily being interrupted before he lashed out at Harry for insulting Ron. Arthur closed his eyes and groaned when Bill told him of Hugo Savage's intervention. The man wasn't the head, or chief, of any department, but he oversaw much, and kept the minister apprised of what happened in the Auror ranks, and as a member of the Wizengamot, he knew everything that happened. Having such a high-ranking wizard thinking poorly of you was not good. I told him that I should have verified what Charlie had said, and apologized to both him and Tom. He seemed to accept that. Bill offered anxiously. At 19, a junior cursebreaker with much to learn at Gringotts, he couldn't afford to have Hugo Savage angry with him. Arthur shook his head. If Auror Savage intended to hold grudges or cause you difficulties you would already know it. He does tend to cut youngsters a fair amount of slack, as long as he doesn't see you again, causing the same trouble. Arthur grimaced at Bill's anxious face. Weasleys did tend to have tempers, but they also had common sense. It was the Pruitts that tended to have the hair triggers and bull-headed stubbornness. He had never said it, but Percy was actually more of a Weasley than any of his siblings. Molly's genes seemed to be predominant in the rest of the children. But, perhaps they could learn. I suggest leaving this, Tom, strictly alone, and Harry Potter as well. Harry is friends with the twins, and if he and Ron don't get on, well, you can't force children to be friends, after all. Bill nodded miserably. I can't undo the scene I made. Harry must think I'm a raving madman, after ripping into his friend like that. Arthur sighed. Well, I'll speak to Hugo a bit, let him know you regret the incident. You might consider a well-phrased apology to Harry, but only if you send one to Tom as well. Bill looked at his father in horror. Bill, Harry will notice if he receives an apology, but the injured party, Tom, does not. From what you said, he considers Tom a friend as well, his tutor. He won't accept an apology that doesn't include Tom. Bill let his head drop into his hands. The last thing he wished to do was to apologize to that snotty rich pureblood. What bothers you about that, Bill? You said you were in the wrong. How will a letter be such a difficult thing? Arthur eyed his son intently. Bill was usually a bit more level-headed, even if he was obstinate. He's so arrogant. He has that look of, I'm rich, so I'm entitled. I'm sure he'll never have to work a day in his life. Bill answered resentfully. Bill, you don't usually care about someone's bank account. Arthur was truly surprised at this answer. I don't, usually. It's just one, every now and then has that superior look that rubs me the wrong way. Bill said plaintively. You know the look, Malfoy has it, too. Arthur smiled ruefully. Yes, he knew that look. I've learned, over the years, that look is one of their weapons. You play into their hands when you respond to it with anger. You'll find that your temper will be one of your worst enemies, but if you learn to control it, then you can use it to your advantage. In the meantime, I suggest you find a way to write that apology, it will be good practice. Bill sighed and nodded. He stood, and Arthur hugged him. Bill might have been considered an adult for 2 years, but today he had started to grow up, Arthur thought. Ragnar Mulciber watched the house intently. He'd heard rumors that Severus Snape had become the guardian of Harry Potter and had scoffed in amusement. He recalled the skinny runt of a Slytherin as a first year, while he had been a seventh year. He'd not have noticed him, if Lucius had not befriended him. Ragnar's father had been one of the Dark Lord's first recruits, and was still in Azkaban. He had visited his father a few times, to let him know how things were going for the Death Eaters. Most have those who had been caught, but were not in Azkaban had pleaded innocent, and that they were, under the Imperious curse, to Ragnar's disgust. Even the lofty Lucius Malfoy had gone that route. To their surprise, Severus Snape had been vouched for by Albus Dumbledore as a spy. They had collectively tipped their hats to the Slytherin's apparent cleverness, as all the Death Eaters knew he was a spy for Voldemort on Dumbledore. Now, with his move to become Harry Potter's guardian, the still free group of Death Eaters weren't so sure. Was it just a clever ruse? Lucius Malfoy seemed to be in on it, too, which confused them. Ragnar was determined to find out what was up. The location of Severus Snape's home was not a secret, it's just that no one had even bothered to find out what it was before. He'd had to visit a lot of old friends, and had finally gotten the address to Spinner's End. He'd slunk through the Muggle village of Hale after dark, and found the street, Spinner's End. There was a short line of small houses, followed by a lengthy walled garden surrounding a new-looking very large house. His friends had described a hovel, but this was rather nice, 3 stories and a very nice garden and yard. Snape must have decided to upgrade his living to adequately house the boy who lived. The layers of warding told him he must have the right place. Rumor had it Snape was on a dragon reserve, but that made no sense. No, he had to be here in Spinner's End. Ragnar worked through the heavy wards and cast an Alohomora to enter the house. He was surprised that such a low-level opening charm had worked, but there was apparently no one home, anyway. Perhaps they were visiting the Malfoys, he snorted to himself. He took a few steps into the entryway and was hit by a Petrificus and several Incarcerous curses. He tried to dodge, but they seemed to be coming from everywhere. He hit the floor bound by several enchanted chains and immobilized. He hoped his jailers wouldn't be long in coming to fetch him. Dudley and Petunia had dinner together in Petunia's room, and Harry joined them, as Harry was still describing the nice Auror and his visit. Dudley was disappointed to have missed it, but Severus had not wanted to muddy the water by adding any more people to the tea they had endured with Auror Savage, especially since they would have no way to warn Dudley away from any topics before meeting the Auror. Severus and Tom had a quiet meal together. Severus mulled over how to approach the Weasleys about the expected visit of the twins. Tom grimaced, although Harry had read the letters from the twins to everyone, and they seemed to be friendlier and more open-minded than the Weasleys Tom had met. Severus thought quickly about Percy. He was the most endurable of the Weasleys he had taught, so far at Hogwarts. Percy reminded him a bit of Arthur, who was one of the few Order members he could talk to for more than 2 minutes without snarling at. Harry had said that Percy had been polite, and had tried to rein Ron's snide remarks. Severus eyed Tom and made a suggestion. "Would you mind if I invite Percy along? You might find him more friendly than the others, and he would help keep the lads in line." Tom shrugged and nodded, holding little hope for liking any Weasley male. Tom stretched and yawned, then said he would walk around a bit, before looking over his new books. He was quite enthused with the book on women's magic in spite of the snide remarks and giggling he'd endured from Charlie and the bookstore assistant. He hoped to find mention of the magic used on the dagger, and ways around it. Severus made his was to the flow he had carefully rewarded to ensure no uninvited visits by Aurors, pocketing a portkey that Lucius had spelled for him yesterday. He knelt and threw the flow powder into the banked fire, calling for the Weasley residents. Luck was with him and Arthur answered, and invited him to come through. Arthur had left work a little early, and arrived home for supper to find a righteously indigent Molly hovering over a smug Charlie and Ron. The twins were looking downcast and rebellious, and Ginny looked confused. Percy looked resigned and unhappy. Arthur sat and they all started speaking at once, making it impossible to hear anything except an occasional, snobbish prat, and snooty prince, from one side of the table, and is not, and you probably insulted them, from the other side. Arthur rarely put his foot down, but when he did he usually was listened to. He smacked his hand down hard on the table, bringing conversation to a halt. "Enough. he shouted sternly, making all their eyes widen. He looked at Charlie and Ron sternly. Your brother Bill came to see me this afternoon. You fire-called him, Charlie, and he went to confront Tom. Charlie looked delighted, although his smile dimmed at his father's obvious ire. Unfortunately, the Auror who witnessed your confrontation at the cafe was at the Owl Emporium when Bill arrived. Charlie started to look alarmed, causing Molly's eyes to narrow suspiciously. The account you gave Bill apparently didn't quite match what the Auror saw, and Bill managed to embarrass himself quite thoroughly in front of Auror Hugo Savage. Charlie made a strangled noise, and Percy gave him a look of vindication. The twins were smirking at a flushed with temper Ron. Luckily no hexes were thrown, or Hugo might have arrested him instead of simply telling him not to believe his brother without verification, in the future. Bill was especially lucky he didn't tear into Harry in front of Hugo. Arthur glared at Charlie harshly, and Molly was gritting her teeth. Bill's job as a cursebreaker, even a junior one, was a point of pride for them, and Charlie had endangered that. Such an incident in front of an Auror of Savage's distinction could cause him to be demoted or fired. Charlie was looking a bit green, and Ron was gulping anxiously, mostly at his mother's sudden hostility. Ron, you may go to your room, now. We'll discuss your punishment tomorrow, along with why you insist on insulting and provoking Harry Potter every time you meet. Arthur watched Ron drag upstairs, after snagging some bread and cheese from the table before leaving. Arthur turned to Charlie. You however are 17, this is your Newt's year and I expected much better from you. Your actions in confronting Tom as you did could have been excused as simply hot-tempered and ill-advised even if you were the one to draw first. Most young wizards do that at least once, with no harm done. But in telling Bill the deceitful tale you did, you almost cost him his job. If he had hexed Tom, who is an underage wizard, or threatened Harry in any way, you could have ruined his chances with Gringotts. Charlie was crying silently by now. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He hadn't really thought beyond venting his story to Bill. I'm sorry Dad, Mom. I never meant to hurt Bill. I suggest you also retire for the night. We will discuss what happens in the morning. Arthur wasn't willing to relent until he was sure Charlie had learned his lesson. He watched as Charlie stumbled to the stairs, not even bothering to grab some food to take with him. Arthur turned to Molly and gave a brief overview of what Bill had told him, making Molly gasp in horror. She might have little to do with the ministry, but she knew Auror Savage's standing in the wizarding world. The other Weasleys ate slowly and silently while they listened intently. The twins hoped it meant that their trip in the morning wasn't cancelled. Professor Snape was supposed to send a portkey, but it hadn't arrived yet. They hoped their brothers hadn't annoyed the man into changing his mind. Ginny helped her mom clear up the kitchen and Percy and the twins retired to the family room to review the book Harry had sent about dragons. Rumor had it in the ministry that Severus Snape had Harry on a dragon reserve. This book made it seem the rumor was correct. Percy suspected the rumor was true. A home on a reserve would be quite secure, although his mother was horrified at the very thought. There was a fire call that Arthur answered and suddenly Professor Snape was in the family room, having a seat in a chair next to Arthur. The twins looked up hopefully, and Molly stood in the doorway looking a bit torn. She'd been angry for hours over the apparent slights to her children, and then found out it was mostly built on a devious story. She hated being wrong-footed like that. At least she hadn't had a chance to send a howler. I understand there was a lot of bravado and muscle flexing between Tom and some of your sons today. At least that was how Auror Hugo Savage described it when he escorted Tom and Harry home. Severus smiled at Arthur's surprise. He said he just wanted me to have an accurate account of the day, but I suspect he wanted to have a peek at Harry's residence. Ah, Hugo does like to have a good grasp of situations. Arthur answered a bit cryptically. Well, Harry is quite anxious to have Fred and George visit tomorrow. I did want to emphasize that as Petunia Dursley was just released from the hospital, there must be quiet in the house. There is a large garden to roughhouse in, and a pool to swim in, and they can be as noisy as they like, there. I expect the boys will be happy to show you around the compound. We are, as it is rumored, on a dragon reserve, but I assure you they will be safe. Tom has an especially good rapport with the dragons. Severus smiled a bit mysteriously at that. Excellent, Fred and George said simultaneously. Dragons. Charlie would be green with jealousy. I was hoping that Percy would accompany the two of you. Tom would likely welcome the extra pair of eyes on them. Severus smirked a bit at Percy's look of hopefulness. Arthur also caught that and smiled. It wasn't often that Percy got a treat like this. Of course he may go, if he wishes. Percy nodded eagerly. I would love to, Professor. Severus stood and drew the portkey out. This will take all three of them to Dragon's Rest front door. We'll expect them at, say 9 o'clock. The twins and Percy went back to booing over the dragon book, and Molly and Ginny went back to discussing the next day's menu. Severus and Arthur went to the flow. Arthur looked at Severus assessingly, unwilling to stir up any further problems. I do apologize for my son's reaction to Tom. They have tempers, although this should be an excellent wake-up call for them to learn to rein themselves in. Arthur cleared his throat. They said that Tom has a certain air, a bit, haughty. Severus chuckled to Arthur's relief. Severus decided to keep with the tale they'd told the Auror that had as much truth as they dared in it. Tom has, unfortunately, created a bit of a front. We are trying to correct that. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage until he was 11. He tends to overcompensate for that, even though he now has some money of his own. Arthur perked up at that. Bill would be getting an L from him about making assumptions about a person. Well, I'm sure he'll do fine. They shook hands and Severus flowed home. The next day should be interesting. Severus had barely made it back to Dragon's Rest when Tom came out of the library, looking aggravated. There's an alarm going off. Started a few minutes ago. Tom held up a pyramid that was flashing orange. He looked at Severus' gleeful face uncertainly. Someone has broken into Spinner's End. Severus said happily, and ran for the flow. He fire-called Lucius and they both arrived at Severus' beepy-trapped old home. Lucius glanced at the chained-up and petrified wizard and sniffed in disdain, and then went to the flow to call for Aurors. Well, Ragnar, how very stupid of you to break into my house. Severus sneered at the infuriated Death Eater. Upon being informed that the home of the boy who lived had been invaded by a Death Eater, no less than 5 Aurors tumbled out of the flow. Severus explained that they had been vacationing elsewhere for the summer and he had warded and trapped his house while they were away. The warding had informed him security had been breached and he had found Ragnar Mulciber in one of the traps. The Aurors found the dark mark and eagerly took Ragnar into custody. Severus and Lucius happily waved them off, and reset the traps, hoping to catch even more. Lucius and he snickered over their success and made fun of the entire Mulciber family for a bit. Lucius told Severus of his possible success with Andromeda, and the Quidditch match. Severus smiled at Lucius' discomfort at having spent an afternoon just having fun with Draco. Lucius would eventually realize that having fun was acceptable. Severus informed Lucius of Tom's Diagon Alley adventure and the visit from the Auror. Lucius sneered a bit about the Weasleys and looked impressed at Tom's audacity in trying to recruit Auror Savage to their cause. Lucius promised to have Draco at Dragon's Rest after breakfast and then they both apparated to their respective homes. The next day's Daily Prophet blared the news that Ministry Aurors had apprehended a Death Eater who had broken into Harry Potter's home. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge had been alerted by Lucius ahead of time and confidently informed the reporters that Harry was safely elsewhere at the time, and in no danger. The reporters were none the less gleeful to have such spectacular headlines. Bill sat up very late, staring at the parchment in front of him. He'd been halfway through the apology to Tom when Errol arrived with a short note from his father informing him of Professor Snape's visit and that the haughty Pratt had grown up in an orphanage. He sighed in guilt. He'd made an assumption, and it had turned around and bitten him. He'd immediately burned the partial apology he'd started writing. He'd spent much of the missive pointing out to Tom that someone of privilege could afford to be a bit more generous. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. Now he didn't know how to begin. Yes, the teenager was haughty, but it was a front. He may have money now, but it must be a new thing. He thought over everything his father had said earlier that day, and took a deep breath. He was resolved to do this and to do it right. His father's good opinion was more important than anything Tom or even Harry thought. He finally put quill to parchment and wrote a more sincere apology. Bill didn't spare himself in the letter, although he did give an explanation for his severe reaction to the apparent insult to the family. He ended with an offer to buy Tom lunch the next time he visited Gringotts, if Tom wished a more personal apology. Bill rolled the parchment up and set it to one side. He then tackled Harry's letter. Bill looked at the clock, with the hand pointing to far past bedtime. he was glad he had the next day off to sleep in. This letter was a bit easier and he finished it quickly. He attached the letters to his own owl and sent them off. Errol hooted anxiously, and Bill patted the elderly owl and gave him some treats. "You're too tired to make another trip tonight. You can go back home with a note for Dad in the morning." Bill was fond of the ancient bird, and wished he could be retired. Errol hopped to the top of Bill's owl's cage and tucked his head under a wing happily. The next day dawned at the Weasley household with the weather appropriately dull and gloomy. Arthur unearthed a pouting Ron from under his covers and spoke with him. He would be denaming the garden for the day, and he asked Ron what he so disliked about Harry. Ron looked rebellious, and hesitated. He knew his reasons wouldn't be acceptable to his family. "I thought he would be friends with us, but he's stuck on that hateful guardian of his. Everyone knows how horrid Snape is, and Harry Potter defends him. And he's so stuck up. Probably has bags of money and is a spoiled brat. He has everything he wants, a wand early, lessons." Seeing his father's increasingly stern face, Ron choked down his tirade before he could start in on what a betrayal it was for Harry to be friends with Draco. "Ron, from the description of events at Diagon Alley, Harry was reacting to your own hostility. When Harry visited, you insulted the man that rescued him from a horrible fate. His uncle had attacked and tried to kill him, did almost kill his aunt, and Professor Snape took him into his home. Whether anyone else likes Severus, Harry does, and Severus is very good to him. Verbal attacks on him will only make him angry, justifiably so." Arthur sighed at Ron's downcast face. Sometimes Arthur felt they had been unfair to have so many children. Usually they were very happy, but at times like this it was hard. Ron was their youngest son, and the recipient of so very many hand-me-downs, the butt of a lot of the twins' jokes, and the last to be allowed to do anything. Ginny, at least, had mostly new things, and was the apple of her mother's eye. Arthur knew that Ron resented those with more money a lot more than his other brothers. Bill and Charlie, despite recent events, didn't focus on people's bank accounts. However, Bill never had hand-me-downs, and Charlie only rarely. The twins only cared if a person was a good prank target. Percy, many would think that he cared about money, but really he only envied people their more orderly lives, whether they were rich or poor. Ginny was too indulged by her mother to realize she was technically poor. That left Ron, who was acutely aware of how shabby his belongings were, and many times very envious of those with better lives. Arthur gathered Ron to his side, and hugged him hard. "Ron, you have your life ahead of you, and it will be a miserable one if you spend it envying everyone who has more than you. After you graduate Hogwarts you can go after riches, if you want. Remember that there will always be someone richer than you, someone with more talent, and someone with more power. You need to learn to be happy with what you have, at some point." Ron nodded uncertainly. "I know I shouldn't care about what Harry has or does, but I just burn up when I see him, especially since I can't be his friend. You know, a few thrown insults doesn't mean you can never be friends. Amos Diggory and I were very loud rivals at Hogwarts. He could come up with the most inventive insults that somehow were funny and he never got in trouble about them with the teachers because they were too busy laughing. I would do pranks on him that the twins would have been awestruck by." Arthur smiled in remembrance. "We didn't get to be friends until the last year, when I finally realized he wasn't after Molly. I thought he was, you see. Then it all seemed so silly." Arthur hugged Ron again. "And now we are best buddies at work." Ron sighed doubtfully. "I don't know if I even want to be friends, now." "Well, you don't have to be, but it would be better to not be enemies," Arthur said matter-of-factly. "I suppose." Ron seemed resigned, now, and trudged to the shower. He had gnomes to evict. Arthur knocked on Charlie's door and went in at the answering, "Come in." Charlie was already dressed and sitting on his semi-clean side, as opposed to Percy's immaculate side. Arthur sat in Percy's unoccupied chair. Charlie twitched uncomfortably. Arthur sighed. This would be more difficult for Charlie. "I guess you already realize that you'll have all the dreariest chores we can find until school starts." Arthur watched Charlie nod. "I know that you realize, now, that what you did was wrong, but you need to look closely at what led you to drawing that wand on Tom, and then deceiving your brother. Your brother is writing letters of apology to Tom and Harry. I want you to think about doing that same." Charlie gulped in dread. He could think of nothing worse. Arthur patted his shoulder and left, leaving Charlie to look at his desk in dread. Severus was up early, not sure whether to look forward to the Weasley visit or dread it. It was a chance to further push the twins away from Gryffindor, but from what Harry was saying they didn't need it. He had hopes that Percy would pull Tom into being sociable. Tom did spend a lot of time researching and studying and looking at ancient memories from Evane. Severus couldn't believe he was trying to lure a teenager away from studying. Severus knew from personal experience how having no friends could lead to poor choices. He was aware that Tom had never had friends, just potential henchmen and servants. He hoped to find some friends for Tom to socialize with. Percy would not have been his first choice, but at least he would not be encouraging Tom to overthrow the government, or worse, helping Tom plan pranks. Dudley and Harry bounced into the dining room for breakfast, luckily after Severus was on his second cup of coffee. They were eager for the day to begin, and their beaming grins cheered Severus and at the same time made him a bit nauseous with envy. The only time he'd even looked forward to a day before he was 11 was when he was to see Lily. For a long time, even after starting at Hogwarts, she had been the light in his life. Severus knew that feeling any envy for happy children was ridiculous on so many levels, and he shook his head ruefully. He smiled at Harry and Dudley, drew out a vial, and reminded Harry that he would be starting his eyesight potion today. Harry's smile widened, he'd forgotten that. Severus summoned Tinker and told him Harry needed to take 5 drops of the potion every morning with breakfast, and to not let it be earlier than 6 a.m. or later than 11 a.m. He measured the amount out carefully into a glass of water, while Tinker watched intently. Harry took it with barely a grimace and the vial was placed on a shelf, out of the way of potential mishaps. Tinker was dancing in place in excitement at being in charge of such an important task. Remember to report any headaches, or when your eyesight becomes blurred even with your glasses on. The healer knows you are taking this, and expects to see you in 2 weeks to adjust the glasses, and adjust them as needed after that. Tom can take you there, and your Aunt Petunia can accompany you when she is better. Severus knew he had gone over these plans numerous times. Both boys had looks of patient resignation and Tom was concentrating on his omelette and not listening at all. An owl arrived, with the Daily Prophet. Severus smirked at the tale of the Death Eater being apprehended by the Aurors, as if they'd done anything other than fetch Ragnar from Spinner's End. Still, Severus didn't really mind. They had emphasized that they needed the general public to think that Spinner's End was still Harry's home. The rumors regarding the Dragon Reserve could be laid to rest by saying they had been vacationing, briefly at one. Lucius had fire-called and irritated Fudge extremely early this morning. Fudge had quickly realized the opportunity, and had released a statement early enough to be included in today's paper, that the boy who lived was well guarded and implied the Ministry had a hand in keeping him safe and sound. Lucius and Severus were smug that Fudge was misleading everyone at their instigation. Anyone looking for Harry would continue to go to Spinner's End to try and find him. The Aurors had fallen in with the plans happily. Severus had told them if there were any questions from the Ministry, he expected Auror Hugo Savage to contact them, as he had been to visit once already. This impressed the Aurors and would keep the people who were aware of Dragon's Rest to a minimum. Severus finished the article and passed the paper to Harry and Dudley, who had been gaping at the headline. The two of them greatly enjoyed reading the paper from front page to the very back. Severus emphasized to them that the Prophet was to be read with a jaundiced eye, as they tended to sensationalize everything to sell papers. They nodded and continued reading it every morning. Severus had explained the full of traps to the very rooftop house on Spinner's End, and the two were enjoying reading about the results when Draco arrived. He joined them in snickering over the news article. Lucius nodded to Severus and left, clutching a wizard space bag with numerous dark artifacts in it. Lucius had swept through his houses picking up dark objects he had no real interest in keeping. Now that he was aligning himself more closely with light wizards, he needed to remove the more embarrassingly dark items. Many he would store in the Malfoy family vault, but a large number were about to be traded for one of the 2 goblin-made items left to be gathered for the trade for the dragon. Severus would be fire-calling the last wizard with the final item, soon. The news for that wizard would not be good. Petunia walked slowly into the dining area and was seated. She ate slowly, but was happy to be joining the others for a meal. The boys greeted her happily and Severus nodded at her with a small smile. Tom nodded as well with a murmured, "Good morning." Petunia moved to the living area and settled into a chair by a large bay window. Tinker fussed with pillows and fetched her books. Another owl arrived, bearing 2 letters. Harry took one, looking mystified. Tom took the other, looking suspicious. They both read Bill's letters of apology with shock. They had not expected anything like that. Draco and Dudley read the letter over his shoulder, and Harry had to recount the prior day's adventures in Diagon Alley to Draco. Draco frowned and kept silent with difficulty. Lucius and he had discussed the Weasleys at length. They knew that, as the older Weasleys were members of the Order of the Phoenix, that they would have to deal with them a great deal. Having civil relations with them would be necessary. Lucius said that Severus would deal with any unpleasantness with the Weasley children, and it would be best to say nothing insulting about them unless they got into an argument with Draco himself. It would look better for the Malfoys if Draco was not the aggressor. Draco grimaced at the accounts of Tom and Harry's encounters with the Weasley brothers, but at least Bill had realized he had been incredibly rude and had penned some apologies. They looked over at Tom, who was reading the note a second time with a peeled frown. There was loud crack and then a knock at the door, which Tinker answered. Fred and George, followed by Percy, were led to the entryway and Harry, Dudley and Draco charged in to welcome them. Severus and Tom followed more slowly. "Welcome to Dragon's Rest, gentlemen," Severus intoned. "I hope you enjoy yourselves today. As you guessed, you are on a dragon reserve, and I expect you to behave with care. Tom is going to give you a tour of the place, with Rigel Blackpool's help. I had you bring swim things, because we have a pool with a waterslide for you to cool off in, and lunch will be served there. You might be joined by some dragons who like to watch humans swim. The director has a young female relative staying with him who will also be attending Hogwarts, who may be joining you. I expect everyone to behave as gentlemen, of course." Severus watched the group nodding vigorously, with satisfaction. "Tom is in charge when I'm not present, and Percy is also here to help keep an eye on things." Tom looked unperturbed, but Percy's chest swelled with importance. "I have some fire calls to make and possibly a visit, but I will join you for lunch." Severus ruffled Harry's hair. "Have a good day." Harry beamed back at him, and Severus left for the library, to use the flow there. Dudley and Harry peeked into the living area to let Petunia know the day's plans, and introduced the Ostruck twins and Percy. They were greatly impressed at the thought of her being shot to protect Harry and Dudley. They had all heard the horrifying stories of what bullets and guns could do. All 3 bowed to her and said, "Honored to meet you," with sincerity. Petunia smiled and waved them off to their pursuits. Tom led them silently to the reserve compound, meeting Rigel as they got there. Rigel was fond of the boys, feeling a bit proprietary since he had assisted in their escape from the Muggle world. Rigel led them around, showing them the healer pens for injured dragons, the potions maker's hall, and they passed by the writer's quarters. Writers smiled and waved at them, calling hello to Tom in particular. Numerous dragons were pointed out from a respectful distance. Even the Antipodean opal eye was nearby to be admired. Fred and George whispered, "Charlie will be so jealous." Percy smiled a bit to himself. He knew it was petty to feel so smug. But it was difficult, with his older brothers forever sneering at him for his priggish ways to not want to have something to wave in Charlie's face. With Charlie's aspirations to work on a dragon reserve, himself, this would be a bitter blow. A trip was made to Yao's hot spring, and the dragon came out to be admired. Draco earned the Weasley boys' undying gratitude for having a camera with him, so numerous pictures could be taken. Yuan came out to visit for a few moments, and tossed treats to Yao. Cho came with him and was introduced, and she followed them to the pool. Soon, the entire group was cooling off in the pool. The young Welsh Green came down to see the new humans to the Weasleys' delight. Tom left the pool to talk to the Welsh Green with Evane for a few minutes and then settled on a chaise lounge after waving a drying charm. He unshrunk a bag of books and notes he'd brought with him and spread things over a nearby table. Percy soon joined him on an adjoining chaise. "Researching something interesting?" Percy asked enthusiastically. He enjoyed unearthing information. Tom eyed the younger teenager carefully. "We found a very old dagger with a lot of enchantments on it. We were hoping to learn more about the spells, but they seem to be female in nature, preventing males from using it." Tom smiled a little ruefully at Percy's amusement. "I take it that's why you had a book on women's magic." Charlie ran on about that a bit. Percy asked. "Yeah, He had a lot to say about it. Tom's voice took on an edge. Percy heard the edge, and sympathized with Tom's anger. Charlie and Bill often insulted first and thought later, and seemed to think their victims should cheerfully blow off even the most horrendous insults, if they threw an absent-minded, sorry, at them. Well, Dad ripped into him and Ron last evening, and I'm pretty sure Bill got a piece of his mind as well. Tom looked at him in surprise. Really? He said, wincing at how stupefied he sounded. Yes, Ron's denaming the garden and Charlie has a list of chores that looked pretty endless. I'm not sure what Dad said to Bill, he's out on his own, but I know Dad did speak to him. Bill was pretty upset about being lied to, I know. Percy looked at Tom earnestly. Tom was astounded that the elder Weasley would punish his sons for their mischief. He slowly pulled out the letter of apology that Bill had sent. He'd read it twice in disbelief, and then had shoved it into his pocket, sure it was a trick. Could Bill have meant it? Perhaps Percy could tell him. Percy seemed an honest sort, and was friendly toward him. Go ahead and ask. I'll know if he lies. He's been honest so far. Evane urged. Your older brother, Bill, sent me a letter this morning, apologizing for his actions. Do you think his was sincere? Tom asked slowly. He did. I wouldn't imagine he would do that unless he meant it. If he was insincere it would show in the letter, you'd know he didn't mean it. Percy said unequivocally. Tom looked the letter over again. The only problem was he had no idea of whether to accept the apology, or even how to do so. He couldn't remember ever receiving any real apology. Tom grabbed his courage with both hands and decided to trust Percy, just a little, and handed him the letter. What do you think I should do, Percy? Should I just write a letter in return, or ask to meet with him? Percy scanned the letter quickly. Well, just a note saying you accept the apology is enough. The invitation to lunch is likely just him saying that if you want a public, personal apology that you can have it. Tom nodded, his mind whirling. There were a lot of people he'd imagined at his feet, desperately scrambling for his forgiveness, starting with almost everyone at the orphanage, several teachers, and the entire Riddle and Gaunt families. Now it seemed embarrassing to imagine Bill publicly apologizing for simply believing his brother. Humiliating others is not as exciting as it seems. Those that enjoy it need to take a good look at themselves. Evane said. Tom shoved the letter back in his pocket, resolving to address it later. Percy took it as an end to that conversation. Can I help you look anything up? Percy asked. Tom handed him a sketch and description of the dagger, and a large book on ancient weapons. See if you find a mention of any daggers like this one. Percy beamed and started looking. Severus arrived along with Tinker and the enormous lunch. Severus thanked the happily beaming elf, and called the group to eat. He watched Tom and Percy hunched over several books, talking back and forth rapidly and pointing at things. Well, at least Tom was researching with someone closer to his own age, and they were outside, by a pool. He went and sat by the two and soon was adding his observations to their explorations of the books. Fred and George had fallen in with the others with no difficulty. After a little stilted conversation with Draco, they discovered he and Harry had aspirations as chasers. The Quidditch conversation hadn't ended since then, especially after Cho confessed she intended to be a seeker. Fred and George brought food over to Tom, Percy and Severus before it ran out. Percy sniffed the drinks suspiciously, knowing his brothers well. Severus and Tom drank before Percy could warn them, and laughter broke out at their suddenly green hair. Percy gulped and muttered, "Sorry." Severus turned and pinned the pair with a glare. He drew his wand, making their eyes widen with dread. A swish of the wand and he and Tom's hair was back to normal. He'd endured too many hair color pranks from the Marauders to not know how to fix those. He lifted an eyebrow at their sheepish smiles and turned back to his lunch, and called for fresh drinks from Tinker. Severus could hear Harry's, "Told you that wouldn't work," guys behind him and smiled. The afternoon was soon at an end, and the twins promised to all the three after they got to Hogwarts. Tom made a copy of the drawing of the dagger, and Percy promised to look it up at Hogwarts. Tom was looking forward to corresponding with Percy, who seemed as studious as Tom could be. Severus unlocked the flow and the boys flowed back to the burrow. Dudley helped Petunia up to her room and had supper there. Tom ate quickly and sped to the library, eager to double-check his notes. Severus brought out the goblin-made ring he'd gotten from a certain Marsden Avery. The wizard had wanted a bunch of illegal potions. He'd settled for a sack full of galleons and a promise of silence from Severus on a great deal of blackmail material that Severus had on the wizard. Lucius had owled with the goblin-made bracelet he'd traded the sack full of dark artifacts for. The goblin-made items were now all together for the trade for the dragon. Harry ate quietly and then watched Severus put all the trading items together with satisfaction. "We'll have that dragon home very soon, then?" Harry asked. "Yes, hopefully before I leave for the school year. Yuan is quite happy to hear we're freeing him. He believes the dragon is the last the goblins hold. We certainly hope so. Yvain should be able to talk him out of the caverns and help him fly here," Severus said. Harry smiled in answer. Helping free the dragon was satisfying. He could remember hoping desperately for rescue when he was locked in his cupboard. Now he could help this dragon. "They twins told me what house they're going to try for, you'll never guess." Harry smirked at Severus. Severus lifted an eyebrow and tilted his head. Harry leaned over and whispered. Severus tipped his head back and roared in laughter. A win indeed. Percy and the twins sat at the Weasleys' dinner table, all three energized by the day they'd had. The twins were regaling their brothers and sister with in-depth descriptions of all the dragons they had seen. Charlie looked increasingly morose with each new species of dragon mentioned. Ginny looked eager when they said pictures would be sent by Draco Malfoy within a week. She very much wanted to see what Yell looked like. Ron was too tired to care about dragons, although the pool sounded wonderful. He simply shoveled in the food and grunted at appropriate intervals. Percy told his father, in quieter tones, about helping Tom research the ancient dagger with more enthusiasm than Arthur had seen on Percy's face in a long time. Arthur cheerfully encouraged Percy, hoping Percy would continue to open up to his new friend. Charlie listened to the twins, stomping hard on his feelings of jealousy. He'd managed to write 2 letters of apology. The one to Harry had been simple. As he looked back, he did realize that Ron had thrown the first insult, and Harry had simply reacted, just as any 10-year-old would. The letter to Tom had been easier after he learned Tom had grown up in an orphanage. Tom's haughty and cold front was easier to understand, and at least partially excuse, knowing that. Listening to Percy run on about Tom's research was easier to hear than the twins' descriptions of the dragons. Charlie wasn't much for research, he liked to learn by doing. He'd gone to the Dragon Reserve in the Hebrides with a friend last summer for a week, which had cemented his desire to work with dragons. The outdoor work would suit him, he felt. It would have been great to visit the Welsh Reserve, which apparently had a larger and more diverse group of dragons. He picked at his food a bit and hoped that Fred and George would shut up soon. The next day Severus was up early for breakfast, and Tinker immediately popped in with coffee. Severus looked at the calendar morosely. Next Monday would start the Hogwarts school year. It was only Thursday, but he knew the weekend would fly by. He wandered to the library only to find Tom there ahead of him. Tom had several stacks of books in front of him, and piles of parchment, but he was staring at the letter he had received the day before. Harry had received an apology from Bill, as well, and had asked Severus what to do, just before bedtime had been called. Severus smiled a bit smugly at Harry's rather Slytherin move to put off going to bed. Severus wasn't sure what house Harry would end up in, but he was encouraged by any subtle maneuvers like this one. Harry hadn't ever received an apology before Dudley had had his epiphany, and certainly never in written form. Harry was totally fueled by it. They had talked a while, and Harry had produced the letter. Severus had perused the missive a bit suspiciously. He was under no illusions that Bill thought any better of his old potions instructor. He likely still wanted an alliance, however. Tentative, with the boy who lived. He imagined with the return of Petunia Dursley that the Weasleys would have given up hope of any guardianship. However, some of the children likely were ambitious enough to know a friendship with Harry would be useful. Severus grimaced. He knew he was being hopelessly cynical, but after all, he was the head of Slytherin. Not to mention he'd witnessed enough power networking among even teenagers there in Hogwarts. That was, after all, where Tom Riddle had first put together the beginnings of his Death Eaters. After they talked about Harry's feelings about the apology, Severus had told Harry to sleep on it, and write an answer in the morning. Severus looked at Tom's mystified face and knew he was struggling with the same thing Harry had been. Harry and Tom's childhoods had both been barren of people who cared enough to express regret for anything they might have inflicted on the boys. Severus could empathize with that, himself. He snorted to himself. He'd never even received an apology for an attempt on his life, in school. He was as unfamiliar with sincere apologies as Tom and Harry. Difficulties with writing a response. Severus asked lightly, shaking off old memories, and sitting down across from Tom. Severus had his own letter to write to the Gringotts supervisor to arrange to spring the dragon from the caverns. I'm just not sure what to say. Everything I think of sounds hopelessly stuffy or insincere. Tom answered uncomfortably. If he had been asked to write a scathing letter full of insults and veiled threats, it would have been no problem. Polite reassurances of forgiveness eluded him, however. Harry walked in at that point, munching a final slice of bacon and sipping at a large glass of pumpkin juice. I'm having the same problem. How do you just say, forget it, all's forgiven and forgotten? Well, I suggest simply putting those very words down on parchment, sometimes simplest is best. Severus answered in relief. It was nice when the boys gave the answers themselves. Really? Won't it sound flippant? Tun asked hesitantly. Well, I would elaborate a bit. Perhaps say that the little scene with Charlie was partly your fault. Severus lifted an eyebrow at Tom, causing him to grimace and sigh. But at least Tom lifted his never-out quill made from a raven's feather, and started writing. Harry sat and pulled some parchment in front of him and started writing as well. Severus smirked. He had fielded a parental problem without a hitch. He hoped all guardianship issues would be as easy. Severus grabbed a parchment and started a smug-sounding missive to Gringotts. Yvain, at least, would have a happy weekend. Rosmerta arrived soon after Harry. Dudley and Tom had left for the pool, meeting Cho there. Rosmerta sat in the living room with Petunia and talked for a time about the differences between living in the wizarding world and the Muggle one. Petunia could remember more of what Lily had told her about magical substitutes for Muggle implements. Rosmerta knew little about the Muggle world, except for the somewhat inadequate Muggle studies class and the little that Severus had introduced her to on the weekends and vacations that they had spent together. Petunia asked some questions she had after reading some of the books Harry and Rosmerta had gotten her. Severus had also unearthed a few books from his ever-expanding library. Petunia finally asked the question she hadn't worked up the nerve to ask Severus. How did you and Severus meet? Rosmerta laughed a bit. Anyone who suspected they were seeing each other over the last 8 years always had the same mystified expression. I'm 4 years older than Severus. I took over the pub from my uncle, after learning the trade. From him after Hogwarts. I was engaged to be married to a young man who was climbing the ranks in the ministry. There was a Death Eater attack late one night in Hogsmeade. It was dark and I never really saw my attacker, but they cast a couple curses on me. One of the curses, well, it effectively sterilized me. Rosmerta swallowed hard. She was resigned to her childless state, but it was still difficult to talk about. My fiancé stuck with me for almost a year, but finally his family wore him down. Rosmerta sighed and smiled ruefully. No, that's not quite true. I keep excusing him, but I know that once the shock wore off and he started thinking about a future with no children, he started pulling away, long before his mother started in on him. I just wish he'd dumped me a lot sooner than just weeks before our wedding. Rosmerta gave a snorting laugh and Petunia nodded with a sympathetic chuckle. They had a moment of perfect understanding regarding bitter memories. They had both been let down by the men who had sworn to take care of them. Severus found me at the back entrance of my pub that evening, having hysterics. He gave me a calming draft and listened to me. We got to be friends, and then it slowly became more. Rosmerta smiled fondly. Severus isn't easy to figure out, and I had to do some serious digging to get past his walls, but he was well worth it. Petunia smiled sadly. I remember him mostly as an angry boy and a rather aloof teenager. But he was a fiercely loyal friend to Lily. I was sure he had grown into a fine man, or I would never have sent a letter to him asking for help. I know he loved Lily a great deal, and he will always have a place, a rather large place, in his heart for her, and now her son. Rosmerta grinned at Petunia's astonished expression. I told Severus all about Aaron, and he told me about Lily. I'm not going to say neither of us have our secrets, but we have shared quite a bit about ourselves. I was wondering if you would have a problem with Harry being Severus' ward, since he is Lily's son. Petunia said slowly. She had no wish to stir up trouble where there was none, but Harry was here to stay, if Petunia read Severus' determined air correctly. Severus always said he had no need for children, but from the way he's taken to Harry I would guess that's not totally accurate. Perhaps Harry is his chance at something like parenthood. I would be foolish to try and rob him of this, and it is quite stupid to be jealous of a dead woman. I would certainly never resent Lily's memory, as she died saving Harry's life. Rosmerta smiled. We Hufflepuffs are much too practical for that. Petunia nodded, and the conversation returned to whether preservation spells affected taste when the food was left on the shelf for years. Severus emerged from the lab in time to join Rosmerta and Petunia for lunch. The boys had lunch at the pool, as usual. Petunia was assisted upstairs for a nap. She was feeling stronger, but afternoon naps were still welcome. This left Rosmerta at Severus' mercy, to her delight. They spent some gleefully stolen moments until late afternoon sun drove the boys back into Dragon's Rest. Rosmerta greeted them, looking only slightly disheveled. She left to get the pub ready for the evening, after getting Severus' promise to contact her to arrange a date, very soon. Dudley went upstairs to have dinner with Petunia. Harry grinned. It was nice that the two of them got time alone together, and that left Severus with he and Tom. Harry took frequent breaks during the hours at the pool, keying Tom about his research into the Horcruxes and the weapons he hoped to use to destroy them. Tom was quite patient in his explanations. Harry helped him look things up, at times. Harry found some of the tales about the weapons were fascinating. He read a few of them aloud to Draco and Dudley some days, who were as enthralled with the tales of ancient warrior wizards and their enchanted weapons as Harry. Tom would occasionally pass on some stories that Yvain would tell him. Yvain knew some details about the stories that weren't in the books. Often they would provide a slant that would change the outlook of the tale. Occasionally it would be humorous, often the reasons the wizards were in the situation they, heroically, had to get out of was less than laudable. Once, right after they had destroyed the cup, Tom had inspected his scar with Severus standing nearby looking grave. It had caused sudden, searing pain which Tom had apologized for, Tom looking sad and far more guilty than the brief pain had called for. He and Severus had consulted in low tones for a few minutes, and Severus had given him a pain potion. Tom and Severus talked pleasantly about study subjects at the table tonight, and Harry listened with a faint glow of happiness. He had a guardian that cared enough about him to go over the same ground about his studies for 3 evenings in a row. Tom winked at Harry, knowing he had noticed it as well, and Harry grinned back. It was almost like having an older brother. At times he liked to pretend that. The conversation stopped, listening to several owls' angry hooting and a house elf's high-pitched squeaks. Tom went to calm the 3 owls, took the envelopes and gave treats to them. The Gringotts owl left immediately with an irritated squawk. Errol hooted happily, and ate. A third owl was not a breed he recognized and had an imperious air. He had obviously traveled a long way, and Tinker gave him a large bowl of food. The last owl was a ministry one and left after his letter was taken. Tom took the letters to Severus, keeping the one addressed to him. He read the apology from Charlie with resignation, hoping that if he wrote an identical acceptance to him that he and Bill would not compare letters. Harry was also reading an apology with dismay. He'd hoped he was off letter duty. Severus read the Gringotts' letter with a small smile. The goblin's letter oozed glee at raking in such a huge pile of goblin-made items, although they were admittedly less than happy to give up their only dragon. There had been sly references to, how did the wizards expect to get the dragon out without risking their lives? Severus chuckled. In spite of the wizards saying they could talk the dragon out, the goblins obviously didn't believe them. Nonetheless, Supervisor Kloskar wished to do the trade Friday afternoon. The ministry letter was short, from Or Hugo Savage, who wished to see Severus at his earliest convenience about the house in Spinner's End. He would invite him on Saturday, for an afternoon tea. That should satisfy everyone. Severus looked the last, very fancy envelope over while Harry and Tom ate their strawberry shortcake dessert. Harry had expressed a liking for berries, and they had been deluged with every berry in existence in their desserts. The other occupants of Dragon's Rest would have begged for a change, but they all liked seeing Harry's delight every time a new concoction of berries appeared. It was a small price to pay, and the desserts were wonderful. Severus looked at the seal, the Crumb family. Ah, the deal had been concluded for the old Crumb family, castle, then. They likely wished to express gratitude for Harry selling the old family dwelling to them without extorting a huge sum out of them. The Crumbs were a well-respected family, and Severus had told the accounting firm to ask a rather low amount for the place, not so low as to be insulting, but not very high, either. Severus waved his wand, checking for spells. There were none, of course, and he handed it to a surprised Harry. "It is addressed to you, Harry. I simply made sure it was safe." Severus smiled at Harry's impressed look at the crumb seal. Harry opened the letter carefully, so the seal wasn't badly damaged. He wondered if the Potter family had a seal. The letter wasn't long, but it definitely used rather long words. The gist of it seemed to be that the Crumb family wished to express their gratefulness for Harry selling to them the ancient family dwelling so close to their hearts. The letter asked to see Harry to express their thanks personally the next time they were in Britain, possibly around Christmas. Harry handed the letter to Severus to read. He read it aloud, knowing Tom was curious. "I will be here for at least part of the winter holidays. However, you may need to escort him, Tom. We'll see what happens at the time." Tom smiled, rather proud of the continued trust Severus displayed. After his poor display in Diagon Alley, he had been afraid there would be a setback in Severus' trust. "There might have been, but as I stopped you, it did reaffirm that I can prevent any untimely deaths from occurring when you're in a snit. Plus, you did admirably in an encounter just an hour later, so he knows you can learn." Evane smugly reminded him. It wasn't a snit. Tom wished he could snarl at Evane, but that was hard to do mentally. Tom noticed that Evane, however, had no difficulty snickering at him mentally. Friday arrived in Dudley. Draco and Harry gathered around a late breakfast trying to think of an argument that would convince Severus and Lucius to allow them to accompany them to Gringotts. They knew that the dragon might be dangerous, but surely Evane could control him. They made Tom promise to conceive a memory for them to see, and trudged to the pool to meet Cho. One of the dragon riders had offered to play lifeguard while they swam that day, since Tom was unavailable. The compound was a hive of activity. The news of the wizards ransoming the dragon from the goblins at Gringotts had run through the reserve in record time. The dragon riders and dragonkeepers had already approved of Severus, as he had rescued Harry and his cousin. Lucius had been okayed as well, since he had been helping Severus. Tom, for some reason, had the approval of every dragon on the reserve, although the dragons wouldn't tell their human friends why. They had been cautiously friendly with Tom, and any dragon riders or keepers that happened to use the pool at the same time as the boys had always answered his questions willingly. Now that it was known that Tom had brokered this deal with Severus and Lucius' help, the close-knit community of the dragon reserves embraced Tom as one of them. Lucius, Severus and Tom entered Gringotts and were eagerly escorted into a large room with a very large crowd of goblins who stopped speaking abruptly when they entered. Tom clutched the bag full of items tightly. Supervisor Kloskar stepped forward formally and bowed. The three wizards bowed in return and they went to the table to slowly pull out the objects and let the goblins inspect them and mark them off the list of items to ransom the dragon. The list was finally completed and the wizards left with Kloskar while the goblins went to claim the items made by their families. The ride to the depths of the cavern was a bit hair-raising. Lucius always endured the rides with clenched teeth. Severus was indifferent and somewhat bored. Tom grinned and enjoyed it very much. They all arrived to the cavern depths in one piece, and walked past the very largest of the old family vaults, including the black vault Narcissa had raided for them recently. The Potter vault was down the vast hallway they just passed. Severus knew there was a prince vault here, somewhere. They came to the shallow cave where Scarsnout was chained and held at bay by several goblins with fiery lances. Evane came to the forefront of Tom's mind and asked for some extra control. "I may need to act quickly, if things don't go well." Tom acquiesced and Evane took control of Tom's body. Tom strode forward and his eyes took an extra fierce look. "Step aside." The goblins obeyed after a nod from Kloskar. Tom came forward and Evane reached out to the dragon's mind. "Peace, brother dragon, I am here to free you," Evane said soothingly. Seeing the dragon more closely, he could see it was a Ukrainian ironbelly, the largest of the dragon breeds. Scarsnout's head turned and his mostly blind eyes tried to find them. "Are you really a brother dragon? I began to think I was the last of my kind. I have been here for many years and never saw another dragon. What do you last remember when you were above ground?" Evane asked. Elric the Hebraian Black still lived near the standing stones of the Salisbury Plains. "I was 6 decades in age, and learning of the world from him," Scarsnout answered hesitantly. Evane sighed. He recalled the old dragon of that name. He'd died a century ago, and had removed to the Hebrides Reserve 2 centuries before that. You've been down here at least 300 years. We have paid the goblins to let us take you out of here. Can you fly, following my directions? To leave this place, I would follow one of those snooty Kneazles. I can still see shadows and light. The old dragon answered with a snort. Tom turned and nodded to the astonished goblins. Kloskar looked at Tom hesitantly. It had been obvious Tom was somehow communicating with the dragon. Goblins had always insisted that dragons were just powerful magical animals, but not intelligent in any way, just tough brutes. Kloskar pointed a short staff at the shackles and freed the dragon. He and the other supervisors needed to review this finding. Kloskar, followed by Severus and Lucius, led the way down toward the back of the cavern with Tom walking by the dragon. One cavern led to another, and another. They could finally see light and hear the sound of water. They came out on the shore of the Thames, an area disillusioned and warded against muggles. Kloskar muttered a goodbye and scuttled back down the cavern. Lucius cast a spell to make the dragon look like a large bird to the muggles. Severus and Lucius slowly approached to stand beside Tom. Yvain reassured Tom that he would keep him safe. Tom wasn't sure he wanted his first ride on a dragon to be this way. Severus and Lucius helped Tom onto the dragon's back and then took out brooms and resized them. They would fly next to the dragon, disillusioned, and prevent any disasters, they hoped. Yvain gave the order to fly and Scarsnout swept his wings back and forward, testing their strength. He lifted off with a thunderclap of a wingbeat. He gained altitude rapidly, knowing that the higher he got the better. He could glide forever, even as weak as he was if he just got high enough. Yvain got the dragon headed in the right direction, Severus and Lucius flanking him. It was almost noon, and the noisy London traffic floated up to the dragon, startling him. Airplanes flew by at a distance, frightening the dragon. Yvain explained the noise and flying objects. Those puny humans are invading our skies, and causing all this noise. Scarsnout asked in incredulity. Weren't the wizards on their blasted brooms bad enough? Yes, I'm afraid the skies belong to more than us, now. Yvain said indulgently. He could remember his own outrage, the first time he saw a human trying to own the skies and air. Currents the way the dragons did. They were a poor excuse of an imitation, in his opinion. There was little art to it, as far as he could tell. The flight took hours, but they made the Welsh Reserve before evening. Yao and Yuan were waiting along with several older, experienced riders and their dragons. Cho and the 3 boys were standing nearby, watching breathlessly. The dragon's descent was more uncertain than his flight. He circled several times, slowly honing in on the area that Yvain was indicating. He backwinged uncertainly, and managed a clumsy but safe landing. The riders and dragons soon had the dragon swept up in welcome and urged him toward the healer's pens. Scarsnout turned toward the wizards first. Thank you, Yvain, and your wizard friends. I owe you much, and I won't forget it. He then turned and followed the dragons and riders to the compound healers. Cho scurried along with Yuan, waving at her friends, hoping to see more. Severus and Lucius scooped up the boys and went to Dragon's Rest. Tom settled for a bowl of stew and small loaf of bread in his room before collapsing on his bed. Severus had to provide the memory for the boys to view, at least it kept them happy for an hour. Severus and Lucius discussed Auror Savage's expected visit the next day. Lucius agreed to be there. Severus felt that the canny Auror was best kept in the loop, where possible, to keep him on their side. Dudley headed for bed happily, and Harry waved Severus into his room with a proud smile and pointed to a formerly empty place on his wall. It now had a very large wizarding picture of Severus and Harry standing in front of Yao, who would occasionally puff a small flame in the air. Severus had an arm thrown across Harry's shoulder and they were smiling companionably. The picture was in an ornate frame with dragons wandering around the frame. Severus looked at the pair of figures in surprise. He knew that Harry was happy, here on the reserve, and that he had settled into being his ward. He was a bit astonished at how content he, himself, seemed. Severus turned to the hesitantly smiling Harry. It's perfect. I expect a copy, of course. Harry beamed and held up a fistful of snapshots. An exhausted Tom slept in the next morning, along with Dudley and Harry. Severus savored the quiet and his coffee a bit, reading the Daily Prophet. It was Saturday, and he would have to return to Hogwarts tomorrow afternoon. He was interrupted in his morose musings by Petunia triumphantly entering, unaided. Petunia had felt much better this morning, and had managed to shower and dress on her own. Navigating the stairs had been slow work, but she had done it. She sat across from Severus and gave him a proud smile. Severus was only on his first cup of coffee, so he just smirked and toasted her with his coffee cup. The smell of bacon unearthed the half-asleep boys soon enough. Severus reluctantly reminded Harry and Dudley that he would be leaving after lunch the following day. "Is there anything you would like to do today?" Dudley looked fueled, and Harry uncertain. "Well, you'll be pretty busy once you start the term, from what you've said. Maybe just a quiet day. We don't have many of those." Harry ended with a sly grin. Severus rolled his eyes but had to agree that the summer had been busy. "I'm sure we can look in on the Gringotts dragon in the afternoon." Severus was curious about the dragon's blindness, and how the reserve healers would treat it. One of the Malfoy owls arrived with an imperious hoot and Severus took the note that was tied to one leg. Andromeda and her daughter wished to interview Tom and, Severus assumed, look the place over. Albus had vouched for them, and Nymphadora was anxious to take the job of helping Tom get ready for his newts. Andromeda was more cautious, however. Andromeda was willing to arrive this evening, to meet them all. Severus sighed. Well, the day wouldn't be as quiet as they liked, but at least they would have everything in order for Tom and the tutoring. He sent a reply with the owl to Lucius saying that having everyone for dinner would be good, and then Tom and Nymphadora, why had they landed the poor girl with that name? Could decide on a timetable. Lucius had indicated he and Draco were attending another Quidditch game. They promised to take Harry and Dudley to the upcoming games after the school term started. Tom dragged down the stairs at last, in time for a late brunch. The stress of flying on a mostly blind dragon, hoping that Yvain could, indeed guide him had been nerve-wracking. Dudley and Harry had been playing a quiet game of Chinese checkers with Severus, who didn't remember the Muggle game, so he was at a disadvantage for once, and the boys were taking gleeful advantage of it. Petunia had wandered out to the garden to enjoy the sun, before she could be talked into a game. Tom joined them in the living area, and watched the game, looking fueled. The games at the orphanage were always missing pieces, and none looked like this one, anyway. The boys greeted Tom enthusiastically, sensing another easy mark for their game. Eventually they joined Petunia in the garden area, and Severus and Tom submitted to some board game defeats. Tinker served lunch with the assistance of a silent Dobby who grimaced at the sight of Tom, worry in his eyes. Dobby had reluctantly decided that the potion's master meant no harm, and that his old master Lucius Malfoy was, so far, not up to anything bad. But the young Master Tom, he didn't understand how he could be partly dragon and not be a dark wizard. But, it was not up to him to decide anymore. Master Malfoy had bound his magic tightly to Tinker and ordered him to serve the potion's master and all that lived here, including this dragon wizard. He served the food, and looked at the suspiciously scowling Harry Potter mournfully. They sipped at the tea and chatted about Hogwarts and chuckled over the Weasleys' likely reactions to what the twins planned. Tom hoped Percy would accept it well. He suspected that he would, as Percy had said at one point that the hat had dithered between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor for him. Severus answered questions about Hogwarts and Tom compared the answers to how things were in the 40s. Life with Armando Dippet as headmaster didn't seem very different from now. Some things seemed more lenient, reflecting more modern thinking, and apparently punishments weren't physical, although they had already gotten rid of the harshest punishments by the 40s. The four wandered across the meadow toward the compound when the sharp-eyed Severus noted some blindingly white bodies moving in the nearby forest, and pointed in their direction of them. "What are they?" Dudley whispered. "Unicorns, there is usually a herd or two of them on the reserves. The dragons rarely bother them, and the unicorns like being near other magical creatures." Severus answered. They watched carefully, until there was no further sign of them. "Can we look for them again?" Harry asked wistfully, as they continued toward the compound. "You can, but the unicorns prefer females. You might have better luck if you bring your Aunt Petunia with you, when she feels better. They may approach her a little closer." Severus answered. Tom smirked in Severus' direction, and the potion's master rolled his eyes. He was not going to get into a discussion regarding the purity, etc. that was needed to be able to truly interact with unicorns, with a pair of 10-year-olds. The group was welcomed warmly by the dragon folk they met on the way to the healer pens. The reserve was ecstatic to have the Ukrainian Ironbelly rescued from the Gringotts goblins, but they knew it couldn't have been simple or inexpensive. The group was directed to the right pen and Yuan led them in. The elderly Welsh green that lived here permanently was highly prized as able to heal other dragons quite well. Dragon magic sometimes didn't react well with wizard spell. Potions and other more indirect healing worked best. It had taken centuries of trial and error, since the reserves had been opened to find even a handful of spells that worked well on dragons. Dragons who knew healing magic were few and far between, and were jealously hoarded by reserves. Reserve directors could forgive other directors for luring dragons away, unless they were trying to lure their healer dragon. Yvain could hear the Welsh green before he could see her. She must be very old, he thought. And I told her that a haunch of beef is all well and good, but I always preferred a nice plump young deer. The elderly healer dragon was rambling. Those old stags are just too gamey. The rescued Ironbelly was listening to the older dragon meekly. But he turned when he sensed Tom and Yvain. Are you well? Yvain belatedly realized they didn't know the dragon's name. The dragon chuckled darkly. I had almost forgotten it myself. It took me several minutes to recall it. I was called Astrid, when I still lived among my own kind. Yvain sympathized silently, and the Welsh green blathered on. A nice name, young man, my own is. I just told you that earlier, didn't I? It'll come to me. The absent-minded dragon hummed a bit. Ah, yes, Hazelet, my last rider shouted it at me often enough. She chuckled happily. My mother hatched her eggs in a stand of witch hazel quite often, and she liked to use the word hazel in her names when she could. She is working on my eyes and it's going quite well. With only one treatment I can see shapes a bit. It will take weeks, even with daily treatments, to restore my sight. She isn't sure how well my eyes will recover, but she is giving it her best shot. Astrid sounded half hopeful and half resigned. Yes, your eyes were in bad shape. You young folks expect it to be one spell and everything's fine. Hazelet chattered on. Reminds of that Hungarian horntail that took on a passil of witches looking for old eggshells around her nest. What a mess she was. Astrid sighed and settled in to listen to another disjointed memory. It was nice to hear another dragon, no matter how demented and rambling. The group escaped while they could. Severus sat at the high table, watching the Hogwarts students pile into the main hall and take their seats. He missed Dragon's Rest, and the people there, already. He had already fretted endlessly and fire-called them twice, and he'd only been gone one afternoon. Thankfully Nymphadora and Andromeda, after giving him a long stare, had gotten along quite well with Tom. That gave him two more people he could rely on to help if needed. The Auror had visited and Severus had explained how they had set up his old home as a Death Eater trap. Hugo found this hilarious. Severus had reluctantly given the ward alarm over to Lucius. He would hate to miss out on any prey his traps caught, but he couldn't respond to the alarm promptly while at Hogwarts. Of course Lucius could have been less gleeful about it. Albus was beaming, as usual, and Severus did the only thing he could. He didn't look at the headmaster at all. His Slytherins nodded and smiled at their head of house. Most of them had look of curiosity on their faces. Terence Higgs grinned happily at Severus and Severus gave a small smile and nod in return. He would start on swaying them away from the Dark Lord soon. Minerva soon had the first years trudging up to the front, or in the case of the twins, bouncing. Minerva was still looking unhappy. She had been regaled with horror stories of the twins all last year, by Charlie. She had grimly resigned herself to enduring a pair of unrepentant pranksters for 7 years. There had been the usual pre-sorting bets on houses, and Severus was looking to clean up on the Weasleys. All the other professors had laughed when he said the twins would not be in Gryffindor. They all thought it was a beeper bet, but it helped that he didn't have to say where he thought they would be. He listened to the sorting. The Chong girl went into Ravenclaw, as he expected. There weren't many surprises, really. Then they came to Fred Weasley, and the sorting hat was placed on his head. Long moments went by and the sorting hat finally said, "Well, fine, if you are so very sure, Hufflepuff." There was a moment of perfect silence, and then the Hufflepuff table cheered happily. There was a minor explosion at the Gryffindor table, and Charlie's voice could be heard protesting that there was a mistake. George was up next and the hat said, "Fine, Hufflepuff." In an annoyed voice. The twins settled into the group of badgers with broad grins. They would be in control of the house within a month, they felt. Charlie was still yelling for a resort, and a very flustered Professor McGonagall rapped him on the back of the head with the scroll, telling him to leave off. Percy, however, had a smirk of satisfaction on his face, and he caught Severus' eye and lifted his goblet of pumpkin juice in a toast and received a smirk of acknowledgement in return. Albus announced the feast, still looking a bit bewildered. Minerva sat next to Severus with shock on her face. "How did you know, Severus?" she asked in low tones. Severus just smiled and lifted an eyebrow. "Well, I don't care, I'm just happy that they won't be my headache." She peered down that table to the faintly horror-struck Professor Sprout. Yes, she had already endured several Weasleys, it was someone else's turn. Dumbledore cast a few suspicious glances in his direction. Severus blithely dug into his meal, and mentally composed a letter to Harry regarding the Weasley twins, which reminded him. "Minerva, you have likely heard I have guardianship of Harry Potter." Minerva gave him an arch look and nodded. "He knows very little about his parents. His aunt is more forthcoming, now that they are out of the abusive situation, and I am able to tell him about Lily. However, giving him stories of James is more difficult. I've been able to tell him a few stories that I could make sound humorous. I could tell him that James was gifted in charms and could transfigure things easily, but I thought you could perhaps write him with some reminiscences about him." Minerva smiled a bit tearfully. "It's so sweet of you to think of that for Harry." "Of course I can do so." Severus froze in horror, she was calling him sweet. "I'm not sweet. I'm just being practical." To his disgust she just smiled and patted his arm. Fred and George struggled futilely against the sheets, and cursed their roommates. They had been trying to lay down a few simple ground rules with the other first years, and suddenly that sanctimonious third-year Cedric had come in and told them off. When they had objected he waved his wand, trapping them in their beds. The sheets wouldn't let them out, no matter what they did. The traitorous first years had cheered him, and Cedric had announced the charm would end at 7 a.m., so they should just get comfortable. The twins had finally given up and sullenly listened to their roommates snicker themselves to sleep. "Hey Fred, you think we should have picked Slytherin?" George asked. "No, they'd have tied us to the ceiling," Fred answered glumly. They fell asleep pondering the wisdom of their choice. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.